Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. See Circle Calendar 1520. Somewhere in the New World, a mysterious island shrouded in clouds and mist slowly lifted its veil in the breeze. A layer of lush greenery holds up the mysterious giant egg rock. The cracked hole, like iron teeth, exudes a deep breath. The building block like steel star ring, freed from the shackles of gravity, slowly rotates around the eggshell, intertwined with the charm of technology and fantasy. In the city, a group of mechanical whales swims in the sky, and dreamy star trails shuttle among them. The huge cloud-making machine is constantly swallowing clouds, supporting the huge upper building. This cloud divides the eggshell into two worlds, the upper and lower worlds. And here is the country of thinking 500 years ahead of the world, Egghead Island. At this moment, in the upper world, research room number 88. A young man was staring intently at the various data on the screen in front of him with a focused expression. He appeared to be in his 20s and was wearing a black study coat. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses was placed on his handsome face, and his black broken hair was a bit messy. On his left, there is a lazy white cat. The only difference from normal cats is that this white cat's tail is long and thin, with a hook at the very end. Like a fish hook. Beep. While the young man was earnestly recording the data, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened. The gray-haired Vegapunk walked in with his hands behind his back. Bai Luo, how is the optimization of the S-shark? Hearing the movement, the young man called Bai Luo didn't turn his head, but raised his index finger and raised his glasses. It's done right now, just need a suitable devil fruit to match him. Don't worry, there will always be something suitable. You have done a good job, without you, there would be no results. Vegapunk was a little bit emotional, looking at Bai Luo who was still recording data. He was very proud. Adopting Bai Luo was the best decision he ever made in his life. Bai Luo responded lightly, "Teacher, this is what I should do." The white cat on the side seemed to be woken up, stretched and turned over. Stopped writing, Bai Luo stroked its soft hair, his thoughts drifted away slowly. He is a time traveler. 20 years ago, he appeared in the body of a child in Bokimo, the Organ Island. After eating the brain fruit because of hunger, he became a brain person. Then I met Vegapunk by chance, and was accepted as his assistant and disciple until now. The experience of these 20 years has been extraordinary. First, he followed Vegapunk to form MADS, illegal scientific research organization, and formed a group of scientists such as Quinn, Judge, and Guy S.A. Then he was arrested by Marine and joined the world government under duress and bribe. Whether the lineage factors found in MADS, the creation of the first artificial devil fruit in Punk Hazard is inseparable from the help of Bai Luo. Not to mention the manufacture and improvement of the marine pacifist. And all of this is because Bai Luo ate the brain fruit that should belong to Vegapunk. Brain fruit has unlimited brain capacity and can store unlimited information. Normally, the more information absorbed, the bigger Bai Luo's head would be. But he used the knowledge and memory of his previous life to build a memory palace in his mind. Slowly compress the volume of the brain back to its normal size. And using the memory and learning ability brought by the fruit of the brain, which is far beyond ordinary people, he has mastered various knowledge. These include the learning and application of various combat skills and hacking. Now, he has fully mastered the use of the armed color emission, as well as the high-level usage of the knowledge color, knowledge killing. Unfortunately, Conquerors has not been awakened. As a proof of King's qualification, Conqueror's Haki cannot be acquired through acquired practice. This made Bai Luo very unwilling. The CP0 ship is coming soon, pack up and send the 4 Seraphs to the port later. Vegapunk's words interrupted Bai Luo's thoughts. Hearing this, Bai Luo frowned slightly and turned his head for the first time. Isn't it tomorrow? How can it be so fast? Bai Luo wanted to ask, but in the end he didn't ask. He complied calmly. Okay, teacher. Well, by the way, how is the development of the nanoparticle you mentioned last time? Vegapunk looked at Bai Luo expectantly. Bai Luo shook his head slightly, his tone calm. No idea yet. That's it? Vegapunk seemed a little disappointed, and turned away after exchanging a few more technical difficulties. As soon as Vegapunk left, Bai Luo's eyes suddenly became deep. The S-series Blazing Angels can be said to be the highest level of technology in the world at present. Now, thanks to Bai Luo's efforts, he was born 2 years ahead of schedule. So far, 4 have been successfully developed. S-eagle, S-shark, S-snake, S-bear. But so far, only S-snake and S-bear are the most successful. Because they all ate the artificial sweet fruit and meatball fruit. As for the S-hawk and S-shark, Bai Luo has no suitable devil fruit to match them yet. The world government wants to accept his results now, but Bai Luo is not going to agree. It seems that the plan has to be advanced. Bai Luo put down the pen in his hand and took out a notebook from his pocket. Chapter 2. The cover of the notebook is slightly old and looks old. After opening it, various research topics are densely written on it. Conqueror's Haki Artificial Catalyst Project, requires sample. Principles of hearing the voice of everything, requires sample. 5 conjectures about the ability to take fruit from the human body. Devil Fruit's Quick Awakening Methodology. Invention and research of nanoparticles, completed. Copy of Logia Devil Fruit, incomplete. Corpse reanimation experiment, not completed. Research and development of mechanical armor, completed. Teleportation device, unfinished. Sea King's mechanical beast soldiers, to be improved. On the probability of devouring personality when the Zoan fruit is awakened. Looking at the contents of the notebook, Bai Luo's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. He has always believed that technology is the primary productive force. Sooner or later, the true face of this world will be revealed little by little. This feeling is like stripping off the clothes of beautiful women, full of all kinds of temptations. I'm sorry teacher, I still have a lot to study. It seems that Egghead Island is no longer suitable for me. There was a flash of light on Bai Luo's lens, and he tapped the screen a few times with his hands. He touched the red 5-star pendant hanging around his neck, then got up and left. Before leaving, he greeted, "Little Xiaobai, let's go." The white cat on the side heard the call and meowed. He lazily jumped onto Bai Luo's shoulder, adjusted his position, and continued to sleep. At this moment, in the waters of Egghead Island, several warships came through the waves. There were 3 people standing on the bow of the boat, wearing strange masks and white suits, with different heights. It is the 3 agents of CP0, Guernica, Joseph, and Maha. With a round face mask and explosive green hair, Maha looked at the Egghead Island getting closer and said with emotion, "I heard that Vegapunk and Bai Luo are 2 of the smartest people in the world. I have also seen those pacifists. They are really powerful." Joseph, who was wearing a red and white top hat, nodded in agreement. "Yes, the purpose of our visit this time is to receive the new pacifist Seraphim. I heard that with them, the higher UPS have decided to remove Shichibukai." At this moment, under the surface of the sea, there are a few huge shadows faintly flashing past. Guernica, who was the leader, glanced at it, then turned around and said, "The above resolution is not something we can discuss. Don't say such things in the future. Although Vegapunk and Bai Luo are very smart, they can only serve the world government. If one day they are disobedient, no matter how smart they are, they will only die." Although Guernica also recognized the wisdom of the 2 men, his words were very cold. Joseph and Maha looked at each other, nodded and stopped talking. As CP0, they have only one purpose, and that is to serve celestial dragons. Anyone who dares to oppose the world government will be wiped out. The warship passed through the clouds and fog, and Egghead Island was in sight. An announcement sounded on the ship, "This is the government ship CP0, requesting Egghead Island to open the port." With the sound of the broadcast, there was a buzz on Egghead Island, and a transparent shield slowly receded. Several warships sailed into the port. At this time, Bai Luo and Vegapunk had already brought 4 Seraphs here. When the 3 of Guernica got off the boat, they saw the 4 huge Seraphs. SSG Blazing Angel belongs to the PX series. They have physical characteristics resembling the Lunaria tribe, with white hair, brown skin, and a pair of black wings on the back. The appearance is consistent with the childhood Shichibukai. Only the huge size and the 5-star pupils in the eyes reveal the difference between them and Shichibukai. Although the Seraphs were motionless at the moment, the power they brought still shocked the 3 of Guernica. It has long been heard that the racial talents of the Lunaria are an excellent vehicle for creating pacifists. Unexpectedly, the research of these 2 people was really successful. Maha murmured, "It really looks exactly like those pirates." Guernica's eyes towards Bai Luo and Vegapunk have changed at this moment. These 2 guys are too pervert. Shichibukai can be copied now, so can Admiral 4 Emperors be copied in the future? Thinking of this, Guernica shuddered a little. Can this kind of power really be mastered by humans? Those 5 adults can't do it either. For a moment, the danger level of Bai Luo and Vegapunk in his heart rose several levels. Vegapunk didn't know what was going on in their hearts, seeing Guernica was silent. He omitted the politeness, and spoke first, "The Seraphs are ready, this is the chip controller." As he spoke, he took out 4 cubes from his pocket and handed them to Guernica. Guernica took it, and it was a cube made of unknown material, and it was cold. "With this, is it all right?" Vegapunk gave him a disdainful glance, "This is just the lowest authority. It can let you temporarily control it. The highest authority is already those 5 old guys." Guernica narrowed her eyes at the Vegapunk's disrespect to the 5 elders. "But I know now is not the time to turn around." He didn't say much, trying to control Seraphim. But he fiddled with it for a long time, but the Seraphs still didn't move. "Huh? What's going on here?" Vegapunk's eyes were also full of doubts. Shouldn't it? Let me see. With that said, I will take the controller for inspection. At this time, Bai Luo, who had been silent all this time, let out a chuckle. Teacher, don't try, they won't be able to take away my achievements. As soon as these words came out, Guernica's cold eyes turned to Bai Luo. The surrounding atmosphere instantly chilled. Bai Luo, what do you mean? Chapter 3. Xiao Xiaobai was lying on Bai Luo's shoulder at this moment, his hair standing on end. A pair of vertical pupils stared at the agents of CP0. The corners of Bai Luo's mouth slowly opened. Without answering directly, he spoke on his own. The world is so interesting, I've always been curious. How did devil fruit appear? Is it really the will of human beings? Why is the technology of the ancient kingdom so advanced? We just took a peek at a corner and made seraphim. Also, why can Haki restrain the power of devil fruit? Why are celestial dragons called celestial dragons? Are they really descendants of celestial dragons? Bai Luo shook his head, seemingly disdainful of this guess. Anyway, there are still many secrets in this world waiting for me to explore. So I can't hand seraphim to you, they will be my important help. With all due respect, celestial dragons are not worthy of controlling my technological achievements. Bai Luo's eyes revealed a hint of madness. His words changed the expressions of everyone present. Vegapunk also seemed taken aback. Bai Luo, what are you talking about? Before Bai Luo could answer, Guernica took a step forward. The tone was cold. How dare you talk about celestial dragons? No matter what achievements you have made, you will be sentenced to death now. The agents behind him unanimously took out their weapons and aimed at Bai Luo. Bai Luo didn't change his face, and twitched the corners of his mouth. Really? Then let you see my achievements. The voice fell. The four seraphs who were standing still behind them suddenly started. They raised their hands flat, and a burst of dazzling light lit up from their palms. The next moment, huge laser energy blasted out. Boom. The sound shook the sky, and energy light waves exploded among the crowd of agents. The three of Guernica hurriedly dodged. But the men behind him were thrown off their feet by the bombers. Accompanied by billowing gunpowder smoke, Guernica, who showed his figure again, trembled angrily. The face beneath the mask was already contorted with rage. It's really courting death. With a flash of his figure, Guernica quickly rushed towards Bai Luo. As an agent of CP0, he has excellent combat experience. Compared to Seraph, it is obvious that Bai Luo is better at killing. If Bai Luo can be solved, the chaos can be calmed down smoothly. But although the idea is good, the development of things is counterproductive. Bai Luo didn't panic when he saw the rushing Guernica. Instead, he showed a weird smile. Various data analyses of Guernica are displayed on the gold-rimmed glasses. Then, a corner of the red 5-star pendant around Bai Luo's neck lit up. Xiao Xiaobai sensed something, and hurriedly jumped off his shoulders. The next moment, densely packed nanoparticles emerged from the 5 stars. Bai Luo was completely wrapped up in the blink of an eye. The place where Bai Luo was originally was replaced by a mecha with a strange shape. This mecha is red all over, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a golden 5-star pattern printed on its chest. Each of the 6 mechanical arms held a long blade 3 meters away, shining coldly. 6 blades Shura. Vegapunk noticed the changes in Bai Luo. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Nanoparticles? Have you researched them?" Guernica didn't know what the hell it was, but he wasn't afraid. As agents of CP0, they all have excellent physical skills and combat power. 5 fingers turned into finger pistol. The finger pistol fired continuously, and the powerful impact exploded on the chest of the Shura. But what surprised Guernica was that the mecha didn't even move, and there was no sign of damage. As if his attack was scratching an itch, it had no power at all. How can this be? Guernica's face changed, and finally realized that things were not as simple as he thought, so he wanted to retreat. But Bai Luo didn't give him a chance. The 3 mechanical heads turned to Guernica, and the 6 red eyes shimmered, making people shudder. Immediately afterwards, 6 long blades swung quickly. The cold light flashed past. The next moment, Guernica's palms were broken at the same wrist. Before he could let out a scream, the Shura stabbed through his chest again. String him on the blade and hold him high. Guernica only felt that his lungs were burning violently like a flame, and his consciousness was gradually drifting away. You. He stared at the mecha, wanting to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. The head gradually drooped, and finally there was no sound. Boss. Seeing this scene, Joseph and Maha couldn't believe it. As the leader of the trio, they are very clear about Guernica's combat power. Such a powerful person was instantly killed by Bai Luo. What kind of monster is Bai Luo? After confirming that Guernica was dead, The shroud turned into particles and faded away, returning to the 5 stars. Guernica's body fell to the ground. Bai Luo grinned at the remaining 2. Don't be in a daze. The 4 seraphs behind them were activated, and the nameless karmic fire ignited on their backs, and the 5-star pupils looked at Joseph and the 2. Eagle waved the black sword in his hand, and slashed out with one strike. Snake launches sweet fruit, petrochemical agent. Shark uses murloc karate, which is extremely powerful. Bear's palm condensed and fluctuated, and the air exploded. The 4 blazing angels destroyed the world as soon as they made a move. Most of the entire port was destroyed in an instant. Vegapunk seems to be reacting from this series of changes. Stop it, Bai Luo. They are from the world government. Stop it all, Seraphs. He tried his best to dissuade them, trying to control the Seraphs to stop their actions. But he was shocked to find that his control authority had expired. Bai Luo tilted his head slightly, and kindly explained, Teacher, don't bother, I have already wiped out all the control rights of the Seraphim, and now they only obey me. Vegapunk couldn't believe it, looked at the serious Bai Luo and muttered, what the hell are you trying to do? Chapter 4. Bai Luo looked serious. Teacher, your character is too kind. If you don't have the determination to move forward, how can you recast the glory of science? The reluctance of gigantic experiments to use children is understandable. But those studies that require human samples can only use prisoners. This is too pedantic. There are so many pirate marines in the sea, and they are all good biological samples. The research I want to do can no longer be continued here. So, I'm leaving today. Vegapunk looked complicated. In fact, he already had a premonition in his heart. Bai Luo has been different from other scientists since he was a child. Although Vegapunk raised him, he still couldn't figure out what was going on in his mind. It seems normal to want to leave now. Just leave and leave, why do you want to shoot people from the world government? Bai Luo seemed to have guessed Vegapunk's concerns. He smiled, Teacher, don't worry, all this is done by me personally and has nothing to do with you. Just ask the teacher to report it truthfully. I am very grateful to the teacher for helping me for so many years. I will see you in the future. Bai Luo waved his hand. The battle is now over. All agents were wiped out and cleaned up. He took a few steps forward, passed through the ruins, and the other corner of the 5-star pendant lit up. There was a tremor in the sea. Faintly visible, there seems to be some huge monster floating rapidly under the sea. Soon, a huge steel warship rolled up huge waves and overturned the CP-0 warship. Like a dragon coming out of the water, revealing its figure. It is a combination of a ship and a submarine, with a slender body and a ferocious dragon head on its bow. The hull of nearly 100 meters is one piece. The 5-star logo is also printed on the black body of the ship. Submarine Jiaolong. Bai Luo glanced back at Vegapunk and said nothing more. Straight aboard. Xiao Xiaobai followed closely behind, with graceful steps. It seemed that he was afraid that the surrounding ruins would stain his hair, and he looked disgusted. Vegapunk stared wide-eyed, looking at the giant steel ship on the sea in surprise. When was this made? Why doesn't he know? It seems that Bai Luo has already prepared all this. He watched Bai Luo's back disappearing on the giant steel ship with complicated eyes. Looking at the surrounding ruins, he beckoned feebly. A group of scientific research robots were summoned and began to clean up. Red line. Sanctuary Rejoice. In the dark hall, 5 elders were standing or sitting, staring at the picture in front of them. The projection phone bug on the table presents everything that happened on Egghead Island. Boom. The bald old man with the sword slapped the table and stood up angrily. Arrogance. How arrogant. He thinks he can achieve what he is today, who is sponsoring him. The blond old man folded his hands, resting his chin, and said with a gloomy face, now it seems that Bai Luo's rebellion has become a reality. I just don't know, what's Vegapunk's attitude? What role did he play in this incident? Wearing a flat hat and white curly hair, the old man pondered, Vegapunk is still on Egghead Island at the moment, so the preliminary judgment should have nothing to do with him. The current priority is to deal with that guy named Bai Luo. I think everyone has seen his abilities. He has mastered the power of science and knows many of our secrets. We can't just let him go. The old man with mustache nodded, yes, Bai Luo's ability is too dangerous. Get rid of him as soon as possible. Let Marine release the bounty. Also, let the CP-0 puppies do more activities. Seconded. 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 I remember that Marine's G14 branch is near Egghead Island. Let them dispatch as well. If we can stop Bai Luo before he escapes, it will save a lot of trouble. The 5 elders' orders were quickly communicated. Not long after, the warships of the New World G14 branch came out in full force. But alas, after days of searching, But they couldn't even find Bai Luo's shadow. It was as if Bai Luo had evaporated from the world. New world, under the deep sea. The Jiaolong is like a sea king's monster, moving quickly across the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Bai Luo didn't know that he had attracted the wrath of the 5 elders. He is on his way to Dressrosa. The interior space of Jiaolong is very large, and all kinds of magical creations are full of technology. There is also a small laboratory with all kinds of utensils in it. 4 seraphs stood behind, guarding Bai Luo faithfully. Xiao Xiaobai looked through the glass curiously at the scenery of the deep sea. Strange fish that swim by from time to time make its tail twitch. From the configuration inside the ship, it can be seen that all of Bai Luo's actions were premeditated. And going to Dressrosa at this moment is also part of the plan. As for why it is Dressrosa, in the final analysis it is because of his research. Among his research topics, there are 3 that make him most impatient. Chapter 5. 1 is to listen to the principles of everything. The second is whether conquerors can be produced the day after tomorrow. The third is how to quickly awaken devil fruit. Regarding the first subject, the 4 currently known to have listening ability are Kojiki Odin, One Piece Roger, Momonosuke and Luffy. Among them, Odin and Roger are already dead, and Momonosuke is still in the long river of time at this time, and will not appear until 2 years later. So currently only Luffy can be used as a research object. However, as the background king, it is not known whether Luffy will go to sea now. In addition to his strong background, this is not the best time to attack him. Therefore, Bai Luo's research can only focus on the latter 2 topics. Take Gold Roger for example. He is not a capable person, but he has still defeated Whitebeard and other capable persons and climbed to the top of the world. It can be seen that in the world of pirates, Haki is a force beyond devil fruit. In the Wanakoni War 2 years later, in the original plot, Luo couldn't use his ability to transfer Big Mom away because Big Mom's Haki was strong enough. There is also Red Hair, Conqueror's Haki directly pushes back Admiral's Green Bull. When a powerhouse Haki is strong enough, it can resist the effects of various devil fruit abilities. Some very bug abilities are useless in front of real Haki powerhouses. According to Rayleigh, Haki comes from the voice, momentum, and intimidation hidden in the human body. If Haki can resist the power of devil fruit, then it is likely that this kind of momentum suppressed the sea devil lodged in the fruit's ability. The most representative of this kind of Haki is undoubtedly the rarest Conqueror's Haki. Because it's so rare, it's only used to stun minions a few times. It wasn't until Luffy and Kaido's Onijima battle that showed the mighty power of the Conqueror's entwined attacks. Only then did the world know that with the Conqueror's Haki attack, not only can it play a more exaggerated air strike, also has Conqueror's unique Black Thunder stun effect. If the armed color can capture the entity of Logia's ability, then Conqueror's goes a step further, directly restricting the elementalization of capable users. It is conceivable that when an ability user encounters such a Haki, he will directly fall into a disadvantage. But it is a pity that among those who have mastered Conqueror's Haki, it seems that only the Redhead has developed Haki to the apex. But this does not affect Bai Luo's determination to study it. Redhead is not the only known owner of Conqueror's Haki. Among them is Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo of Dressrosa, who is also the owner of Conqueror's Haki. As long as Doflamingo is under control, Bai Luo is confident that he has developed a method to artificially catalyze Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, Brother Ming also developed the fruit ability to ultimate and awakened it. Doflamingo alone can satisfy Bai Luo's 2 research topics. At the same time, there are seraphs based on Shichibukai, which also need Mingo's blood factor to create S-stork. Although Bai Luo already had a tube of Mingo's blood provided by Marine, for scientists, the more of this kind of thing, the better. Finally, Bai Luo has not forgotten. At this time, the S-shark has no fruit ability. The fruit ability that can best match the S-shark is the cotter of the Donquixote family, Seigneur's water fruit. Combining the above 4 reasons, Dressrosa became Bai Luo's first destination. Watching the radar get closer to Dressrosa, Bai Luo's heart became hotter and hotter. An excited smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Just when Bai Luo was heading towards Dressrosa, word of his bounty spread throughout the New World and the Grand Line in the shortest possible time. Look! Another great character has appeared. Where did this come from? Never heard of him before. Bai Luo? Could it be that scientist? This bounty is too scary. It turned out to be 1,080,000,000 Pele. What did he do? There is such a high bounty. World Press. This is big news, President Morgans. This Bai Luo's first reward is as high as 1.08 billion Baileys. What the hell did he do? Morgan stared at Bai Luo's reward order thoughtfully. Bai Luo? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Let me see. Ah. Yes. I heard Dewfield mention that name once. You know that is the king of usury, he never trades at a loss. It seems that this Bai Luo is really an amazing guy. The reward is so high for the first time, something must have happened that we don't know. Little ones, check it out for me. Nothing excites a journalist more than a gleam of fire in Morgan's eye. Yes, President. Beasts Pirates. Quinn, the big sign called Plague, is smoking a cigar. He looked at the wanted notice about Bai Luo with a strange smile on his face. Bai Luo, has it finally come to this point? I have known for a long time that you will not be able to get along with that old Vegapunk, ha 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 ha. North Blue, Germa's war fortress. Vincent Mork Judge sits on the throne. Tore up Bai Luo's arrest warrant. The originally indifferent expression seemed to be distorted by thinking of some unpleasant experiences. Reiju, the poisonous powder below, seemed very surprised. She rarely saw such emotional fluctuations in her father. This young man named Bai Luo, what did he do to his father? Chapter 6. Dressrosa. It is a tropical island with a resort style. Known as the land of love and passion. In the palace hall at this time. The light is dim and the 4 high chairs are in the shade. Doflamingo is standing at the window overlooking the whole city. Hey, Dover, did you see that? The latest arrest warrant. The bounty for that rookie is really high. Behind him, the unshaven and very scruffy Toripole clung to Doflamingo, smiling strangely. You're too close. Doflamingo sideways dodged slightly disgusted. Wait until Toripole sits down. Doflamingo twitched the corner of his mouth. Phew furfur. Bai Luo. The bounty is really high. You know, I only have 340 million Baileys so far. Toripole was very curious, why have I never heard of this person before? Doflamingo smiled strangely, it has nothing to do with us. Let's focus on what's in front of us. The competition in the arena is about to start again. It just so happens that our factory is short of manpower recently, and those toys have broken a lot. It's time to add new ones. I'll leave this matter to you, Diamanti. Diamanti, who was sitting in the shadows, waved his hands and refused. Wait, Dover. I'm not good at this. Doflamingo smiled and said, no, you are the most suitable. After all, you are the hero of the arena. Diamanti continued to evade, come on, it's all about you, the king, Dover. Doflamingo understood Diamanti's temper very well, so he was not angry, but pretended to sigh. Well, since that's the case, let's forget about it. Upon hearing this, Diamanti couldn't sit still. Since you have said so, then I admit it. Yes, I am the hero of the arena, so leave this matter to me. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction, with a grin on his lips. As expected of you, Diamanti, you are so reliable. Phew fur fur fur. It's so annoying, don't they live in Calm Belt, why is there one here? On the Jiaolong. Bai Luo looked out through the glass with an annoyed look on his face. In the deep sea, it is not all peaceful. Apart from the Murlocs, the Sea Kings are the most powerful. It's just that their intelligence is limited, and most of the time they act on instinct. And now, there is a Sea Kings that is far larger than the Jiaolong, and it is eyeing Bai Luo. To be precise, it was targeting the Jiaolong. This Sea Kings has the head of a cow and the body of a fish. Through the glass, one can see that its huge horns are constantly hitting the Jiaolong. It seems to have taken it as a prey and launched an attack. Of course, the sturdy material of the Jiaolong was not damaged at all. But Bai Luo suffers. He staggered in there for a while. Bottles and cans in the laboratory were also scattered all over the floor. Bai Luo looked unhappy, and hurried to the control room, tapping his fingers on the screen quickly. The next moment, 2 sharp propellers protruded from both sides of the Jiaolong, like dragon claws. The propellers rotated rapidly, setting off 4 tornado currents. Sea Kings, with mediocre intelligence, just bumped into it. Split in 2 by a sharp propeller. Moo. Accompanied by a dull roar, blood immediately stained the deep sea red. The braking of the propeller did not stop, and the Jiaolong was brought up quickly. At the same time, a ship was passing by on the sea directly above. The flag on the mast is shaped like a sword piercing through a skull. When the Jiaolong rushed out of the sea, the monstrous waves shook the ship violently. Soon, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the cabin. They looked at the sudden appearance of the Jiaolong with unfriendly expressions, and their faces were vigilant. Benz, be careful. Wearing a blue hood, the tall woman said to her companion. The companion was dressed as a ninja, with a long sword on his back, and his appearance was weird and funny. Hearing this, he nodded. He couldn't see the origin of this strange vehicle. Is it a pirate? Or what? Hearing the word pirate, the woman's expression became colder. Seems to be extremely disgusted with pirates. If it's a pirate, then we'll just kill it. She spoke ruthless words in a calm tone. At this moment, the hatch of Jiaolong opened. Bai Luo came out in a bit of a panic. Breathe in the fresh air with big gulps. Xiao Xiaobai at the side was not to be outdone, and directly collapsed to the side. Hello. Who are you? The sudden shout made Bai Luo startled slightly. Turning around, I found that a ship was parked beside the Jiaolong. A man and a woman on board were looking down at him with cold expressions. A flash of light flashed through Bai Luo's lens, and he immediately detected the information of the two of them. The gold-rimmed glasses are specially made by Bai Luo, and the built-in antenna can receive the memory of his brain and generate data. After taking a look, Bai Luo showed a strange look on his face. Partisans of Zephyr? Bins and N. A person with the ability to reverse the fruit. Bai Luo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his greedy eyes fixed on N. Regression fruit. That is a rare time-type fruit. Bai Luo had to admit that his heart was moved at this moment. Chapter 7. Pirate Gorillas. It is the predecessor of Neo Marine under the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. 7 years ago, the training ship Marine led by Zephyr was attacked by Whitebeard II. All the beloved students except N and Bins were killed. Even Zephyr's right arm was badly damaged. Then disheartened, he resigned from Admiral's position and formed a pirate guerrilla team to hunt and kill pirates. The reason why Bai Luo remembered so clearly. It's because the sea stone crusher on Zephyr's right arm was modified by Bai Luo. After all, Bai Luo at that time was still serving Marine. On the boat, and looked at Bai Luo with burning eyes and frowned. I'm the deputy admiral of the pirate guerrillas, N. No matter who you are, you will be arrested immediately, and we will find out your identity. Blue wavy curly hair, and a hideous X-shaped scar on the outside of the right leg under the shorts. N's image is paired with a cool voice. It can be seen that she is a woman with a story. Bai Luo bowed his head slightly, thinking about it in his heart. In the face of those with retrograde fruit ability, if Seraphim is allowed to make a move, wouldn't it be scrapped if touched? Well, we can't let Seraphim make a move. It seems that I can only do it myself. He raised his head and smiled at N. First of all, I'm not a pirate. Secondly, the strength of the two of you is not enough for me to catch you without a fight. After the voice fell, a new corner of the five-pointed star around the neck lit up. This time, it was pure white nanoparticles. Like a surging tide, it will cover Bai Luo in an instant. A new form of mechs emerges. 6 pairs of huge steel wings spread out on the back, and the 2 arms are composed of various firearms and weapons. Seraphim Hurricane. N and Bins watched this shocking scene, but they still haven't come to their senses. Fiery flames spew from the ends of the hurricane steel wings. Like a sharp arrow, it soared into the sky. Then floating in the sky, the indifferent mechanical eyes swept towards the 2 people on board. You guys have to survive. The mechanical right arm turned into Gatling and began to spin violently. Accompanied by blue fires like fireworks. A large number of bullets poured out, covering Ein Bins. Bins watched the scene in horror. At the moment of life and death, he erupted with extraordinary reflexes. Sprinkle a seed with a wave. The figure swayed strangely, as if dancing. Cluster. On the deck of the ship, those seeds instantly grew into thick vines, which turned into umbrellas and covered the heads of the 2. The bullet collided with the vine, and the branches and leaves were instantly broken, with a faint tendency to be pierced. As long as the growth rate of the vines is a little bit slower, both of them will be beaten into a sieve. And looked up through the riddled vines, and the mechanical monster didn't show any intention of stopping. I can't go on like this. Instead of being beaten passively, it is better to take the initiative to attack. With cold eyes, N drew out his sword. Bins, send me up. Got it? Overgrown, overgrown. The 2 have been partners for many years, and their cooperation is very tacit. Under Bins's dancing, another thick vine shot straight into the sky, stabbing straight at the mechanical monster. Bai Luo wanted to dodge, but he didn't expect that the nearby vine suddenly branched and turned into several smaller branches. Like a snake, it wrapped him tightly. At the same time, N had already got out of the canopy, and was rushing towards him while stepping on the vines and holding a sword. There was also a strange peach-colored flame emerging from his left hand. Bai Luo in the mecha noticed the scene and knew that it was the ability of the backward fruit. That's what makes it interesting. The wings behind him danced at a sudden speed, splitting the vines wrapped around his body. A black hole appeared in the mechanical left arm. Just as N approached, a strange grey mist sprayed out from his left arm. N didn't check for a while, and was sprayed all over his body. The flame on her left hand dissipated in an instant, and she couldn't lift any strength anymore. Fall from mid-air. This sudden change made her face show horror. There was a smile on the corner of Bai Luo's mouth. Caught you. The mecha on the left arm split again, and several muzzle devices protruded from the left arm. Bang bang bang. The lasso made of sea stone shot out from the muzzle of the gun, and firmly wrapped around N's limbs. N was powerless to resist, and fell straight onto the broken deck. And Benz roared, his face very ugly. Obviously, the strength of the enemy is beyond imagination. This reminded him of the horror 7 years ago. Benz gritted his teeth and pulled himself together. Not caring about checking Anne's situation, his figure disappeared in place in an instant. As a Marine, he couldn't embarrass Teacher Zephyr. In mid-air, he watched Benz moving at high speed. Bai Luo dismissed it. Wanting to rely on shaving to get close to him and launch an attack is simply a fantasy. Not to mention the built-in detection device of the mecha, but with Bai Luo's knowledge, Benz's actions also appeared in his eyes like a turtle's speed. For Benz, Bai Luo was less lenient. After all, the fruit of prosperity is not as valuable as the fruit of retrogression. Gatling on the mechanical right arm retracted, and what reappeared was a drill with a cold light. Lock on, launch. Like lightning, the mechanical drill instantly hit Benz, who was moving at high speed. The moment it hit, the drill unfolded like a terrifying claw, holding Benz firmly. It slammed into the deck hard. Smoke and dust filled the air. Benz felt as if he had been run over by a warship, and his bones were nearly shattered by the powerful impact. Consciousness also became blurred. Benz. And gritted his teeth, watching the scene helplessly. Heart more and more desperate. Who is this man? Chapter 8. The hurricane slowly fell from the sky. Compared with the close combat Shura and the sailing Jiaolong, the main function of the hurricane is flight and long-range combat. Since it was developed, Bai Luo has been secretly experimenting with Vegapunk behind his back. This is the first time it is applied in actual combat. From the current point of view, it is not bad. The nanoparticles dispersed, and Bai Luo, dressed in black, stood still on the deck, looking down at the two people on the ground. It only took a few minutes from when they looked down on Bai Luo just now to when the situation reversed. Anne had already made up his mind to die. She stared at Bai Luo with wide eyes. Who are you? Bai Luo kicked Benz, and after confirming that he was not dead, he smiled and said, my name is Bai Luo. Bai Luo. And just felt as if he had heard the name somewhere. Suddenly, memories flooded my mind. She remembered that the teacher's mechanical arm seemed to be built by a scientist named Bai Luo. Is this the person? But doesn't he also serve Marine? Why would you attack yourself? At this time, Anne didn't know what was going on. In the past few days, she and Benz have been carrying out secret missions, and haven't seen the most recent arrest warrant issued by Marine. Otherwise, it would be guessed that Bai Luo has betrayed Marine. Anne was about to say something when a phone bug rang on his body. Her expression changed, and she guessed that it was her teacher calling, and she struggled violently. But at this moment, she was tightly tied up, unable to move. Oh? Is there a phone? Bai Luo reached out and groped around her, and finally found the phone bug. That phone bug looks like a Zephyr. It was Black Arm Zephyr calling. Bai Luo didn't pick it up immediately, but muttered to himself, although it looks very interesting, I didn't expect it to be so interesting. Anne's face was flushed, wishing he could tear Bai Luo into pieces. The phone bug keeps ringing. Bai Luo's heart moved, and an idea gradually sprouted. After confirming that it was feasible, Bai Luo finally answered the phone with a smile on his face. A thick and powerful voice sounded from the other end of the phone, hello? Anne. Why did it take so long to answer the phone? Is everything going well? Bai Luo chuckled, maybe it's not going well, old man Zephyr. On the other end, Zephyr's breathing visibly became heavier. After a moment of silence, Zephyr asked, who are you? How are they doing? Well, of course I'm not dead. By the way, don't you really remember me? Then I'm so sad. Bai Luo's tone was full of ridicule. In stark contrast to the imposing Zephyr. Remember you? Are you? Zephyr recalled frantically. After a while, Bai Luo's voice finally matched a young face. Zephyr subconsciously shouted, you are Bai Luo. It's me. Is that grinder okay? Remember to take care of it? There was a faint smile on Bai Luo's face. On the ground, Anne couldn't understand Bai Luo's behavior at all. Did he really just want to chat about old times? Zephyr recognized Bai Luo, but his mood didn't improve, but became more and more heavy. Bai Luo, now you are wanted by Marine. Why did you attack my student? Are you really going to be a shameful pirate? As an important cadre of Marine, although Zephyr doesn't know what Bai Luo did on Egghead Island, he can be sure that he is no longer the party of justice. Pirates? No, I'm a scientist, how can you compare me to those pirates? Bai Luo's words are full of disdain for pirates. What do you want to do? Just tell me. For the sake of past affection, this old man will not make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Bai Luo restrained his smile. With no expression on his face, he said in a cold tone, I have something to ask for your help. With your strength, it's just a simple favor. Without waiting for Zephyr to ask, Bai Luo continued, 10 days later, Dressrosa, I will contact you again. If you still want to see your two precious students again, remember not to reveal my whereabouts. After speaking, Bai Luo hung up the phone directly. Bai Luo. Zephyr on the other end listened to the busy tone, his eyes under the sunglasses became more and more fierce. The veins in his left hand bulged, and he punched hard on the wall. Bricks shot in all directions, and smoke and dust rose. Of the group of students who followed him back then, only Benz and Anne remained. He will never let these two people have any troubles. Anne also noticed that Bai Luo seemed to have some plans. What the hell are you going to do? Bai Luo's calm and indifferent eyes glanced at her, making her shiver subconsciously. But then Bai Luo showed a smile. It seemed that everything just now was an illusion. Madman, this is a madman. Bai Luo squatted down and looked Anne up and down. Don't worry, I just need you to help me a little. As he spoke, he put his hand on Anne's arm. Anne's arms were white and his muscles were tense. As a Marine soldier who has been exercising all year round, it can be said that she has maintained a very good figure. Anne stared wide-eyed, watching Bai Luo's behavior, terrified. I thought Bai Luo was trying to do something bad. In fact, Bai Luo was just trying to figure out where it would be better to PK the needle and draw blood. If you want to copy the retrograde fruit, the bloodline factor is essential. Chapter 9. On the Jiaolong. Anne and Benz have fallen into a deep coma. Of course, Bai Luo used a little trick. The main reason is that Anne's appearance of preferring death to submission is really annoying. Bai Luo tapped the screen with both hands to check the distance from Dressrosa. According to the speed of the Jiaolong, it will arrive smoothly in about a day. Although he made an appointment with Zephyr to be 10 days later. But this time is reserved for his experiments. It is not so easy to copy Paramecia's devil fruit. Although it can be done with his current technology. But it still takes some time. Compared to Paramecia and Zoan, Logia's devil fruit replication technology, Bai Luo has not made any progress. But fortunately, it is free now. Those Logia devil fruit owners will sooner or later become his good assistants. Bai Luo raised his glasses and stretched himself. He took some cat food from the unmanned cooking machine and fed it to Xiao Xiaobai. It can be seen from the appearance that Xiaobai is a combination of devil fruit and items. It was the first time that Bai Luo successfully made the item eat devil fruit. It is a combination of cat fruit, white cat form and a fishing rod. The reason why the Zoan fruit can be fused with items is entirely because the Zoan fruit itself carries a certain consciousness. In Bai Luo's notebook, there is also a topic related to Zoan fruit. That is the probability of devouring the personality when the Zoan fruit is awakened. According to the available information, the jailer beasts in Impel Down are marine soldiers who ate animal fruits in marine and failed to awaken. In the end, the body was occupied by the consciousness of the animal fruit, and became a non-human with obvious animal characteristics. As for the news agency President Morgans who has the bird fruit albatross form, Bai Luo believes that he is purely to cover up his true appearance. It has nothing to do with Zoan's failed awakening. The main evidence is that he still has his own mind and will. Bai Luo is still not very clear about the connection between Zoan's awakening and the owner's own will. But all this is in no hurry. Bai Luo is confident that sooner or later all these secrets will be revealed. The thought of this made him very excited. But as a matter of urgency, we have to start with N first. Inside the laboratory, Ai Yin has been stripped of his clothes at this moment, and his body is covered with a white cloth. The perfect figure is revealed under the white cloth. Limbs are held tightly by sea stone. Several infusion tubes protruded from her arms and were connected to a container beside her. Scarlet blood is flowing into it little by little. At the same time, a strange milky white liquid was injected into Anne's body. This is a pure nutrient solution, used to ensure that Anne will not die due to excessive blood loss. Ben's on the other side was not treated so well. His blood drawing efficiency is twice that of Anne's, but his input efficiency is less than half. Who made his fruit ability not very useful to Bai Luo. As long as he can't kill him, it's fine. After all, there is an agreement with Zephyr. If Benz is really killed, it's not appropriate. Ai Yin closed his eyes tightly at this moment. The slightly trembling eyelashes seemed to be experiencing some kind of nightmare. Bai Luo looked at her face, lost in thought. The ability of the time system is rare in the world. Time travel is also an eternal research direction. Except Anne's regression fruit. Bai Luo also knows the slow fruit, the time fruit, the ripe fruit. These fruits all have the ability to link with time. In this world, besides the above fruits, there is also a mysterious place. That is the rainbow fog in the waters off the Grand Line Lunatic Island. It is rumored that in the colorful mist, time can be distorted. 1 year inside is equal to 50 years outside. If he can figure out the composition of those mist, maybe Bai Luo can solve the mystery of time. Thinking of this, Bai Luo became even more excited. If he can really do it, then the whole world will be in his pocket. After one day. Greenbit Island, north of Dressrosa. The Jiaolong broke through the blockade of the ferocious fighting fish and docked at the edge of the island. Bai Luo opened the hatch and looked around. This is an uninhabited island. There are large tracts of plants growing on the island, which looks like a virgin forest. Greenbit is across the sea from Dressrosa. From here, you can faintly see the large flower fields around Dressrosa. It was a peaceful and beautiful place, but Bai Luo knew how much dirt was hidden there. But this has nothing to do with him for the time being. At this moment, the blood draw for the blood factor is still in progress. An and Bins were still unconscious. According to the dose given by Bai Luo, they should still be unconscious for 3 or 4 days. Before the blood was drawn, Bai Luo could not formally start the research. In view of the current situation, he plans to go to Dressrosa to find out the situation first. After telling the 4 Seraphs to be optimistic about the ship and the experimental product, Bai Luo soared into the sky. Moonwalk stepped into the air, and after a few turns, his figure disappeared into the sky. He didn't notice. After he left, in the dense jungle, several pairs of eyes had already fixed on Jiaolong. Chapter 10. Dressrosa is a very unique country. Their fields of sunflowers exude a charming floral fragrance all the time. The tantalizing aroma of food fills the streets of the town. The girls on the side of the road are always showing off their hot dance moves tirelessly. The dolls that can be seen everywhere are even more magical. As soon as Bai Luo stepped into the city, he felt the charm of the city. He sniffed and sniffed lightly. Smell good. There are countless restaurants on the bustling streets. After eating fast food made by an unmanned cooking machine for several days in a row, Bai Luo misses the steaming food very much. Although the fast food produced by his unmanned cooking machine is also delicious, it still lacks some soul. Bai Luo watched as he walked, planning to find a good restaurant to experience. Before I knew it, I came to a small square. At this moment, one side of the square is full of people, and the very charming Spanish music is heard from the crowd. There were bursts of applause from time to time, which caught Bai Luo's attention. Born under the red flag, grew up in a flower grower. Some instincts cannot be changed. Bai Luo subconsciously leaned over. Squeezing through the crowd, an exquisite small stage appeared in front of him. At this moment, there is a group of musicians on the stage, playing dynamic music. In the center of the stage is a dancer in a hot dress, dancing gracefully. There is also a delicate rose in her mouth, which is full of charm. Her perfect dancing posture combined with her moving appearance attracted a large number of audiences. Bai Luo pursed his lips. The information of the dancer appeared on the glasses immediately. Violet. Former princess of Dressrosa, killer cotter of the Donquixote family, codenamed Violet. Music enters high court. Violet danced more gracefully. With the cut-off of the last note, Violet also ended the dance. An elegant freeze-frame action drew cheers and applause from the audience. How sweet. How hot. This is the #1 dance in the world. At this moment, Violet was panting heavily, her chest heaving and falling. The cheers and howls of the crowd followed one another. She was smiling and seemed to be used to the situation. He took the rose out of his mouth and tossed it lightly at the crowd. A gust of wind blew by, and the rose fell into Bai Luo's arms. Bai Luo froze for a moment. Looked at the roses, then at the violets. Don't understand what's going on now. But the audience who saw the scene all looked at Bai Luo fiercely. Damn, why not me? Where is this lucky guy? I really want to be favored by Lord Violet. This kind of opportunity is so missed. To have lunch with Lord Violet, I am willing to lose 10 years of my life. Those eyes of envy and jealousy were like blazing flames. No matter how calm Bai Luo was, he couldn't bear it a little bit. He looked up at Violet. Violet still had a happy face and winked at Bai Luo. Bai Luo looked calm and just looked at her quietly. It seemed that he couldn't bear Bai Luo's gaze. Violet gently lifted a corner of the long skirt, jumped off the stage, and came to Bai Luo. Bai Luo held up the rose, with a hint of doubt in his tone. This is... Violet has not yet spoken. The surrounding crowd shouted. Don't you know? This is a symbol that you can have lunch with Lord Violet today. Where did the ignorant come from? Why not give me this opportunity? Shut up, this is the decision of the goddess, don't annoy my goddess. I am willing to support all the decisions of the goddess. As long as I can see her, I will be satisfied. Hearing the chatter around him, Bai Luo came to his senses. It seems that if you receive this rose, you can have lunch with Violet. Violet seemed to see Bai Luo's hesitation, and an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. Few people can resist her charm. Who would have thought that this man with billions of dollars, despite his good looks, would have such a firm mind? Her expression changed rapidly, revealing a trace of grievance, ready to cry. What? Are you worried that I will fall in love with you? As Dressrosa women, they are always bold in love. But Bai Luo's eyes were like lightning. He had been keenly aware that Violet seemed to have ulterior motives for him. Although he didn't know what she was thinking, Bai Luo planned to continue watching her perform. You misunderstood, this beautiful lady. I was worried that I would fall in love with you hopelessly. Bai Luo raised his arm very gentlemanly. Violet smiled, and took advantage of the opportunity to carry it up. I've got a reservation at a restaurant on the Avenue de Lovers. Let's go. Feeling the touch on his arm, Bai Luo's heart trembled. There was no expression on his face, just a smile. Of course, it's up to you. Watching the backs of the two leaving. Only then did the people around realize that this young man was also very handsome in appearance, and walking with Lord Violet, it felt like a good match for a man and a woman. No, this must be an illusion. No one is worthy of my lady goddess. The cranky person gave himself a slap in the face. Watching the two leave with tears in their eyes. In the square, there seemed to be a crackling sound. It was the sound of heartbreak. Chapter 11. The restaurant is located on the bustling Valentine's Avenue. Lavender accents make the interior more elegant and exotic. Every corner here has been carefully arranged. Warm lighting, purple tables, and chairs. It is full of romantic and beautiful love taste, full of Spanish style. At this time, in the restaurant, apart from the chef, there were only Bai Luo and Violet. Facing a table of exquisite delicacies, with a beauty by his side. Bai Luo was not unmoved. Because he has already noticed that there are a group of people hiding in a dark corner under this beauty. Obviously, it was Violet's killer. I still don't know what your name is. Violet stroked her loose hair and broke the silence. Bai Luo raised his glasses and glanced at her. Huh? My name is Bai Luo. Bai Luo? What a strange name. My name is Violet, thank you for accepting my invitation. Violet spoke softly. Every move seems to be charming. But seeing her behavior like this, Bai Luo became more and more calm. Has it been recognized? Hey, what a hassle. Bai Luo didn't respond, but began to taste the food slowly. It doesn't look like anything good is going to happen for a while. This food should not be wasted. Watching Bai Luo's behavior, Violet found that she couldn't see through this man more and more. Just now, when she was dancing, she casually made an okay gesture around her eyes. People who don't know the truth will just think it's a dance move. In fact, it was Violet that activated the fruit ability. It was originally an act of vigilance as a killer, but accidentally saw Bai Luo. Although he didn't peek into Bai Luo's heart. But she still recognized this newcomer with a bounty of 1.08 billion at a glance. As a cotter killer of the Donquixote family, mastering intelligence is a very basic job. Although it is not clear why Bai Luo appeared here. But this aroused Violet's curiosity. She clearly knew that Dover's current bounty was only more than 300 million. There must be something extraordinary about a man who can own 1 billion. She looked at Bai Luo, who was eating gracefully, her eyes sparkled. Pretending to be difficult, he put his hand on the glasses, and was about to make an okay gesture. Bai Luo didn't lift his head. He said lightly, Miss Violet, please don't try to use the power of the fruit to spy on me. Otherwise it will be very troublesome. Bai Luo raised his head and smiled. But there was no smile in those black pupils. Violet's originally calm expression suddenly froze. My heart instantly became terrified. He knows. He even knew. Bai Luo forked a piece of steak, as if looking at it. Although I don't know what you want to do, it's best to let me finish my meal. After all, being interrupted while eating is always annoying, isn't it? Said, Bai Luo put the steak on the plate in front of Violet. It seems to be a very intimate couple. There was cold sweat on Violet's forehead, and her body froze in place. I don't know how long it has passed, but Bai Luo doesn't seem to have the intention of attacking. Violet made a covert gesture. Those subordinates who were originally in the dark all retreated out. Bai Luo just glanced at it and ignored it. Violet was drenched in cold sweat. She looked at Bai Luo, who was immersed in the food, with a complicated expression. Already faintly felt the power of 1 billion. A bold idea gradually sprouted in her heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it is possible. She clenched her teeth, as if she was in some fierce inner struggle. At this time, Bai Luo finally finished his food. He wiped his mouth slowly. Leaned back comfortably. Ah, I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. I really miss it. Those indifferent eyes immediately turned to Violet. If you have anything to say, of course, it's for your own good. Violet gripped her skirt tightly with both hands. Finally mustered up the courage. I want you to kill Doflamingo for me. I'd give anything, including myself. She seemed to have exhausted all her strength before shouting these words. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body collapsed. Bai Luo watched her quietly until Violet's brown pupils were filled with tears. There was silence all around. Just when Violet was about to suffocate, Bai Luo's voice finally sounded. "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you kill him." Hearing the sentence, Violet's complexion was pale. It was as if a drowning man had lost his last hope. Bai Luo has now sensed Violet's thoughts. Nothing more than wanting to use his hand to end Doflamingo's rule and recapture Dressrosa for the royal family. But what Bai Luo said was also serious. He can't kill Doflamingo. Because, that is my important experimental product. Experimental item. Upon hearing this, Violet raised her head in a daze. I don't understand what Bai Luo refers to as the experimental product. Bai Luo looked at that delicate face and suddenly laughed. However, you just said that you are willing to pay any price. Including yourself. It seems that there is a turning point. Violet gritted her teeth, nodded and said. Yes. Well, this is a good proposal. As the former princess of Dressrosa, Violet, although I can't help you kill Doflamingo. But I can help you take back this country. So, how about adjusting our trade? Violet was completely shocked by Bai Luo's words. Why would this man know her real identity? What else does he know? Violet just felt as if she had been stripped naked, and all the secrets seemed to be hidden in Bai Luo's eyes. Who is the owner of the staring fruit? Why can this man see through her heart? Bai Luo is like an all-knowing demon at this moment, full of temptation. I'll help you take back Dressrosa, and you'll be mine from now on. Okay. Violet looked at Bai Luo, who was smiling but had no emotion in his eyes, and swallowed. Although she has already sensed Bai Luo's terror. But at this time, this is the closest opportunity for her to end her nightmare. If she misses it, she doesn't know if there are other opportunities in this life. She stood up and wiped away her tears. He said firmly, yes, as long as it can end all of this. I am willing to do anything for you. Hearing this, Bai Luo grabbed Violet's hand. Feeling the softness in the palm of his hand, the smile on his face grew even wider. Make a deal. Chapter 12. Although she has received an affirmative answer, Violet's heart is still terrified. If Bai Luo can't keep his promise, then there is nothing Violet can do. Now all hope can only be pinned on this man. Looking at the back of Bai Luo leaving the restaurant, Violet prayed secretly in her heart. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Luo fell into deep thought. Even without Violet's plea, Doflamingo's reign would soon be over. After all, it was the biological sample that Bai Luo was looking for. The only role of Doflamingo now is to provide Bai Luo with more comprehensive experimental data. Wait until he becomes a member in his laboratory. The country will naturally return to the hands of the royal family. Bai Luo has no interest in ruling the country. This kind of dispensable thing can't compare to the fun of scientific research. However, research also requires a lot of funding. If Violet can be brought to the throne, then the country's funds are enough to support his research in a short period of time. So the deal with Violet was just a matter of convenience. It has to be said that the exotic style of Violet is still very distinctive. It started. While Bai Luo was meditating. There was a commotion from the people on the street, and most of them ran in one direction. Faintly, Bai Luo seemed to hear the words bullfighting arena. Oh? Is there any extra program today? Bai Luo was amused. Following the crowd, they came to the outside of the bullfighting arena. Bullfighting arena. One of the most famous buildings in Dressrosa. It is also the main source of national fiscal revenue. It was originally a place for sword fighters to learn sword skills. But since Doflamingo has taken over Dressrosa, it has turned into a bloody and violent place where killing each other is fun. As soon as Bai Luo approached, he smelled a strong smell of blood. Not even the strong floral scent can hide it. It can be seen that many people have died in this arena. At this moment, the contestants of each group are being introduced on the big screen outside the arena. Diliang Laoji, Mahabath, Senior Peak. When Bai Luo saw the figure of Senior, he showed a strange smile. He found the ticket office. Bought the first row seat for 3,000 baileys. Then lined up to enter the arena. Senior is also one of the goals of Bai Luo's trip. Just to observe his use of the fruit ability. This is also part of the experiment. The noisy arena was already full of people at the moment. Bai Luo walked through the crowd. When he finally found his place, he realized that someone had already taken the lead. In the seat that originally belonged to him, a burly man with a fierce face was sitting. He howled frantically. Hurry up and start, let's watch the game. Can't wait. Start the game now. He looked mad and seemed extremely excited. At this time, Bai Luo came to him and blocked his gaze. The big man frowned and stared at Bai Luo with an unfriendly expression. Boy, get out of here, you're blocking me from watching the game. Bai Luo's expression was hidden in the shadows. Here is my place. The big man sneered disdainfully when he heard the words, are you kidding me? The one I like is mine. Get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Bai Luo raised his head, his black pupils were indifferent. He didn't talk too much nonsense, and poked the big man several times with extremely fast skill. That speed is invisible to the naked eye. The big man's face changed, and he suddenly felt severe pain all over his body, and even breathing became difficult. No one around noticed this scene, and everyone was immersed in the lively atmosphere. The big man clutched his throat and staggered to his feet. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. After a while, his face turned purple. With a boom, he fell to the ground. Only then did someone realize something was wrong. Hastily shouted loudly to the guards. Hey, come here, someone here seems to be too excited. Bai Luo calmly sat down on the seat, quietly watching the big man being carried away. Then he turned his gaze to the center of the arena. Gentlemen, ladies, toys, I am the narrator of this battle, Gaz. Today's grand ceremony, I will bring you the most passionate live report. An out-of-shape obese man wearing a Madara helmet was standing in the center of the arena, shouting passionately. The sound resounded throughout the arena through the radio. Instantly suppressed the surrounding cheers. Beside him, there were two young girls in revealing clothes. They wore Colin helmets and held signs. The characteristics of Dressrosa are fully displayed. Gaz then introduced the rules in the arena in detail. Although the locals are already extremely familiar with this rule. But as a country of love and enthusiasm, there are still many foreign tourists here. Everyone listened carefully. Only Bai Luo closed his eyes, and his knowledge spread like water waves, as if he wanted to perceive the seigneur's position. Chapter 13. Okay. It's about to start. Are the audience ready? Gaz's words ignited the audience, and the atmosphere reached a climax in an instant. The first one to appear is one of the few beautiful girl sword fighters in this arena. The fantasy princess. Which other player can make the atmosphere of the arena so warm? It's so boiling. Following Gaz's voice fell. A girl in a green cloak and long pink braids slowly walked into the arena. She wore very little gold armor, which only protected her vitals. A long sword was shining with a cold light, and his eyes were firm. But with her appearance, the atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly changed. Everyone spoke vicious words to her. Go to hell. Rebecca. Why aren't you dead? Rebecca, I must be hacked to death today. Die, die. The Lika royal family, a family of beasts. Everyone is counting down thumbs up to her. There was booing from the audience. Bai Luo slowly opened his eyes, looking at the girl who had suffered so much. Well, it seems to be bigger than violets, it's nice to be young. In the auditorium, vicious words stabbed Rebecca like a sharp arrow. Even the other contestants who appeared together cast malicious glances at Rebecca. Go to hell, Rebecca, the heir of the dirty blood. You must be executed today. You are a disgrace to Dressrosa. Your arsonist grandfather is unforgivable. Why didn't you also be burned to death? It's really nothing to grow such a cute face, ha ha ha. Rebecca lowered her head slightly without saying a word. Okay. All the contestants are ready. With Gaz's hard knock on the golden bell. Ding. The battle is officially over. Everyone cheered for their favorite players. Many players spontaneously surrounded Rebecca. Get rid of this woman first, no problem. Ah, of course. Maybe we'll be heroes. Let's play, Rebecca. They grinned ferociously, and slowly approached Rebecca with their weapons in hand. Rebecca stared at her opponent without fear. Slowly raised the long sword in his hand. As a rare female sword fighter in the arena, she's used to being targeted. Only after experiencing failure again and again can she become stronger. After all, she also has something she wants to protect. For this reason, even if you sacrifice your life, you will not hesitate. The battle broke out in an instant. Rebecca relied on her agility to avoid the enemy's pursuit. Until it slowly approached the edge of the ring. Behind is the deep water area. The vicious fighting fish in the water are all ready to go, ready to take advantage of this duel to have a good meal. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo shook his head slightly. Such a game is really meaningless. Compared with the one that happened 2 years later, it was more than one level worse. Most of the players are local gladiators. Bai Luo was sitting in the stands, no one noticed, he had slowly raised his right hand. He gestured for a pistol. Papa papa. Lift your fingers a few times. Several strong winds burst out like bullets. Instantly hit those villains who besieged Rebecca. I saw blood bursting out of their chests together. The powerful impact instantly shattered their hearts. Several people lost their lives before they could react. His weak body hit the ground heavily. Seeing this scene, Rebecca was slightly taken aback. Then it seemed to be noticed. Looking towards the rear stands. But only saw the back of a young man in black leaving. Before she could think about it, the audience again erupted in vicious curses. The foul language distracted Rebecca for a moment, and when she recovered, the young man had long since disappeared. Oh. It seems that the hateful Rebecca is not to be underestimated. She even used an unknown method to defeat the enemies who besieged her. Gaz's radio blared, adding fuel to the fire. At this moment, Bai Luo turned a deaf ear to the chaos behind him. Because, he has already found the seigneur's location. At this time, in the fighting arena, there is a luxurious room. The 5-member fighting group headed by Diamantai closed their eyes and rested inside. They are Laoji, Diliang Mahabasi, and Seigneur. And the main cotter Diamantai. At this time, Diamantai seemed to be aware of it. He opened his eyes and looked around. The obese Seigneur wearing a baby cap looked at Diamanti's expression. He took the pacifier out of his mouth and asked, "What's the matter, Diamantai?" Several other people heard the words and looked over. Diamantai frowned, seemingly unsure. Finally waved his hand, "It's okay, maybe it's my illusion." The half-murloc Diliang yawned. Lazily said, "The current arena is really meaningless, it's all a bunch of rubbish, vulnerable. I really don't understand why the young master still holds it." Diamantai heard this and looked at Diliang indifferently. "Stop talking nonsense, Diliang. This is Dover's order. How dare you question Dover?" Diliang was reprimanded by Diamantai, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. But frightened by Dover's name, he didn't dare to say another word. Outside the door, Bai Luo stood beside the fainted guard. Listen to all their conversations. Chapter 14. It's a little troublesome. Bai Luo frowned slightly outside the door. He didn't expect the cotters of the fighting group to gather together. If we do it now, there will be a lot of commotion. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Donquixote family. Instead, he was worried that if the whereabouts were leaked, the group of hyenas from the world government would come after hearing the news. He also needs to concentrate on research. No time to deal with those annoying guys. Bai Luo thought for a moment and had an idea in his mind. He glanced back, as if seeing the scene inside the house through the wall. Smiled slightly. Then turned and left. Toy House. Located under the palace, it is an intermediate building connecting the Dressrosa Palace and the underground factory. It is the place where the Donquixote family secretly imprisoned slave laborers for several years. No human beings are allowed to enter there, and it has been heavily guarded for a long time. Although it bears the name of home, there is only a passage leading to the underground world inside. All toys that are out must be returned to the toy house at night. Once violated, it will be obliterated. At this moment, Bai Luo's figure appeared on the street corner of Toy House. He did not know where to buy a hat to cover himself. As he walked, some metal as small as jelly beans fell out of him. Upon closer inspection, there are still red light spots flickering slightly on the metal. This metal device is an explosive device he made casually. Not very powerful, but enough to produce a lot of smoke. And Bai Luo did this purely to attract all the cotters of the Donquixote family. They've been together all this time, and that's really hard to do. But if they spread out. With Bai Luo's fighting strength, it is still easy to deal with Cernio. Bai Luo seemed to be wandering, but he passed through all the surrounding streets in a row. He has placed some explosive device on every street. Time passed by every minute and every second. After Bai Luo finished arranging everything, he looked up at the palace on the high ground. "That's kind of my greeting, Doflamingo." He smiled slightly, and pressed the first button of the detonator in his hand. Next second. Boom. 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 Several successive explosions sounded from all around the toy house. Accompanied by a large amount of smoke and dust, the city seemed to have been greatly damaged. The crowd did not know the truth, and fled the scene screaming. Soon, the subordinates of the Donquixote family heard the sound and moved. Excluding those ant guards, in Bai Luo's perception, several figures rushed down from the high ground of the palace. But Bai Luo didn't care. His goal is still on the other side of the arena. Highland Palace. Doflamingo stood in front of the window grimly. Looking at the chaotic street below, he didn't say a word. A voice sounded behind him, the voice was as sharp as fingers scratching glass. "Don't worry, Dover, Torrible's still in the factory. I've left Gladius and the others to deal with the outside affairs." Doflamingo nodded slightly. "Turn around and look at the tall figure." A burly man was sitting on the spade-high chair. He was wearing a golden battle armor with strong muscles. If it weren't for his slightly moving lips, no one would have thought that the sharp voice just now came from him. "Thank you, Pika." Pika looked serious. "No one can provoke us." Hearing this, Doflamingo grinned, revealing a wicked smile. Under the peach-colored glasses, the murderous intent is awe-inspiring. The door of the toy house. Dressed in black and masked, Gladius glanced around. The expression under the mask is very dignified. Judging from the sound just now and the situation at the scene, the explosive man who is the explosive fruit. This is a very special kind of explosive. It has an extremely strong momentum, but it can control its power to a very small range. Explosions sounded from all around. It can be judged from this that there should be more than one enemy. After thinking for a while, he said to Buffalo and Baby 5 on the side. Look from above to see if there is anyone suspicious. Buffalo is dressed in yellow and has a fat body, with the logo of the Don Quixote family printed on his big teeth that have been bared all the time. Hearing Gladius' order, he immediately complied. The wings around the neck spun rapidly, but the obese figure shot straight into the sky. Baby 5, who was dressed in a maid outfit next to him, was looking at Gladius very moved. Am I needed? Hey, don't be in a daze, come up. Buffalo's voice came from above. Baby 5 wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and put on the goggles. Yes, I will definitely work hard. As she spoke, she jumped up and landed on Buffalo's back. The two began to inspect the surrounding streets. Gladius looked at the backs of the two, feeling unreliable. I hope I'm overthinking. On the street, when Bai Luo found that there was still no movement in the arena, he pressed the second button. Boom. 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 Another series of explosions sounded. Buffalo, who had been smiling all the time, also began to look serious. Their cotters have already been dispatched, and there will be an explosion. Doesn't this tell of their incompetence? Where is the enemy? Buffalo kept turning his head to look around. Suddenly, through the smoke and dust, he noticed a man in black at the corner of the street. The man in black was wearing a hat, so he couldn't see his appearance clearly, but he formed a sharp contrast with the passers-by around him. When the explosion sounded, everyone ran away in panic. Only that person stood still. There was excitement in Buffalo's eyes. The big teeth bared again. Found you. Let's go to Baby 5. Baby 5 was brimming with happiness, and pulled out a huge cannon barrel from his back. Hi. Chapter 15. Call out. A missile shot straight at Bai Luo from the sky. Bai Luo raised his head slightly. Looking at Buffalo and Baby 5 swooping down, he sighed. Have you been discovered? What a trouble. Fortunately, it's the two of you. Bai Luo's figure flashed and disappeared in place in an instant. Missiles blasted into the ground. The loud noise immediately caught Gladius' attention. He confirmed his position and rushed towards Bai Luo. But at this time, Bai Luo disappeared with a lot of smoke and dust. Where did you go? Buffalo stopped his dive, bewildered. Baby 5 is also looking around. At this moment, Bai Luo's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Moonwalk stepped into the air. The right foot turned black in an instant, and the armed colors flowed on the foot. With a heavy stomp, Buffalo was kicked down hard. Julie embeds Buffalo directly into the street. Just one blow made him vomit blood and lose consciousness. Baby 5 quickly dodges when attacking, so it is not hurt. When Bai Luo falls, Baby 5 looked at him with a murderous look. Who? Bai Luo looked at the Baby 5 information displayed in the glasses. Suddenly the corner of her mouth curled up, and instead of answering her question, she smiled and said, Can you do me a favor? Baby 5, who was originally full of murderous looks, was stunned for a moment after hearing the sentence. The face was rosy, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground without noticing it. She cupped her cheeks with her hands, as if she couldn't believe Bai Luo's words. Huh? Someone needs me. That, please tell me, I will help you no matter what it is. Bai Luo looked at Baby 5 and actually prepared to help him. Can't help secretly funny. This paranoid character is really nothing. Crazy desire to be loved and needed, even if it means giving everything. Is this Baby 5? Speaking of which, this personality is quite suitable to be his assistant. He is very obedient and will not ask for anything from him. Just as Bai Luo was about to speak, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the other side. He already sensed Gladius' approach. So he quickly said to Baby 5, Take me out of here first, I don't want to be seen. Baby 5 showed a cute smile. Yes, I see. Please follow me. As he spoke, he pulled Bai Luo along and ran towards the side alley. When Gladius arrived, all I saw was a mess and a comatose Buffalo. He trots over to Buffalo's side and checks it out. After confirming that he was not completely dead, he stood up and scanned his surroundings. The brow under the mask was tightly frowned. Where did Baby 5 go? Taking a deep breath, Gladius pulled out his phone bug and dialed it. When the phone bug connects, he said in a solemn tone, Sika, I'm afraid we are in trouble. In the alley, after 7 turns and 8 turns. Bai Luo's perception has lost track of Gladius. So immediately stopped Baby 5. Okay, here it is. Baby 5 stopped and looked at Bai Luo with very happy eyes. Bai Luo was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say much. He lowered his head and began to think about his next plan. The lure plan just now was a complete failure. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Seigneur's group who were dispatched. Now it has their attention. Would it be possible to wait 10 days before capturing Seigneur? At this moment, the voice of Baby 5 interrupted Bai Luo's thoughts. Well, is there anything else I can help you with? Bai Luo looked at her shy face, and suddenly felt a move in his heart. Grasped Baby 5's hands. Of course, I need you very much. You must know Seigneur, he is my good brother. Could you please bring him to me? Baby 5 watched Bai Luo hold his hands tightly. His heart was filled with a great sense of happiness, and steam was faintly rising from his head. Almost made her faint. Her voice was like a mosquito. Okay, okay. Bai Luo didn't care about Baby 5's nympho, and said quickly, I'm in a hurry. I want to see him right now. So I need you to hurry up. Hearing Bai Luo begging himself so solemnly. Baby 5 is full of cleanliness. I see. I'll bring him right away. After speaking, Baby 5 turned into a beam of light and disappeared directly in front of Bai Luo. Seeing this indomitable momentum, Bai Luo was very satisfied. According to her memory, her family was very poor when she was a child. After she was born, she was considered a waste of food and was useless. In the end, he was abandoned by his mother. So I long to be needed since I was a child. As long as you are needed by others, you can't refuse others. Frankly speaking, this kind of personality is really not suitable for being an assassin under Brother Ming. But if it is placed in the laboratory, it is of excellent quality. During the experiment, if there is a very obedient assistant to cooperate, then the progress of the experiment will be greatly improved. This is why most scientists in this world will make scientific research robots to cooperate with themselves. Bai Luo really didn't expect to pick up Baby 5 in this situation. Whether as an assistant or as a woman, Baby 5 is very suitable. It's just that Bai Luo doesn't quite approve of the dark purple maid outfit. The uniform is of course black and white. Chapter 16. Time flies. 10 minutes later, Baby 5 grabbed Seigneur's pink baby hat and dragged him all the way. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo was slightly pleasantly surprised. Actually brought it? At this time, Seigneur was still in a state of confusion. 10 minutes ago, when they were supposed to play. Baby 5 came out of nowhere. Without further ado, grab him and leave. Before Seigneur could react, she was already taken out of the arena. He crossed his arms and was dragged along the ground. The eyes under the sunglasses did not fluctuate much. You know, they are both cotters of the Donquixote family. Seigneur didn't suspect that Baby 5 was going against him. As partners who have been together for so long, there are still basic new appointments. But he still underestimated Baby 5's paranoid character. When he saw Bai Luo's figure, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Especially when I heard Baby 5 yell, I've already brought him. Seigneur breaks free from Baby 5's shackles. Stands still in front of Bai Luo. He had a pacifier in his mouth, his hands still clasped across his chest. The eyes under the sunglasses fixed on Bai Luo, and he said slowly, you took advantage of that stinky girl. Bai Luo looked Seigneur up and down. Didn't make fun of his look. Although he dresses funny, Bai Luo knows that it represents the most sincere love in this world. He shook his head slightly. Baby 5 is a good woman, how can she be used? Men sneak around behind other people's backs, and only appear when they take off a woman's long skirt. From this point of view, you are not a real man. When Bai Luo heard Seigneur's mocking words, he didn't make any waves, but showed a trace of disdain. I don't need to prove to you whether I'm a real man. As long as my dear Baby 5 knows. Said, Bai Luo showed a smile towards Baby 5. It caused Baby 5 to be infatuated again. His words have shown his attitude. Seigneur knew that the man opposite was undoubtedly an enemy. He didn't move, and his figure sank slowly. The fruit ability activates, turning the surrounding ground into a liquid state. It looked like it would all sink. There was a gleam in Bai Luo's eyes. Using the ability in front of me, isn't it too small for me? After all, he fell down. Boom. Looks like a fluffy kick. But it cracked the land piece by piece. The Seigneur, who was about to enter the ground, was squeezed out by a huge force. It became quite embarrassing. He picked up the pacifier that had fallen aside and put it back in his mouth. Looking at Bai Luo, he said indifferently, is this the way you survive? It's time for me to fight back. He jumped into the ground again and rushed towards Bai Luo at an extremely fast speed. Then he hugged it suddenly and rushed up to the sky along the wall. The cat fell on the bridge. The body bent, Senior took Bai Luo and fell from the sky. I want to use the acceleration of gravity to kill Bai Luo with one blow. But at this moment, Bai Luo had an ugly expression on his face. What a joke. Why do you hug me like a man? Go away. Bai Luo, who was always calm, burst into anger after a long absence. A 5-star light flashed around his neck. Black nanoparticles covered the whole body. Shura appeared again. This sudden change made Senior inadvertently relax his arm strength. The 3 mechanical heads looked at Senior coldly. In mid-air, 6 long blades danced quickly. Swords and swords flashed. Ultimate's attack speed turns into a trail of after-images. Senior's whole body bloomed with bloody flowers. Before the body fell, it fell into convulsions. When 6 arms retracted the long sword, Senior was almost torn apart. Then fell down heavily. Baby 5 at the side was shocked and speechless when he saw this scene. She hurried to Senior's side. Senior. The Shura fell, and the black mech faded away. But then, the white hurricane was replaced. Bai Luo looked at the worried Baby 5, and his voice came through the mecha, don't worry, it just looks serious. I can control my strength very well, he can't die. Then, let's go, help me bring him, let's go back to Greenbit first. Yes. Baby 5 responded in a low voice, and then lifted the fainted Senior. Bai Luo grabbed the 2 of them, and 6 pairs of steel wings stretched out. It shoots flames from its feet and the tips of its wings. The 3 of them shot straight into the sky. Now that the target has been captured, there is no point in staying in Dressrosa. He was going back to the Jiaolong, and the duplication of Shui Shui fruit could officially begin. But Bai Luo just burst into the sky. I heard a gust of wind behind me. Looking back. Doflamingo in a cape of pink feathers, hanging on clouds with silk threads, was coming after him. Huh? Have you been discovered again? I really am not suitable for infiltrating operations. Baby 5 also noticed Dover behind him. She was just about to speak. A row of gun muzzles emerged from the wings behind Bai Luo. SHHHHH. Several micro-missiles with tracking and positioning rushed towards Dover. Doflamingo frowned deeply. With his left hand, he drew a few silk threads to block the attack of the missile. The explosion produced a large amount of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Bai Luo's figure had disappeared. Look around empty. Doflamingo's expression became more ferocious and angry. It was the first time he had suffered such a big loss since he took control of Dressrosa. A cotter was killed. 2 were abducted. That mysterious and weird white mechanical creation. Who the hell are you? Chapter 17. When Bai Luo fell from the sky with the 2 of them, he returned to Greenbit. He noticed at a glance that the 4 Seraphs who were on standby on the Jiaolong were now standing on the shore. There are signs of battle around. But there was no sign of the enemy. Seraphim gathered together, their heads bowed. As if staring at something. This aroused Bai Luo's curiosity. Baby 5 behind him also noticed these 4. She immediately stood there, shocked. Although the 4 were young in appearance, she recognized at a glance that they were the 4 Shichibukai. Only the body shape, skin color, and the wings on the back are different from the original. She opened her mouth slightly and murmured, "What's going on?" Without noticing, Senior had slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. Bai Luo didn't explain to her. When he took a closer look, his eyes widened. Surrounded by them, 2 small humans no bigger than palms were tremblingly looking at Seraph. When Bai Luo poked his head out, it screamed in fright. Ah! Here comes another adult. Wicca, a member of the Dongtata reconnaissance team. Kabu, the captain of the flying unit of the Dongtata tribe, in the form of the insect fruit and unicorn fairy. On the glasses, the information retrieved from the memory was presented in front of Bai Luo. The Dongtata family with the name of fairy. As a combatant, Kabo has some courage. He stood in front of the unarmed Wicca, with a look of death on his face. Damn adults, come at me if you have anything to do. Don't hurt Wicca. Wicca, who was wearing a small blue dress, wiped away her tears, and grabbed the corner of Kabu's clothes. Mr. Kabu, it's all my fault for being too reckless. Bai Luo leaned down and grabbed them both. Then look at the blazing angels. The enemy, attacked. At this moment, Seraphim is still in its infancy, expressing what happened before with 2 words. Bai Luo thought for a while, and then he figured everything out. Although Greenbit is an uninhabited island. But in fact, under this island is the residence of the Dongtata kingdom. The tall and lush plants on the island were also cultivated by this family. It's just that they rarely appear in front of people. But he didn't expect to be captured by Seraph Angel. After confirming that his side was not damaged in any way, Bai Luo let go of his palm. Looking at the vigilant 2 little humans, he showed a kind smile. Don't worry, we are not bad people. Hearing what Bai Luo said, Kabu and Wicca froze for a moment. Then relax. Kabu wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, that's really great. I thought you were all bad guys. Seeing that he believed his own words so easily, Bai Luo couldn't help but sigh. The Dongtata clan is really easy to deceive. Well, now in the Smile Factory in Dressrosa, those man-made devil fruits seem to be cultivated by the slaves of the little humans controlled by Duofu. If you can liberate them, can you also serve yourself? From this point of view, Dressrosa is really a good place. Bai Luo was lost in thought. Wicca's gaze fell behind Bai Luo, and her expression changed immediately. Mr. Cab, look, it's the villain of the Don Quixote family. Kabu followed his gaze and noticed the existence of Baby 5. He re-entered the fighting state. Adults, you go, that guy is a bad guy, leave it to me to deal with it. Faced with these two little people, Baby 5 lost his good temper. She looked at Kabu with an unfriendly expression. Ah! What are you talking about? Bai Luo hurriedly stood up to stop it. Baby 5, stop making trouble, they are not enemies. When Baby 5 heard Bai Luo's words, a happy smile appeared on his face again. Yes. Bai Luo then explained to Kabu, she doesn't belong to the Don Quixote family anymore, so don't worry. Oh? Is that so? That would be great. Looking at the little people who believed in him again, Bai Luo suppressed a smile. These are all excellent wage earners, there is no need to become hostile to them. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the jungle. Bai Luo's smile disappeared. There was a flash of red light in his eyes, and his sense of knowledge was activated. A group of small figures appeared in Bai Luo's perception. Kabu seemed to have noticed something too. Want to stop? But it was too late. A loud and clear shout sounded in front of Bai Luo along with the crackling sound. Anesthetic flower. The purple smoke exploded in front of Bai Luo. There were bursts of shouts in my ears, Mr. Kabu, we are here to save you. Kabu looked anxious, but then found out in astonishment. Bai Luo was anesthetized, but he didn't respond at all. Instead, he looked down at the group of little humans. And the group of little humans found that their attacks didn't work. Their faces changed. The enemy is too strong. We can only attack by force. The leader is a little human who holds a long needle and wears a green suspender. He was looking at Bai Luo with determination. Leo, the commander of the Dongtata tribe, the one with the ability to sow fruit. Chapter 18. Stop it, Leo. They are not enemies. Cab is very anxious. Spread the worm wings behind, and flew in front of Leo. Leo froze for a moment, not knowing why. Kabu quickly explained, this adult is not a bad person, he said it himself. Ah. In that case, forget it. I thought he was a bad guy. Leo let out a sigh of relief. The little people around him also relaxed. What? How wonderful. Fortunately, I'm still worried, so it's not a bad guy. That's great. They had joy on their faces. After all, there is a price to be paid for being an enemy of the adult race. I also have people from my own family being imprisoned in Dressrosa. I can't let my companions suffer anymore. Looking at this group of naive and idiot-like Dongtatas, Bai Luo couldn't help the corners of his eyes twitching. Although they are small in size, fortunately, they are extremely fast and have the strength of adults. Otherwise, this race would have been extinct long ago. At this time, Kabu seemed to think of something. Flying in front of Bai Luo, he asked, by the way, adults, we don't know your name yet. Bai Luo introduced himself. The warriors of that group of little humans also showed their enthusiastic side. They surrounded Bai Luo one after another, wanting to invite him to the underground kingdom of Dongtata as a guest. But Bai Luo glanced at the fainting seigneur, and finally rejected their offer. It doesn't take much effort to subdue this group of little people. As long as they wait for the right opportunity, they will naturally be grateful to Bai Luo. Bai Luo is actually also very interested in their pedigree factors. After all, that small body contains strength 100 times larger than his own size. If it can be integrated with Seraphim, then the combat power of the Seraphs will be even more terrifying. It's just that the size of the little people is still too small. According to their body types, even if all the blood in their bodies were pumped out, it might not be enough for Bai Luo to use. It is better to wait until the time is right and let them donate blood on a regular basis. This is considered sustainable development. Chatted with the enthusiastic little people for a while. They bid farewell and left. Looking at their cheerful backs, Baby 5 felt envious for some reason. Let's go, Baby 5. It's time for us to work. Yes. My lord. Holding her cheek in one hand and Seigneur in the other, Baby 5 followed Bai Luo into the Jialong. Baby 5, don't call me an adult in the future, call me master. Master? That's great. Bai Luo walked in front, put his hand on one elbow, and raised his glasses. There should be black and white styles in the clothes making machine. Why did you add that kind of clothes in the first place? Meow. With a meow, Xiao Xiaobai came up to him, flicking the tail of the hook. It rubbed against Bai Luo's trouser legs affectionately, completely ignoring the existence of Baby 5. The Seraphs also returned to their positions. Bai Luo took Seigneur from Baby 5 and greeted him, "We will live here for the next few days. It's best not to touch those machines randomly. If you have any questions that you don't understand, please feel free to ask me." Baby 5 looked at Bai Luo's handsome face. Biting her lower lip lightly, her pretty face was flushed, and the excited tears in her eyes were about to flow out. Living together? Is the master going to marry me? I finally have such a day. This feeling is really wonderful. Not paying attention to Baby 5. Bai Luo put Seigneur on a separate test bed. Then there are various devices for drawing blood and infusion. Wait until everything is done. Bai Luo went to check the progress of N and Bin's. The two of them were still unconscious. Bai Luo preliminarily estimated that with Bin's blood drawing speed, he would probably be able to make up enough blood for Bai Luo at night. At that time, the reproduction of the lush fruit can be started first. Speaking of which, the Dongtata family, who are experts in cultivating plants, seems to be more suitable for this fruit. If they can help, then it's okay to reward them with this fruit. Everything in the laboratory has been settled. Bai Luo walked up to the automatic changing equipment and called Baby 5 over. After letting her into the device, Bai Luo clicked on the screen. The sound of machinery came from inside the equipment. After a while, the door of the equipment opened, accompanied by a puff of smoke. The brand new Baby 5 appeared in front of Bai Luo. Seeing the current Baby 5, Bai Luo couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Her jet black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her big watery eyes were full of charm. The black and white maid outfit seemed to come alive against her backdrop. The slender legs revealed a little sexy under the black stockings. The lace and the bow on the waist of the bee make the overall temperament a little more youthful and cute. Even the long barrel behind it is decorated with lace. Master, are you satisfied with my new attire? Baby 5 turned around in a circle, eyes full of anticipation. Bai Luo's breathing became a little short. Glancing at the time, he leaned forward. It's getting late, let's go to bed early. Yes, master. Chapter 19. The next day. The scorching sun rises from the east, the sea is sparkling, and the sun shines on it, like broken golden emeralds. The waves kept beating the hull of the ship. Xiaolong is like a sleeping dragon, gradually waking up. Several seagulls stood on the steel, combing each other's feathers. Temperature-controlled interior of the vessel. The smell of heather filled the cabin. Baby 5 opened his sleepy eyes and slowly recalled what happened last night. A blush rose on her face, and thoughts flashed through her mind. Dream about a happy life. She didn't know how long it took before she came back to her senses. Suddenly, Bai Luo was no longer on the bed. She froze for a moment, then became panicked. This is not the first time she has accepted a marriage proposal with a paranoid personality. But every time, before she entered the palace of marriage, that guy Doflamingo killed her fiancé. This has happened countless times. Now that I finally have the one I love, is it possible to repeat the same mistakes again? Thinking of this, she ignored the pain in her body and picked up the scattered clothes. After putting it on indiscriminately, he ran out of the bed cabin. Huh? Are you awake? As soon as he came out, he heard Bai Luo's gentle voice. Baby 5 looks for the sound. Bai Luo was wearing a lab coat, a filter mask on his face, and bottles and cans in his hands. Looking at her with a smile on his face. Great, none of what she feared happened. Bai Luo keenly noticed Baby 5's emotions. But it didn't break. He just glanced at her undressed clothes and coughed dryly. Get dressed. Baby 5 blushed, and answered honestly. After finishing her clothes, she came to Bai Luo's side. Staring at a pair of curious eyes, watching him busy. At this moment, Bai Luo has officially started the reproduction of the lush fruit. Being stared at by Baby 5 like this, he was somewhat uncomfortable. Well, there is an unmanned cooking machine over there, you can just go and order what you want to eat. Yes. Baby 5 responded, but did not move. Still staring at Bai Luo firmly. It was as if he was afraid that if he closed his eyes, he would lose him. Seeing Baby 5 like this, Bai Luo decided to find something for her to do. Help me, put. Yes, master. Before Bai Luo finished speaking, Baby 5 squatted down. Wait a minute, I mean bring me those bottles of medicine. Oh. Baby 5 seemed a little disappointed, but still obediently followed Bai Luo's instructions. A few bottles of red and green potions were brought over. Forget it, you'd better clean the room first. I can do it myself here. Okay. Seeing Baby 5's appearance, Bai Luo decided to find some basic scientific research books for her. If you want to be a helpful assistant, you should at least learn to identify instruments first. Baby 5 was withdrawn. Bai Luo mixed the red and green potion he just got into a beaker. The beaker was full of Binz's blood, but it had been processed. Not only does it not have a trace of bloody smell, but it exudes a strange fragrance. Mixed with the drug into the blood boiled quickly. With a bang, there was a burst of red smoke. When the blood in the beaker gradually subsided, Bai Luo picked up another apple and put it in. Tiny air bubbles bubble up from around the apple. The blood in the beaker began to decrease slowly, as if it had been absorbed by the apple. Although slow, expected to take a few days. But Bai Luo still breathed a sigh of relief. Although he has mastered the method of copying the paramecia fruit. However, the success rate cannot be guaranteed to be 100% every time. What science and technology pay attention to is rigor. Any slight deviation may cause the failure of the experiment. Bai Luo sealed the container well. Carefully moved aside. Then he checked the status of Senior NN. Binz's blood had been pumped enough, and Bai Luo injected him with a large amount of drugs to ensure that he would not wake up, then threw him aside and tied him up with sea stone. Now only the blood of Senior NN is missing. The other side. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku of the Buddha is sitting at the desk, writing with a quill. His head was bowed, and his expression was slightly distressed. Zephyr, it's not that I won't help you. Moving warships without permission is a serious crime. If you don't have a suitable reason, I definitely can't agree. Opposite him, the purple-haired Zephyr looked old. I have reasons why I have to. Anyway, I won't give up. Sengoku, for the sake of our acquaintance, please help me this time. His eyes were hidden behind dark glasses. The faint steam emitted by the robotic arm seemed to reveal Zephyr's uneasy heart. Sengoku stopped writing and looked up. Looking at Zephyr with a serious face, he didn't speak. There was silence in the office. I don't know how long it has passed. Sengoku finally showed a wry smile, and said slowly, hey, I see. However, I can only send you one warship and 200 accompanying marines. After all, now is the time to employ people. Since the death of that BD Roger, the number of pirates has increased day by day. Our marine situation is getting more and more difficult. Recently there's another Straw Hat Kid named Luffy in East Blue. We're clearly dwarfed by our manpower. Having said that, Sengoku shook his head. A lot of work has made him more and more tired. But for Zephyr's sake, he finally chose to agree to his request. Hearing the word pirate, Zephyr's eyes flashed with hatred. Sengoku seemed to realize Zephyr's pain and shut his mouth quickly. Sengoku is also very sympathetic to what happened to him back then. But as a marine, you should always be ready to defend justice with your life. Zephyr didn't say much. After briefly expressing his gratitude, he left the marshal's office. He stood by the fence, looking out to sea. The dignified gaze seemed to cross the sea level and see the distant Dressrosa. He touched the mechanical arm subconsciously. Bai Luo. Chapter 20. 3 days later. Anne woke up from a coma. At this moment, she just felt that she couldn't lift a sliver of strength. Directly above, a large incandescent lamp was directed at her. Turning his head with difficulty, Anne wanted to look around. But the dazzling white light damaged her vision. Can't see surroundings clearly. She tried to sit up, but found that her limbs were locked tightly by sea stone. Sea stone. The memory slowly came to life, and Anne's emotions suddenly became agitated. She remembered, she was defeated by that guy. Bai Luo. Bai Luo? What the hell did you do to me? Where's Binz? What have you done to Binz? Hearing the movement, Bai Luo and Baby 5 walked in. Seeing Anne struggling all the time, Bai Luo smiled. Don't worry, he's still alive. After all, I promised Zephyr, and I keep my word. Bai Luo stood beside Anne and checked her physical condition. He said to himself, well, it seems that the physical fitness is not bad, so let's proceed to the next experiment. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Anne was even more angry. There was a trace of panic in the anger. Unfamiliar environment, dazzling white light. The tightly locked limbs made her like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This feeling of being in the hands of others is really terrible. What the hell are you going to do? The next experiment requires your cooperation. You'd better be honest, for yourself and for your companions. While talking, Bai Luo untied the sea stone locks. And didn't expect Bai Luo to let go of himself. Her eyes flashed. The moment he untied it, a pink flame ignited in his left hand. Just want to attack Bai Luo. But Bai Luo seems to have been prepared. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Anne's left wrist. The strength in his hand was like a heavy lock, making it impossible for N to break free. Bai Luo grabbed his wrist and leaned forward in front of him. The peach-colored flame didn't have any warmth, and it radiated strangeness everywhere. Don't worry, there will be time for you to release your abilities. His eyes were full of excitement. It was like seeing a beloved toy. Baby 5 at the side saw that this woman wanted to attack Bai Luo in a delusional way, and couldn't help it immediately. Master, let you go, you really don't know what's good. If there is any more disrespect, I will punish you instead of the master. She holds a controller in her hand. And didn't know what it was for, but he didn't take Baby 5's threat seriously. She glanced at Baby 5 dressed in black and white. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. A Cotter member of the Don Quixote family. Why are you here? Could it be that Doflamingo did all of this? Bai Luo let go of her at this moment. There was some disdain in the tone. Doflamingo, he doesn't have that great ability. Baby 5 is mine now, have you seen the controller in her hand? You can guess what it's for. And naturally wouldn't act according to Bai Luo's wishes. Seeing that Bai Luo let go of herself, as a strictly trained marine soldier, she would not miss any opportunity to attack. Just about to strike again. I saw Baby 5 lightly pressing on the controller. A powerful electric current burst out from Anne's heart in an instant. The strong sense of paralysis made Anne fall straight back onto the experiment table. Bai Luo didn't care, but said to himself, she is in such an active state, it seems that her nutrient solution is not wasted. Anne, who was in a paralyzed state, did not respond to Bai Luo's words. Body twitches, pupils dilate. I don't know how long it took for this painful feeling to dissipate. Anne's back was already wet with sweat. She immediately lifted up her collar and looked towards her heart. I saw a nail-sized wound on the huge white skin that had already healed. Anne raised his head suddenly and looked at Bai Luo in horror. What did you do to me? Bai Luo looked at Anne, who was in such an unstable mood, and sighed. I just implanted a little thing next to your heart. He raised his hand and gestured. Having said that, I hope Miss Anne can control your emotions, otherwise, I can only use some other means. Anne sat blankly on the experiment table. Looking at Bai Luo's handsome appearance, he only felt a burst of terror. This man is simply a devil. After another silence, Anne finally opened his mouth with difficulty. His voice was slightly hoarse and his tone was dry. I see, what do you need me to do? Bai Luo is now with his back on his back, preparing the tools for photography and recording. Hearing this, he smiled. Just follow my orders. Dark environment, under incandescent lights, camera with evil smile. Anne shuddered. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't hold back at this moment. The eyes gradually become moist. Big teardrops slowly rolled down his cheeks. Anyone who looks at the scene will feel a little impulsive. Only Baby 5 was a little puzzled. The master doesn't intend to hurt her anymore, why is she crying? Bai Luo will have everything ready. Turning around to look at Anne, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Okay, let's get started. Anne was even more humiliated when she heard the words, her eyes were tightly closed. With trembling hands, he slowly took off the short shirt on his body. Bai Luo? Are you doing something wrong? This is a serious scientific research experiment, hey. Chapter 21. What are you doing? Bai Luo looked surprised. And said angrily, don't you just want this? Bai Luo's expression became more and more strange. Did you make a mistake? This is a serious experiment. Hurry up and get dressed. Said Bai Luo, threw her an alloy iron body from a box beside her. I want to observe your fruit ability. Of course, if you have other needs, I can also meet them. After all, you have absorbed a lot of my nutrient solution, so it's reasonable to give me back some. And subconsciously caught the alloy with a dazed expression. No. Realizing that he had made a mistake, Anne's face turned red all of a sudden. A strong sense of shame welled up in her heart, and at this moment she wished she could dig 3 feet into the ground. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The first experiment begins. Bai Luo's tone was so serious that Anne obeyed subconsciously. She holds alloy in her hand. The peach flame ignited from the palm of his hand again. The flame envelopes the alloy. In the next second, under Bai Luo's gaze, the alloy degenerated. The originally strong alloy directly degenerated into the raw material metal. Bai Luo nodded slightly. Pick up a pen and write it down in your notebook. After he finished writing, he continued, continue. Anne is like a machine. According to Bai Luo's instructions to release the ability, it quickly became numb. Alloy, plant, rock. All kinds of items have some kind of change under the ability of regressing fruit. Bai Luo even let Seraphim catch some wild rabbits. Time goes by little by little. In a blink of an eye, it entered the night. At this moment, the experiment is still going on, but Bai Luo has already obtained a lot of data. Displayed according to the results. With Anne's current ability, he can set the target back 9 years at most. Compared with her 2 years later, she is 3 years behind. At the same time, Bai Luo discovered that Anne could control the length of time for regressing. The longest is 9 years, and the shortest can be 1 minute. This has to do with her exploitation of the fruit. In fact, if she can precisely control her fruit ability, then in the battle Vice Admiral has no disadvantages. Take a simple example. Assuming that she received a fatal injury a second ago, she can use the fruit ability to restore herself to before she was injured when she was about to die, or return to peak condition. As for the principle, Bai Luo also got a glimpse of some of it. At this moment, he had a wonderful idea in his mind. If she can collect and save her peach-colored retrograde flames, then it is completely possible to make items similar to time capsules. Even if the injury is serious during the battle, as long as one eats one, the body can be restored to its previous state. He can even copy the fruit, just to preserve the ability, there must be no problem. But the premise of this is how to cut off the connection between the ability and N. It has been proved by experiments. When N falls into a coma, all items that have been reversed by the ability will return to their original state. Therefore, the idea of the time capsule must cut off all connections with the capable person itself. Bai Luo now has N's blood factor. I believe that as long as you give him a period of time, he can complete it. Bai Luo made a summary in his notebook. Then he looked at N. After a busy day, although the harvest is great. But to Bai Luo's disappointment, N's ability did not allow him to thoroughly pry into the mysteries of time. Some key data is missing. It seems that if you want to understand deeply, you still need the colorful fog. Bai Luo sighed slightly. Okay, let's stop here today. Hearing this, an inexplicable brilliance flashed in Anne's eyes. But Bai Luo didn't give her a chance. I saw him spray a strange gray mist at Anne. Anne's eyes widened, and he immediately recognized that this was the kind of gray fog that captured her back then. Before he could react, his body went limp again. Then she watched Bai Luo help her back to the lab bench with an aggrieved expression. Bai Luo said as he started his hands. No way, who made you so dishonest? During today's experiment, you had a total of 12 thoughts of resistance, 5 times you wanted to use your ability to lift your own restrictions, and 7 times you wanted to attack me. As an ability user, Bai Luo's super comprehension and analysis skills are no joke. Through the analysis of Anne's expression changes, one can tell what she is thinking. Anne looked at Bai Luo in horror. This man is really terrifying. Refresh your own cognition time and time again. He could even guess what he was thinking. How on earth did he do it? For a while, Anne began to worry about himself, Ben's, and teacher Zephyr. Of course, she still remembers Bai Luo's threats to Zephyr. Even if the teacher is strong, is there a chance of winning against this man? Bai Luo didn't care about Anne's wild thoughts. After fixing Anne, he glanced at her cold face. He said lightly, take a good rest. Tomorrow we'll continue. After speaking, Bai Luo turned and left. When he walked to the door, he seemed to remember something. Turning around, he added, by the way, there may be some strange noises at night. Just ignore it yourself. Anne didn't pay attention to Bai Luo's last words, her mind was messed up and she was still immersed in fear. The night gradually deepened. The scent of heather came out from the bed cabin, mixed with what Bai Luo said was a strange sound. Soon, Anne complained endlessly. She lay powerlessly on the laboratory table, her body temperature gradually rose, and her whole body began to feel restless. Chapter 22. The next day. When Bai Luo saw Anne again, he was taken aback. At this moment, Anne's eyes were blank. Thick dark circles hang under the eyes, and the whole person is very sluggish. He heard the sound of Bai Luo coming. Only then did Anne exude a little vitality. She turned her head slightly and looked at Bai Luo. The memories of last night flooded her mind again, she clenched her teeth. Try not to allow yourself to make strange noises. After a while, she opened her mouth. He said hoarsely, can you, let me change my clothes? Bai Luo looked strange. His eyes subconsciously looked at the test bench. It was only then that it was discovered that a large area of the experimental bench had been soaked by inexplicable water stains. After drying, it condensed into hoarfrost. After Bai Luo recognized it, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Shook his head. Of course, but you'd better not have any wrong ideas. As he spoke, Bai Luo reached out to undo the sea stone locks. Hearing Bai Luo's laughter, Anne wished he could bury his head deeply. Bai Luo accidentally touched her arm while unlocking the handcuffs. Anne was shocked immediately. The clenched teeth were slightly loosened, and an inaudible whisper came from his mouth. Bai Luo moved his ears slightly to catch the sound clearly. She looked at Anne's flushed face. Only then did I realize that this cold-looking girl turned out to have a sensitive constitution. He subconsciously ran his fingers across Anne's arm. Stop. Anne writhed uneasily, trying to stop Bai Luo. Bai Luo seems to have discovered a treasure. The eyes light up. I beg you. Anne's eyes watered, and he wanted to cry. At this time, she was no longer as stubborn as before. After pleading, Bai Luo finally let her go. He called Baby 5 who had just woken up. Let Baby 5 take the weekend to change clothes. Baby 5 seemed to think of something. Eyeballs rolled on the smiling face. Let out a smirk. Push Anne into the auto-changing device. Her fingers slid across the screen. After a while, the door of the equipment reopened. The brand new Anne appeared in front of Baby 5. She looked at the brand new Anne with satisfaction, and nodded. Anne looked at the clothes on his body, but his face was ugly. He was dressed in black and white, similar to what Baby 5 wore. The only difference is the white wraps on the legs. She pulled her face and said coldly, please change me. Baby 5 wants to say no. But instinct made her accept the request. At this moment, Bai Luo came out from the laboratory. Seeing Anne in a brand new attire, he was stunned. When Anne saw Bai Luo, he subconsciously reacted. Without waiting for Bai Luo to speak, he hurriedly got back into the changing equipment. Bai Luo came to Baby 5 and said with a smile, your idea. Baby 5 nodded. Yes, master. But she doesn't seem to like it very much. Bai Luo nodded. She still needs to participate in the experiment, and that outfit is really not suitable. As she spoke, she began to choose for Anne. There was another puff of smoke, and the door opened. Anne walked out again. Seeing the new outfit, Baby 5 covered her mouth lightly. Surprised, it's so beautiful, master. Bai Luo couldn't hide the appreciation in his eyes. At this moment, Anne changed into a short blue skirt. The plump softness and slender waist are vividly displayed. The fragrant shoulders on both sides are exposed. A blue drawstring is fastened there over the scar on the right leg. Pair it with short blue wavy hair. Temperament is cool. But Anne seemed very unaccustomed to it. Compared with her previous attire, this one is not suitable for fighting. Feel Bai Luo's hot gaze. She tugged on the hem of her skirt with both hands restlessly. But pulled alonely. The clothes were very close-fitting and cool to wear. Well, good, that's it. Bai Luo made the final decision. Anne wanted to open his mouth, but finally swallowed the words back. Now people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Compared to last night's experience, it is not unacceptable to change into such clothes. Now she didn't find it. I have become more and more obedient to Bai Luo's words. That man has completely crushed her physically and mentally. She was stepping into the abyss little by little without knowing it. Back to the test bench. Anne took the initiative to lie down. Bai Luo took out his notebook again. Well, the subject of today's experiment is how to keep your fruit ability still in effect after you cut off the connection. Hearing this, Anne's eyes flickered brightly. He looked at Bai Luo in surprise. Is this possible? How do you know if you don't try? Bai Luo said so. On the bench. The water stain has been cleaned off by Bai Luo. But Bai Luo's eyes would still glance over there from time to time. There seems to be warmth in the eyes. Anne felt hot again. Even cool new clothes can't reduce the heat. Chapter 23. Today is the 7th day since the 10-day covenant with Zephyr. The experiment is proceeding in an orderly manner. Whether it is the watery fruit of Seigneur or the lush fruit of Benz, are already in the process of replication. Even Bai Luo's vision of the time capsule is more than half completed. Now he can use the bloodline factor to copy a small part of Anne's ability. Similar to copying retrograde fruit. But its main composition is still a medicine specially prepared with Anne's blood. Fortunately, the ability to go back a minute is just copied. Otherwise, with Bai Luo's current technology, it will take a while to develop something that goes back a few years. For a time capsule, 1 minute is enough. 1 minute can also change the entire battle situation. The most important problem at present is how to preserve the Nat medicine. Because it contains the ability to go backwards in time. So normal items can't craft the capsule shell that holds it. There are only 3 kinds that are not affected by this potion: Haki, sea stone, and sea water. First of all, Haki cannot be isolated for a long time, nor can it be stored alone. So Bai Luo ruled out Haki first. Next is sea stone. Sea stone can certainly be used to preserve special medicines. But it also brings new problems. That is indigestion. If you want to take it, when sea stone enters the stomach, due to its material properties, it will not be melted by stomach acid. If you can't melt the shell, you can't access the special potion that has the power of retrogression. If you decide to use sea stone, you can only give up the capsule form and change it to a way that can be opened and closed. After opening, take special medicine. But this created new problems. That is, ability users will be suppressed by sea stone. If the sea stone was opened by the capable person himself, then it would be cold before he drank the potion. In contrast, seawater has become the most suitable storage carrier. Seawater also has the ability to suppress devil fruit, but it can be made into a capsule coat. At the same time, seawater can also be quickly absorbed by the body. It will not have obvious effects on the ability users. It can be regarded as the most perfect carrier in the world. The only problem is that seawater is liquid. To make it into a capsule shell, a little bit of processing is required. But this is not a problem for Bai Luo. After a while on the test bench, Bai Luo quickly produced a capsule shell. The shell is entirely made of seawater, but it is jelly-like. It not only retains the characteristics of seawater, but also changes its physical state. Bai Luo carefully packed the special medicine suspended in mid-air into the seawater capsule. Then closed tightly. The first time capsule was produced successfully. At this time, Baby 5 was sent to learn basic knowledge by Bai Luo. There is only N in the laboratory. N's eyes widened, and he looked at the thumb-sized time capsule in disbelief. Is it really successful? How on earth did this man do it? This ability is unheard of. Bai Luo looked at his product carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the capsules are made, it's time to move on to the experimentation phase. After all, whether the capsules are effective or not, we still need to eat them before we can draw a conclusion. But as a serious scientist, naturally, Bai Luo would not be a guinea pig. He raised his glasses and handed the capsule to Anne. He looked at her without saying a word. Anne's surprised face immediately turned bitter. But she was also sensible, and without saying a word of nonsense, took the capsule and swallowed it directly. Next second, a faint pink light flickered across her. She opened her eyes, her face full of astonishment. Bai Luo frowned slightly. What's wrong? No effect. It shouldn't be, what went wrong? Anne swallowed, and then slowly said, no, it worked, my physical condition has indeed returned to a minute ago. Hearing this, Bai Luo's face beamed with joy. I'll just say it. The success of the experiment made Bai Luo dance with excitement, and his usual indifference disappeared. He subconsciously hugged Anne. Turned around in situ. Anne's body trembled, and his whole body was extremely stiff. Only then did she realize that Bai Luo had a very pleasant smell. The body temperature that had finally cooled down immediately rose rapidly. Quick, let me down. Anne's face was as red as overcooked dried shrimp. Fortunately, Bai Luo didn't do anything excessive. After letting go of Anne, he immediately invested in the production of time capsules. And Ai Yin also forgot to sneak attack Bai Luo at this moment. The scene in circles is all in my mind. Although there was only one lap, that kind of contact was something she had never experienced before. An, who has always been strict with himself, once put all his energy on training. But after these 2 days of contact, the shadow of Bai Luo has been branded in her heart. For some reason, she wanted to get to know Bai Luo better. If there is a doctor here, he will definitely tell her seriously. This is sickness. It's Stockholm Syndrome. Unfortunately, there are no doctors here. Chapter 24. It was getting late and the moon was slowly rising. Anne stared at Bai Luo's busy back in a daze, wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, Baby 5 walked in and interrupted Bai Luo's production process. Master, someone is looking for you. Her complexion seemed a little unkind. Huh? Is someone looking for me? Bai Luo raised his head and frowned. He is in this place, no one should know. How could someone come to your door? Is it an enemy or? Bai Luo closed his eyes, and the color of his knowledge spread out like water waves. When he saw the person standing on the shore outside the Jiaolong, immediately startled, subconsciously exclaimed, Violet. Will be in the cabin. Bai Luo poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Violet. Then he picked up Xiao Xiaobai who was beside him, and found a comfortable position on the sofa. Only then did he look at the charming woman opposite him. How do you know I'm here? Violet glanced at Xiao Xiaobai, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hearing Bai Luo's question, she smiled wryly. Master Bai Luo, have you forgotten my ability? I've been following you since you left the restaurant. Whether it's the explosion or Baby 5, I've seen it all. When she said this, Violet's face became a little rosy, and she didn't know what to think of. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Gazing fruit, indeed has the ability of clairvoyance. It's just that Bai Luo didn't expect Violet to focus on herself all the time. So it seems that she has seen everything she has done in the past few days? Bai Luo's mind turned. He stroked Xiao Xiaobai's hair with his hand. After a while of silence, he said slowly, then what's the matter with you coming to me? Violet seemed to think of something, her face became a little nervous. I'm here to deliver information. Because of your actions a few days ago, Dressrosa is now on the highest alert. I've never seen Doflamingo so angry. He sent all his men out, intending to find your trace. Probably tomorrow, they will come to Greenbit Island to search. Of course he asked me, but I told him he found nothing. Bai Luo listened quietly without speaking. Seeing Bai Luo's calm look, Violet couldn't help but continued. Lord Bai Luo, after these few days of observation, I believe you will be able to bring our League royal family back to Dressrosa. It's just, when are you going to do it? Violet was a little nervous. She has glimpsed a part or two of Bai Luo's mystery and strength. In front of him, she dared not relax at all. What Doflamingo did to Dressrosa years ago still haunts her like a nightmare. Now seeing that hope is imminent, one can imagine the urgency in her heart. Calculated the time. Bai Luo estimated that Zephyr should arrive within 2 days. But he did not tell the truth. Picking up the teacup in front of him, he took a sip. Come on, I have my plan. You just have to wait quietly. When the time comes, it should be yours, so naturally you won't be able to escape. Violet didn't relax because of Bai Luo's words. But at the moment she couldn't say anything more. For fear of offending this man. She forced a smile, the worry in her eyes undiminished. The room fell into an eerie silence again. Violet looked at Bai Luo's handsome face, and thought of something in her heart. Gritting his teeth. She got up and came to Bai Luo, and bent down under Bai Luo's astonished gaze. Xiao Xiaobai tactfully jumped away. You. Hiss. As the saying goes, Le Hua's wet rouge body is broken, and the flowing beads fly onto the small peach blossoms. Late at night. The silver light of the bright moon dyes the sea surface into bright silver. The spring in the room and the bright moon outside the window complement each other. The soft light shone on Violet's face, and the light and dark flickered alternately. I don't know how long it has been. Bai Luo's body suddenly tensed up. Violet stood up, touched her mouth with her slender fingers, and smoothed her hair. Her pretty face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look up at Bai Luo. Just whispered, please. Then he fled quickly in a little embarrassment. Bai Luo stared blankly at her leaving back. What is this? When he came back to his senses, Bai Luo shook his head slightly. His eyes were clear, and his heart was dull. Sure enough, women will only affect my scientific research progress. By the way, how many capsules have I produced? Glanced at the time. Thinking of the moment and is not bound yet. He got up and returned to the laboratory. Chapter 25. Another busy midnight. Only then did Bai Luo take care of everything. Looking at the 10-time capsules neatly arranged on the table. Bai Luo stretched. The capsules are then packed in small boxes respectively. Looking back, I realized that Anne had fallen asleep on the test bench at some point. In her sleep, she frowned slightly. It seems that something bad happened. Bai Luo stood beside her and took a few deep glances. In the end it was decided not to wake her up. Just let her sleep like this, and today's sea stone locks can also be temporarily exempted. If she still has any crooked thoughts. With Bai Luo's perception, he can also find it immediately. After finishing everything, Bai Luo turned off the lights in the laboratory. Then he walked out gently. When Bai Luo left, Anne, who was still asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly. His eyes were full of confusion. Master Buffalo, it's all right. There are 3 poles in the sun. There was a sound of propellers in the sky above Greenbit. Buffalo, dressed in bandages, turned the wings around his neck, and galloped from Dressrosa with a wooden basket the size of a carriage. Inside the wooden basket, more than a dozen Don Quixote family men wearing goggles are waiting in line. Hearing what his men said, Buffalo bowed his head. Then he turned around and landed in the jungle of Greenbit in a spiral. His eyes flashed fiercely. Looking at the subordinates who came out of the wooden basket, he said sharply, search all of this place for me. I don't believe I can't find that guy. Yes. Several subordinates responded loudly. Then they spread out in groups of 2 and 2. Buffalo stayed until his men left. Only then did it rise to the sky again. After that encounter, he can be said to have lost all faith in the family. For a Cotter, it is a great shame for him to be easily killed without even seeing the enemy's face clearly. Even Baby and Senor are gone now. The young master even gave the order to die. Make sure to find that guy. But in the past few days, they have searched Dressrosa almost all over. The suspicious figure was not found either. In order not to miss any clues, he decided to search with Greenbit as well. In the jungle. A 2-person team casts a cryptic glance at Buffalo in the sky. Started to complain. I've been searching for several days, and I haven't even found a ghost. If you want me to say, that person must have left long ago. You even asked us to come to this damn Greenbit, I really don't know why we are here. Hush, keep your voice down. Be careful that Lord Buffalo can hear you. It's not bad for us, there are betta fish all around, it's not bad that Mr. Buffalo didn't let us come by ourselves. Let's just pretend. When the time comes, if there is no harvest, we can go back naturally. Hey, that's what I said, but the plants in this jungle are all abnormally large, and they look too scary. And I always have a feeling of being spied on all the time. You think we can't be a ghost, right? Hey, stop talking nonsense. The two waved their long knives and cut off the messy branches. The conversation ended in a weird atmosphere. And all of this was seen by a few pairs of eyes in the jungle. On the other side, the shore of Greenbit. Tens of meters below the sea water. The Jiaolong sank here quietly. Bai Luo clearly saw the actions of those people through the video phone bug that had been arranged in the jungle long ago. It seems that Violet didn't lie to me. He stood in front of the screen, thinking carefully. At this moment, an alarm sounded on the radar. On the sea not far from Greenbit, a ship was rushing towards the island. Huh? Where did this ship come from? Bai Luo's fingers clicked on the screen. Switched to an image of the other coast. When he saw the appearance of the ship clearly, he was stunned. It was a dark blue ship with a seagull flag flying on top of it. Anyone can recognize it at a glance, it is a marine warship. Marine? Why are you here? Bai Luo frowned, realizing that things were going a little strangely. At this time, the marine warship was being attacked by the surrounding betta fish. The soldiers on the boat set up cannons and kept bombarding the surrounding fighting fish. The violent explosion startled the birds and beasts in the jungle. They finally landed on the other side of the coast in embarrassment. At the same time, all the subordinates of the Donquixote family heard the roaring artillery fire. Without too much hesitation, a group of people began to gather towards the shore. In the sky, Buffalo naturally also saw the scene of the warship running aground. He was also puzzled. Why did Marine come here? This is the young master's territory. Chapter 26. Dressrosa. Palace Heights. Doflamingo hung up on Buffalo and stood by the window. His eyes looked in the direction of Greenbit. Marine, how did it appear here? Did it happen by accident or came for me? He frowned. But there is no clue. What happened recently always made him a little uneasy. Now the appearance of Marine seems to be a bad omen. After a moment of thought, Doflamingo pushed open the window. Lifting his right hand slightly, a silk thread shot out, catching the clouds in the sky. In this way, he rushed towards Greenbit at a high speed. At this time, on the coast of Greenbit, there was a chill. Marine and members of the Donquixote family are in a confrontation. But this group of Marines is obviously too many. They surrounded the dozen or so people. The cold guns in their hands locked them firmly. It seems that as long as there is something wrong, the pirates will be greeted by a hail of bullets. Buffalo looked ugly. Shouted to the Marines, "What are you going to do? Our young master of Dover is Shichibukai, who signed a contract with Marine. You just came here like this, aren't you afraid that our young master will get angry?" The subordinates behind him panicked. Faced with rows of black muzzles, they can only hope that Doflamingo's name will deter them. But Marine on the opposite side didn't seem to hear Buffalo's words. Silence answered him. "BD. You underestimate our young master too. Even if you are Marine, you can't just break into our territory." Buffalo yelled loudly. At this time, a powerful response finally came from the warship. Shichibukai. After all, he's just a pirate. As long as it's a pirate, it's all damned. Hearing such rampant words, Buffalo's fat face showed anger. He looked up at the warship. I saw a tall figure standing on top of the warship at this time. He turned his back to the sun. Can't see clearly. But the huge weapon on the right arm is extremely conspicuous, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Buffalo was a little dazed when he saw this figure. Then he recognized it, and exclaimed in his mouth. Black Arm Zephyr. The tall old man on the bow was Zephyr, who was invited by Bai Luo. He originally wanted to come here early. Seek out Einbens in private. He was going to trade with Bai Luo when he really couldn't find the whereabouts of the two of them. But he didn't expect that he ran into Heavenly Yiksha's subordinates when he first arrived. It's the old man. Since you met, you can stay. Zephyr said coldly. At this time, he had already given up the reputation of not killing. That's disgusting for pirates. Shichibukai or not, to him, is an enemy. With one order. Marine soldiers are about to pull the trigger. Buffalo isn't about to sit still, either. The battle is imminent. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the sky. A few transparent silk threads pierced down and sank directly into the body of the Marine soldier in the front row. The next moment, they turned their guns stiffly. Aimed at the colleagues behind him. Hello? What are you doing? It was the first time my colleagues encountered this situation, and they were all very shocked. And that group of abnormal soldiers looked terrified. Shouted, "My body is out of control. Me too. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." Seeing this, Zephyr's eyes lit up under the sunglasses. Look up. In mid-air, a doflamingo with a pink feather cape was hanging there. There was a weird smile on his face. Phew furfur. Long time no see, Zephyr. Seeing the figure of his young master, Buffalo breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that his own life should be saved. Zephyr grinned, "Doflamingo, if you dare to hurt a single hair of my soldier, I guarantee that the world government will not be able to save you." The thread trembled, and Doflamingo landed in front of Zephyr. Huh? Then you can only attack my people. Even if you're an ex-Marine admiral, it doesn't make sense. His tone was flippant, and he didn't care about Zephyr's threats. Zephyr gave him a cold look. "Little devil, I have nothing to say about pirates." As he spoke, a burst of steam rose from his sea stone right arm. Doflamingo's complexion changed, and he retreated rapidly. The gigantic pulverizer unleashes a sonic boom. The corner of his eye twitched, and Doflamingo knew that if he got that blow, he might be seriously injured directly. He never expected that Zephyr would be so unreasonable, and he would do it directly when he came up. The smile faded from his face. He asked coldly, "What are you here for? Don't forget my identity. We should not be enemies." Zephyr ignored it. The mechanical arm opens, and the Doflamingo is aimed at, and the built-in bullet is ready. Just about to start again. Suddenly, a phone bug rang. Zephyr's expression changed. This familiar phone bug sound is An's phone. Chapter 27. Zephyr restrained his murderous intent. He picked up the phone on his own. Doflamingo watched the scene in mid-air, his brows furrowed with veins. This is not taking him seriously. He wanted to do it several times, but he endured it and did not act rashly. After all, the old guy opposite is the former Marine Admiral with the name of Black Arm. The purpose of his trip is unclear. Such a fight is pointless. "An? How are you doing?" Zephyr's tone is concerned. "Teacher, I'm fine." An's voice sounded from the other end. Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief. "Where are you now?" "I." Before An finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Luo. "Mr. Zephyr, I didn't expect you to come so soon." He answered the phone. The tone is flat, and there is no emotion. Zephyr's thoughts turned sharply. Did he even know I was here? Are you spying on me? In this way, there is little hope of finding An and Benz by himself. Trying his best to suppress his anger, Zephyr pretended to be calm and said, "I'm already here, stop talking nonsense. Tell me your purpose." Bai Luo seemed to laugh, but Zephyr couldn't really hear it. But what Bai Luo said next made his pupils constrict. "My goal has always been one, and that is Doflamingo. Give him alive, and Benz and An will go back intact." Bai Luo finally informed his plan. Ever since he met An and Benz, Bai Luo had made up his mind to let Zephyr take the shot for him. As the former Marine Admiral, it is reasonable to deal with a pirate. While Doflamingo is Shichibukai. But the gloom beneath Dressrosa more than offset Zephyr's culpability. In this way, Bai Luo, who is hiding in the dark, can better study his subject. "What? Is this what you call a little favor?" Zephyr was shocked. He didn't expect Bai Luo's target to be Shichibukai. He raised his head subconsciously and looked at Doflamingo in mid-air. At this moment, Brother Ming showed no expression. Appears to be waiting for Zephyr to finish calling. "What are you kidding? Although I don't like this guy very much, he is Shichibukai after all. How could I just hand it over to you? Do you know what consequences this will cause? By then, this sea will fall into even greater chaos." Zephyr's tone was already tinged with anger. Doflamingo on the side keenly sensed that the call was related to him. But no clue. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of a result. In the end it turned into a smirk. He is heavenly Yaksha. What flows in the body is the blood of God. No matter who is playing his idea, he will make that person regret it. On the other end of the phone, Bai Luo didn't respond. "Oh, what a shame." Then the tone changed, with a cold meaning. "But what does that have to do with me?" "You." Zephyr's hand subconsciously clenched the phone bug. "Choose, Doflamingo, or your student. Life is always full of painful choices. The only thing I can guarantee is that the moment you defeat Doflamingo, you will be the hero of Dressrosa. Well, what do you think of the title Zephyr, the hero of justice? You're the Black Arm after all." Zephyr's pupils dilated for a moment. Bai Luo now puts the choice in front of him. But he couldn't decide for a while. Hero Zephyr. The title brought back memories of his childhood. Once upon a time, he also worked hard for the justice in his heart. Since when did all this change? Yes, from the moment the arm was broken, from the moment the student died tragically. He held the phone for a long time without answering. Finally Bai Luo said, "I believe you will make the right choice. I'm waiting for your good news." Then the phone hung up with a click. Zephyr looked at the phone bug and took a deep breath. He is old now. The title of hero is dispensable to him. But that beloved student, he absolutely cannot let him go. Pirates on one side and students on the other. The scale of this choice seemed to be tipped from the start. Put the phone bug away. Zephyr made up his mind, and looked at Doflamingo with calm eyes. Under his eyes, there seemed to be a group of flames burning blazingly. Doflamingo. You pathetic fellow, this is fate. His huge iron arm was working again, and billows of steam spewed out. The momentum on his body is also rising steadily. The whole person became overbearing. In mid-air, Doflamingo frowned again. Although I don't know what happened, but it seems that the hostile relationship is undoubtedly established. That being the case, he didn't have to hold back. The fingers of the right hand moved slightly. On the coast, marine soldiers controlled by parasite string launched the first attack. Crying and wailing sounded alternately, and the scene was in chaos. A hole. Zephyr was furious. With a shout, the huge iron arm blasted towards Doflamingo. Chapter 28. Spider's Web Wall. Doflamingo smirked. With his hands spread out in front of him, layer after layer of white lines shot out, like a spider web blocking his body. Although layers of defense have been prepared. But he still underestimated the mechanical iron arm smasher. The giant killer completely made of sea stone rushed out with strong wind. Easily pierced through the spider web. Although Doflamingo was surprised, he reacted extremely quickly. He pulled away and blasted back. The 5 fingers of the left hand flicked across the air. The 5 colored lines were like sharp knives, slashing violently. The 5-color thread hit the mechanical iron arm, and there was a burst of clanging sounds, accompanied by a little spark. Zephyr smiled disdainfully. Is that all? Seeing that he was underestimated, Doflamingo did not get angry. He still had a smirk on his face. His eyes were hidden behind the peach-colored sunglasses, making it impossible to see his thoughts. As expected of Mr. Zephyr. The Marines are in a hurry to deal with the attacks of their colleagues and pirates. Don't forget to observe the battle situation in the air. Buffalo bared his teeth. Come on, our young master will not be easily defeated. You should take care of yourself. As he spoke, the propeller on his neck spun at high speed. A high-pressure storm instantly blew away Marines' formation. In the air, the battle continues. Bullet string. Doflamingo finger taps continuously. The thin threads created from the fingertips are fired at high speed like bullets. Zephyr tensed his muscles as he watched this finger pistol-like move. The huge mechanical arm waved quickly. Clang clang. Iron Arm Dance made his debut after images, defending all Doflamingo's attacks. Doflamingo looked at the mechanical iron arm without leaving a trace. His face finally became a little dignified. As expected of the black arm Zephyr. Even with one missing arm, it is not easy to still have such combat power. Although his attitude was dignified, his tone was still frivolous. He is good at intrigue and scheming, and he is most happy to dig out the darkness and pain in human hearts. Although Zephyr is powerful in battle, he is old after all. He heard Doflamingo's taunt, but didn't say much. He took out an aerosol medicine from his pocket. Put it in your mouth and took a deep breath. There is a flaw. Whip. Doflamingo seized the opportunity and sprayed dozens of transparent silk threads from his palm. The silk thread was entangled together, forming a thick thread column like a giant python, sweeping out. This blow was very sharp. Zephyr just shifted his left hand holding the nebulizer to the left. Armed color is instantly covered. The whip hit Zephyr's left arm like it was on an impenetrable iron wall. Instead of causing any damage to Zephyr, Zephyr easily grabbed the whip. With a great force, Zephyr tugged along the whip. Doflamingo's figure was pulled uncontrollably towards Zephyr. But there was no panic on his face, and the weird smile appeared again. Zephyr frowned. I always feel that something is wrong. But there is no time to think about it now. The huge mechanical iron arm slammed heavily on Doflamingo's body. Buffalo saw this, but wasn't worried. He knows the ability of his young master. Doflamingo gets hit hard. The body instantly became fragmented. But the strange thing is that there is no blood flowing out of the body. Instead, white lines were exposed in the broken parts. Shadow Knight String. This Doflamingo is a double doll. Seeing this scene, Zephyr's face became very ugly. I see. But do you think you can escape this way? The puppet with only one head left gave an evil laugh. Escape? How could I escape? Welcome to my kingdom, Dressrosa. Fufu fufu. I will give you a grand welcome, Black Arm Zephyr. Amid wild laughter, the head puppet turned into white threads and dissipated. Seeing his young master disappear, Buffalo followed closely. Take advantage of your ability to fly. Fly towards Dressrosa. After all, his young master is gone, so he can't stop the angry marine before Admiral. As for those men? It is an honor to die for the Don Quixote family. Zephyr said nothing. Look in the direction of Dressrosa. At this moment, he deeply understood the difficulty of Doflamingo. This BD Bai Luo really caused him a lot of trouble. How dare you use him? Once the matter is settled, he will definitely not let Bai Luo go. In the jungle. The video phone bug recorded it all. Inside the Jiaolong, Bai Luo and N were both staring at the direction of the battle in front of the screen. After watching this short fight, Bai Luo was very disappointed. The scheming brother Ming actually sent a puppet clone, let alone awakened with fruit. Not even armament Haki was released. The battle data record this time is of no use to him. On the other hand, N looked at Zephyr with worried eyes. Teacher. Chapter 29. Doflamingo returned to the palace heights. The three top cotters around him immediately surrounded him. Hey Dover. What made you so angry? Torrible leaned forward, sucking his snot. Doflamingo's piercing gaze turned to Greenbit. What happened recently made him smell a strong conspiracy. From the disappearance of his own cotters to the appearance of mysterious people. And now, the arrival of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. All of this reveals an unusual atmosphere. Torrible's question was not answered directly. His face was serious. Get ready. Ex-Marine Admiral Zephyr, we've been targeted. Pika and Diamanti were shocked. Pika's sharp and piercing voice sounded. Marine Admiral. Why is he staring at us? Is Marine going to do something to us? Doflamingo grinned grimly. No, from the current point of view, this should be Zephyr's personal action. But I don't have any clue about the mysterious man behind him. But what is certain is that what happened a few days ago is absolutely inseparable from that mysterious person. The three top cotters also seem to feel that the storm is coming. Diamanti shook the cloak on her body, and said with a straight face. Dover, what do we need to do? Doflamingo turned around and looked at his three dear family members. Torrible is optimistic about the factory. There is our foundation, there is no room for loss. Pika and Diamanti, take your people and prepare for the battle. No matter what, he must not be allowed to affect our business. Get ready. He should be here soon. The three received Doflamingo's order and went down separately to prepare. Watching their leaving back, Doflamingo took out a special phone bug from his bosom. Then dialed out. Hey. Did you know Zephyr came to my place? For some purpose, he has been following me. You need to give me an explanation on this matter. After all, I have the same blood as you, so don't make it difficult for me. Doflamingo expressed dissatisfaction. The words are full of threats. As celestial dragons, his blood allows him to grasp a lot of the highest intelligence inside celestial dragons. This is one of the reasons why he became a Shichibukai. Now peace is about to be destroyed. It is necessary to drag those high-ranking guys into the water. After a short silence, a serious voice came from the other end of the phone. We don't know about this. But we'll check with Marine. I hope you will stop threatening us with that incident in the future. This is our bottom line. Doflamingo laughed again. Fufuro Furfur. As a member of the same clan, isn't it too unreasonable for you to say that? On the other side, there was a cold snort of disdain. Same family? No. Your lineage is a traitor. Since that guy Hominger left, you are no longer worthy of this noble blood. You better know who you are. Conquixote Hominger. Hearing the name, Doflamingo's smile faded away. Blue veins crept up his furrowed brows. His face was hidden in the shadows, as if he was trying his best to suppress his anger. But he didn't argue with the person opposite. After hanging up the phone, the unbearable memories of childhood flooded out again. If not for that man, he would still be a noble celestial dragon now. His fists were clenched tightly. The killing intent is awe-inspiring. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. An urgent call was connected to Marshal Sengoku's office. Hey, Sengoku. What the hell is going on with that Norio guy? Why did he go to Dressrosa? Is it your order? As soon as Sengoku picked up the phone, he heard a scolding. He froze for a moment, then frowned. What are you talking about? Zephyr went to Dressrosa. What was he doing there? The tone of the person on the other end of the phone was extremely impatient. I should ask you about this. Doflamingo's current identity is Kaiwohei. You'd better keep an eye on your people and don't cause any trouble for us. Sengoku's glasses flashed a glint, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The quill tapped lightly on the table twice. Then he replied, I will check it out. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly, not giving the other party a chance to speak. He looked at the ink-stained waste paper on the table. He casually threw it to the goat shredder beside him. Then he picked up the phone again and dialed Zephyr in Dressrosa. The phone rang for a long time. But no one connected. Sengoku took a deep breath, recalling the conversation he had with Zephyr the other day. Rubbing the knotted eyebrows, he murmured. Zephyr, what the hell are you trying to do? After thinking for a long time, without any clue, he loudly called the soldiers standing guard at the door. Where's that guy Kizaru? Tell him to go to Dressrosa. The soldiers were about to lead out. Sengoku suddenly changed his mind. Wait a minute. Kizaru is also his student. Forget it, get that old Garp thing. I always have a bad feeling. Chapter 30. The marine warship returned to the sea under the huge force of Zephyr. In addition to the marine soldiers, the men of the Donquixote family were all captured. The warship restarts. This time, Zephyr is ready to charge Dressrosa head-on. Beside him, a marine adjutant who was in charge of the entourage glanced at the prisoners. He said worriedly, Mr. Zephyr, are we really going to declare war on Doflamingo? Without turning his head, Zephyr lit a cigarette with his left hand. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Dressrosa not far away. Sorry for bringing you into this is my fight. I have reasons to do this. Wait a while and you all dock the ship at the port, just wait for me. The adjutant suddenly became agitated. Teacher, I didn't mean that. We all see what you have done for Marine. How many people have been taught by you for so many years? How could we become deserters at such a critical moment? Even if the enemy is Shichibukai, we are not afraid. For justice. As if responding to his words. The soldiers on board shouted together, for justice. There was a softness in the eyes under the Zephyr sunglasses. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened, and he said softly. Ah, that's it, I see. Thank you for your hard work. This is what we are supposed to do. On the Jialong, Bai Luo looked at Zephyr heading towards Dressrosa. The brain began to spin rapidly. With Zephyr's combat power, it is absolutely no problem to kill a Doflamingo. After all, he was the same person as Garp the Fist back then. Although he has experienced a series of blows and injuries, his strength has declined over the years. But it doesn't mean that people like Doflamingo can pose a threat to him. What Bai Luo worries about is, if Doflamingo doesn't speak martial arts, directly ask the Cotters under his command to join him. Then the outcome of the battle is unknown. To be on the safe side, Bai Luo still needs to make a little more preparation. Manipulating the Jialong to resurface. He got out and entered the jungle of Greenbit. Leo, Cabu, are you there? He called softly. After a while, rustling sounds came from around. Leo took a few little people with him. Like lightning, it appeared in front of Bai Luo. Leo looked at Bai Luo in confusion. Bai Luo? What's the matter? Bai Luo squatted down and took Leo on the branch into his palm. You must have seen the battle at the beach just now. Dressrosa will undergo major changes, and I would like to take this opportunity to help you free your people who were imprisoned there. But I need your help. Leo's eyes widened. Looking at Bai Luo in disbelief, his expression suddenly became vigilant. How did you know that someone from our clan was imprisoned in Dressrosa? As the commander of the Dongtata tribe, Leo was still very vigilant. Bai Luo smiled and said, you guys told me this last time, have you forgotten? Your Princess Manxiuli must have suffered a lot. Hearing this, Leo's face showed a sense of relief. So I forgot. He believed in Bai Luo again, especially when he said Mansuli's name. Thinking of Mansuli and her own people. Leo looked sad. Princess Manxiuli is very capricious and has a strong temper, but she is still our princess. Now she is being held in that ghostly place. I don't know if she has been tortured in any way. You just said, what do I need to do to save them? Bai Luo took out several machines the size of a small human from his arms. It's actually really easy. First of all, you need to find a few clansmen, take these machines, and go to shoot and record all the upcoming battles in Dressrosa. Then, let me borrow the passage leading to the underground factory in your family. Leo opened his mouth. Did we also talk about the channel? Bai Luo nodded as a matter of course. Okay then. But wait for me for a while, I'm going to talk to the patriarch. Well, I'll wait for you here. Leo took several other little humans with him, and disappeared into the jungle again after a few flashes. Bai Luo casually sat down on a branch. Go over your plan again. In order to fight against Doflamingo, the Dongtata tribe dug a passage leading to the underground factory under the command of Mr. Soldier. Bai Luo's purpose is simple. It is to use that secret passage to sneak into the underground factory, kill the cotters, and cause chaos in the country. Sugar is an important means for Doflamingo to control Dressrosa. As long as her ability is cut off, the seemingly peaceful and happy country will disappear in an instant. At that time, no matter whether Doflamingo talks about martial arts or not, he will always be too busy to take care of himself. Just free those who were turned into toys. He will definitely send someone to quell the ensuing chaos. At that time, Zephyr will have more room to play. As for filming, as a small human race, is there a more suitable hidden shooting tool than them? Bai Luo did not forget. For what purpose is he targeting Doflamingo? The recording of combat data is also an important part of the experiment. Chapter 31. Didn't wait a while. Leo turned back and enthusiastically welcomed Bai Luo into Greenbit's underground world. The kingdom of Don Tata is extremely vast. It is surrounded by houses hollowed out by various tree mushrooms. Countless little people watched Bai Luo's arrival curiously. Is this the adult clan who can help us rescue the tribe? Hi, hello. I cooked pumpkin porridge, do you want to eat it? It's really great. With such a powerful adult race, we will definitely be able to rescue Her Royal Highness this time. Dear guest, here I have cookies with forest tree sap, please come and have a cup of tea. Look at the enthusiastic Dong Tata family. Bai Luo was somewhat uncomfortable. Welcome, welcome. Leo has already told me everything. At this time, an old voice sounded. The patriarch of the Dong Tata tribe came over with a stick. He raised his head and looked at Bai Luo with gratitude. According to Kabu and Leo, this adult race is very powerful. There are also 4 powerful subordinates. Now he is willing to take the initiative to help the Dong Tata clan. This is the luck of their Dong Tata clan. My name is Ganjiao, and I am the patriarch of the Dong Tata clan. Your arrival today shows that this is all due to fate. Our clansmen, please. Patriarch Ganjiao's eyes were sincere, and the little people all looked at Bai Luo with anticipation. Bai Luo cleared his throat. I see. Silver Fox Express. Leo yelled towards the back. A large fox with silver hair came running quickly. It also has a saddle on its back. This is our bus for 20 people, Mr. Bai Luo, please take this bus and go. There is also the matter of shooting that you explained, so give us the things too. Bai Luo looked at Leo with a straight face. Nodding in praise, that's really reliable. Bai Luo sat on the silver fox, and the warriors of the Dong Tata tribe were also ready. Bai Luo originally wanted to say that he could handle it all by himself. But look at their pair of firm eyes. Still didn't say it. The silver fox turned into lightning and rushed to the depths of the tunnel. Behind them is a large number of Dong Tata flying troops. This corridor is extremely long. It was not built in a short period of time. It can be seen that the Dong Tata tribe has made sufficient preparations to save their own people. When the silver fox rushed out of the darkness, he came to a secret room. The entire secret room seems to be hollowed out by plants, surrounded by various green plants. This is the headquarters of the uprising against Doflamingo. At this moment, a toy soldier is sitting at the wooden table. The first time I saw Bai Luo, I immediately became alert. Who? The toy soldier holds a toy gun upside down in a sword posture. Bai Luo could tell at a glance that it was a very standard posture. As expected of an undefeated mythical sword fighter in the arena, Cyrus. He greeted lightly. The toy soldier was shocked. Under that expressionless iron skin, Cyrus' soul was greatly shocked. How is it possible? How do you know my name? How do you remember me? Since the moment he was turned into a toy soldier, everyone has forgotten his original identity. For so many years, no one has ever thought of it. But the man in front of him actually said his name right away. But he obviously didn't know him. At this time, Leo also got out from the tunnel behind him. He happily introduced Bai Luo to Cyrus. Bai Luo. Cyrus was even more at a loss. But Bai Luo knew that this kind of thing was really difficult to understand. As a victim of childlike fruit, should be forgotten by the world. But he happened to meet himself. Time travel plus brain fruit. Let Bai Luo's memory not be affected by the fruit of childishness. In this world, he is the only one who can do this. Not too much time wasted. After Bai Luo saw Cyrus, he had a new idea. He quickly explained the current situation to Cyrus. There's an ex-marine admiral out there, ready to slay Doflamingo. My goal is the sugar. After I kill the sugar, you can return to your original body. If you want to return to normal life with Rebecca, then go to fight. Cyrus reacted very quickly. Analyze the pros and cons at once. Marine actually made a move. Right now is the best chance to regain the rule of the Lika royal family. There was no time to be surprised that Bai Luo knew about Rebecca, and he immediately agreed to Bai Luo's request. As long as you can beat the sugar, That's what I'm supposed to do. His tone was full of affirmation, and the hope of victory appeared for the first time. He was full of fighting spirit. For Rebecca, for the Rika royal family, and for Dressrosa. At the same time. Port of Dressrosa. Marine's warship slowly docked in the port. The people around who don't know the truth are all curious. Marine? How did they come here? Hey, look, isn't that a Cotter member of the Donquixote family? Do you feel that there is something wrong with the atmosphere? What the hell happened? On the warship? Zephyr looked down at the people in the port with a blank expression. Gladius, Buffalo, Jorah, Violet. The battle is not small. Zephyr dropped the cigarette butt from his mouth, looking fearless. Below. Violet watched Zephyr's arrival, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Is this the time that man said? Chapter 32. The secret room of the uprising headquarters. Bai Luo looked towards the deep underground passage. The entrance is extremely narrow. Seems to be a ventilation duct. After confirming that you can pass, Bai Luo turned around and said, leave the next thing to me. I hope you guys can go out and help, Doflamingo is still there after all. Leo wanted to refuse. But he is stopped by toy soldiers. Cyrus looked at this mysterious man, and for some reason, he was extremely confident in what he said. Leo, just do as he says. Leo hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to compromise. Yes, I understand. Then please, Mr. Bai Luo. Bai Luo nodded. Turned around and got into the ventilation duct. Follow the pipe all the way down. About half a minute later, Bai Luo saw a faint light. At the exit, there is an iron railing. With a little force on the foot, the railing was broken. When Bai Luo drilled out of the ventilation duct, he was already in the vast underground space. The surrounding area is full of reinforced concrete, and huge containers are stacked on top of each other. Under the dim light, the occasional mechanical roar made this place look extremely depressing. There were bursts of shouting and cursing not far away. The subordinates of the Donquixote family are driving the toy slaves to do the heavy lifting. Bai Luo looked at the surrounding environment, nodding with satisfaction. From now on, this place belongs to him. After leaving Egghead Island, he has been huddled in the laboratory of Jiaolong. Although that laboratory is also fully functional. But after all, space is limited. As long as this underground factory is under control, then Bai Luo can create an experimental base for Busai and Egghead Island. With a smile on his face, he paced out from behind the container. Soon, his figure was discovered by the enemy. Several subordinates looked at each other and looked at each other. As a hidden place in the family, why would a stranger appear? They took weapons and immediately surrounded them. Hello? What do you do? Bai Luo didn't answer. He raised his eyes slightly and tapped his fingers lightly. The finger pistol blasted out. Puff puff. Blood flowers bloomed on them. Several people fell to the ground and died instantly. This scene was seen by many toys. They were all taken aback. Where did the guy come from, dare to do something to the Donquixote family? A piercing siren sounded. What Bai Luo did was also seen by other subordinates. They immediately sounded the alarm. Countless subordinates swarmed towards Bai Luo. Bai Luo's forward movement did not stop. One corner of the five-pointed star around the neck lights up. Black particles emerge. After 3 steps, the Shura appeared. Seeing this monster, all the subordinates were taken aback. It is a steel machine that is so black that it shines, and its 6 long blades are shining coldly. The eyes of the 3 mechanical heads are scarlet. The unknown often portends danger. But they can't help it. In the end, he mustered up his courage and continued to charge towards Bai Luo. The next moment, the 6 armed swords were raised horizontally and crossed. 6 paths violent slashes swept out. Like a tornado, it destroys everything. After one blow, the ground was full of stumps and broken arms. Those who were still alive could not help but howl in pain. The toys on the side were all dumbfounded. Too strong. This is, the gods heard our call and came to save us. They couldn't shed tears, but they were screaming inside. Inside the mecha, Bai Luo's knowledge covered the entire underground factory. He clearly saw 2 figures, one big and one small, coming towards him. That's Torable and Granulated Sugar. There is a room between them. Bai Luo swung his sword and slashed down again, this time there was a faint orange light above the sword energy. Armed color emission burst out suddenly. The sword chi shattered the wall of the room and slashed straight at Torable. Surprised by the sudden attack, Torable forgot to draw back his snot. In a hurry, he was hit by sword energy. Although his body was hidden under the mucus, this slash cut his mucus instantly. The previously invincible slime defense didn't help at all this time. The sword energy exploded on him, cutting into his bony body. Ah! With a scream, the powerful impact sent him flying. 3 layers of walls were smashed in a row, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Blood spattered out. His body was almost split in two. Spitting out blood, Torable looked at his upper body and lower body in horror, with only a trace of skin and flesh sticking together. Hey, how is it possible? How is this possible? He tried to activate his ability, trying to use the mucus to glue his body together. But because the injury was too serious, he tried several times without success. On the side, Xiao Sugar, who was wearing a madar-dotted dress and a red cloak, seemed to be frightened. The grapes in his hand fell to the ground without noticing. She stared blankly at Torapol, who was about to die, completely unaware of what happened just now. At this time, there was a sound of heavy mechanical footsteps, accompanied by a slightly distressed voice. Oh, it's a bit heavy. Must hold on, Torable. Otherwise, you're dead, blood is useless. Granu turned around and looked at the black mechanical monster in front of him with a look of fear. Chapter 33. Under her monocle, tears welled up uncontrollably. The ability user who is the fruit of childlike fun. The moment the fruit is eaten, the body stops growing. Facing this terrifying unknown enemy, she couldn't control her trembling. Under desperation, the brain was working rapidly. I just look like a child, maybe this monster doesn't know me. Use its sympathy and touch it. Maybe just do it and you'll survive. Do whatever comes to mind. Granu wiped away her tears and immediately acted like she was a victim. Great. Finally saved. I was caught here by that bad guy, can you lead me to find my parents? She burst into tears. The body gradually approached the Shura. Bai Luo was indifferent to Granu's performance. The 3 mechanical heads hung down, looking at her motionless. Granu met the 6 mechanical eyes glowing red and shuddered. But at the moment there is no better way. She could only bite the bullet. Seeing that the mechanical monster was getting closer and closer, the joy in the eyes of the sugar could not be restrained. When the hand finally touched the cold steel, she lost her fearful expression and couldn't help cheering. I got it. But the next second, she found out. The mechanical monster didn't turn into a toy as she wished. What? This was the first time she encountered such a situation, and the ability to be invincible seemed to have lost its effect. Suzuki patted Shura again in disbelief. But still no response. Sugar was stunned. Bai Luo didn't give her another chance. Santang, your acting skills are too clumsy. Following the words, a robotic arm with a long blade clenched into a fist, knocking Granu unconscious with one blow. The sugar that doesn't work is just like an ordinary child. Just a little force can knock her out. But just in case, Bai Luo injected her with a little secret medicine to ensure that she would not wake up anytime. With the fainting of sugar, all the toys in Dressrosa have been liberated. Their bodies glowed with brilliance, and their toy bodies slowly faded away, revealing their original human appearance. At this moment, everyone watched the changes in the surrounding toys in disbelief. I changed back. My wife, my son. I changed back. Ah. I remembered, I still have a lover. Why did I lose his memory? Finally no longer a toy. Damn Doflamingo. People covered their heads one after another, accepting the memories that originally belonged to them but disappeared. There was chaos in the streets. There were cries of pain and joy of rebirth everywhere. At the port. A mess. Zephyr and Marines, who had just killed 3 cotters, watched this amazing scene in shock. Have absolutely no idea what's going on. But on the side, Violet, who had been fishing, widened her eyes. She knew that there was only one explanation for the situation. That is, the granulated sugar has been removed. She immediately thought of Bai Luo, and looked underground. Passed through layers of obstacles. Finally there, I saw the fainted Granu and Bai Luo beside her. Violet covered her mouth in surprise, tears kept rolling. It wasn't until Zephyr's voice sounded that she regained consciousness. Through people's conversations, Zephyr has guessed. This seemingly peaceful Dressrosa may hide some unknown darkness. Is that why that guy is using me? Although I don't know what the situation is, the battle is not over yet. The enemy still has a Cotter member. Zephyr took a puff from the nebulizer and looked at Violet with cold eyes. Violet hurriedly explained, please stop. We have no reason to fight. Although I am a Cotter of the Dunquixote family. But my real identity is the former royal member of Dressrosa, Violet. Now Master Bai Luo has killed the Cotter Granus and liberated Dressrosa's toys. Doflamingo's reign of terror cannot last long. Hearing Violet's words, Zephyr's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Are you from Bai Luo? Violet blushed slightly, hesitated to admit it. Yes. He promised to help me regain the rule of the Lika royal family. But Zephyr doesn't care about royal rule. His first reaction was, if Violet belonged to Bai Luo, Could it be exchanged for his own student? Thinking of this, he waved to the soldiers behind him. Catch her first. Violet froze at Zephyr's order. From this point of view, these Marines are not allies. Especially the former Marine Admiral, the reaction after hearing Bai Luo's name was very abnormal. Although it is not clear what grievances Mr. Bai Luo has with him, if he is caught, he may bring trouble to Mr. Bai Luo. Recalling the indifference in Bai Luo's eyes back then, Violet shuddered. Although the man looked gentle, he couldn't hide the madness in his heart. No, I must not be caught by Marine. Chapter 34. Palace Heights. Doflamingo looked at the chaotic city with a grim expression. Damn it! He can see all the changes in those toys. Ignore the Zephyr attack at the port at the moment. He angrily dialed Torribal's phone bug. But it rang for a long time. The phone was not connected either. The uneasiness in Doflamingo's heart became more and more intense. He immediately called Diamanti. Sugar was killed. Torribal also lost contact. I need you to take someone to the underground factory to see what happened there. Diamanti froze for a moment, habitually wanting to decline. But there is nothing wrong. There must be no problems in the underground factory, otherwise we will all die. Don't you understand the horror of that man? Doflamingo said angrily as he had no time to chat with him. Thinking of that terrifying man, Diamanti trembled. I know Dover, I'll deal with it like this. But over there at the port. Doflamingo turned and stared at the city now in chaos. Pika and I will be responsible. An old man who is about to enter the soil, and a group of untouchables, you think you can defeat me like this? No matter who is behind the scenes, I want him to pay the price. Under the peach-colored glasses, the fierce eyes seemed to choose someone to devour. Diamanti knew. Dover is really angry. Well, let everyone see the evil in your heart. Underground factory. Bai Luo ignored the slaves fleeing for their lives. He carried the fainted Sugar and came to the dying Torribal. At this moment, Torribal has not completely died. Coughing blood foam in his mouth, he wanted to grab Bai Luo's steel ankle. But I raised my hand several times, but I didn't raise it. At this moment, he has no strength left. Consciousness is also slowly dissipating. Who are you? Bai Luo didn't answer. Throwing the sugar aside, took out an adrenaline. Go down to Torre Balza. This special adrenaline has a certain healing effect. Under Bai Luo's scan, Torribal's heartbeat, which had gradually subsided, gradually resumed beating. At this moment, screams suddenly came from the elevator in the distance. Diamanti led 3 cotters under him and killed the slaves who tried to escape by using the elevator. Came out of it? Huh? Zephyr, this old guy, is too weak, isn't he? Bai Luo sighed slightly. Torribal and Granis, plus the 4 guys from Diamanti. In this way, he killed 6 people. It did not achieve the effect of using Zephyr 100% at all. But that's it? Bai Luo couldn't let those 4 run back. He didn't want to reveal his identity easily. Then we can only kill these guys together. From a distance, Diamante saw Torribal and Granis, who were both alive and dead. And beside them, the cold and black mechanical warriors. There is no doubt that the mechanical warrior is the culprit. Before he could speak, the half-fighting fishboy Delinger couldn't help covering his mouth and showing a cruel smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Like a shark eyeing its prey. Leave this to me. I'll kick that thing to pieces. As soon as his words fell, his figure disappeared in a flash. Accelerating towards Bai Luo, a flying kick broke through the air, sending out bursts of sonic booms. Diamanti wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This BD, didn't you see that Torribal has been killed? He shouted angrily, leading Laoji and Mahabasi to rush to support. But it was too late. Bai Luo saw Delinger's disgusting smile, and those shorts and high heels. Show disgust. Delinger, who was raised as a girl since she was a child, has powerful kicks. But that character is already very perverted. Bai Luo has always hated this kind of person. After all, high heels are just for women. Why do you defile it? The 6 long blades are raised upwards. Bai Luo's figure passed Delinger like a gust of wind. He didn't look back, but looked at Diamanti coldly. Delinger, on the other hand, stopped on the spot, bowed his head and remained motionless. Hey, Delinger! Diamanti yelled worriedly. Delinger then slowly turned around. After everyone saw his state clearly, their faces changed drastically. At this moment, Delinger doesn't have a good piece of meat on his body or face. Bai Luo's long blade was like a precise scalpel, cutting Delinger's body into pieces. Dense cracks spread all over the body. Delinger felt the approach of death for the first time. With a face full of fear, he opened his mouth to ask for help. But there was only a strange sound of ho, ho. The next moment, The whole body was splashed with blood. The whole person fell down, lifeless. Derringer, Diamante and the others were furious. They looked at Bai Luo fiercely. No matter who you are dead. Chapter 35. Dealing who is a half murloc, has no fruit ability. It is of no value to Bai Luo. So he would never hold back against this kind of enemy. Diamante's eyes were tearing apart. How dare they kill their family cotters in front of them? Get rid of him. He roared and touched the ground with his hands. Army flag. In the next second, the entire ground began to become extremely soft like a flag. As if there was a breeze blowing by, it swayed non-stop. At the same time, Raoji made a G shape with both hands, and a set of Dewang fist fell towards Bai Luo like a storm. Mahabasi, on the other hand, controlled his weight and leaped high. 10,000 tons of hell, base. Facing the siege of 3 people. Bai Luo remained extremely calm. He stepped firmly on the ground, and the inexplicable shaking didn't affect him at all. Laoji's fist hit him, but it didn't cause any damage. Just when Mahaba was about to fall, Bai Luo finally moved. Like a black phantom, he instantly appeared in midair. Both feet stepped on Mahaba's back. Mahaba only felt his body sinking, but he hadn't reacted yet. And Bai Luo pointed 6 long-edged swords facing each other. A sharp blow suddenly broke out, piercing Raoji straight. Seeing this scene, Diamante's expression changed. The long sword in his hand softened quickly, turned into a spirit snake and kept extending, trying to block the attack for Raoji. But he underestimated the power of Bai Luo's blow. Diamante's long sword, which had turned into steel again, was like paper paste and would shatter at the touch of a finger. The shock didn't stop. With a flash of lightning, it pierced directly between Raoji's eyebrows. Raoji's figure was uncontrollable, and he fell heavily to the ground after being loaded backwards. The whole head has been turned into a ball of paste, deflated. The expression on his face didn't seem to have reacted yet, and he still looked like he was sure of winning. Diamante hadn't had time to be furious yet. Bai Luo set his sights on Mahaba again. At this moment, Mahaba is still falling. Everything that happened just now was only in an instant. Mahaba just raised his head, trying to see what was happening on his back. He saw 6 sharp long swords shining orange-red slashing towards him. The sword energy is dazzling. Even the sunglasses on his face couldn't resist the dazzling light, which made him shed tears involuntarily. Accompanied by the roar of his smashing into the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Base. Diamante yelled. Extremely anxious and fearful in my heart. The enemy in front of him is simply too powerful. This feeling of powerlessness, he had only experienced in that man who couldn't die. Where the hell is this guy from? When the smoke cleared, Bai Luo's figure reappeared in his sight. At this moment, Bai Luo was stepping on Mahaba's head. Several long blades pointed in all directions. The shape is extremely strange and makes people shudder. Diamante swallowed and looked at Baze, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Don't dare to act rashly. In a short time, his men were slaughtered. If he continues to shoot, he will definitely die. Escape. Must escape. Be sure to tell Dover about this place. But can he really escape from him? Diamante's heart was gloomy. At this moment, the dome in the underground factory suddenly trembled violently. Like an earthquake, rocks continued to fall from the top. Bai Luo and Diamante looked up at the same time. Diamante guessed at once that this was the movement brought about by Pika's battle. Noticed that the mechanical monster on the opposite side was also observing. Diamante saw the timing, turned around and ran. This is a very good opportunity, while the monster doesn't know what's going on. Just rush back to the ground in one breath. Bai Luo raised his head, and in his knowledgeable perception, he saw Zephyr, Cyrus, and the warriors of the Dongtata tribe. At this time, Zephyr is fighting fiercely with Pika, who has turned into a huge stone man. The vicinity of the Dressrosa Palace is already full of broken bricks and tiles. Apparently, Pika, who can hide in rocks, is causing Zephyr a lot of trouble. If you can't get rid of him quickly, then Zephyr's physical strength will also be exhausted. Looks like I need to help him. After all, Doflamingo was the main target. How can I let my tool man waste energy on such trivial matters? The mechanical arm waved lightly. 6 long blades in groups of 3 and 3 turned into lightning meteors. One group went straight to the dome, passed through the earth, passed through the rock, and pierced Pika hidden in the rock. The other group chased after Diamante and passed through her chest. Diamante felt a pain in his chest and was hit hard and fell to the ground. Blood instantly stained the ground red. He raised his head with difficulty, only to realize that the steel monster didn't even look at him. The 6 scarlet mechanical eyes are still watching the vibration above. It seems to see the scene on the ground through the thick layer of soil. At this moment, Diamante fully understood. The Donquixote family, it's over. Chapter 36. On the ground. Zephyr and Pika are fighting fiercely. Pika, who can use rocks, builds a giant stone giant. A foot bigger than a house can crush a piece of ground. Countless rock spikes drilled out of the ground. The vicinity of the palace heights has been completely destroyed. Zephyr took a puff from his nebulizer and looked at the golem, panting. What a troublesome ability. The golem stared at Zephyr with wide eyes. A sharp voice sounded from within. Old man, if you leave now, Dover can forgive you. Otherwise, you will have to die here. Zephyr patted the injured mechanical arm and sneered. A group of pirates, how arrogant. It's not certain who will die and who will live today. If Zephyr was still because of the trade at the beginning, he is now angry. A large amount of steam was sprayed from the mechanical arm. He was about to crush the rock giant. At this time, a streamer appeared underground. Extremely fast. Before Zephyr could see clearly, the stream of light passed through the thick rock, precisely nailing Pika's real body out of the stone giant's body. When Pika showed up, Zephyr realized that the streamer just now was 3 strange long blades. It was so powerful that it directly pierced Pika's body. He frowned slightly, subconsciously looking towards the ground. But nothing was found. Just when he was puzzled. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a one-legged man, holding a big sword, and quickly rushed up to the high ground of the palace. He was still roaring Doflamingo's name. The expression was angry and ferocious, and he looked like he would never give up. Zephyr subconsciously connected the 3 long blades with the swordsman. He didn't think about it. Seeing that the one-legged man had rushed up first, he also followed quickly. The two headed towards the palace one after the other. At the moment, Doflamingo is there. In the ruined alley on the side. Violet wore a cloak to hide her appearance. Ever since she escaped from Marine's pursuit, she has been hiding nearby, watching the direction of the battle. When he saw the face of the one-legged man, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Isn't that the brother-in-law of Cyrus who I have forgotten for many years? He's okay, which is great. If Rebecca knows this news, she will be very happy. Violet covered her mouth lightly, her eyes were slightly red. In the distance, there was a sound of running. In the place where people were fleeing for their lives, the sound of the oncoming running was extremely loud. Violet turned to look. When he saw the person coming, his pupils shrank. Hastily drilled out of the alley and stopped the man. He dragged the man back to the alley again. Rebecca. Why are you here? At this moment, the person in front of her is Rebecca in golden armor. Since the toys returned to human form, Rebecca also remembered her father. That Mr. Toy Soldier who was always by her side. And Violet. Rebecca was also surprised to see Violet. Violet didn't have time to reminisce about the past, she said solemnly, a more intense battle is about to begin. It's too dangerous here. You shouldn't be here. Rebecca looked tired. Fair skin has become dirty. Wen Yan shook his head. Tears welled up in her eyes, her expression determined. I've remembered. My father is Cyrus. I want to find him. Violet glanced back at the palace heights. Take Rebecca's hands. I've seen brother-in-law Cyrus just now, he's fine. Don't worry. He's in the palace now, with that marine. Doflamingo is still there, the battle is about to start, you better not go over there. Hearing this, Rebecca broke free from Violet's hand. She raised her great sword. Then I'm going even more. I want to fight with my father. Violet stopped her again. No, listen to me. We will definitely win this battle. Whether it's Cyrus' brother-in-law or that marine, they are not the ones who decide the direction of the battle. All this today is because of that man. Seeing Rebecca's puzzled expression, Violet said word by word, that man named Bai Luo. From the moment he came to Dressrosa, we were destined to win. So, we just need to wait quietly. Rebecca had never heard of this name before, but somehow it felt a little familiar. Bai Luo. Violet nodded. The worries in Rebecca's heart did not abate. But there's nothing wrong with it, even if you don't believe him, you should believe me. After a moment of silence, Rebecca finally nodded. It's just that I still can't stop worrying in my heart. She wiped away her tears and looked towards the high ground of the palace. Father, you must be safe and sound. Chapter 37. Huh? Is this the Smile Factory? Bai Luo pried open the door of Seastone and walked into the closed factory. At this moment, the family members in the factory ignored the commotion outside. Still loyally supervised the slaves of the Dongtata tribe to complete the production plan of Smile. Until Bai Luo appeared in front of them. Only then did they discover that the entire underground factory had been swept away. Before they could speak, Bai Luo rewarded them with several finger pistols. Looking at the overseer who fell to the ground, The slaves of the Dongtata clan looked astonished. Bai Luo smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, I'm Leo's friend, I'm here to rescue you." Hearing Bai Luo's words, the Dongtata clan immediately burst into fiery cheers. "Really? Are we finally saved? Leo? Where is Leo? Wait a minute, if we don't continue working, what about Princess Manchurli?" "That's right. Princess Manxuli is still in their hands." Seeing the flustered Dongtata clan, Bai Luo gave a dry cough. They stopped talking immediately. "Look at the hero who rescued them. Your Princess Manxuli is in the corner room of the palace auditorium. You can go find her there. Of course, there are still some guards there. But I believe you can handle it. The Dongtata family has received the latest news. I chose to believe without doubt. Thank you so much, hero. We will definitely repay you." Bai Luo waved his hand. "After that, I do have a small job and need you to help me. But not now. Hurry up, Princess Manxuli is still waiting for your rescue." The Dongtata tribe responded in unison. Without the deceit and restraint of the overseer, they became warriors again. Everyone rushed out of the factory at an extremely fast speed. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Bai Luo showed excitement when the factory was empty. He said softly, "Come here." With the order issued, the Jiaolong, which sank in greenbit, began to float up. The 4 seraphs dispatched one by one and walked out of the cabin. Anne and Baby 5 had no idea what was going on. After handcuffing Anne, Baby 5 came to the cabin where Seraphim was originally placed. Bai Luo never let her in this cabin. At this time, with the departure of Seraphim, she finally let go of her curiosity and walked in. The cabin was dimly lit. Dense pipelines and several living organism culture tanks filled with unknown liquid stood in it. Baby 5 looked around curiously. Suddenly his pupils shrank, his face showing fear. She saw that it was in the culture tank at the farthest corner of the cabin. A burly boy with 2 horns was soaking in it with his eyes closed. That is. The 4 blazing angels walked out of the Jiaolong. The flames sprayed from under their feet, and the figures of the 4 turned into streamers, and they came to the sky above Dressrosa in a blink of an eye. At this time, a fierce battle broke out in the palace. But they ignored it, star-shaped pupils scanning the ground. After positioning, the 4 of them suddenly fell, piercing through the thick soil layer, and came to the ground. Then entered the Smile Factory. Seeing their approach, Bai Luo ordered, "Go and see if there are any enemies you missed, and if there are any, kill them on the spot. The underground port also needs to be temporarily closed. Without my permission, no one can pass through. From today, this is our new base." The star-shaped pupils of the 4 blazing angels light up slightly. "Take the order and turn to leave." After a while, there was a violent explosion. But Bai Luo didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, I wandered around the Smile Factory. Data record found. Bai Luo flipped the pages briefly, then sneered. That guy, he really hasn't improved at all these years. This so-called artificial devil fruit smile, in Bai Luo's opinion, is too rubbish. The success rate is only 1%. There are also great side effects. Even if the ability is successfully obtained, it is still the most rubbish kind. Kaido, does he really think that with these inferior man-made devil fruits, he can reach the top? It's so ridiculous. And Guy Sarah too. The first man-made devil fruit was still in Punk Hazard. But Guy still didn't make good use of it. What an incompetent. Back then, under the painstaking research of myself and my teacher Vegapunk, the first man-made devil fruit appeared. And my teacher refused the government's request. Call it a failure. Leave it at Punk Hazard. But Bai Luo knew that it was definitely a successful artificial fruit. Just because of the lack of experience in the first production, a little deviation occurred during the experiment, which led to Qinglong becoming Sakura Dragon. Perhaps in the eyes of Vegapunk, it is considered a failure. But Bai Luo knows how great its potential is. Now, under the secret development of Bai Luo, the 5th Seraph is about to be completed. It's time to get that fruit back. Chapter 38. When Bai Luo was still hanging out, planning to rebuild the underground factory. The battle in the palace heights is gradually coming to an end. Although Doflamingo successfully awakened the fruit ability, he still fell into a disadvantage when facing Zephyr, who had lived his life as a soldier. With one blow from Zephyr's robotic arm, Doflamingo blasts into the ground. The battle is officially over. Although he won, Zephyr is not feeling well at the moment. There are traces of being cut by silk threads all over the body. The sunglasses on his face were also broken in half. The huge mechanical arm was no longer able to lift it. Still sucking the nebulizer in his mouth. It seems that I am really old. If we put it in the past, how could it be so hard to deal with this kind of pirate? Zephyr sighed as he watched the unconscious Doflamingo. just as he was about to sit down and rest for a while. On the side, the one-legged swordsman who had already been beaten to the ground jumped up again. He wanted to kill Doflamingo with a look of hatred. Zephyr naturally wouldn't let him do so. With the little strength left in his body, he blocked Cyrus Ape. He said in a serious tone, "Although I am very grateful for your help. But he can't die." Cyrus' face was bulging with veins, and he stared at Zephyr firmly. The former family hatred and national hatred turned into anger. "Do you know what he did to this country?" Zephyr didn't answer. Judging from the scenes on the street, he had guessed a thing or two. However, his subordinates reported earlier that the woman codenamed Violet was not caught. Then the plan with Bai Luo will continue. If Doflamingo dies here, he also couldn't guarantee that lunatic Bai Luo would return his disciple to him. As Marine, I'm sorry. But now his reign is over. He will be taken into custody by our Marine. You should focus on rebuilding this kingdom. See Zephyr not back down. Cyrus finally put down the épée in his hand, with tears in his eyes, he looked towards the flower field. Rebuild the country, but Scarlet can't come back. I didn't pay attention to this sad man. Zephyr grabbed Doflamingo and left here silently. On the street, people have seen Doflamingo's defeat. Countless people cheered and jumped up. The former Riku King A3 appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by a group of old ministries. Seems to have a lot of prestige. Your Majesty King Riku, we misunderstood you before. Yes, His Majesty King Riku, please forgive us. We were all deceived by Doflamingo. We need you. Your Majesty King Riku, please become our king again. Dressrosa needs you. After many long and dark years, countless people finally understood what King Riku did back then. Just when King Riku wavered and wanted to agree, Violet pulled Rebecca and appeared in front of him. He looked at the two very excitedly. Violet, Rebecca, my children, are you all right? Although there was joy of reunion on Violet's face, but more anxious. He walked up to King Riku and said to him, Father, don't promise people just yet. This matter. Violet pulled King Riku aside and told her everything she knew in detail, including the existence of Bai Luo. Although she also wanted the royal family of Riku to regain control of the country, she had to obtain the consent of that man. This is a matter of attitude. After all, he can overthrow Doflamingo, so overthrowing the royal family of Riku is even easier. On the other side, Zephyr rallied the troops. Let them go and arrest the Cotters of the Donquixote family first, and then return to the warship to assemble. He found out the phone bug. Called Bai Luo. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. Bai Luo's disgusting voice sounded from the other end. What? Is it over? Zephyr looked at Doflamingo held on a mechanical arm. He said coldly, stop talking nonsense. I will hand Doflamingo to you. According to the agreement, you return the disciple to me. Bai Luo chuckled, okay. Don't be so anxious. What tricks are you going to play? Zephyr fought back his anger. How dare I? You're the one who beat Shichibukai. Hear Bai Luo's mocking tone. Zephyr grabbed Brother Ming's arm and subconsciously exerted strength. Doflamingo, who was already severely injured, had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth again. Bai Luo, my patience is limited. That's it? Then I'll see you at Greenbit. After hanging up the phone, Bai Luo's originally smiling face returned to calm. After thinking for a moment, he walked out of the factory. S-Bear, come with me. S-Seong, who got the order, stopped cleaning up and stood behind Bai Luo. Like a loyal guard. Target, Greenbit. As Bai Luo's words fell, two air bubbles popped out of S-Bear's palm. One group patted Bai Luo, and the other group patted themselves. The meatball fruit ability is activated. The surrounding air was instantly bounced away. With the sound of bow, they soared into the sky, turned into afterimages and disappeared in place. Chapter 39. Greenfield Coast. Bai Luo brought N and Benz out. Benz was still in a coma at the moment. The prolonged coma had already made him visibly thinner. In addition, a lot of blood was drawn, and his face was frighteningly pale. But N didn't pay too much attention. With trembling lips, she asked softly, Teacher, is he, all right? Bai Luo didn't make a sound, just nodded slightly. That's good. And breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Bai Luo with a complicated expression. In this situation, she can guess a thing or two. It seems that today is the day of parting. It's just in my heart, why do I feel a little bit reluctant? She shook her head, forcing herself to calm down. Impossible. This man has done so much to us. How could I be reluctant? It's all an illusion. Right? It's all an illusion. And kept finding various reasons for himself. Bai Luo glanced at her and reached out to grab her wrist. Then she undid the sea stone chains that bound her. Congratulations, you will be free soon. Bai Luo showed a smile. Seeing that smile, Anne's heart trembled. She hadn't spoken yet. There was a sound of breaking the air not far away. Zephyr came through the air carrying the half-dead Doflamingo. Soon, he fell in front of several people. He saw Anne immediately. He dropped Doflamingo directly and strode up to her. Although he thought it was a bit strange for Anne to change his outfit, he didn't think much about it. Anne, are you alright? I'm fine, teacher. Anne shook his head, hesitant to speak. But at this moment, Zephyr saw the unconscious Benz, and suddenly became angry. Bai Luo. Bai Luo spread his hands and signaled Zephyr to relax. Don't worry, just go back and add some nutrition. Zephyr raised his eyebrows and was about to explode. But when he saw the tall figure behind Bai Luo, he frowned. Hold back the anger. Behind Bai Luo, S-bear stood upright. If it weren't for the childish face and the wings behind. Zephyr thought it was a real tyrant bear. He also knows a thing or two about Bai Luo helping Marine develop pacifists. But as far as he knows, there is no pacifist who looks like this. This made him dare not act rashly for a while. Zephyr helped Benz to his feet. Glancing at Doflamingo, he said indifferently. I have already brought you, but our business is not over yet. I can let you go this time. But you'd better not let me meet in the future. Otherwise I won't be polite to you. After speaking, he did not wait for Bai Luo to reply, but greeted Anne. Anne, let's go. But after taking 2 steps, he found that Anne hadn't followed him. Zephyr turned his head and looked at Anne in surprise. What's wrong? Anne gritted his teeth lightly, with a look of confusion and hesitation. Seems like a big decision is being made. Teacher, I want to stay here for a while longer. After hesitating for a while, Anne finally spoke her decision. After hearing this, Zephyr and Bai Luo were all stunned. Bai Luo looked strange. Zephyr is unbelievable. What did you say? Anne's face was flushed. He didn't know whether it was excitement or something else. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Zephyr. A pair of fists were clenched tightly, and the blood color was lost because of too much force. Zephyr glared at Bai Luo suddenly. Bai Luo. Did you do something to her? Steam came out of his mechanical arm again. Even with that strange bear present, he couldn't bear it any longer. Hear Zephyr's questioning. And finally raised his head and said loudly. Teacher, this is my own decision and has nothing to do with him. I still have some things to settle with him. Please give me some time. I will go back. Bai Luo was behind her, looking at her trembling back. There was a softness in his eyes. Zephyr is very puzzled. What else do you have to settle with him? He is a lunatic. Anne ignored what Zephyr said. She bent down deeply and bowed. Please teacher. The corners of Zephyr's eyes twitched, but for his student. He also knows it well. Now that he has made this decision, he must have realized something. You. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Finally sighed. I see, I will wait for you at the headquarters. If you don't come back, I will definitely not let Bai Luo go. After speaking, he gave Bai Luo another hard look. Bai Luo was unmoved, just staring at Anne's back. Things have progressed to this point. Zephyr grew angrier as he thought about it. He went to war against Shichibukai for the sake of his students, and he didn't know how to face Sengoku when he returned. As a result, Anne still chose to stay. How can this be reasonable? Resisting the unconscious bends on his shoulder, Zephyr strode away without looking back. Wait for Zephyr to go away. Anne straightened up. But she didn't dare to turn around to look at Bai Luo. At this time, Bai Luo's hand reached out and held her gently. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Bai Luo said softly. Our matter, is it settled now? Or wait until night? Anne's body froze, and began to heat up rapidly. Chapter 40. She pulled her hand from Bai Luo's palm in a panic. For a moment I didn't know where to put my hands. You. Before he finished speaking, Bai Luo sealed Anne's lips. Steam visible to the naked eye escaped from the top of her head. Blushing like a ripe apple. She wanted to push Bai Luo away, but Bai Luo stopped first. Wait a moment. Bai Luo dragged her behind, his frivolous eyes turned serious. Following Bai Luo's gaze, Anne realized that Doflamingo, who was originally unconscious, woke up at some point. Already seriously injured, he was staring at the sky blankly. I don't know what to think. It wasn't until Bai Luo walked in front of him that his eyes began to focus. When he saw Bai Luo, he was slightly taken aback. Then he seemed to think of something, and couldn't help being shocked. Are you, that Bai Luo? The handsome young man in front of him gradually merged with the appearance on the arrest warrant he saw earlier. He had also expressed emotion before that the bounty of this newcomer was much higher than his. did not expect to appear in front of him now. Doflamingo's thoughts changed sharply, and he, who was already good at scheming, quickly realized it. Figured out everything that happened recently. He twitched the corners of his mouth, showing an ugly smile. He said with difficulty, "It seems, you are the mysterious person who kidnapped 2 of my subordinates. Then Zephyr, is it for you too?" Bai Luo had no expression on his face, just lowered his head slightly. Furfur. I just said, I have nothing against that idiot Zephyr, how dare he attack me, a Shichibukai. Doflamingo forced a smile, but the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth made him cough uncontrollably. "Although I don't know how you persuaded him, but you are finished. You poor fellow. Do you know that I'm the one holding the reins? The reins of the monsters of the world. What do you think, without me, what would the monster that broke free from its chains do? I'm down, and what you will face will be the wrath that overturns the world." As he talked, Doflamingo's smile became more and more wanton. It was as if he saw Bai Luo being torn into pieces. Bai Luo didn't respond, and just came to Doflamingo's side. Step on his chest. Looking down at him condescendingly, with a cold tone. "Doflamingo, what a clown you are. I know Kaido better than you do." There was a strange smile on Bai Luo's face. This sentence directly made Doflamingo's smile froze on his face. "It doesn't matter if you have a rein, at best you're just a groom. You still say I am pitiful? Compared with me, you should worry about yourself." Bai Luo's words pierced Doflamingo's heart like needles. What he thinks is worthless in Bai Luo's eyes. Doflamingo saw the madness flashing in Bai Luo's eyes, and suddenly shuddered. This man, really won't be afraid of Kaido. How can it be? That is an undead monster standing at the pinnacle. No one can provoke the existence. Ignoring Doflamingo's astonishment, Bai Luo said to himself. "I have a lot to say to you. So work hard to live. Let me see what valuable things you, the blood of celestial dragons, can bring me." Doflamingo's mood at the moment was beyond shock. This man even knew that he was a celestial dragon's. What else does he know? "You, who the hell are you?" Doflamingo didn't notice that there was a hint of fear in his words at the moment. Bai Luo turned his head slightly. "Me? I'm Bai Luo." After speaking, he kicked Doflamingo unconscious again. Then turned around slowly. He exhaled a foul breath. With a smile on his face again, he looked at N. "Excuse me, where were we just now?" When N met Bai Luo's gaze, his heart was pounding. Subconsciously ignored Doflamingo's disrespect to the teacher just now. I didn't mean that." She quickly waved her hand to deny it, but her heart was full of tension and anticipation. "Even I don't know what to expect." Bai Luo approached her, pressed against her ear, and said softly, "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." Hot air brushed against An's cheek like the wind. The temperature that had just dissipated a little bit rose again. His fair face turned into a ripe apple. Before I knew it, there was a hint of spring. Seeing An like this, Bai Luo pursed his lips. He took her hand and gently tugged towards the bed cabin. "Before leaving, I did not forget to ask S-Bear to bring the comatose biological sample. Go back to the Jiaolong." He entered the bed cabin immediately. Outside, the baby 5 who was kicked out in black and white, pouted and looked aggrieved. Looking at the blue back, he looked at his own black and white. She was thinking, does the master prefer blue? But my own clothes, didn't the master personally choose them? Chapter 41. When baby 5 was secretly sad, the hatch that had just been closed opened again. A pair of powerful hands stretched out and dragged baby 5 in. Baby 5 exclaimed, unprepared. But the smile between the brows and eyes couldn't be hidden. Sophisticated bed cabin. Steam filled. In the bathroom next to it, there was the sound of water rushing. And stood aside, somewhat at a loss. Hold the hem of the skirt tightly with both hands. The originally fair complexion turned red due to the rise in body temperature. The X scar on the right thigh was faintly numb. Gritting her teeth, she tried her best to restrain herself. Bai Luo stood beside her, whispering softly. For a moment, it felt like she was getting an electric shock. The whole body trembled slightly. She didn't even hear what Bai Luo said in her ear. Attention has been completely unable to concentrate. Baby 5 on the side is extremely natural. In stark contrast to her. Night fell. As the saying goes, the spring breeze blows across the river, and the youth is like a jade sword like a rainbow. Drop by drop over time. There is no closed shower in the bathroom, dripping water. There was only a click sound when it hit the floor. When Bai Luo walked out of the bed cabin. The moonlight has covered the sea. Baby 5 and N have already fallen into a deep sleep. Stretching, he glanced at the time. Bai Luo came to the cab. After a burst of tapping on the screen, The huge Qiaolong made a dull mechanical sound. Like a dragon waking up, it starts slowly. Bai Luo set the destination to Dressrosa's underground port. It's all over now. There is no need for the Qiaolong to stay in Greenbit. Now he has completely controlled the underground factory. You can already move all your assets there. The Qiaolong sailed through the deep and silent seabed. The betas around have seen the horror of this monster in the past few days. None dared to step forward to provoke. Soon, he arrived at the underground port smoothly. But when he stepped out of the Qiaolong, immediately a commotion was heard. Bai Luo frowned slightly and followed the sound. He saw 3 seraphs surrounding the 4 of them and locking them tightly. Those 4 were exactly the 4 members of the Rika royal family. Just before, when King Liku knew about Bai Luo, he asked Violet to bring him to find Bai Luo. Violet used her ability to see Bai Luo behind the underground factory. So I took my father and King to find it? But it's a pity they were a step too late. As soon as they entered here, Bai Luo and S-seong just left. And they were surrounded by the remaining seraphs until now. At this moment, around them, there is also a group of Dongtata tribe, who are constantly reasoning with Seraphim. But the Seraphim were unmoved. The order they received was to clean up the underground factory. If not for the lack of hostility in this group, I'm afraid it has been cleaned up by now. And all this is thanks to the Dongtata clan. Among the Dongtata tribe, some people have seen the appearance of Seraphim. They knew this was Mr. Bai Luo's men. Naturally there is no hostility. And it was the first time I saw Violet. There was shock in her eyes. As a former family killer, he naturally knows the appearance of several other Shichibukai. The moment she saw Seraph, she almost thought it was some other Shichibukai who had sneaked into Dressrosa. But after careful identification, it was found that there was a difference. Violet quickly understood that it had something to do with Bai Luo. So she didn't say much, seeing that Bai Luo was not there, she just informed her father and waited quietly. Say yes to wait. But Violet's ability has been activated. Not seeing Bai Luo's figure, she felt a little flustered in her heart. Those clairvoyant eyes kept looking around. Until I saw Bai Luo again on the Qiaolong. As long as Bai Luo used it, Violet looked at it for as long. The scorching heat was like ants eroding the bones, making her body drenched in sweat. During this time, his father King Riku and Rebecca noticed something wrong with her. I asked her what was wrong several times, but she prevaricated them all. How could she tell such a thing? Enduring the pain until Bai Luo came back again. As soon as Bai Luo stepped out of the Qiaolong, Violet called to him eagerly, Master Bai Luo. Wait until Bai Luo comes closer. He found that there was something wrong with Violet's eyes at the moment. Like Wang Chunshui, but trying to restrain himself. Bai Luo's face froze suddenly. Damn, she won't secretly look at me again. Casting an inexplicable look at her, Bai Luo didn't speak. He just quietly looked at the group of people in front of him. He didn't notice that Rebecca on the side looked at him with brilliant eyes. It's him. The one who helped me in the arena. Although there was only one back at the time, Rebecca still recognized it. Powerful and mysterious. Curiosity is like a cat scratching, making it hard for her to resist. Chapter 42. Seeing the Lord's appearance, King Liku took a step forward. Dear Mr. Bai Luo, Violet has already told me everything. Without you, there would be no liberation of Dressrosa today. Here, I want to thank you for the people of Dressrosa. Cyrus also stood up leaning on his big sword and made a big salute. Your Excellency's kindness, I will never forget it. Bai Luo was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. If you want to thank, you should thank that marine. Hearing what Bai Luo said, King Liku couldn't figure out what he meant for a while. Violet calmed down at this moment and changed the subject. State the main purpose of this trip. Lord Bai Luo, the people of Dressrosa hope that my father can regain the throne. I don't know if you are willing to support us. Now it's clear that without Bai Luo's support, that throne is not a comfortable position. Only when Bai Luo nods, King Liku can become the real king. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes and understood Violet's intentions. After thinking for a moment, he said lightly, Violet, you haven't forgotten our agreement. Violet was slightly taken aback. Thinking of the promise I made at the restaurant. Nodded silently. Well, I don't agree with King Liku's return to the throne. Bai Luo's tone was calm, but their eyes widened in surprise. Cyrus was the first to stand up. He said excitedly, don't you want to emulate that Doflamingo? Do you want to rule our Dressrosa? The people of Dressrosa have suffered enough. Although your excellency is kind to me, if you insist on doing this, then even if I risk my life, I will stop you. Bai Luo showed a sneer. Stop me, if I really want to do that, do you think you can stop me? Violet heard that there was a turning point. Hastily pressed the excited brother-in-law Cyrus. Sneaking ahead of King Liku, he said, Lord Bai Luo, please tell us your needs directly. We will definitely try our best to meet them. Really clever. Bai Luo glanced at her with a flash of appreciation. I don't agree with King Liku's return to the throne, but I hope Violet can become the new king of Dressrosa. What? Rebecca, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth. You want Aunt Violet to be queen? Bai Luo nodded as a matter of course. At the beginning, Violet promised her that as long as Dressrosa was taken back, she would belong to her. If Dressrosa wants a new king to take the throne, of course it would be best to be one of her own. King Riku didn't expect to get such an answer. He looked deeply at Bai Luo, lost in thought. Cyrus was also a little dazed. But as long as Bai Luo didn't intend to meddle in the throne, then as a sinner, it's not good for him to meddle in the affairs of the royal family. All the pressure is on Violet and King Riku. Violet didn't seem to expect that Bai Luo planned to make her the new king. For a while I didn't know what to say. Finally, it was King Riku who broke the silence. He exhaled a foul breath, with a gratified smile on his face. Since Mr. Bai Luo thinks so, then I have no objection. Just right, I'm getting older too. I believe that with Violet's abilities, this country can be rebuilt. Violet was surprised, Father. King Riku waved his hand. This is all from my heart. To be honest, I was controlled by Doflamingo and committed the crime of massacring the people. Although it was not my intention, I still have a serious crime. And Rebecca is still young. It is most appropriate for you to revive this country now. Tears welled up in Violet's eyes. Bai Luo is very satisfied with King Liku's journey. But his condition is more than that. Making Violet king is just one thing. I have two more requests. Violet took a deep breath, restrained her emotions, stood up and said. Master Bai Luo, as long as it is not a matter that endangers the country, I am willing to promise you. Huh? Bai Luo gave her a surprised look. I haven't said anything yet. If I said I would. Violet lowered her head, and red clouds appeared on both sides. Thinking of what I saw before, but still firmly said. I would like to. King Liku noticed this strange scene, and had a little guess in his heart. If Violet can bind this Bai Luo, presumably the tragedy of that year will never happen again. I just don't know what Bai Luo's wishes are. Naturally, Bai Luo didn't know what King Liku was thinking. He looked amused at the charming woman in front of him. With a dry cough. Second, I want this underground factory, and it will belong to me from now on. Without my consent, I hope everyone will not come in. Third, I need the financial support of Dressrosa. You should know that I am a scientist, and doing science always costs money. Of course, in terms of funds, I allow you to give priority to national reconstruction. Hearing Bai Luo's two requests, she felt a little disappointed for some reason. But the mood was sorted out quickly. Without even thinking about it, I agreed. Chapter 43. What's more, I don't want you to reveal my tracks. This incident is entirely the personal behavior of former Marine Osawa Zephyr. He saved you, Dressrosa. It has nothing to do with me, understand? You've never seen me. Hearing what Bai Luo said, several people looked at each other in blank dismay. After all, King Liku was mature and prudent. He frowned his already white eyebrows, and asked a little worriedly. Isn't this unfair to you? You are the hero who saved us. Hearing the word hero, Bai Luo let out a hey. I'm not interested in this kind of thing, you just have to do what I tell you. Let's give the name of the hero to that old Zephyr. Seeing that Bai Luo was so persistent, they stopped talking. A group of people are about to leave. At this time, Bai Luo stopped the Dongtata family again. He looked at the leader, Leo, and said sincerely, Leo, there is something I need your help with. Leo jumped high and landed on Bai Luo's shoulder. Asked curiously, what's the matter? You saved my people, and we are all very grateful. Bai Luo smiled. It's very simple. After a few days, I want to invite you Dongtata clan to come and donate some blood. Donate blood. It's so easy to. Our naughty princess used to draw our blood to make dandelions. So no problem at all. Need it now. Leo was very enthusiastic. I can't wait to repay Bai Luo's kindness immediately. Bai Luo looked back at the messy underground factory. No, let's wait a few days. I will contact you then. Leo nodded, that's a deal. When Bai Luo was talking to Leo, Violet's keenly aware eyes kept falling on him. He glanced at her. Violet immediately lowered her head, stroked her hair, and did not look at him. What happened that night and what she saw today kept replaying in her mind. The pupils flowed like water waves, charming and charming. This appearance gave Bai Luo some aftertaste. But he didn't know that she was originally a charming dancer, but because she peeped at him too much, now she has some little quirks without knowing it. When they left, Bai Luo looked at a messy underground factory. Greeted 4 blazing angels to come over. Clean up here, and try to clean it out today. We will start installing equipment tomorrow. Bai Luo was able to treat the 4 seraphs with extraordinary combat power as cleaning agents. But there is no way. He still has a lot of things to do next, so he can't let him clean it himself. Now Doflamingo has captured. There are also many capable people. His experimental progress can finally go a step further. He took out the notebook again from his pocket. Bai Luo began to record again. Conjecture about the ability to deprive the fruit from the human body. The making of S-stork and the copying of string fruit. The fusion of S-shark and Shizhui fruit. Conqueror's Haki artificial catalysis project. How to quickly awaken devil fruit. Analysis of the pedigree factors of the Dongtata family. Looking at these experimental subjects that can be carried out, Bai Luo began to think whether to make a few scientific research robots first. Just relying on his own words, he is somewhat busy. I don't know if Baby 5 has studied hard these 2 days. If not, then you have to teach her a lesson. The next day, after Violet ascended the throne, the news of Dressrosa's event began to spread rapidly to the world. Heavenly Yaksha in Shichibukai was captured by Marine. The new queen is a cotter member of the original Don Quixote family. The dark horror hidden under Dressrosa, the forbearing royal family of Riku. Fueled by news agencies, more and more people are turning their attention to Dressrosa. What the hell is Dressrosa? Isn't Doflamingo a Shichibukai? Such a thing is unheard of. Doflamingo has committed such a great crime. Marine made a move. Could it be that they have already noticed it? Long live justice. Long live the queen. Countless people cheered for it. But there are also many people who have fallen into incompetent rage. No. Joker was captured by Marine. This way we won't be able to obtain weapons. The money has been paid. The business has been negotiated. Joker BD. How can he fall down at this time? The weapon should still be in Dressrosa. Let's get it back. You don't want to die? He was captured by Marine. The Marine must have put martial law there. It's over, Smile's deal is over. That man will definitely be angry. Damn Doflamingo. Events continue to spread and ferment. The sea, which was originally relatively peaceful, became more and more turbulent. In that dark underground world, invisible undercurrents began to surge one after another. Chapter 44. Red Line. Sanctuary Rejoice. The 5 elders gathered together, gloomily looking at the latest information on the table. Opposite them, Sengoku had his hands in his pockets, his head was bowed, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. What the hell is going on? Sengoku. As the Marine Marshal, why did you attack Doflamingo? You Marines are just the face of the government, and your current behavior is equivalent to slapping us in the face. The bald old man smashed his long sword to the ground and stood up angrily. Sengoku slowly raised his head. A reflection flashed on the lens, his eyes were sharp, and he said calmly, about this matter, I said, I didn't know it beforehand. It's all Zephyr's personal behavior. Are you kidding me? Now the whole world knows what Doflamingo is doing. This will cause us great trouble. The blond old man folded his hands on his chest and stared at Sengoku angrily. The curly-haired old man knocked on the table. Okay, since the matter has come to this point, it is useless to say more. We have to deal with Doflamingo. After all, he has some information inside us. Anyway, put him in Impel Down first, and decide on the rest. Ask that guy, where are they? Sengoku glanced at him before pulling out the phone bug from his pocket. Hitting Zephyr. After ringing for a long time, the phone was connected. Zephyr didn't speak for the first time. Sengoku tried his best to restrain his emotions, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Zephyr. He was interrupted by Zephyr before he could finish his sentence. Sorry Sengoku, Doflamingo ran away. There are only a few cotter members left in my hands. Zephyr's words shocked everyone present. What? What did you say? You went to arrest Shichibukai privately, and now the whole world knows that he has been arrested by you. And you told me that he ran away. What the hell are you doing? Zephyr. Sengoku burst into a rare rage. Things today are like a mess, gradually developing in an uncontrollable direction. Sorry, I will explain the situation to you when I go back. After speaking, Zephyr hung up the phone directly. Only Sengoku was left impotent and furious. The 5 elders' expression was also darker. Things are getting more and more complicated. What the hell are you Marines doing? Sengoku cast a bitter glance at the phone bug. I'll fix it. After finishing speaking, he ignored the 5 elders and left the oppressive hall directly. Watching the back of Sengoku leaving, the old man with long white beard said slowly, don't count on these incompetent people. Let CP0 handle this matter. Several people looked at each other. Slowly nodded. Somewhere in the sea, a burly old man stood on the bow of the marine warship with his arms folded. The sea breeze rattled his cloak of justice. His head kept tapping. At this time, a marine ran up with a phone bug. Vice Admiral Garp. Marshal Sengoku's call. Garp didn't seem to hear, didn't move. The marine repeated it again. Vice Admiral Garp. He raised his voice and moved closer. Garp seemed to wake up with a start. He looked up blankly. Huh? What did you say? For this hero who can fall asleep while standing, Marine is speechless. He hastily handed over the phone bug. A call from Marshal Sengoku. Garp said oh and took the phone from Marine. Hello. Sengoku's furious voice sounded from the other end. Garp. Where have you been? Garp looked blankly at the boundless sea around him, and took out the senbei from his bosom. Kaka took a bite, and said vaguely, I don't know very well either. Sengoku has long been used to Garp's attitude. He suppressed his anger. Have you read the latest news? That guy Zephyr caused us big trouble. I want you to find him immediately and find out what's going on. Garp eats senbei. Responding casually, okay, I see. After hanging up the phone, he stared blankly at the sea, then turned around and asked, news? What news? Marine on the side seemed to be ready. Hastily handed over the latest newspaper. Garp held the newspaper in one hand and kept moving his mouth. He looked at 10 lines at a glance, browsing quickly. Not knowing what he saw, he suddenly smiled. I didn't see it, Zephyr is quite capable, ha 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 ha. This kind of interesting thing, why don't you call me? Marine on the side twitched his eyes when he heard Garp's words. Had to pretend not to hear. He said helplessly, Vice Admiral Garp, we are still 1 day away from Teacher Zephyr. If we speed up, we will see them in less than a day. Garp threw the newspaper back and waved his hand. You can just figure it out. He picked up the senbei and was delivering it to his mouth. The movement stopped suddenly. Marine looked at him, only to realize that the old man had fallen asleep again. Chapter 45. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Soon, the news about Doflamingo's escape from Marine swept the world again. Restricted zone punk hazard. In the originally abandoned research institute. Guy, who was covered in smoke, held a newspaper in his hands, with a panic and anger on his face. What the hell is Joker doing? He's going to be targeted by Marine. Isn't he Shichibukai? In this case, what about the deal with that guy? We're all going to die. It's over. How to do? Guy clutched his head frantically, as if seeing some kind of horror. Beside him, the grass-green-haired Monet trembled slightly, unable to accept the news in the newspaper. Her golden eyes were full of shock. Young master, No, I cannot. He's escaped from the Marine. He's going to be safe. She threw down the newspaper, quickly picked up the phone bug, and dialed it. But it rang for a long time, but no one answered. The originally fair complexion became pale. She, who was always calm, was a little overwhelmed for a while. Just when the two panicked, a secret phone call came in. Monet showed a look of surprise, and hurriedly picked it up. Hello? Virgo. On the other side, an extremely calm, seemingly emotionless voice sounded. Monet seems to have found a backbone. She said quickly, is what's on the news true? Where is the young master now? Don't worry about Monet. The incident happened suddenly, and I haven't received any news from the Marine. If the report is true, then Dover has successfully escaped. We just have to keep waiting. Monet couldn't listen to Virgo's words. But the young master's phone number is no longer available. No one in the family can contact you except you. No. I'm going to dress Rosa to have a look. What the hell is going on there? Where did everyone go? Hearing Monet's self-willed words, Virgo emphasized his tone. No, what you are responsible for is very important. Don't act rashly. But at this moment Monet has lost his mind. Her loyalty to Doflamingo made it impossible for her to bear the situation. She must do something. Stop talking about Virgo. After finishing speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Guy on the side heard Monet's words and screamed. You're going to dress Rosa. At this point in time, what can you do? Joker is probably finished. I may not die with him. Although we are partners, with Guy's character, we will never risk our lives. Because of this, Monet was ordered by Doflamingo to come to Geisa as his assistant. Although it is an assistant, it also has the meaning of monitoring. The two can get along well on weekdays. But at this moment, facing Guy's betrayal, Monet yelled directly. Shut up. If the young master is finished. Do you think you can escape? You'd better pray. I pray that the young master is okay. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Guy's reaction, she left the research institute directly. Guy's expression turned ugly. Looking at Monet's back, he shouted, "Go by yourself. I will never leave here." No response was heard. Guy's flustered heart became more and more broken. Damn. 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 At this time, the Dressrosa underground factory. Bai Luo knows nothing about the outside world. He had just rebuilt the entire factory. In the absolutely closed research room, there are many huge living organism culture tanks and strange instruments. The light green liquid is filled with Doflamingo and other capable users. At this moment, densely packed infusion tubes were connected to their bodies, accompanied by the beeping sound of precision instruments. Blood trickled down Doflamingo's wrist into the outer container. In the laboratory, aside from those biological samples, there was only Bai Luo. In order to prevent Baby 5 from seeing the tragedy of the former club, Bai Luo banned her from approaching the laboratory. He held a needle in his hand and looked towards the laboratory table. On the bench in front of him, Granis, the childish fruit ability user, was lying on it motionless. When Doflamingo's blood was not drawn enough, Bai Luo was going to conduct the ability deprivation experiment first. As the fruit replication technology becomes more and more proficient, Bai Luo already had a new guess in his mind. The fruit ability can be copied by using the lineage factor in their blood. So will this blood be the key to the ability to carry fruit? Suppose, if a person's whole body was replaced with blood, would his fruit ability still exist? Of course, this is just an assumption. Specific conclusions need more detailed experimental data. The so-called science is to make bold assumptions and carefully verify them. It doesn't matter if you fail. If the exchange of blood cannot be successful, it can also prove another guess of Bai Luo from the side. That is the fruit ability, which is related to the soul. Chapter 46. The so-called devil fruit has always been rumored to contain the will of the devil. This can be seen from the choice of devil fruit. Many times, everyone will say, so and so ate what kind of fruit. But in Bai Luo's view, this statement is not rigorous. If devil fruit really has its own will, then it should be said that devil fruit chose who and who. Looking at the entire world, the characters of most strong people match the fruit. Such as the fierce Akainu, paired with the extremely destructive lava fruit. Doflamingo, who is used to plotting and manipulating others, ate the string fruit sent by Torrible. And the Blackbeard who maimed his companions got the dark fruit which can do great damage to his kind. It's hard to say whether it was fate or something. But Bai Luo believes that there must be traces in it. Normally, each person can only host one devil fruit. In other words, the will of the devil always needs a carrier. Whether it's the bloodline factor, or the soul, or personality. Bai Luo must find it out. In memory, when Blackbeard took Whitebeard's abilities, he covered everything up with a shady curtain. Let's not talk about why he can have two kinds of fruit abilities. Simply speaking, he has seized the means of ability, which is what Bai Luo is currently studying. According to the known memory, devil fruit will be reborn on the nearest nearby fruit after the death of the capable user. When Guy's pet Death Kingdom died, the salamander was reborn on the nearest apple. This can also prove from the other side that devil fruit does have its own will, which may be similar to a soul. After the death of the host, the demon will leave the body, attach to the nearest fruit first, and wait for the opportunity to find a suitable owner. But if this is the case, why did Blackbeard cover up in the first place? He just needs to keep a piece of fruit with him and make sure he's the closest to Whitebeard, right? But Blackbeard didn't choose the easiest way. This also shows that he has indeed mastered some unknown method of depriving abilities. There are several very important key points. First, Blackbeard's curtain was drawn after Whitebeard's death. How does he ensure that, during this brief period of time, the devil fruit doesn't respawn into the closest fruit? Second, Big Mom obtains the soul fruit, which is obtained by directly devouring the non-Carmelite. Then why at the moment the nun died, the fruit was not reborn, but was directly obtained by Big Mom? In this world, the soul is something that really exists. Whether it is Big Mom's soul fruit or Brook's underworld fruit, it proves this point. Especially Brook, after he activated his fruit ability, he wandered in the body of his soul for a year before finding his body that turned into bones. Then during this year, he survived completely in the state of soul. But at the same time has fruit ability. To a large extent, it can be proved that the will of devil fruit resides in the human soul. This leads to new conclusions. When Big Mom devoured the nun, he also devoured her soul. Somehow Blackbeard took Whitebeard's soul. Of course, some method of Blackbeard, in Bai Luo's view, is likely to be related to dark fruit. As a dark fruit that restrains the existence of other fruits, the dark gravity can make all abilities temporarily effective. It is very likely that dark fruit is born with the ability to absorb the demonic will of other fruits. So shock fruit didn't regenerate, but was directly captured by dark fruit into Blackbeard's body with the soul. And Bai Luo currently has no access to soul research. He can only start with the blood. Because of the existence of the bloodline factor, he can copy the fruit ability. So the fruit must have something to do with the blood. But this also creates a paradox. Is it the will of the devil carried by the blood or the soul? All of this still requires Bai Luo to conduct all the experiments before he can draw accurate conclusions. Take a deep breath. Bai Luo's eyes burst into fanaticism. He inserted various hard tubes into Suzuki's body. While pumping out her own blood, the spare normal blood was also injected into her body. The connected instruments detect the vital signs of the sugar in real time. Only the rhythmic ditty sound remained in the laboratory. The four seraphs guard the entrance like door gods. Bai Luo's mind was completely immersed in research. Chapter 47. Under the dark sea, an island that looks like a ghost with long horns is looming in the raging wind. In the dark sky, a streak of purple thunder flashed from time to time. The thunder was deafening. The entire island reflected is like a giant beast, choosing to devour people. This is the residence of the four emperors Kaido, the island of ghosts. At this time, outside the main hall, the two bestowers in half-orc form were whispering. Is there no news from Doflamingo? Without. The news of his escape came from Marine, could it be false? Probably not, what's the use of this kind of false information? Now what? We can only report it truthfully. This kind of thing is no longer something we can participate in. The two looked at each other. After a moment of silence, one person asked, then who will report? Another person quickly waved his hand, I'm not going. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed into the hall by his companions. On the main seat, the tall and burly four emperors Kaido is holding a wine gourd and gulping down. Hearing the movement at the door, he glanced sideways. The giver who was pushed in trembled under Kaido's gaze, and the fear in his eyes couldn't be hidden. He cursed at his companion in his heart. But it was useless at this point. He swallowed nervously and fell to his knees. Master Kaido, something happened. The Doflamingo we traded with is missing. According to intelligence, he was arrested by Marine before, but then escaped. But until now, no one has been able to find his trace. Our business has come to a standstill. He said tremblingly. The kneeling body is retreating a little bit. This news is really too bad for the 100 Beasts group. The Giving Legion is an important part of Master Kaido's plan. Now that something is wrong, one can imagine how angry Kaido-sama will be. Sure enough, as he thought. Hearing this, Kaido stopped drinking, and the wine gourd in his hand burst with a bang. The wine was spilled directly on the ground. What happened? The giver who was almost able to exit the hall did not dare to move again. He looked terrified, the specific situation is not clear. I only know that Marine is the one who did it. The leader is the former Marine Admiral Zephyr who saved Dressrosa. Zephyr. Hearing the name, Kaido let out a roar. In an instant, it turned into a 100-foot green dragon and rushed out of the roof. The originally gloomy weather suddenly became worse. There was a strong wind, lightning, and thunder. Marine Zephyr. Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, spewed out a flame towards the sky angrily. Find me Doflamingo. Whatever it takes. Roar. Looking at the crazy Kaido in mid-air, the giver trembled all over. Kaido-sama, I'm really angry. After a while, the ships of the 100 Beasts group stopped at the port slowly started. On the bow, a burly man with ivory shoulders has fierce eyes. 2 days later. Inside Dressrosa's research base. Bai Luo was watching the change of Granos with a look of surprise. Because Granos' body was still in the childhood stage. So the amount of blood needed is not much. After 2 days, they have all been replaced. But at this moment, the changes in the sugar on the test bench were even more astonishing. Sugar, which was originally a child, has now broken through the disadvantages of devil fruit. The body grows back. In 2 days, she had grown into the appearance of a girl in her 20s. Bai Luo watched her changes and kept making records in his notebook. The original long skirt became several sizes smaller due to the growth of the body, and became a short skirt. Bind the body of the sugar tightly. Reveals a slender waist and fullness. Instead of becoming mature due to growth, the lovely face has a hint of childlike innocence. The current results are enough to prove that the blood is indeed linked to the fruit's ability. But how close the specific connection is, we still need to wait for the sugar to wake up to know. However, judging from the current situation, with the replacement of blood, the side effects of devil fruit have completely subsided. In other words, the fruit ability has indeed dissipated. Because of the excessive growth, Bai Luo sent a large amount of milky white nutrient solution to it. Its volume is almost catching up with the blood delivered. All blood has now been replaced. Bai Luo is going to wake up the sugar. Continue to the next step of the experiment, which is the ability test. Following Bai Luo's operation, the instrument sends out a weak current to stimulate the sugar to wake up. After a while, sugar lying on the test bench, the eyelashes began to tremble. There is a faint tendency to unfold. Seeing this situation, Bai Luo slightly increased the battery. With a soft moan, Granus finally slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were bright and clear, but with a hint of bewilderment. She saw Bai Luo at first sight. Opening his mouth slightly, he murmured, "Who are you?" Bai Luo? Chapter 48. I did a half-day test. Bai Luo could finally be sure. Something went wrong with my own experiment. But he didn't figure out where the problem was. At this moment, Granus has an innocent face. It is very different from her who pretended to be afraid and wanted to deceive Bai Luo before. Most importantly, she lost all her memory. Bai Luo looked at the innocent girl in front of her who was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. I was speechless for a while. Maybe it's the lack of oxygen to the brain caused by the exchange transfusion? He wasn't sure. Now the main question is, what to do with the granulated sugar? Just when Bai Luo was staring at Granu in a daze, Granu sat up gently from the experimental bench. She is very curious about everything around her. A pair of bright eyes kept looking around. Even after seeing the biological samples trapped in the culture tank, he was only a little confused. She didn't notice the changes in her body, maybe she was like this when she thought about it. Seeing that Bai Luo hadn't answered her question, Granus looked at Bai Luo again and asked again. "Who are you?" Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Reluctantly, he introduced himself, "My name is Bai Luo." Bai Luo. Granu read word by word, with a smile on his face. As the first person she saw when she opened her eyes, Bai Luo seemed very kind to her. She stretched out her hands, wanting to get off the experimental table and hug Bai Luo. But because of the weakness of the body, if one did not stand firmly, he would stumble and fall to the ground. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Bai Luo grabbed her up. Granu didn't care about her weakness, she hugged Bai Luo tightly. His name was repeated again. Bai Luo. Bai Luo looked at that childlike smile. What is this? How is it like the way to develop a game? Although the appearance of the sugar has become a girl, but the mind is not yet mature. It seems that the test of her ability will be suspended for a while. At this time, the sugar is like a koala bear, hanging tightly on Bai Luo's body. No matter what Bai Luo said, he was unwilling to let go. She smiled foolishly, but made Bai Luo gasp. Bai Luo's heart was burning, and he broke away from the shackles of the sugar. Ran out of the lab. Found baby 5 and stiffened. Habitual rise in body temperature. Seeing Bai Luo's fiery gaze, his body trembled again. Baby 5 is not abnormal, but looks happy. At this moment, Granu suddenly pushed open the door. She looked at the three of them curiously. What are you doing? Bai Luo blinked and remained motionless. He didn't expect that Granus would follow him. And blushed. Only baby 5 looked at the girl in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly asked, Granu Greek. Granu was eventually kicked out by Bai Luo. 2 hours later, when Bai Luo walked out of the room, I saw Granus looking at him with a face of no grievance. The corner of Bai Luo's mouth twitched. I really don't know how to deal with this situation now. Fortunately, at this moment, an announcement sounded in the base. 2 visitors. 2 visitors. Bai Luo called baby 5 and asked her to look at Granu first. He walked to the gate leading to the upper entrance and checked it. Outside the door were Violet, who had become the queen, and Rebecca, who had changed into a long dress. Without thinking too much, he opened the door and let them in. After entering, Bai Luo noticed that there was an abnormal blush on Violet's face. Similar to that night. Bai Luo looked at her like this, and his heart moved slightly. Could it be that she peeked at it again just now? Why are the people around me so weird? With a dry cough, Bai Luo asked curiously, you must be very busy, right? Why are you free? Violet also noticed something was wrong, she stroked her hair and turned her head slightly. Whispering Kaido, actually Rebecca wanted to thank you again. Of course, I also have something I want to talk to you about. Rebecca, wait for me first, it's about Dressrosa's political affairs, I want to talk to Bai Luo alone. As she spoke, she held Bai Luo's hand without raising her head. Walked into the bedroom with ease. In the bedroom, the smell of heather has not dissipated. Seeing Violet's familiarity with the road, Bai Luo became more and more sure of the guess in his heart. She definitely peeked. Rebecca blinked, still not understanding what happened. She hadn't had time to say anything yet. Aunt Violet, why did you take Mr. Bai Luo away alone? Baby 5 on the side turned a blind eye to Violet's behavior. On the other hand, Granu saw this scene, and asked curiously, "Did Bai Luo play games again?" Baby 5 tilted his head and thought about it. "Probably." Grannis pursed her mouth, "Humph, don't take me with you." Baby 5. Chapter 49. Marineford. Marshal's office. At the moment, Zephyr has returned to naval headquarters with Garp. Sengoku stared at Zephyr unkindly. He pressed his hands heavily on the table. "Zephyr, you must give me an explanation." Zephyr opened his mouth, but nothing came out. How should he explain this? Now that N has not been brought back, could he tell Sengoku that he was forced by Bai Luo? If Bai Luo's information was leaked, would Bai Luo do anything unreasonable to N? Bai Luo is a lunatic, and Zephyr can't guarantee what will happen if he gets annoyed. After hesitating for a moment, Zephyr just said apologetically, "Sorry, Sengoku." Sengoku stared. What's the use of saying sorry? Garp, who was sitting on a chair and watching the fun while eating senbei, burst out laughing when he saw this scene. "Don't be angry, Sengoku, would you like a senbei?" Sengoku heard Garp laugh like a deflated ball. Sitting back powerlessly. "Ignore Garp." Zephyr thought for a while, and said, "You must have read the report about Dressrosa. The crimes committed by Doflamingo are really heinous. He doesn't deserve to be called a Shichibukai at all. As a pirate, only prison is his final destination. I admit that I made a mistake for not bringing him back. But I don't regret having him captured. If you see the darkness of Dressrosa, you will be like me too." Hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku's eyes widened again. Whether he deserves it or not is the decision of the world government. You act without authorization, do you know what the consequences will be? The peace that was finally ushered in was all broken by you. What you got in exchange is only the name of your hero. Sengoku seemed to realize that his tone was a bit harsh, and Sengoku took a deep breath. "I know you hate pirates, but at least you can let me know in advance when you take action. That won't cause Marine to be so passive." Sengoku sighed, and Zephyr tried to explain. "Forget it, it's too late to say anything now. For the sake of the old man for so many years, you don't want to go out anytime soon. Let's take care of those newcomers in the headquarters." Zephyr couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He knew what Sengoku meant, and it was over. No matter what the consequences, there will be Sengoku to bear. As an old friend for so many years, Sengoku can do this for him. Zephyr was moved. He stubbed out the cigarette and said sincerely, "Thank you." Sengoku waved his hand feebly. "Mr. Bai Luo." Seeing Bai Luo and Violet coming out, Rebecca immediately went up to meet them. Bai Luo nodded slightly. Rebecca found that Violet's state was not right. There was a blush on his face, and his eyes were soft and watery. She had never seen such a touching Aunt Violet. Before she could react, "I heard Bai Luo ask, the previous things are all over. There is no need for you to come here." Rebecca was very polite, and when she heard Bai Luo's words, she suppressed her doubts. He smiled and said, "Everything that Mr. Bai Luo has done can be offset by 2 words of thank you. If you need any help here, just let me know. I hope I can do something for you." At this moment, Rebecca no longer had the hatred and grievance she had in the arena. The whole person is completely new. The conversation is elegant and graceful, and the long dress has a bit of a princess taste. Bai Luo, who is surrounded by weirdos, is a little uncomfortable. He nodded, "I've accepted my wish, if there's anything I'll call you." Rebecca nodded slightly. There was silence all around. Seems to have noticed the awkwardness of the atmosphere. Rebecca was looking for something to say, and looked at Babui 5 and Grannis not far away. "They are." Bai Luo glanced back and said lightly, "They are mine now." Hearing the words "it's mine," Violet subconsciously looked up at Bai Luo. The eyes are flowing, and there are all kinds of styles. Rebecca half understood. Seeing that she seemed to have something else to say, Bai Luo pointed it out directly. "What else do you need? Please speak up." Rebecca's pretty face flushed slightly, a little embarrassed. "That. I heard from my lord father that you are very powerful. So I want you to teach me how to fight better." Bai Luo's expression froze. I didn't expect Rebecca to make such a request. As the daughter of Cyrus, Dressrosa is now free. Why did she still have the idea of continuing to fight? Where did the deviation appear again? Seeing Bai Luo remain silent, Rebecca thought he was unwilling. Squeeze out a forced smile. "If Mr. Bai Luo is not willing, then forget it. I'm really sorry to trouble you." Bai Luo came back to his senses and thought about it. "It's not impossible, but I'm very busy, so come after dinner every night. It's time to learn from the armed forces." Hearing Bai Luo's promise, Rebecca immediately showed a bright smile on her face. "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Bai Luo." "No, teacher. To be a teacher by example is to have the appearance of being a teacher by example," Bai Luo nodded slightly. He did not forget to ask, remember to wear your gold protective gear when the time comes. Is teacher. Chapter 50. That should be alright. The next day, Bai Luo moved the collected blood aside. According to the set procedures, the fruit was copied and the body of Seraphim was manufactured. He looked at Doflamingo, who was tied to a post. Doflamingo at this time is extremely miserable. Bright and harsh incandescent lights hit him. The entire limbs were pulled up by chains and hung in the air. The back of the skull was cut flat. Countless wires and hoses were connected to his brain. Seen from behind, the brain seemed to be still slowly wriggling. Everything's ready. With a few taps on the instrument, Bai Luo awakened Doflamingo. Dover slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Bai Luo in front of him clearly, he immediately struggled. The chains that locked the limbs rattled. As he moved, there was a sharp pain in his head. The intense pain made him unable to bear a scream. Beans of sweat poured from his forehead. Ah! What did you do to me? Bai Luo was expressionless, holding a notebook in his hand. Looking up at his sample, he said slowly, you'd better be honest, otherwise you will be the only one who suffers. Although Doflamingo is full of tricks, he can only act like a guinea pig at the moment and let Bai Luo do what he wants. He could see that his situation was very bad. The arrogance of the past has disappeared, and after taking a few breaths, he asked slowly. You, what the hell do you want to do? Bai Luo raised his glasses, his pupils lifted slightly. Well, let's start with your Conqueror's Haki. Show me your Conqueror's Haki now, please. After speaking, he looked straight at Doflamingo. Dover was taken aback slightly, not understanding Bai Luo's intentions. Seeing that Dover didn't respond, Bai Luo tapped the instrument again. Dover's whole body trembled violently. He only felt that 10,000 steel needles had been pierced into his head, and his whole body was about to split open. Good. Good. Stop. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at Bai Luo again, his eyes were filled with fear. Although he doesn't know Bai Luo's intentions, he can only cooperate obediently now. He took a few deep breaths and relieved the severe pain. Closing his eyes, the next moment, a fierce aura emanated from him. This breath is extremely violent, like a king descending. The invisible coercion turned into waves and surged around. Bai Luo only felt his body sink slightly. The strength of the body has been partially suppressed. But he was not surprised but delighted. Yes, that's it, hold on. 2 steps came to the side of the instrument, and began to quickly observe various data. While observing, while making records. The smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. Next, screams and laughter continued to resound in the laboratory. Soon, the day is fleeting. Bai Luo didn't stop until Rebecca came after receiving the notification. At this time, Doflamingo's eyes were blank. Even when he was besieged by those untouchables when he was young, he was never as helpless as he is now. Anger? Non-existent. He just wants to end his life quickly. The numb expression showed no attachment to life. In just one day, he was already out of shape. The Conqueror's unbridled release drained all his energy. But for Bai Luo, such a good experimental product needs to be reused. So with the supplement of nutrients, Doflamingo seems to become a Haki tool. Unleash the Conquerors, replenish the nutrition, and unleash again. Repeatedly. At the end of the day, Bai Luo can be said to have received a lot of goods. After an in-depth study of Conqueror's Haki, Bai Luo summed up the following 2 points. First, the owners of Conquerors all have sufficient self-confidence and a strong sense of belief, so they can have that overwhelming coercion. Second, the awakening of the Conquerors requires strong emotional fluctuations, and often a more powerful force can erupt at a critical moment. Referring to memory, this conclusion can also be confirmed. When Ace was a child, in order to protect Luffy from enemies, he awakened Conquerors. Luffy also inspired Conquerors on Hydra with a strong belief in protecting others. Doflamingo is slightly different from them. In order to avenge the world, he borrowed the power of hatred. And awakened in order to satisfy her appetite. Regarding the first point, Bai Luo thinks that his self-confidence is no worse than these people. The difficulty lies in the second point. With Bai Luo's current ability, he basically won't fall into any kind of danger. There will be no strong mood swings. This may have been a good thing in the past. But now the biggest obstacle is to awaken the Conquerors. Is it possible to take the initiative to die? This kind of thing is too unreliable. Bai Luo sighed and didn't have a good idea for the time being. He closed his notebook, frowned, and walked out of the laboratory. Rebecca was still waiting for him outside. Chapter 51. After seeing Bai Luo, Rebecca greeted him immediately. At this time, she put on the classic golden armor again. The perfect figure is unobstructed. After a closer look, I found that Rebecca is no longer inferior to Violet. Half of her head was protected by a golden helmet. Her long pink hair was combed into a twist. The épée in his hand hangs down on the ground, looking heroic. Noticing Bai Luo's troubled expression, Rebecca asked with concern. Teacher, what happened? Bai Luo waved his hand. You don't have to worry about the experimental matter. Let's put down the sword first, and I'll teach you Haki today. Rebecca obediently responded, and put the sword aside. He began to listen carefully. The most common types of Haki are of two types. Observation Haki is the power that allows one to feel the other person's breath strongly. By increasing this power, you can perceive the position and number of enemies that are not in sight. Even the action that the other party wants to take in the next moment can be sensed in advance. Now, attack me. As Bai Luo said, he closed his eyes. Rebecca was taken aback for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and followed Bai Luo's instructions. Her slender right leg bent back to gather strength, and a sharp volley was about to be kicked out. At this time, Bai Luo with his eyes closed said flatly, "Your right leg will kick from my left." As the voice fell, Rebecca's attack also launched at the same time. But Bai Luo grabbed the ankle. Feeling the temperature of her ankles, Rebecca blushed slightly, but was more shocked. The teacher could see her attack ahead of time with her eyes closed. Is this the power of knowledge and color? No. In Bai Luo's perception, Rebecca's posture can be seen at a glance. The raised right leg caused the gold chain skirt to shift sideways. He coughed dryly, put down Rebecca's right leg, and opened his eyes. Next is armament Haki. It's like wearing an invisible armor. When the armor is hard enough, it can naturally be converted into attack power. As he spoke, Bai Luo raised his right hand, and with a buzz, his entire arm turned black. In the face of an ability user who can elementalize, he can also grasp his entity. At the same time, it can be attached to weapons. Said, Bai Luo picked up the long sword that Rebecca put aside. The next moment, the long sword quickly turned black, turning into a black blade in the blink of an eye. I ignored Rebecca, who was emotionally agitated. Bai Luo dispelled his armed colors and continued, "Of course, there is a kind of Haki that only a very few people have in the world. That's Conqueror's Haki. It can intimidate the enemy with just momentum. But unfortunately, I haven't mastered it yet, so I can't teach you." Rebecca blinked and asked curiously. "And how did they get the Conqueror's Haki?" "First of all, you have to have strong belief and self-confidence, and then you can awaken under some strong emotional fluctuations." As if afraid that Rebecca would not understand, Bai Luo continued to explain. "When you were in the arena, you should have such emotional fluctuations. It's just that you lack stronger self-confidence. You can recall, how did you think in the arena? What did you fight for?" Rebecca thought about it. Muttered, "I was just thinking about defeating Doflamingo. Then I kept telling myself that I had to do it, I had to succeed. That's why I stayed in the arena and fought." Bai Luo nodded, just about to say something. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and his eyes burst into bright expressions. An excited smile appeared on his face. Seeing Bai Luo's appearance, Rebecca was a little puzzled. "Teacher." Bai Luo ignored it, still immersed in his own thoughts. "Tell yourself, you must do it, you must succeed. Isn't this just a hint in my heart? It is a kind of self-hypnosis. I can't produce strong mood swings by myself, so can I use hypnosis to achieve this goal?" The more Bai Luo thought about it, the more feasible it became. To retrieve memory, there are only a handful of people in the world who have the ability of hypnosis. Barukai from Fok West Blue, Bo Bin from Big Mom Pirates, Brooke from Huan Quanguo, Zango from Black Cat Pirates, Ms. Golden Week from Baroque Studio, etc. But most people's hypnosis abilities are physical, just putting the target person into a deep sleep. If you want to carry out psychological hypnosis, only Zango and Ms. Golden Week can do it. But the ability of Golden Week has certain limitations. With such a calculation, only Zangao's ability is the most suitable at present. Golden Week can be used as an alternative. The corners of Bai Luo's mouth curled up. He murmured, "In this way, we will go to East Blue." Rebecca didn't understand the current situation at all. Looking at the silly Bai Luo sullenly, he didn't know why. At the same time, in the palace of Dressrosa, Violet, who was peeping, felt cold all over. She subconsciously looked out the window. Only then did I realize that at some point, there were snowflakes outside. Chapter 52. Violet wrapped herself in the pajamas, got up and went to the window. Looking around, the roofs of the city have been covered with snow white. The bitter cold wind howled. A few snowflakes floated into Violet's bedroom along the window. Violet's face was full of dignity. As a summer island, Dressrosa rarely snows. So where did the snow come from? Seemingly aware of it, she turned around abruptly. I saw the snowflakes coming in from the window slowly gather and form a human shape. Monet. Looking at that green hair, Violet thought of that horrible night again. Monet first sneaked into Dressrosa as a spy and became the assistant of his father. After the investigation cleared up everything about the country, there was that dark night later. As the cotter of the Don Quixote family, Violet knows her very well. She stared at Monet with a frosty face. Doflamingo has fallen, you dare to come here if you don't hide well. Monet also had a bad expression, Violet. It seems that you betrayed the young master. The two women faced each other tit for tat, and with the howling cold wind, the atmosphere was chilling. Violet said coldly, betrayal? I have never really been loyal to him. How can family and country hatred be easily forgotten? Monet's golden pupils were full of killing intent. Soon, thick snow appeared on the floor of the dormitory. What the hell happened to Dressrosa? If you tell me, I can let you off. Oh, let me go. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Violet's mouth. Then something came to mind. His smile widened, his eyes lit up, and he looked down. You really want to know what happened? Monet didn't answer, just stared at her. Violet smiled coquettishly. Since this is the case, come with me if you are not afraid of death, and you will know what happened. After finishing speaking, she walked out of the room straight away. Head towards the underground research base. Monet's eyes flashed, and he followed silently. In her opinion, Violet is not her opponent at all. So she is not worried. When Bai Luo was teaching Rebecca's armed color, Violet came up with Monet. From the very first moment he saw Monet, Bai Luo guessed what was going on. Violet was a little embarrassed. After all, it's a hassle. After observing these days, she discovered that Bai Luo is a person who hates trouble. But considering the biological samples in the research room, and the woman around Bai Luo, Violet thinks it is better to bring Monet. Haven't waited for everyone to speak. Monet immediately saw Baby 5 who was dressed in black and white not far away and the girl beside him who looked exactly like Sugar. Her complexion became more and more ugly. After looking at everyone, he coldly shouted to Baby 5. Baby 5, what are you doing here? Where is the young master? Baby 5 opened a pair of big blank eyes, Monet. I didn't see the young master. Bai Luo suddenly laughed at this moment, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes, looking at the green-haired Monet. Logia, just in time. Hearing this, Monet turned to look at Bai Luo. Although Bai Luo looks very handsome, but at the moment Monet only wants to find out the whereabouts of the young master. She had a cold face, and when she waved her hand, the whole underground base was covered with snowflakes. Seeing that there was a faint thread of action, Violet and Rebecca immediately focused their attention on vigilance. Bai Luo pushed his glasses to block everyone. No need, just talk about it if you have something to say. Monet, right? If you want Doflamingo, come with me. After speaking, he returned to the research room first. The gate opened, and there was a thick wall inside. Monet couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. But there was no better way at the moment, thinking of her ability, she gritted her teeth and followed in. Violet saw Bai Luo bring Monet into the research room. Also relieved. The ability of both eyes was activated, staring intently at the situation inside. As soon as Monet stepped into the research room, he immediately noticed Doflamingo, which was firmly locked by 4 chains. She couldn't help but change her face. The various pipelines extending from the back of her head startled her. Monet exclaimed, young master. Ignoring Bai Luo who was on the side, he hurried to Doflamingo's side. Doflamingo, who was originally drowsy, opened his eyes with pain when he heard this familiar address. When he saw Monet in front of him clearly, his face became anxious. Said in a weak and hoarse voice, go. Go. Leave here. Monet couldn't hear Doflamingo because he was too weak. But she saw that the young master who was originally high-spirited became what he is now. Immediately furious. She turned around and scolded Bai Luo angrily, did you do this? Bai Luo just smiled and didn't speak. Seeing that Monet still hadn't left, Doflamingo became anxious and struggled violently. Ignoring the pain in the back of his head, he shouted with all his strength, run away. This time, Monet heard clearly. She looked at Doflamingo puzzled. At this time, Bai Luo's flat voice came from behind, since she is here, where else can she go? Chapter 53. Monet habitually stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, and looked at Bai Luo firmly. I'm not going anywhere. Young master, just wait, I will rescue you right away. With that said, the temperature in the entire research room dropped suddenly. The howling wind mixed with snowflakes fell from the dome. Bai Luo adjusted his glasses. Do you want to do it? I advise you not to do it. He glanced at the various experimental equipment around him, bottles and cans. This is all my painstaking effort. I won't be happy if it breaks. But Monet was not in the mood to listen to him talk about this. She had assumed a fighting stance. Under Monet's control, those snowflakes instantly turned into a few snow ropes, binding Bai Luo firmly. Bai Luo didn't seem to feel it. Still calmly said, speaking of which, you are at Guy Sa's place as his assistant, right? Why don't you follow me from now on? Guy spreads that trash, no assistant is needed. Bai Luo issued an invitation. But Monet was shocked in his heart. This man actually knew the existence of Guy Sa and the identity of his assistant? She gritted her teeth, glared at Bai Luo and asked. Who are you? Bai Luo smiled, I'm really sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Bai Luo. Bai Luo. The name Monet sounds very familiar. The next moment, she thought of something. Before Guy Sa often mentioned that he has two particularly annoying guys, one is Vegapunk and the other is Bai Luo. Looking at the structure of this research room, could it be that he is that Bai Luo? Monet's eyes were full of shock. At this time, the snow rope binding Bai Luo suddenly broke. Bai Luo approached Monet like a normal person. At this moment, Monet no longer wanted to underestimate the man opposite him. Her body turned into snowflakes and disappeared instantly. I want to distance myself from him. When she just condensed her body on the other side, her pupils shrank tightly. Bai Luo actually took the first step and came in front of her. It was as if waiting for her to deliver it to her door. What speed is this? He can predict my actions. Monet's brain couldn't keep up with the reaction speed. In the next second, he was firmly grabbed by the neck by Bai Luo. That big, strong, powerful hand was completely black. Armed color firmly grasped Monet's body. The strong suffocation made her breathless. For the first time, she felt that death was so close to her. In front of this man, she was powerless to fight back. At this time, Doflamingo shouted anxiously behind him. Stop. Let her go. I will cooperate with you. Bai Luo tilted his head slightly upon hearing this. It seems you haven't recognized your current status, Doflamingo. Even though he said so, Bai Luo let go of the hand that grabbed Monet's neck. Fresh air poured into her lungs, and she panted heavily. The snow on the ground is getting thicker and thicker. Monet seized the opportunity and melted into the snow again. The next moment, layers of snow walls rose from the ground, trapping Bai Luo firmly inside. Monet rushed towards Doflamingo quickly. It was clear that she was no match at all. The most urgent task now is to rescue the young master while he is trapped. Bai Luo shook his head inside the snow wall. The Logia fruit can also be used as an assistant. I really don't want to kill you. The sound echoed within the snow wall. Monet is faster. But at this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the shadow of the research room, and 4 huge monsters came out. Before she could see clearly, she was firmly surrounded in the middle. The Seraphs attacked at the same time. Instantly penetrated Monet's body. Monet, who was hit hard, smashed into the snow. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she looked at the 4 guys in front of her in disbelief. Shichibukai. That looked similar to Shichibukai, what else could it be but Shichibukai? Although there are some differences. But Monet still recognized it at a glance. Boom. The snow wall behind him collapsed. Bai Luo shook the snowflakes on his body, and said lightly, to be precise, they are war machines based on Shichibukai. How? Guy doesn't have this level. Although I know you don't really like scientific research, it doesn't matter. With your ability, it can still come in handy. Monet looked at the man looking down at him, and didn't know what to do for a while. You can't fight and you can't fight, you can't run and you can't run away. She nervously licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, her thoughts turned sharply. If I agree to be your assistant, can you let the young master go? A coldness suddenly appeared on Bai Luo's originally indifferent face. Release? Impossible. I can only promise not to kill him. After all, such a good biological sample is much better than the prisoner experimental samples that Guy scattered there. Hearing that Bai Luo used the young master as a biological sample, Monet felt somewhat humiliated. But in the current situation, it seems that Bai Luo can only be stabilized first, and he can slowly figure it out. She gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, okay, I agree. For this answer, Bai Luo is not surprised. Even if she would rather die than submit, Bai Luo still has 100 ways to concoct her. As for the little juju in Monet's heart, Bai Luo can see it clearly. But as long as she stays here, she will never escape Bai Luo's grasp. At this moment, Monet looked at Bai Luo's eyes, and suddenly his heart trembled. An inexplicable chill came to my heart. As an ability user of snow fruit, she can't feel the cold for a long time, right? Chapter 54. Soon, Monet understood the origin of the chill. Although she was said to be an assistant, Bai Luo put a sea stone shackle on her right away. Then she was fixed on the experimental table. Seeing his own blood being drawn out continuously, Monet was terrified. What are you going to do? I have promised you. Bai Luo nodded, taking it for granted. I know, but as an assistant, it's okay to donate a little blood for the experiment. Of course there is a problem. But Monet dared not say any more. The tragedy of the young master was still in front of him. If it's just a blood draw, it's acceptable. Bai Luo ignored Monet's thoughts. He looked at Monet and had a new idea. The current version of the Seraph has laser cannons made from Kizaru's shining fruit installed on both palms. If we can analyze the ability of snow fruit, can we add cold air cannons to Seraphim? When you have the ability of the flame system in the future, you can also install flame jets in the mouth. Of course, normal flame throwing can now be added as well. It's just that the effect is definitely not as good as the effect of the ability of the flame system. While Bai Luo was immersed in new ideas. Outside the laboratory, the girls were still waiting anxiously. They can't see what's going on inside. Only muffled noises were heard. When the dust settled, Violet breathed a sigh of relief and informed everyone of the result. Rebecca blinked. She did not expect that the practice on the first day would be interrupted like this. According to Aunt Violet, Teacher Bai Luo will not come out for a while. Then she doesn't need to stay here. Had no choice but to go back to the palace with Violet first. The following few days. Everything is on track. Whether it is the reproduction of the string fruit or the production of the S-stork, everything is going well. In addition, the fruit duplication of all capable users has also been completed. At this time, in the research room, the Dongtata family was queuing up to donate blood. Monet held the needle with a numb expression, like a nurse, pumping one by one. Next to it, there are many blood samples that have been drawn. Monet, each person only smokes 100 ml, there is no need to smoke more. Yes. Bai Luo looked at the densely packed Dongtata tribe, and couldn't help turning around to express his gratitude to Leo on his shoulder. Thank you, Leo. Leo smiled at Kaido, please don't say that. We are honored to be able to help you. However, is 100 ml really enough? Bai Luo nodded slightly. Enough. Although 100 ml is just a small amount of a tube. But there are so many people who can't stand the Dongtata tribe, everyone donates a small tube. The combined amount is enough to exceed the total amount of blood contained in an adult's body. And according to the blood of the first few people of the Dongtata tribe, Bai Luo was pleasantly surprised to find that their blood contains a bloodline factor that can shrink the size of a creature. As long as he is given a few days, he can research a shrinking potion based on these bloodline factors. It is even possible to deduce the key point of the failure of Mr. Vegapunk's human body enlargement experiment based on this. When I think that I am about to have such a huge harvest. Bai Luo couldn't help but tremble with excitement. At the same time, a palm-sized gold card suddenly appeared on Violet's desk. There was a conversation outside the door. Your Majesty Violet, today's government documents have been placed on your desk. Beside Violet, the guards respectfully reported. Well, I see. Nodding, Violet, who just came back from the outside, opened the door and entered the room. Before she sat down, she noticed the golden card that didn't exist. She looked around and picked it up gently after finding nothing unusual. It was made entirely of gold, and the exquisitely styled card was as thin as a cicada's wing. What was written on it caught Violet's gaze. Grand Tesoro Invitation Letter. Invitation card. Bai Luo quickly got the golden invitation letter from Violet. Look at the content above and the distinctive star logo. Bai Luo remembered that this was the sign of the richest man in the world. Gilder Tetsalo. He is an independent country recognized by the world government and the king of the world's largest entertainment city Grand Tesoro. Known as the Golden Emperor, the person with the ability of the golden fruit. In just 10 years, he grew from nothing, from a penniless slave to the richest man in the world, controlling 20% of the world's wealth. He is the world's leading business wizard. It can even use money to borrow the power of the world government. Where did you get it? Bai Luo gently played with the gold card in his hand, his eyes were inexplicable. Violet looked serious. I don't know, it appears directly on my desktop. Hearing what Violet said, Bai Luo nodded slightly. The one who can do this kind of thing must be Mr. Tanaka, who has chuan fruit. Interesting. It seems that you have become the new king, and you have been recognized by some people, otherwise this guy wouldn't have sent you an invitation letter. It seems that I have to speed up the progress. How can I miss such a fun thing? Chapter 55. Besides wealth, what interested Bai Luo the most on that golden ship was the lucky fruit. Fortune is a very mysterious thing in this world. And the fortune of the person whose body is touched by the lucky fruit ability will change. The fruit-capable Baccarat can absorb the enemy's luck to make them unlucky after touching others with both hands, and transform the luck absorption into his own. For her, before the luck is exhausted, it can be said that all wishes come true, and some impossible things can be achieved. Bai Luo is very curious, if he meets her, can he avoid bad luck? 3 days later. In the research room, S-Stork comes out of the culture tank. With a cold expression and sunglasses, he is exactly the same as Doflamingo when he was a child. It's just the star-shaped pupils and wings that reveal his identity as a seraphim. Monet on the side looked at the replica in horror. I feel more and more afraid of Bai Luo in my heart. This man's actions are just like the creator. The young master was still tied there, yet he was able to copy it out. Looking at the silk threads brought out by the replicant waving his hands, it is clearly the ability of string fruit. While Monet was still in shock, Bai Luo evoked a smirk. Under his control, S-Stork raised his hand, and a parasite string shot out from his fingertips. Straight into Monet's brain. The next moment, Monet felt that his body was out of control. Then, like a marionette, he walked up to Bai Luo. She looked terrified. What are you doing? This feeling of being out of control of the body is really scary. Bai Luo didn't answer, as if he got his beloved toy. Keep Monet in various poses. Monet, who was originally a prisoner, was completely shattered at this moment with the last trace of dignity in his heart. Her golden eyes shed tears unconsciously. Tut tut. Bai Luo stopped the manipulation and raised her chin with one hand. Those golden pupils were like amber under the reflection of teardrops. Bai Luo let the S-Stork release the control. Monet fell and sat on the ground. Monet looked at Bai Luo, not knowing what he was going to do. But when she saw the fiery look in Bai Luo's eyes, she suddenly had an ominous premonition. Before she could struggle to get up, he was caught by Bai Luo and dragged to the lounge beside him. The opposite of N. As a snow fruit capable user, Monet's skin always reveals a trace of coolness. Wait for the right opportunity. Be sure to play a song of ice and fire. When Bai Luo returned to the research room, he started packing and tidying up. After these 3 days of research and development, the shrink potion has been successfully produced. But it is different from what Bai Luo envisioned. He can only have a temporary shrinking effect. The time is about an hour or so. At the same time, after questioning Monet, knowing that Guy was still in Punk Hazard at this moment, the artificial fruit was also regarded as garbage and left in the abandoned number 1 research room. Bai Luo is going to leave tomorrow. Whether it is to retrieve the fruit or to go to the Grand Zalo, it is not suitable to stay in Dressrosa. Of course, Bai Luo's final destination is to go to East Blue. Seek out the possibilities of Zangle and try hypnosis. Considering that this trip may take a little longer, Bai Luo secretly executed Diamanti and other capable people. Only Doflamingo's life was spared. The fruits of that group of people have already been backed up, and their lives are useless. But Doflamingo is different. He also has the secret of the celestial dragons with him, which may be useful in the future. As for the entourage on this trip, Bai Luo planned to bring all the women with him. Certainly not including Violet and Rebecca. One of them is the new queen and the other is the princess. It's not suitable to follow Bai Luo in public. The next day, on the occasion of parting, Violet looked at Bai Luo with resentment. Although she really wanted to leave with Bai Luo, Dressrosa needed her very much now. So she can't make such a willful decision. And Rebecca on the side was also very reluctant. Teacher, you must come back early. Bai Luo nodded. You have just developed your weaponry now, you must continue to maintain the intensity of your training. I'll check when I get back. Rebecca, who was wearing golden armor, took off her helmet and nodded seriously. My teacher. Without saying goodbye, Bai Luo waved his hand. Everyone boarded the Jiaolong. This is the base he chose, and he will naturally come back. And, Baby 5, Monet and Granu followed behind Bai Luo. At the end, the unconscious Doflamingo was carried by 5 Seraphs, who were also packed away. Underground port. After a period of silence, the Jiaolong restarted. In the cabin, Xiao Xiaobai, whom he hadn't seen for several days, got out of nowhere, rubbing Bai Luo's trousers affectionately. But Baby 5 seems to have returned to his own home. Take Sugar and Monet for a tour. Granus looked curious, while Monet's eyes were slightly numb. Chapter 56. Punk Hazard. For Bai Luo, it is the place where he has stayed the longest. Although the world government has erased its existence, Bai Luo can accurately find its location without navigation. On the Jiaolong, Baby 5 is changing clothes for Granu. Sato was very excited when he saw the automatic changing equipment for the first time. I kept picking out good-looking clothes and changing them back and forth. And sat alone, looking at the deep-sea scenery outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Because Bai Luo is not here. Monet's eyes regained some agility. After confirming that the surroundings are temporarily safe, She approached Baby 5. Baby 5, can you do me a favor? Baby 5, who couldn't refuse others, received the request and immediately responded with a blushing face. Seeing that Baby 5 was still like this, Monet showed a tricky smile on his face. She asked in a very small voice. There must be a small submarine on this ship that can travel alone. Can you take me there? Yeah, of course. Baby 5 is happy to be needed again. Didn't care at all why Monet did this. Anne's ears moved slightly, listening to Monet's words. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. Hey, it's here. Baby 5 honestly took Monet to the outside of a cabin door. Through the glass, Monet could clearly see the exquisite small submarine inside. As long as you sit on it, you can leave here. When the time comes to join Virgo, there is no way to rescue the young master. She looked excited, ignored Baby 5, and was about to open the hatch. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded behind her, causing her pupils to shrink and her body to freeze in place. In such a hurry, where are you going? Monet turned around slowly, and behind him was the figure of Bai Luo. Beside him, there was Anne. The corner of Bai Luo's mouth twitched. Let's go. No. I don't want to. Monet showed a look of horror, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. The body hit the hatch, and there was no way to escape. Bai Luo took 2 steps forward and moved closer to Monet. It seems that you haven't learned enough lessons. As he spoke, his thick and powerful arms wrapped around Monet's neck. Monet's whole body was extremely stiff. Already had a premonition of what happened next. Bai Luo embraced her and walked in front. Suddenly thought of something, and looked back at Anne and Baby 5. Come here, both of you. Anne blushed slightly, and secretly spat, but followed obediently. Not to mention Baby 5. I am so happy to be needed again. When Monet returned to the cabin, there was an extra pair of sea stone locks on her right wrist. The other end of the shackles was fastened firmly to a thick support pole. Greatly limited the scope of Monet's activities. This is the price she has to pay for doing something wrong. She was very weak, but her pair of golden pupils stared at Anne. There is no doubt that it was Anne who told the secret just now. Anne ignored it. She was marine, and Monet was a pirate. The positions are originally opposite to each other, so how could Anne help her? The current Baby 5 is also banned by Bai Luo and is not allowed to get close to Monet. Just let her concentrate on taking the sugar. And Monet was guarded by Anne. In the main control room, Bai Luo, who had just experienced the 2 worlds of ice and fire, looked refreshed. Checked out the route. It doesn't take long to find out that you can reach Punk Hazard. Reminds me of my time at Punk Hazard. Bai Luo fell into deep thought. Over 2 years ago. There is also Bai Luo's main research base, and Guy SA is also a member of the marine science class. But it was because the guy who told Guy didn't listen to dissuasion and insisted on conducting mass destruction gas experiments, which led to the explosion of the entire research institute. Reduce Punk Hazard to a gas ruin. They were forced to relocate to Egghead Island. And that guy, also used Gas Fruit's ability to escape during the process of being arrested. Speaking of Gas Fruit, Bai Luo's eyes flashed brightly. He has been very interested in this Logia fruit for a long time. But in the past, because of his status, he couldn't just let go of Guy. But now it's different. Both Gaisa and himself have become wanted criminals. Without Marine's group of trash getting in the way, how could he be his opponent just relying on Guy to spread the word? Think here. Bai Luo couldn't help but smile. At the same time. Punk Hazard. In the #1 research institute that can still be used normally. Guy SA is packing his own research data. That guy Joker is finished. If I don't run away quickly, I will definitely be finished too. Without Joker, the 2 monsters of New World will not let me go. I have to leave quickly. He was floating in mid-air, and the thick as substantial gas continuously gathered the bottles and jars in the laboratory. The more Guy thought about it, the more angry he became. Couldn't help yelling. There is no news about that idiot Monet. As the #1 scientist in the world, how could I have fallen to this point? Damn. After all, it's all due to that old Vegapunk. And that little BD Bai Luo. Don't let me meet them again. Otherwise, I must let them know how powerful I am. After speaking, he suddenly trembled all over, and shivered inexplicably. Guy rubbed his nose and looked around suspiciously. But nothing unusual was found. Chapter 57. Punk Hazard Coast. A ship that has already been prepared is docking here. Little ones. Hurry up and get all the things on the boat. Move faster. Guy floated in the air, eagerly urging. On the ground, a group of strong men with their lower bodies supported by balloons were diligently carrying various experimental equipment like ants. Hear Guy's instructions. They responded in unison, yes, master. Looking at his obedient subordinates like dogs, A sinister smile appeared on Guy Sa's face. You little trash rats, when I'm gone, you can just stay in this place and fend for yourself. They, a group of prisoners who survived the poison gas explosion 2 years ago, all lost their ability to move. A year ago, Guy returned here in the form of a savior. They were able to put on the balloon and resume their activities. In their eyes, Guy Sa is the savior who brought them new life. They are completely unaware that Guy Sa is also the one who made them crippled. A group of people transported in full swing. Suddenly, a person seemed to feel something, stopped his movements and looked towards the sea. Another reprimanded, "Hey! What are you doing? Hurry up and help the master move these things away." The man looked at the sea and hesitated. "Did you feel something shaking?" "Huh? What are you talking about? Where is the shock?" He didn't finish his sentence. On the surface of the sea, a huge wave suddenly rolled up. A huge monster broke out of the sea. The boat prepared by Master Guy swayed violently on the sea. When the water splashed down, everyone could see clearly that it was a huge steel warship. They haven't reacted yet. In mid-air, Guy's expression changed. The island has long been a restricted area, and its location has been erased by the world government. No one should know about this place. Could it be a passing ship? No, not right. That steel battleship, which looks very sophisticated, is definitely not something that ordinary people can own. Just when Guy was thinking wildly, the hatch of the steel battleship slowly opened. Bai Luo's figure emerged from inside. With a warm smile on his face, he waved to Guy. "Long time no see. Guy." After Guy saw Bai Luo's figure clearly, his eyes almost fell out of shock. Pointing at Bai Luo, he stammered and shouted, How are you here? Impossible. Didn't you go away with that old thing?" He rubbed his eyes, still unable to believe what he saw. Bai Luo smiled. "It seems that you haven't watched the news recently. I'm already the same as you, and I've been captured by Marine." Guy opened his mouth and seemed to be digesting what Bai Luo said. After a long time, he rolled his eyes. "So that's the case? Then I'm relieved. Let's do it together in the future. I already said that old Vegapunk thing can't work. With the wisdom of the two of us, there must be no experiments in this world that can stump us again." Guy showed a hypocritical smile, and slowly floated in front of Bai Luo. "But then again, how do you know I'm here?" Bai Luo raised his glasses. Looking at the familiar movement, Guy felt a wave of disgust in his heart. But he resisted not showing it. Bai Luo smiled, "This is what Monet told me." Monet. When Guy Sa heard the name, he was shocked and moved 5 meters away from Bai Luo. His expression was very ugly and sullen. "So the Dressrosa matter has something to do with you. Monet is in your hands now." Bai Luo stretched out his index finger and put it on his mouth. The smile on his face got weirder. No matter how slow Guy is, he can still react. "Bai Luo, this BD, it will never be a good thing to come here." He continued to distance himself. He shouted in panic, "Do you know the importance of Joker? He is the middleman of the underground world, serving the 4 emperors. Because of Dressrosa, he has disappeared now. The wrath of the 4 emperors is not something we can bear." Bai Luo didn't pay attention. He jumped from the jiaolong to the shore in an instant. He casually took a look at the various instruments that were being transported. He seemed to be very satisfied and nodded. Then he said slowly, "What are you afraid of? You are just a scientist. None of this will affect you. After all, they will always need you to help them complete their smile, won't they?" Having said that, Bai Luo paused. "However, judging from your smile, Guy, you still haven't made much progress in these few years. You can also make that kind of rubbish." Hearing Bai Luo insult his work. Even if Guy was spouting fear, he was also full of anger at this moment. As a scientist, the most intolerable thing is others' ridicule of his work. He stopped his escape and floated back again. He shouted angrily, "What did you say? Rubbish. You're still as arrogant as ever, you nasty BD." Chapter 58. Bai Luo didn't respond. Glancing at the dilapidated scenery around him, he sighed. "At the beginning, the teacher obviously made artificial fruits, but you didn't make good use of them. What kind of sad is produced, that kind of inferior product, you can only make it." Bai Luo's words were full of ridicule towards Guy. Guy was furious. He floated in front of Bai Luo, face to face. "What are you talking about? Vegapunk is clearly a failure. You must know that only I can make sad. I am the #1 scientist in the world. How dare you say it's an inferior product?" Guy gritted his teeth angrily. Bai Luo pushed his big face away in disgust. "Failure? It's a failure for the teacher. But for us, it's already a success." Guy stared at Bai Luo in astonishment. It seems difficult to digest for a while. "You mean, that useless thing that was put there is an artificial fruit of success. Bai Luo didn't answer. But Gaisa believed what he said. His eyes instantly became greedy. The man-made fruit that has been sitting there eating ashes turned out to be a success. If you can analyze it yourself, then Smile will have greater power. Thinking of this, Guy was very moved. If Smile can really be improved, countless money and fame will follow. At that time, the title of #1 in the world will definitely be well deserved. As soon as he turned around, he was about to fly towards the research room. Where is that fruit? But before he flew away, suddenly, the sound of several heavy objects falling to the ground came from behind. Looking back, 5 huge cyborg creations landed on the shore. Many prisoners saw the 5 familiar faces. Shichibukai. How did Shichibukai come here? We're dead. Run. Bai Luo, this hateful guy, how could he bring Shichibukai? As experimental subjects a few years ago, they all met Bai Luo. Deceived by Guy, they all mistakenly believed that the instigators of the poisonous gas explosion were Vegapunk and Bai Luo. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other. But before they could take any action, the appearance of Seraphim shocked them all. Guy looked at the 5 Seraphs in surprise. Especially the S-stork with the juvenile appearance of Joker. His thoughts were a little confused, listening to the noise of his subordinates. He shouted impatiently. Shut up. That's clearly not a real Shichibukai. Hearing what Guy said, the group of prisoners who were about to escape managed to calm down. The master is right. Where did the Shichibukai get their wings? And they all look like kids. Definitely not real Shichibukai. When Guy saw Seraphim, he temporarily stopped thinking about looking for the fruit. He sullenly said, "What the hell is this?" Bai Luo warmly introduced him. They are the highest scientific and technological achievements of my teacher and me in the past 2 years. Let me show you a demonstration. Following Bai Luo's instructions, the star-shaped pupils of the 5 Seraphs all stared at Gaisa. In the next instant, their left hands were raised together. A gust of icy cold wind gushed out from the palm of his left hand. Where the cold wind passes, everything freezes. This is the latest cold air cannon developed by Bai Luo based on snow fruit. Before Guy could react, he felt his body suddenly become stiff. Immediately afterwards, the Seraphs raised their right hands again. The dazzling laser lights up in the palm of your hand. Guy Sa's complexion changed drastically. He recognized the laser developed by Vegapunk and Bai Luo. But now it was blocked by the cold air. There is no way to avoid it. Did it die? Boom. With a burst of power accumulation, a violent roar sounded. A big hole was blown out where Gaisa was. There is fog all around. Owner. The prisoners watched in horror as Guy disappeared. I thought the master was killed just like that. But Bai Luo raised his head slightly and looked into the sky. In mid-air, the diffuse mist suddenly condensed quickly, remanifesting the figure of Guy Caesar. At this moment, he gasped heavily. His eyes were full of joy for the rest of his life. If it wasn't a critical moment just now, he broke free from the shackles of the cold air and started elementalization. He must have been blasted into scum by now. It's disgusting. Bai Luo ubd. FK me. Although Guy didn't want to fight, it would definitely be impossible if he was beaten to the door and didn't fight back. Especially facing the BD Bai Luo. Guy Sak knows how powerful he is. He took out a red and blue castanet from his pocket. Gas sound. Before he finished shouting, a burst of marrow mellow came towards him. The air is also condensed into a pressure cannon. The rocky ground rises like a sea wave, squeezing towards Guy. Accompanied by the sharp slash, the multicolored Madara silk thread quickly attacked Guy Scatter. Guy let out a strange cry. How come? Instantly annihilated by the attacks of the blazing angels. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Chapter 59. Owner. The prisoners exclaimed one after another, they couldn't believe that their master was killed like this. But this time the attack was too violent, and no one could survive such an attack. They fell to their knees one after another, looking at the mess in despair and helplessness. Suddenly a sharp laugh burst out. Chhhhhhhhh. The figure of Guy Sa appeared in front of everyone again. Although very embarrassed, blood was dripping all over his body. But he did survive. Everyone looked at Guy's figure in surprise. Great, worthy of being the master. This can't kill our great master, the hateful Bai Luo, just wait for death. Guy's body size has obviously grown a little bit. It seems that large-scale elementalization is used to disperse the power of those attacks. Guy had a hideous look on his face. What a pity, Bai Luo, you almost killed me. But I won't give you another chance like this. As he spoke, he turned into a puff of white-green smoke. With a swoosh he fled towards the research room. Seeing Guy with such tenacious vitality, Bai Luo's eyes flashed. The figure disappeared in an instant, and chased after Guy Sa. And the other side. The prisoners are still immersed in the joy of the master's remaining life after the robbery. He didn't notice that the 5 blazing angels had already set their sights on them. Next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, the 5 seraphs started the cleanup. The prisoners here mean nothing to Bai Luo. They are just ordinary human beings. So there is no need to save at all. Only then did the prisoners react. Howling one after another urged the balloon to escape. But how fast can they run with limited mobility? Facing the attack of the 5 blazing angels, they were powerless to fight back. All of a sudden there were howls. Master, save us, please save us. Guy didn't even look back. You bunch of trash still want me to save you, who do you think you are? Hearing what Guy said, the prisoners stopped running. I must have misheard, the master is so kind. How could he say such words? It must have been an illusion just now. Yes, it must be so. The prisoners didn't dare to accept it for a while. This is Guy Sa's true face. Brainwash yourself. But soon, Seraph's attack poured down. Kill them all. As they were dying, they had the illusion that Guy would save them. But all this is doomed to be impossible. Guy and Bai Luo chased and fled. Soon came to the number 1 research room. The gate of the number 1 research room is tens of meters high. Those who don't know will think that this is for the giants. But Bai Luo knew that this was a defensive iron gate specially made for the gigantic experiment. Guy's figure turned into a cloud of green smoke, and got in through the gap. Bai Luo stopped in his tracks. It is difficult to push this iron door by manpower alone. The next moment, the Shura appeared. The 6 pupils glowed scarlet red. Shua! 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 The long blade in his hand swung quickly. After a brief silence, the huge iron gate was neatly divided into 7 sections. Squeak, boom. The iron door made a tooth-piercing sound of metal shattering, and then slammed down. Bai Luo didn't pause. Chased towards the interior of the institute more quickly. He relied on his familiarity with the institute. Soon caught up with Guy Caesar. At this time, Guy had already ran into a room. He looked at Bai Luo's strange appearance with a ferocious face. Don't deceive people too much. Otherwise, I will let you see how powerful I am. I haven't been idle for the past 2 years. Bai Luo didn't seem to hear it, and raised the 6 long blades slightly. Walk towards Guy. Okay, you forced me to do this. Chhhhhhhh. As he spoke, he grinned grimly, and suddenly pressed the button behind him. A thick and pungent gas emerged from the corner of the room. Come on, let me show you my latest achievement. Although it has not been fully completed yet. Guy raised his hands high. The poisonous gas began to sink into his body quickly from his hands. The next moment, Guy's expression was pained, and his body changed. His body absorbed all the poisonous gas. The whole body suddenly became larger, and the strong gas made him appear dark purple. 2 strange characters slowly appeared on the chest, Dead Country. Bai Luo looked at the bloated Guy in front of him with disgust, and a pungent and unpleasant smell emanated from him. The Kingdom of Death? It seems that you still haven't given up on the research of biological and chemical weapons. Guy Sa's expression at the moment was very crazy. He laughed wantonly. Chhhhhhhh. It really works. Let me show you the power of my science. Thick, poisonous smoke billowed wantonly over his body. Guy put on a posture of God, looking down at Bai Luo. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to join forces with me? If you still refuse, then you go to die. Guy's voice was like a vicious curse. Because of the bonus of poisonous gas, his self-confidence has already exploded at this moment. Bai Luo on the opposite side just shook his head slightly, his expression still dismissive. Chapter 60. Chhhhhhhh. This is my latest weapon achievement. Feel the artistry of it? Looking at Bai Luo with a disdainful expression, Guy laughed ferociously. BD Bai Luo, before my scientific power. Submit before my strength. The giant hand, all condensed from poisonous gas, pressed down on Bai Luo. Bai Luo's eyes flashed. The figure quickly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was far away from Guy. Since you choose to use the power of science, it would be unfair for me to attack you again. As soon as his words fell, 5 blazing angels rushed in from behind him. Just let them play with you, Gaisa. Said Bai Luo turned and left. He is going to find the abandoned artificial fruit. Guy looked angrily at Bai Luo who was about to leave. Are you kidding me? You underestimate me too. He was about to make a move. But it was blocked by the blazing angels. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. But Bai Luo didn't pay attention anymore. Relying on his familiar memory, he soon came to an abandoned research room. The light in this research room is dim. Through the light in the corridor, it can be seen that a dark purple devil fruit is quietly placed in the glass cabinet. Found it? Bai Luo's eyes beamed with joy. Come out, S-Dragon. Following Bai Luo's order. Inside the Jiaolong, a brand new seraph came out. With his feet on the ground, he charged up slightly and his whole body shot into the sky like a shell. The ground started to crack with his ejection. His speed was extremely fast, completely ignoring the walls of the institute. Like a humanoid tank, it broke through the thick wall and came to Bai Luo through the shortest straight line. The seraphim is tall and tall. Although he looks like a child, his body is muscular and his beard and hair are wanton. The two horn-like horns on his head clearly showed his identity. He is the S-Dragon copied from the blood factor of 4 Emperors Kaido. Bai Luo looked at his figure with satisfaction. Go, S-Dragon, eat that fruit, and you will become my strongest combat power. S-Dragon received the command and strode forward. Straight through the glass with his finger, he got the devil fruit. He ate it under Bai Luo's earnest gaze. Then he raised his head to the sky and screamed. Immediately afterwards, the whole body began to change. A huge and mighty sakura-colored dragon appeared in front of Bai Luo. The body shape filled the entire abandoned research room. At this point, the fruit that should have belonged to Momonosuke finally returned to Bai Luo's hands. The S-Dragon spewed out hot flames from its mouth. A cloud of flames permeated the action. His huge body stepped on the flame cloud, and the entire dragon body floated into the air. Study the sky outside. The sky suddenly darkened, and there seemed to be a thunderstorm in a trance, and the wind was blowing everywhere. Bai Luo lost his mecha form. Use glasses to record all the data. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's go. After speaking, the S-Dragon degenerated into a human form again. Followed Bai Luo out of the laboratory. When Bai Luo returned to Gaisa's location with S-Dragon. The battle is over. Gai, who was so miserable all over, was held in the hands of S-Bear like a chicken at the moment. The moment he saw Bai Luo, he immediately burst out with the desire to survive. Howled loudly towards Bai Luo. Bai Luo, I was wrong, please forgive me. I don't want to die yet. He was crying bitterly. The damage of the 5 blazing angels is really too high. He is not good at fighting, even if he opened the kingdom of death, he is still in a state of being beaten. Fortunately, he surrendered quickly. Otherwise, he would have been beaten into scum by these 5 blazing angels at this moment. Don't kill me. I can still be your assistant. With my help, Your Excellency Bai Luo, you can definitely become the greatest science. Before Guy finished speaking, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the tall figure behind Bai Luo. His voice seemed to be choked, his mouth opened wide but he couldn't utter a word. How does that figure look like 4 Emperors Kaido? This. He stuttered and couldn't utter a single word. Bai Luo looked at Guy S.A. with a calm face. But, Guy, your level is so bad, how can I accept you? Guy gulped. Fearful eyes swept over S-Long, tremblingly said. No, I can definitely help you. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything for you. Hearing this, a strange smile appeared on Bai Luo's face. Ah, anything. That would be wonderful. Speaking of which, I'm also very interested in your gas fruit. In this case, you must be ready to dedicate yourself to science. Guy was taken aback for a moment, with a frightened expression on his face. Don't kill me, please. Bai Luo walked up to Gaisa and looked down at him. Slowly said in a very soft voice. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are worthless when you are dead. I will let you live well. Although Bai Luo said that he would not kill him, Guy felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The fear in my heart is even worse. Chapter 61. If I remember correctly, you still have the experimental data of the gigantic experiment. Surrounded by 6 seraphs, Guy followed obediently behind Bai Luo. Hear his question. Immediately and cautiously replied. Ah, yes, that's true, the experiments are still in the next room. Then since you are interested, let the little one take you to have a look. Guy S.A. is now very clear about his position. He rubbed his hands together with a respectful and flattering expression on his face. Bai Luo nodded. As if being pardoned, Guy carefully got out from among the seraphim. I'll show you the way. He humbly took Bai Luo to the biscuit room. The biscuit room was specially built by Gaisa for those experimental products. Because all the experimental items inside are children abducted from the nearby sea. Once in the biscuit room, the children who were playing immediately cheered when they saw the figure of Gaisa. Master, are you here to give us candy? Guy didn't reply, and glanced at Bai Luo cautiously. At this moment, Bai Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the children of different sizes, big and small, and didn't speak. Guy didn't know what was going on in his mind, and felt a little panicked for a moment. You must know that it was strictly forbidden to use children for experiments in Vegapunk. He didn't know what Bai Luo would think. If Bai Luo and Vegapunk had the same attitude, then I would be dead today. After a moment of silence. Only then did Bai Luo speak lightly. Notify Marine, let Marine pick them up. They're useless to me, I just need experimental data. Seeing that Bai Luo did not pursue responsibility, Guy let out a sigh of relief. Well, if you let them go, will this place be exposed? He asked cautiously. Bai Luo glanced at him. Do you think we'll be back here again? Ah, that's it? Guy smiled awkwardly, and immediately followed Bai Luo's instructions to make a phone call. When Guy finished calling, Bai Luo turned around and left. The children didn't know what was going on, and they were still clamoring for candy from Guy. Guy showed a hypocritical smile and comforted him. Don't worry, someone will come and deliver it to you in a while. For this group of children, Guy originally planned to abandon them directly on this island. But now it seems that they are pure fate. This guy Bai Luo actually asked Marine to pick them up. Seeing that Bai Luo was about to go far away, Guy quickly chased after him. He kept complimenting Bai Luo. Inside and outside the words, they are trying to find out the principle of Seraphim. Bai Luo ignored him. In his opinion, Guy's only value now is the gas fruit on his body. His level of science and technology is not as good as Bai Luo's. Not to mention accepting him as an assistant. Guy cast this insidious and cunning guy as an unstable bomb. Bai Luo didn't have much time to keep an eye on him. Guy still doesn't know that his destiny has already come to a destination. While he was continuing to talk nonsense, Bai Luo stopped in his tracks. Raising his head, Bai Luo looked forward with a little surprise. Now in front of them, two strange creatures blocked their way out. Little red. Little green. Those two creatures, one big and one small. The big one was covered in reddish-brown, with a fat and strong body covered in scales, and sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. A pair of huge bat-like wings on its back flapped excitedly. The smaller one is covered in emerald green, with dark green Madara patterns all over its body. There is a row of black and sharp thorns growing on the spine on the back. Two small horns drilled out from the top of the head, also flapping their wings and rushing towards Bai Luo. In front of Bai Luo at this moment are two Western-style giant dragons. And these two giant dragons are the artificial dragons created by Bai Luo and Vegapunk to protect Punk Hazard. Bai Luo thought they were destroyed together in the poison gas accident. Didn't realize they were still alive. Because of its huge size, the red dragon's fat body got stuck in the tunnel, and he looked aggrieved. And the green dragon rushed to Bai Luo, bent down the dragon's head and rubbed against Bai Luo affectionately. Although the green dragon is small in size, it is relatively speaking. Bai Luo stood in front of it, about the same height as the dragon's head. The green dragon rubbed against Bai Luo, and Julie tried to knock him to the ground several times. Bai Luo hurriedly stopped it with a smile. Okay. I didn't expect to see you again. Guy on the side hurriedly interrupted and explained. These two guys usually stay on the other side of the island. They must have sensed your aura this time, so they rushed over. Roar. As if responding to what Guy said, Xiaolu let out a soft growl. Boom. With the sound of the corridor collapsing, the red dragon finally squeezed in. Seeing it also wants a hug of love. Bai Luo's complexion changed. Okay. I know what you mean. Looking at the excited dragon in front of him, Bai Luo was also very happy. It's just that the red dragon's body is too bloated, and it's still a bit troublesome to take them away. He thought for a while, then turned around and asked Guy. Is there any usable modification room here? Guy was taken aback for a moment, then nodded quickly. Yes, there is another one. Bai Luo smiled. He looked at the two dragons in front of him and had an idea in his mind. Chapter 62. The interior of No. 1 Research Institute. Bai Luo wore white gloves, a white mask, and a serious expression. In front of him, two giant dragons had already entered a coma. On the side, Guy stood obediently beside Bai Luo, acting as an assistant. It's just that his eyes glanced behind him from time to time, those 6 blazing angels. Guy cast a glance at the two giant dragons in front of him, and said cautiously. That. Bai Luo, these two guys, how do you want to change them? Bai Luo holds a saw in one hand and a drill in the other. Hearing this, he revealed a look of fanaticism. Although Xiahong's combat power is high, her body is too large. Little Green is just the opposite. Then if you combine the two and add some new things, their usefulness will be far beyond what they are now. Did you know that there is a creature named Chimera? Bai Luo turned his head to look at Guy. It's just his appearance made Guy's heart tremble, and he honestly shook his head. Guy said that he had never heard of it. Chimera. Right. Chimera is a two-headed monster that hovers above the sky, and will use its deadly breath to deal with all invading enemies. Little Red's mouth is equipped with a flamethrower, and Little Green's mouth is filled with corrosive acid. If you combine them into one, they will become an artificial chimera. It will produce the effect that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. And because they have 2 heads and 2 consciousnesses, they can even eat 2 devil fruits. The previous conclusions about devil fruit experiments are nothing more than blood and soul. The soul is used to carry the will of the devil. At the same time, the blood will also contain the power of devil fruit. 2 heads have 2 souls. Then I only need to solve the problem of the coexistence of the 2 fruit abilities in the blood. But on this point, Bai Luo also has plans. They are 2 bodies. If fusion is performed, there is no need to abandon the original organs. As long as they are equipped with 2 hearts, each heart is responsible for a separate blood supply system. Then there is no situation where the 2 devil fruit abilities contradict each other in the blood. However, this has high requirements for Bai Luo's medical level. Fortunately, he has the brain fruit. His photographic memory allowed him to read all the remaining medical books in the research room before starting. Fortunately, the poisonous gas explosion did not damage the books and materials. Otherwise, I'm afraid Gaisa can't stand by his side now. Hearing such a whimsical plan by Bai Luo, Guy was dumbfounded. Is this possible? How could they eat 2 devil fruits? Bai Luo ignored it. He put all his attention on Xiaohong and Xiaolu in front of him. As the saw cut in, a large amount of blood gushed out, splashing Bai Luo and Guy all over. Guy subconsciously blocked it with his hands. Then I found that Bai Luo didn't dodge, with a strange smile on his face. Coupled with that blood, it makes people shudder. Crazy. What a crazy. Guy knew before that Bai Luo looked the most normal, but the madness in his bones was even more extreme than him. I didn't expect to see each other for 2 years, but it became more and more serious. He obediently stayed by the side, unwilling to look at the body of the dismembered dragon. The sound of the saw cutting made his skin ache. One knife after another seemed to be sawed on his body. Pliers. Bai Luo's voice sounded. Guy was in a daze. Bai Luo turned his head with a bad expression and looked at Guy SA. Guy shivered all over, and only then came back to his senses. Quickly hand over the pliers from the side. How flattering the smile on the face must be. In this way, time passed by every minute and every second. A day passed in a blink of an eye. Successful. With a cheer from Bai Luo, the whole renovation is declared over. At this time, there was no trace of the 2 giant dragons in front of Bai Luo. In its place was a medium-sized 2-headed dragon. A suit of dark black scales shone with an inexplicable brilliance. The 2 heads were one large and one small, and the eyes were tightly closed. There are 2 metal collars around the necks, with red light shining faintly on them. Dragon horns, dragon wings, and dragon claws are all extremely sharp. Like a blade, it can tear steel bars. Coupled with the surrounding blood and broken limbs, it looks extremely terrifying. Guy just glanced at it and felt a little shudder. Could this kind of monster really be created by humans? This is totally a war machine. Why didn't I think of this transformation method before? It's abominable. It can be seen from this that Bai Luo's level is obviously much higher than him. With this enviable and damn talent, I seem to be farther away from being the #1 scientist in the world. Bai Luo didn't know what Guy was thinking, he just looked at his finished product excitedly, very satisfied. While retaining the ability of flame and corrosion, it has added scale armor with higher defense and sharper minions. Today's Little Red and Little Green can be said to be a proper killer. Wait until you eat the fruit, with their combat power, they can at least rival a Shichibukai. Bai Luo dropped the tools and rubbed his hands together. The makeover is over, it's time to wake them up. Chapter 63. Following Bai Luo's order, the metal collars on the Chimera's 2 dragon necks made a diddy electric sound. The next moment, the originally closed longan trembled slightly. Not long after, the 2 dragon heads all opened their eyes. They spotted Bai Luo immediately, with their vertical pupils pointing down. Immediately wanted to come over and rub him intimately. But when they stood up, they realized that their bodies had become very uncoordinated. The left foot and the right foot want to come forward at the same time. One dragon wing wants to lift up, while the other is pushing down. Extremely uncoordinated, they fell directly to the ground. The 2 dragon heads collided together, with big eyes and small eyes, with a dazed expression on his face. Bai Luo stepped forward and patted their bodies. Little Red and Little Green, this will be your new body from now on, you have to get used to it as soon as possible. Well, by the way, we should rename your door. How about you 2 be called Chimera from now on? Roar. Chimera was puzzled. But they are originally artificial creations, and their IQs are not high. In a blink of an eye, the problems of the status quo are left behind. They tried their best to stand up again. The two dragon heads, one on the left and the other on the right, sandwiched Bai Luo in the middle. Alright. Bai Luo gently pushed them away. Next, let's test the attack capability. The target is the wall over there. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Chimera turned around with difficulty. Then the two dragon mouths opened suddenly. A burst of flames spewed out like a cannon, blasting a big hole in the extremely thick wall. Another spray of sulfuric acid solution landed on the wall with a hissing sound, also corroding a hole in the wall. Bai Luo is very satisfied with their power. The corner of Guy's eyes twitched as he looked at it, feeling more and more regretful in his heart. Both monsters had been on that side of the island for a year. If only I could have thought of this brilliant idea earlier. Who else can get him? Bai Luo. Well done. Bai Luo is not stingy with his praise. When Chimera heard this, she shook her body happily. At this moment, the huge dragon body shook its head and tail like a puppy. Bai Luo let them quickly familiarize themselves with their new bodies, and then fell into deep thought. Now their new bodies have been constructed. Then the next step is to eat the devil fruit. Frankly speaking, Bai Luo is not sure whether 2 devil fruits can succeed. Although he already has a certain degree of confidence, things in science have never been 100%. Now I can only wait to eat it and observe the effect. As long as their heads can be preserved intact, then Bai Luo can recreate them. As for the devil fruit to eat, Bai Luo took an inventory of the fruits he had in hand. Lush fruit, ton-packed fruit, banner fruit, childlike fruit, gooey fruit, watery fruit, string fruit, backward fruit. The ones that are suitable for Chimera are nothing more than tons of pressed fruits and sticky fruits. Other fruits are relatively more difficult to operate. It is difficult to use more subtle abilities with the wisdom of the existing Chimera. But tons of pressed fruit and sticky fruit are different. To press a ton of fruit, you only need to change your own weight, and then drop it. Gooey fruit just needs to spit slime. At the same time, they can also attach corrosive power to the slime, and then ignite and explode with flames. The slime of sticky fruit has the property of being easy to fry. So in general, these 2 fruits are currently the most suitable for Chimera. After making up my mind, Bai Luo ordered S-Bear and S-Shark to go to the laboratory of Jiaolong and bring back these 2 fruits. After a while, I saw the 2 of them going back and forth, bringing back the fruit. Guy looked at the 2 fruits in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and asked uncertainly. Is this artificial devil fruit too? Bai Luo nodded. Guy couldn't believe it. Quickly asked, how does it work? It must be better than your smile. You'll see their power in a moment. At this moment, Guy suddenly thought of what Bai Luo had said to mock him. Did Vegapunk and this guy really perfect the artificial fruit technology? Then if this is really a fruit of success, his smile is indeed rubbish. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more unconvinced I become. Guy's face was full of entanglement and envy. Bai Luo took the fruit from Seraphim. Feed the tons of pressed fruit to Xiahong's dragon head, and the sticky fruit to Xiaolu. As they ate the fruit, 2 inexplicable fluctuations emerged from their bodies. They are entangled with each other. It seems that there is some kind of conflict. Chimera's 2 dragon heads also became painful expressions. Bai frowned. Did it fail? It shouldn't be. Ho ho. Accompanied by 2 loud dragon chants. The next moment, the fluctuations that were still entangled suddenly became distinct. Slowly subsided. Bai Luo's eyes lit up with fiery gaze. Although it seemed like a small mistake, but in the end it worked. Chapter 64. Bai Luo took off his blood-soaked research uniform and brought the Chimera outside. After a while of adaptation, Chimera can already carry out normal operations. Roar. The loud dragon chant sounded again. They flapped their wings and slowly rose into the sky. Bai Luo's gaze was like a machine, recording all the Chimera's action data. Test the ability to press tons of fruit first. Following Bai Luo's command, the Chimera, which had already flown into the air, stopped flapping its wings. Then, like a meteorite, it hit the ground directly. Boom. After a loud noise, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and pieces of the ground were cracked. At the place where the Chimera fell, a deep pit with a size of 10 meters appeared. Ton pressed fruit is normal. Next item, sticky fruit. Chimera flew into the air again. The smaller dragon head leisurely grew its mouth wide, and a ball of highly corrosive mucus sprayed out. It fell on the ground with a sizzling sound, and thick smoke billowed out. After a while, the entire ground turned into a puddle of sludge with unknown bubbles. Ignite. A red light emerged from the mouth of another dragon head. A fiery flame precisely hit the spot covered with slime. Boom. The strong explosion whipped up a strong wind, blowing and rattling Bai Luo's clothes. After Bai Luo finished recording, he called Chimera down. He jumped up excitedly. Landed on Chimera's back, grasping the dragon thorn on the back with one hand. The two dragon heads looked back at him. Bai Luo grinned and said, "Today I'll be a dragon knight too." "Let's go," said. Bai Luo patted the chimera's thick scales. The chimera immediately carried Bai Luo towards the sky. They keep flying. Soon through the thick clouds. This kind of flying without the protection of hurricane made Bai Luo feel very novel. Strong winds and high pressure raged non-stop. They even spun in mid-air as the chimera moved more and more fluidly. Whenever Bai Luo was about to fall, he swooped down to catch him. They had a great time playing with Bai Luo in mid-air. On the ground, Guy Sa looked at the black spots in the sky at this moment, and his expression was already expressionless. More and more surprises made him numb. It seems that everything is possible with Bai Luo. He is completely a monster that cannot be judged by common sense. I don't know how long it took before Bai Luo's figure riding a chimera reappeared in his sight. In general, chimera's current performance has exceeded Bai Luo's expectations. Things are over here, and he can finally set sail again. But looking at the chimera, which was more than 10 meters in size, Bai Luo gave up his plan to let them enter the Jiaolong. Although the size of the Jiaolong can accommodate them. But that would be too crowded. After thinking for a while, Bai Luo decided to let them fly in the sky. The metal collar on the dragon's neck also contains a positioning system. Within a certain range, they can clearly perceive Bai Luo's location. As long as they follow the signal in the sky, Bai Luo won't lose them. Getting ready to return to the ground. At this time, Bai Luo suddenly noticed that a marine warship was slowly approaching in the distant sea area. He came back to his senses for a moment. He remembered that he asked Guy to take the initiative to inform Marine before. But it was delayed because of the transformation of the chimera. Squinting his eyes, Bai Luo gave the Seraphs the order to evacuate. The main purpose of this marine warship is to receive the group of children who were used by Guy as test subjects. It's tricky if you accidentally sink it. Bai Luo was ready to avoid seeing him. He jumped straight off the chimera. Under the acceleration of gravity, it hit the ground with a boom. Patting the dust off his body, Bai Luo watched as Seraphs escorted Guy into the Jiaolong. Getting ready to keep up. Suddenly, I heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air. Looking up, Bai Luo stared. On the sea, a person abandoned the warship, and Moonwalk stepped into the air, rushing towards Punk Hazard quickly. Glasses pull the picture in. The man's appearance became clearer and clearer. After Bai Luo saw it clearly, a strange look appeared on his face. Ghost Bamboo. Virgo. How did he come here? Did Guy tip off the news before? No, it should be just a coincidence. He also heard the content of the phone call that Guy made. There was no mention of Bai Luo's existence, so it seemed that the phone call happened to reach Virgo. Virgo is the base chief of the G5 branch Marine. Punk Hazard is indeed within his jurisdiction. Got a call from Punk Hazard, so it's understandable to check it out. After all, Bai Luo knows that his real identity is also a member of the Dunquixote family. He has been secretly colluding with Guy to cover up his evil acts of kidnapping children. But now, he is no longer one of them. The entire Dunquixote family has been destroyed. At best, he can be regarded as a remnant. Just as Bai Luo was thinking. Virgo has turned into a stream of light and rushed to the shore. He was wearing a white plaid coat and holding a bamboo stick in his hand. A piece of unfinished steak was still strangely stained on the side of his face. His face was expressionless, like a cold-blooded machine. Chapter 65. Bai Luo. As the base chief of the Marine branch, he has naturally seen Bai Luo's arrest warrant. It's just that he never thought that he would meet this guy with a bounty of more than 1 billion here. His tone was indifferent, and he could not hear any emotional fluctuations. He looked back at the Marine warship which was still some distance away. No matter who you are, since you are here, there is nothing you can do. This is not the place for you. As he said that, his arm holding the bamboo pole was instantly covered with armed color. Bai Luo saw his intention to silence, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Ignorant guy who doesn't know anything yet. Just want to kill his mouth. Quite a good dog that Doflamingo guy had. Just in time, we can test the real battle data of Chimera. If Seraphim is used, I'm afraid Virgo will die too soon. A flash of light flashed on Virgo's sunglasses, and he rushed towards Bai Luo in an instant. Bai Luo didn't dodge, just raised his head slightly to look at the sky. At this moment, the Chimera in the sky, like a shooting star, fell towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Roar. The majestic dragon chant sounded above Virgo's head. Feel the power of the wind. His expression didn't change. He just raised the hands that were attacking Bai Luo above his head. Trying to stop the Chimera's attack. Even in the face of the sudden monster attack, Virgo remained expressionless. But he underestimated the acceleration of gravity of the Chimera. The moment the two touched, Virgo felt a 1,000-ton force coming from his arm. Rao is that his hands are all covered with armed colors. Under this strange force, without noticing for a while, an arm bone was broken by the huge force. The giant mouth of the monster was very close to him, and Virgo could faintly smell blood. He reacted extremely quickly, activated Shave instantly, and escaped from the weight of the chimera. At this moment, his expression finally changed. But not because of a broken arm. Rather, he recognized the ability that the two-headed monster had just used. That is clearly the overwhelming power of the family member Mahabasi. How is this going? Virgo frowned tightly, his eyes kept looking between Chimera and Bai Luo. The monster only attacked him, obviously with Bai Luo. What happened to Dressrosa recently? Could it be related to this person in front of me? Otherwise, why would Mahabasi's ability appear on a monster? Who are you? Virgo said in a deep voice. Bai Luo frowned. You didn't ask knowingly, you just called out my name just now. Why are you asking such a question, Virgo? Hearing Bai Luo's words, Virgo's expression became more serious. He obviously didn't declare his family background, so why did Bai Luo call out his identity in one go? It can be seen that Virgo had a guess, but Bai Luo didn't point it out. In Bai Luo's eyes, Virgo couldn't leave today. It's just a dead person, so it's useless to say more. What he has to do now is to let Chimera end the battle quickly. After all, Marine's warship is still approaching. The Chimera, who had escaped the attack by the enemy, seemed to become enraged. The two dragon heads looked at Virgo ferociously. The corrosive slime shot out like cannonballs, falling on the ground and corroding potholes one after another. Even the splattered slime gave off acrid smoke. Zi. Virgo kept dodging, feeling more and more bad in his heart. Although the slime had more corrosive properties, he still recognized it as Torribal's ability. He, like Torribal, is also the highest cotter in the family, and he is very familiar with the abilities of his companions. Why does the monster in front of him have two fruits from his family? Have those guys been killed already? What about Dover? He, who has always been calm, was upset at the moment, but he didn't show it. Years of undercover career has long taught him to keep his face. He quickly dodged the attack of the corrosive slime, targeting Bai Luo. Obviously, there is some kind of connection between Bai Luo and the two-headed monster. If Bai Luo is eliminated, will it end all this? After making up his mind, Virgo, who was dodging continuously, suddenly rushed towards Bai Luo again. But before he got close, Bai Luo shook his head slightly. Virgo was taken aback. The next moment, another faucet of the monster spewed out scorching flames. Fired those corrosive slimes. Like gasoline barrels, a series of explosions occurred. The huge impact and blazing high temperature instantly submerged Virgo. But Bai Luo clearly saw through the flames that he was not dead. When the flames dissipated, Virgo's figure reappeared. At this time, he had already taken off his burned plaid coat. The gnarled muscles under the coat were revealed. His whole body turned into pitch black. Regarding the application of armed colors, Virgo can be regarded as a very grand master. From Bai Luo's perspective, it can be seen. Going one step further, Virgo can infiltrate the armed color into the interior of the attack target, and destroy it from the inside. At that time, Virgo's strength will undergo a qualitative change. But unfortunately, he ran into Bai Luo. There is no future to speak of. Chapter 66. Seeing the marine warship getting closer and closer. Bai Luo is going to finish Virgo directly. The current Chimera is not familiar enough with her own body and abilities. Although it has a strong attack power, it cannot be used better. It also takes a long time to hone. When there is an opportunity in the future, Bai Luo plans to add some mechanical beast soldiers to them. After all, as an artificial creature, it is very unrealistic to learn Haki. So it can only be modified from the outside. It can be seen from the battle just now. Facing the armed and powerful Virgo, Chimera will be in a hard fight. But now time does not allow. Can only wait until later. Looking at Vigo on the opposite side, Bai Luo stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the 5 corners of his neck. The Shura covered Bai Luo like a black tide. 3 heads and 6 arms, like hell ghosts. Seeing this astonishing scene, Virgo's expression became more solemn, and his brows frowned even tighter. He also found that procrastinating like this would not do him any good. Even Bai Luo was shocked by the evil spirit emanating from Bai Luo's body now. We must take him down quickly, maybe he will know everything he wants to know. Thinking of this, the other arm that was still intact gripped the bamboo pole tightly. That section of the bamboo pole was also covered in armed color. Turn into black bamboo. He stared at Cultivation Luo and took the lead. But Bai Luo just turned the 6 long blades upwards to create a hexagram. Sky Gap Liu Guang. With the dull voice sounded in the mecha. A hexagram formed by sword energy soared into the sky. Virgo didn't understand the meaning of this blow to the sky. But his black bamboo is getting closer and closer to Bai Luo. Just when he thought he was about to succeed. Boom. There was a sudden thunder in the sky. Six-path sword energy, which should have been invisible, carried the thunder and turned into substance and fell again. The thunder is vast and the streamer is dazzling. Like a sword of God. Accurate hit Virgo. Virgo felt the pain of his body being torn apart, and his expression finally became terrified. This blow directly wiped out all his vitality. Whether it is the internal organs or the limbs. It turned into a scorched mess in an instant, with cracks all over his body. The hardened armed color of the whole body could not block the thunder sword energy. When the sword energy dissipated, the thunder was extinguished. There was only a deep hole in place. Bai Luo took off his mecha, stood on the edge of the pit and looked down. Virgo was no more. Lying at the bottom of the pit in an extremely miserable state of death, there are faint electric lights flickering on his body. Bai Luo suppressed his smile and jumped over the deep pit lightly. At this point, the last member of the Donquixote family is also completely destroyed. His indifferent eyes swept over the approaching marine warship. Bai Luo returned to the Jiaolong. As the Jiaolong slowly sank into the sea, it was as if Bai Luo had never been in the past. Only the stumped limbs of a group of prisoners were left behind. Make the already decaying punk hazard even more dilapidated. After seeing Bai Luo diving into the sea, Chimera also flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Following closely the direction Bai Luo was traveling in, he flew towards the sky. Hey! What the hell happened? On the marine warship of the G5 branch, the soldiers anxiously asked the lookout. The lookout in charge of the observation trembled and put down the telescope in his hand. Muttered, "Virgo Vice Admiral, it seems that someone killed him." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. He scolded in disbelief. "What nonsense are you talking about? That's Virgo Vice Admiral. What a joke." The lookout was crying. Although he couldn't believe it, he saw Bai Luo's blow just now clearly. You all also saw the thunder that fell on Punk Hazard just now, and that thunder struck Virgo Vice Admiral. It's so powerful, no one can escape. An adjutant stood up at this time. Don't talk nonsense. Before seeing Virgo Vice Admiral, don't jump to conclusions. Tell the whole army, the warship speeds up. Since there is a battle in Virgo Vice Admiral, our support is definitely needed. Hurry up, everyone. Everyone answered yes in unison. At this time, the watchman weakly raised his hand. There should be no need to worry. The prisoner has already run away just now, I saw him sneaking into the sea by boat. There is also a bird-like thing that flies into the sky. The adjutant got angry and grabbed the watchman by the collar. He asked viciously, "Then have you seen who the prisoner is?" The lookout was taken aback by the adjutant's aura. Nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. I saw this. Although it's a bit strange, that appearance should be the new monster newcomer, Bai Luo. Hearing this name, the adjutant's expression changed. As the adjutant of the base chief of the G5 branch, he needs to know far more than ordinary soldiers. Bai Luo, former Marine Science class member. But defected some time ago, the specific reason is unknown. Just why is he in Punk Hazard? This place is obviously abandoned. And who made the phone call that said there was a kidnapped child here? Is Virgo Vice Admiral really dead? The adjutant was overwhelmed by the stream of information. He pushed the watchman aside and shouted. Hurry up! Give me full speed ahead. If Virgo Vice Admiral is really dead, the headquarters will be outraged. Chapter 67. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Marshal's office, Sengoku answered the phone bug that kept ringing. Following the report on the other end of the phone, Sengoku's expression became more serious. After hanging up the phone, he rested his chin on his hands and fell into deep thought. That Bai Luo guy actually went to Punk Hazard. Let him go, why kill Virgo? What a madman. Doesn't he know it's no good for him at all? As Marine Marshal, Sengoku naturally dealt with Bai Luo. When he first heard that Bai Luo had betrayed Egghead Island, he was still very puzzled. He even knew that there was a CP0 secret team on the world government side, constantly looking for Bai Luo's trace. Could it be that he went to Punk Hazard this time for some residual technology? But why did he kill Virgo? At the beginning, Virgo was single-handedly promoted by Sengoku. Over the years, he has made great achievements for Marine. It is unforgivable to die so easily at Bai Luo's hands now. The more he thought about it, the more angry Sengoku slammed the table. Soon, Bai Luo's bounty increased by another 200 million. News of him haunting Punk Hazard was sent to Marie Joyce too. But Bai Luo at this time was unaware of all this. The Jiaolong is on its way to the Golden City. Gulan-Tizalo is the largest entertainment city in the world, and it is an independent country and demilitarized zone recognized by the government. It is also an absolute sanctuary that the world government cannot casually sell. As a golden city that can move across the sea, it doesn't stay in one place for long. Therefore, each of its golden invitations has a certain timeliness. If you want to enter the golden city, you must arrive there within the specified time. If you are late, the golden ship will go to the next location. Its voice is so great that it can even buy celestial dragons. If you want to get inside, you can only follow their rules. And now there are only 2 days left before the golden invitation in Bai Luo's hand. So the Jiaolong did not stop, and sailed straight to the golden city. Inside the laboratory, Guy SA was being firmly tied to the test bench. He struggled in panic, crying bitterly. "No, Bai Luo, for the sake of our former colleagues, please forgive me. I have already surrendered." With his back on his back, Bai Luo was preparing the experimental equipment. He ignored Guy's cries at all. Seeing that Bai Luo didn't respond, Guy turned his attention to Monet, who was aside. "Monet, help me. I don't want to die." Monet looked helpless, raised his hand, and showed Guy her current situation. Although it can still move, it is not necessarily much better than Guy. See this scenario. Guy felt hopeless in his heart. Bai Luo turned around at this moment, and inserted the syringe into Guy's arm. He said lightly, "Don't worry, you won't die, at least temporarily." Guy's purple hair, which was originally standing upright, also limp at this moment. He has always been the one who treats others as guinea pigs, and Guy never dreamed that he would have such a day. He looked hopeless, no longer struggled, and let Bai Luo do whatever he wanted. Soon, Guy's head felt dazed for a while. "Give me medicine, damn it." The last thought in Guy's mind slowly dissipated, and he fell into a coma completely. Watch the blood flow into the container little by little. After Bai Luo confirmed that everything was normal, he took Monet out of the laboratory. In the reception room, 3 women gathered together. "I am admiring Baby 5's exquisite art of peeling fruit." At this moment, her right hand turned into a sharp fruit knife. An apple sheds its skin quickly under the dancing of her knife. After a while, the round apple was peeled off and carved into a heart shape. Granis clapped his hands happily and said, "That's amazing." And also looked at Baby 5 with a smile on his face. After getting along with each other for this period of time, and has figured out exactly what kind of woman Baby 5 is. Her nature is not bad, but she often does some silly things, which is very cute. Especially after we became sisters together, we have long since lost our hostility towards her. Baby 5 is brimming with happy smiles and looks shy. This kind of praise warmed her heart and was very useful. At this time, Bai Luo was seen walking in with Monet. Baby 5 immediately handed over the peeled heart-shaped apple. "Dear master, please eat some fruit." Looking at the delicate heart-shaped apple, Bai Luo felt warm in his heart. After taking it, he took a bite. "I feel that the fatigue of the past 2 days has dissipated a lot. It would be nice if such leisure days could continue." Looking at the shy face of Baby 5 in front of him, Bai Luo finished eating the apple in 3 bites, took Baby 5's hand, and called Anne to go back to the bed cabin. Monet pouted contemptuously behind him. Bai Luo seemed to have noticed something, turned his head and said lightly, "You come in too." Monet's face collapsed, but due to Bai Luo's oppression, he had no choice but to keep up. Granis on the side asked excitedly, "Can I come together?" Bai Luo didn't even look back. "Of course not." Granu was once again rejected by Bai Luo, and she pursed her mouth aggrieved. At this time, Baby 5 gave her a wink secretly. After these 2 days of getting along, the IQ of the sugar has improved. After seeing the look in Baby 5's eyes, he rolled his eyes, expressing understanding. The corners of the mouth curled up, as if thinking of some bad idea. Chapter 68. The dark fragrance is driving the excitement, and the spring at the entrance of the cave is shallow and deep. In the bed cabin, someone turned off the lights. Under the deep sea, there is no light. The sea is swelling and the waves are churning. The sky is expanding and meteors are falling. Everyone was in the Jiaolong, and felt that the raging waves made the Jiaolong violently bump. Like a gust of wind and a torrential rain passing across the sea in bursts, like countless twigs and willows whipping the hull. Then, with a bang, the whole world seemed to collapse. Bai Luo gasped. The room was silent. After an unknown amount of time, the light was turned on again. When Bai Luo saw the person in front of him clearly, he shivered subconsciously. Granulated sugar. Granu wiped his face with his wrist, raised his head and said with a smile, "It's me, Bai Luo. Why are you here?" Granis pouted, pointed at the door and said, "The door is not closed." "Impossible." Bai Luo directly vetoed it. He clearly remembered that he closed the door to death. At this time, Baby 5 on the side secretly lowered his head, not daring to look at Bai Luo. After a moment of silence, Bai Luo had no choice but to accept this fact. The next day, Bai Luo plunged into the laboratory early in the morning. Baby 5 is cleaning poorly. Her small actions yesterday have been found out by Bai Luo. As punishment, Bai Luo decided not to take her to the golden ship this time, and let her stay on the Jiaolong to clean up with Granu. In a blink of an eye, night fell again. The Jiaolong also came to the nearby waters where the golden city stayed. Before I saw the city on the ship that was all made of gold, the sea water around the Jiaolong was illuminated by colorful lights. It seems to be here. Bai Luo checked the sea chart, and controlled the Jiaolong to start to float up. When they surfaced, in the distance, a huge golden city came into view. As big as an island, it is shrouded in golden light from top to bottom. Even if it is far away, the loud music resounds around through the night sky. The colorful lights illuminate the whole sky brightly. There is not only the Jiaolong ship around. From time to time, ships passed by the Jiaolong, all of them were nobles and rich pirates from various countries who were going to the Golden City. After all, for such a big amusement park, the daily passenger flow is huge. And the most important thing is that there, even marine can't do anything to pirates. This is one of the reasons why everyone flocks to it. It's not about diving under the sea. The Jiaolong sailed slowly towards the Golden City along the flow of the ship. In the cabin, and the others looked at the Golden City in front of them in shock, and opened their mouths. It's actually a city made entirely of gold. I've only heard of it before, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. And murmured. Baby 5 and Granu looked envious. But when they thought of the punishment of not being able to disembark, their pretty faces collapsed. I heard that this is the largest entertainment city in the world. You can buy everything you want in it. Monet's golden pupils reflected the reflection of the golden city, and she licked the corner of her mouth. The longing in my heart can't be suppressed. Although she is now a prisoner, which woman wouldn't want to be able to shop in the golden city? Bai Luo grinned. Yeah, that guy inside is really capable. Hearing this, Monet seemed to think of something. He curled his lips in disdain. You mean Gilder Tetsalo? That guy's fruit ability was stolen from the young master. He is a thief. If it wasn't for the fact that the young master took a fancy to his ability and cooperated with him, he would have been killed long ago. Bai Luo smiled and did not comment. There was a strange light in his eyes. Tetsalo owns 20% of the world's Pele, black and white. In the underground world, he is the golden emperor who uses money to rule the dark world, and his influence spreads all over the world. On the surface, he is protected by the world government, and can even use money to influence celestial dragons. And all of this was brought to him by the golden fruit. Bai Luo is now more interested in Tezalo than his fruit ability. The greatest ability of the golden fruit is to manipulate gold. But it cannot turn stone into gold. So it is of little use to Bai Luo. But Tezalo was different. If Tezalo can be controlled, all the wealth under his command can be used by Bai Luo. Although Bai Luo now has the financial support of Dressrosa. But for things like money, the more the better. Whether it is materials or equipment, a lot of money is needed. The key question is how to control Tezalo. Bai Luo frowned slightly, lost in thought. Chapter 69. With Bai Luo's current means, he can use S-Stork's string fruit ability to control Tezalo. But this is forced control, and the disadvantages of this are very obvious. After all, Tetsalo was different from Monet. His existence also represents a certain identity and status. Only he can mobilize that large amount of wealth. If he would rather die than submit, then Bai Luo can only take as much gold as possible from the ship. It's just that it is a one-time sale, which is very uneconomical. Bai Luo still understands the truth that water flows forever. If you want Tezalo to surrender with all his heart, then we can only start from his weakness. Bai Luo read the memory and discovered the existence of a woman. Stella. About 24 years ago, Tetsalo met his great love, Stella. At that time, Stella had blonde hair and a soft appearance. She was a slave girl in a slave shop. In order to save Stella, Tezalo began to earn money day and night. But in the end, they watched Stella being bought by celestial dragons. So much so that Stella died in Marijois 3 years later. It was also from then on that Tezalo began to blacken and became a believer in the supremacy of money. It can be seen that Tezalo has deep affection for Stella. Then Stella is Tezalo's breakthrough. Only. Stella has been dead for almost 20 years, which makes Bai Luo feel a little tricky. After contemplating for a long time, Bai Luo gradually had a plan in his mind. Although the success of this plan is not sure, but at present, it seems that there is no better way. Under the brightly lit night, the Jiaolong slowly approached the Golden City. After getting closer, the Golden City looks even more magnificent. Even the sea water below was all golden. The moving singing voice is clearer and louder. It's like heaven on earth. In the passageway into the city, exclamations sounded from other ships. Many people who came here for the first time were immediately dazzled by the wealth in front of them. At the top of the passage, countless gold powders fluttered down. At this moment, Anne and Monet stood on the deck, watching this luxurious scene. Their hearts became more and more shocked. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Jiaolong raised a transparent shield to isolate all the gold powder. Anne looked at Bai Luo in confusion. But he didn't speak. As the ships pass through the channel, a wide harbor appears in front of them. The Golden Ocean is full of ships from all over the world. On the shore, countless passers-by, wearing gold and silver, are full of laughter and extravagance. On the side, there are many golden high-rise buildings, and large technology screens are everywhere. At the forefront, above the high-altitude stage, a singer is singing affectionately. Her voice has a hint of ethereal meaning, which is extremely beautiful. A short black dress exposed her long, slender legs. Her long purple hair was coiled up, with a graceful and dignified temperament. But there was a cunning in those pupils all the time. Karina. Bai Luo looked at her and murmured. And leaned over and asked curiously, "You know him?" Bai Luo shook his head. Then he took out 3 half-face masks that he had prepared earlier from his pocket, and threw them to Anne and Monet. "Be careful what you do here, and put on your mask." Monet reluctantly put the mask on. He muttered, "Looking at you like this, do you want to make trouble here?" Bai Luo glanced at her indifferently. "Don't say what you shouldn't say." Monet's delicate body trembled, and he calmed down immediately. The boat was parked, and the three went ashore. Although the unique shape of the Jiaolong has attracted the attention of many people, it seems very reasonable in this city full of wealthy people. Baby 5 and Granu were left on board by Bai Luo. Although they wanted to come out and have fun, they knew that Bai Luo's decision would not be changed at will. At this time, a bunny girl in black came up to her. She turned a blind eye to the masks on the faces of the three of Bai Luo. She has been working here for many years and has seen all kinds of VIPs. Just wearing a mask is already quite normal. And with her eyesight, she could naturally see Bai Luo's handsome face under that mask. She was overjoyed. The guests she received this time were not those weird ones. "Welcome to the Golden City, all distinguished guests, please show your invitation letter." She had a professional smile on her face and a soft voice. "It looks like it has been professionally trained." Bai Luo took a look at her, and took out the golden invitation card from his arms blankly. The bunny girl took it respectfully, inspected it, and handed it back to Bai Luo. "Well, no problem. Dear distinguished guests, I am your exclusive reception. From now on, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I can also provide any service. Come with me, let me introduce you to the city." There was a sense of pride in her words, as if she was proud of being able to work here. Bai Luo nodded and looked at Anne Monet. Followed. Chapter 70. At this time, there was a roar from the side. The three of Bai Luo subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw a golden luxury car powered by a muscle turtle parked not far away. Another bunny girl is respectfully welcoming the arrival of a group of people. The leader is a man with a strong build and dark skin. Wearing a straw hat with horns on his head, wearing overalls, dressed like a Japanese assistant student. The most striking thing is that beside him stands an upright ox. Wearing a yellow t-shirt and a red round cap, his muscles are bulging like a bodyguard. Notice this scene? Monet asked with a slightly resentful tone. Why do they have cars and we have to walk? A look of envy flashed in the eyes of Bai Luo's exclusive receptionist. Hearing the words, he replied respectfully, because that lord is the livestock king from South Blue, Kent Biver too. Every distinguished guest may be here for the first time, and you don't know the rules here. The Golden City divides all distinguished guests into 3 classes. Ordinary VIPs, high-level VIPs, and the most distinguished VIPs. Ordinary VIPs are basically guests who come to the Golden City for the first time and who are not well known. The high-ranking VIP enjoys certain special treatment just like the animal husbandry king. As for the most distinguished VIP guests, they can only be received by Our Lady Baccara in person. Listening to the bunny girl's explanation, Bai Luo had a playful expression. Then it looks like we are just ordinary treasurers. The bunny girl smiled apologetically. Even so, the items and services you can enjoy are almost the same. Please come with me. Led by the bunny girl, a group of people came to the Golden Street. There are many shopping malls on both sides of the street. There are all kinds of high-end restaurants, entertainment venues, and shopping supermarkets. It dazzled Anne and Monet. The large screens that can be seen everywhere are playing Karina's singing figure. In front of the 310 on the street is a high golden wall. The bunny girl introduced while walking, this is just an ordinary commercial area. Inside the front wall is a high-end area. There are not only hotels and shopping malls, but also amusement parks, theaters, casinos, etc. No matter what project you want to experience, As long as you have money, you can do it. The bunny girl has no doubts about the financial resources of Bai Luo and the others. After all, receiving that golden invitation is the best proof. Only guys with certain financial resources can get that invitation. The bunny girl is introducing. Beside him, the golden car of the husbandry king swished past. Hearing the arrogant laughter from the car, even N was a little upset. Bai Luo ignored it. He looked at the towering mansion farthest ahead, Kaido. That building similar to Cheat is. The bunny girl took a look and said with a smile. That is the most proud of our golden city, the only 8-star hotel in the world, the King of Gold Hotel. Of course, it also includes a variety of entertainment venues including casinos and luxury suites. Bai Luo's mouth twitched into an inexplicable smile. Then let's go there. The bunny girl was taken aback for a moment, hesitated and said. Yes, it is possible, but the consumption there is higher, are you sure you want to go? Bai Luo nodded. A gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of the bunny girl, she never thought that apart from being good looking, this man was even richer than she imagined. If you can serve him well, you will definitely not make less money today. She immediately raised a more enthusiastic smile, full of energy. Then please come with me. Soon, a group of people arrived under the Gold Hotel. Anne and Monet looked up at the towering building almost reaching into the sky with shocked faces. Everything here is made of gold, how much money Tzalo owns? The bunnies seemed to relish their shock. She kept smiling and looked at Bai Luo. So dear guest, what project would you like to experience first? Let's go to the casino first. Okay. Led by the bunny girl, several people took the elevator to the casino on the 48th floor. As soon as I got out of the elevator door, the noisy sound came to my ears. In the spacious hall, countless guests spend money like water. A young and beautiful bunny girl walks through it with drinks. There are winners and there are losers. There were also people who lost their eyes and were forcibly taken away by security guards, and their whereabouts were unknown. It can be said that one thought of heaven and one thought of hell. Stepping out of the elevator, the exclusive receptionist introduced, this basically covers all the games in the world. There are roulette, size guessing, boxing matches, racing cars, etc. Where do guests want to start? Bai Luo ignored it and glanced around. He walked straight to a golden round table. The bunny girl was slightly taken aback, and quickly followed. This is the roulette area, and the golden round table is already full of people. A female croupier shouted, everyone can bet. As the surrounding guests placed their chips, ye started the roulette. The golden roulette is divided into black and white, like piano keys, with a total of 36 grids. Outside the grid, there are numbers marked. As it rotates, the roulette turns into an afterimage like a radiating sun. A white ball kept beating on it. With just one glance, Bai Luo understood how to play. The grids on the outside of the wheel are marked with color numbers. Guests can choose to press the color, or they can choose to press the number. If you press the color, the probability of winning and losing is half, and the return on income is low. If you press the numbers, the chance of winning is only 1 in 36, but you can take everything if you win. High risk, high reward. Bai Luo squinted his eyes, and the white ball that was beating fast seemed to slow down. The bunny girl on the side saw that Bai Luo was very interested in roulette. Can't help reminding, guests, if you want to play this, you first need to exchange chips at the counter. Bai Luo glanced at her and showed a strange smile. Can you exchange as many chips as you want? The bunny girl was overjoyed when she heard this. This tone is definitely a rich man. She nodded again and again, yes, as much as you want. So Bai Luo called Anne and whispered something in her ear. Anne blushed and looked at Bai Luo in surprise. Bai Luo nodded at her without explanation. Then Anne blushed and went to the counter. She ran back after a while, and it seemed that something was chasing her behind. She ran to Bai Luo and secretly handed Bai Luo a chip. He didn't lift his head, his face flushed red. Bai Luo glanced at the chips in his hands, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The roulette has not stopped spinning at this moment. Then he can still bet. Looking at the bouncing white ball again, Bai Luo pushed that chip onto the number 35 without hesitation. The surrounding guests noticed the scene and were stunned for a moment. Then there was a roar of laughter. We read it wrong. This guy only bet one chip. It's ridiculous, come out to play, dare to come here if you don't have money. Get out of here. Look, this guy is still pressing numbers. It's a blast. Most of them are pressing colors. After all, the probability of pressing a number of 1/36 is too low. The bunny girl at the side placed a bet when she saw Bai Luo, and was a little dumbfounded. She is extremely disappointed at the moment. At first I thought it was a rich man, so after a long time, I changed a bargaining chip. What a poor man must be to do this. It seems that there is nothing to gain today. Although this man is good looking, If he doesn't have money, he won't be able to arouse her interest. Bai Luo glanced at the people around him indifferently, but ignored them. The female croupier is not surprised by this kind of thing. She had a professional smirk on her face. Customer, buy it and leave. Following her words, the speed of the roulette gradually slowed down. When the white ball stopped speeding, the displayed results surprised everyone. Even the female croupier was stunned for a moment. The smile on her face was a little stiff. 3:35. Black. The originally noisy round table suddenly fell into silence. Then there was another commotion. What a joke. How is this possible? Didn't this guy be crushed casually? 1 out of 36 can make him hit. What kind of shit luck did he have? The female croupier was also very helpless. She divided the chips and pushed a stack in front of Bai Luo. Soon, the second one began. This time, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the masked man. None of them believed that that guy's luck would be so good. Even the bunny girl on the side held her breath and became nervous together. She also wanted to know whether it was luck or strength. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bai Luo, and after watching the roulette for a while, Bai Luo put all his chips on 14. He's all in. It's really courting death. Did he think he could hit twice in a row? The female dealer's face was also a little ugly. The smallest chip represents 1,000 Baileys. And the pile she gave to Bai Luo just now was worth at least 700,000 yuan. Now he's all in again, which puts the female dealer under pressure. She also didn't believe that a person could hit twice in a row. But when the results come out, everyone has a look of disbelief. 14 white? Really 14? My god. Is this fellow the lover of Lady Luck? He must have cheated. How can anyone even hit it? Although the female croupier didn't want to admit it, Bai Luo did hit the bet. She took a deep breath and redistributed the chips. Bai Luo had another pile of chips in front of him, probably more than 1.5 million. Although the probability of hitting twice in a row is relatively small, it is not impossible. The bunny girl on the side has already worshipped Bai Luo very much. Guest, you are so lucky. Her eyes were full of heartbeat. And Mo Naomi are like, oh, the sun has set. The female dealer took a deep look at Bai Luo. Twice is acceptable. If there is a third time, it means there must be something wrong with this guy. She's about to start her third. But Bai Luo picked up the stack of chips and left the round table. Not playing anymore. If I think he must have cheated, he will run away with a guilty conscience. I'm not going to play now. I just wanted to make a bet with him. Some people gloated, while others expressed regret. But Bai Luo left. The reason is simple, the guests on this table have too little money. If you continue to win like this, when will you be able to attract attention? At the same time, in a room on the top floor of the hotel, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Tetsalo in a pink suit with his hands behind his back, overlooking this bustling golden city. In the reflection of the pupils, gorgeous fireworks are reflected, but they are full of indifference. At this time, the door behind him slowly opened. A tall and beautiful figure walked in. She was wearing a black dress, with a high slit hem revealing her slender and round legs, and a pair of high heels on her feet showed her style. That wine-red wavy long hair made her look mature and charming. She looked at Tetsuo's back respectfully, and bowed slightly. Lord Tezalo, the CPO has arrived. Hearing this, Tetsuo turned around, gently turning a gold ring in his hand. Sent a deep sneer. What a bunch of greedy guys. But this is fine, only in this way can I get everything I want. With that said, Tetsalo came to the high-end leather sofa and sat down. He picked up a cigar and lit it. When the fire was lit, Tezalo closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the smoke, feeling the stimulation of the smoke passing through his lungs. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Opening his eyes, an unruly smile appeared on his cold face. Bring those puppies up here. Baccarat bowed slightly, and immediately turned to do it. After a while, the door opened again. Bacala led 3 CPOs wearing masks and white suits into the room. Tetsalo didn't get up. Instead, I adjusted my sitting posture to make myself more relaxed. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he said with a smile, hasn't this year's heavenly gold been taken away? Why did you come here? The leading CPO stood there arrogantly, and said coldly after hearing the words. Tezalo, we are here to hold you accountable. Why didn't the heavenly gold increase this year? Because people are very dissatisfied with this matter. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became depressing following the CPO's words. The air seemed to be stagnant. Tetsalo squinted his eyes, choked out his cigar, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. I don't understand what you are talking about. Heavenly gold is the same as last year's amount, isn't it? Led by the CPO cold voice. You should know the rules. The income of your golden city is increasing every year. The same amount as last year can't satisfy the adults. You can explain this to the adults yourself. As he spoke, he took out a video phone bug from his pocket and connected to the communication. Buzz. The figures of the 5 elders appeared on the projection in mid-air. The smile on Tzalo's face remained unchanged. He greeted the 5 people in the projection, "My lords, long time no see." 5 elders are serious. Stared at Tzalo with a scrutiny. After a long time, the bald old man said in a deep voice, "Tzalo, you must give us an explanation. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning, the unchangeable gold in the sky, do you think we can accept it?" His tone was harsh and full of reprimands. The smile on Tzalo's face faded a lot, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "These 5 old things. I'm sorry, but since your lords are not satisfied, I'm willing to add another 500 Baileys." Tzalo lowered his posture appropriately. But that wasn't forgiven by the 5 elders. 50 billion? Do you take us for those lowly people? Just 50 billion is not enough. Tzalo was expressionless at the moment, and he was looking at the 5 people in the projection. "I don't know how long it has passed." Tzalo laughed again and said, "If 50 billion is not enough, how about 500 billion? His smile was a little crazy. He stretched out his palm and made a 5, and said a price that made the pupils of the 5 elders shrink. The luxurious room fell into deathly silence for an instant. Even the 3 CP0s trembled uncontrollably. 500 billion Baileys. This is an astronomical figure that they simply cannot imagine. Tzalo, what the hell is he going to do? During the projection, 5 elders' breathing also stagnated slightly. Staring at Tzalo. 500 billion Baileys, even more than the sum of the heavenly gold donated by all countries. The smile on Tzalo's face became more and more distorted. "Of course, I still have a small condition. My lords should also know that 500 billion is not a small sum for me. So, I hope that my lords will allow me to be." Tzalo paused at this point. Then he raised his head and looked directly at 5 elders. Deep in his eyes, he tried his best to suppress his anger and hatred. He spat out 3 words coldly. "Celestial dragons." Chapter 71. Become celestial dragons. As Tzalo's voice fell. Whether it is CPO or 5 elders, there is a thunderbolt in the mind. Court death. Bold. Extremely arrogant. Members of the CPO were the first to shout. Celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator. Could it be that he, an ant emperor in the dark world, can become what he wants to be? A strong murderous aura shot up from them. But Tzalo didn't seem to notice it, and the smile on his face became more and more wanton. The CPO just wanted to do something to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. He saw the golden ring on Tzalo's hand turned into 3 golden snakes, imprisoning the 3 of them instantly. The golden spikes at the top locked the heads of the 3 of them firmly. The CPO's action stopped for a moment, and cold sweat oozes from his back. Now they are in a dilemma. The golden spikes in front of them could pierce their heads at any time. The 5 adults haven't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious? Tzalo glanced at the CP0s with disdain, and then looked at the 5 elders with gloomy faces in the projection. At this time, the blond old man sneered. "That's ridiculous, Tzalo, what do you take celestial dragons for? Tianlong is a descendant of the Creator, an existence known as God, possessing the highest power and supreme status in this world. Do you think these are things you can measure with money? I still remember that you were just a slave under Saint Charkas. How can your dirty blood be compared to ours?" Hearing his humiliation, Tzalo didn't react. It's just that the smile on his face faded a bit. "This 50 million is just the beginning, and you adults should also know that there are still many industries under my command. They can bring me a steady stream of wealth. If I can become celestial dragons, then my money, wouldn't it be celestial dragons' money? Don't say it's 500 billion, even if it's 140 trillion, I'm willing to share it with everyone." The blond old man frowned and was about to say something. But they were stopped by the other 4 with their eyes. The 5 looked at each other, and exchanged glances in a subtle way. Then the bald old man said lightly, "Let's think about it." Tzalo nodded with a smile. "That's natural." Projection ends. Tzalo ignored the 3 dying CPOs and sat back on the sofa. It's just that at this time, he has become expressionless, and he can't tell what he is thinking at all. Bakala came up and poured a glass of golden wine for Tzalo. Then stood aside. At the same time, Sanctuary Marie Joyce. 5 elders stood or sat, frowning. The blond old man spoke first. "You don't really want to promise him, do you? Although the wealth is indeed very attractive, his ambition is too great. With his means, if he becomes celestial dragons, our stupid descendants will definitely be played to death by him." The other 4 people did not reply, but fell into silence. After a long time, the old man with flat hat said in a deep voice. Tzalo does have some abilities, but that doesn't change the fact that his blood is humble. It's absolutely impossible for him to want to be one of us. But we can't let go of those wealth easily. Do you guys have any good ideas? The long-bearded old man stroked his gray beard and said hoarsely. Tzalo is a mad dog, it's better to put him in a cage than let him go crazy outside. He wants the title of Celestial Dragons, so what? Our 800-year-old rule has been based on blood, not just a title. Even if we make him Celestial Dragons, we can completely empty him out of him. As long as those wealth are collected for their own use, the government's combat power will be stronger than ever before. Even if he has any conspiracy, it is futile in the face of absolute strength. When the old man heard this, he raised his head slightly. I agree. Since everyone disagrees, let's vote. Soon the results of the votes came out, 3-2. The blond old man seemed a little unwilling. But as the rules of the 5 elders, they must be obeyed. At this time, the bald old man added. Although we can make him Celestial Dragons, we can't give him any rights, we can only give him a false title. After all, he really doesn't have the blood of God. Similarly, his title will not be hereditary. That way, we should be able to minimize the risk. The old man with long beard stood up and smiled. That's right, and we can't promise him so soon. Let's let him hang out first, after all, who dares to negotiate terms with us, who does he think he is? Seconded. Seconded. Tzalo is still awaiting the results. On the 48th floor below, Bai Luo has already won a large amount of chips. At the moment he is sitting at a card table. Looking at the other 3 with a smile on his face, one of them is South Blue's livestock king, can't biffer to. I'll follow. Add another 5 million. On the other side, a short figure, wearing a white doctor's uniform, but with a face as dark and ugly as a zombie, and bandaged weirdo, unceremoniously threw a stack of chips. He had a gloomy face, and behind him stood a nurse carrying a giant syringe. The green unknown liquid in the syringe looked very viscous and disgusting. Quack, weirdo white jack. On the opposite side, the newspaper lord who was also short in stature but looked much more normal, the Earl of Thames gave him a disdainful glance. Follow. Also 5 million. Watching the 2 call in one after another. The animal husbandry king laughed loudly, turned around and ordered. Pork, go and exchange some chips for me, Laozi will continue to follow. Moo. The cow named Pork immediately went to the counter to exchange chips with a box of money. The animal husbandry king took advantage of this opportunity to look at Bai Luo opposite. Mask brat, I don't believe that you can grow this big every time. After a while, he took the chips from Pork and pushed them all onto the poker table. I'm with 10 million. Seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, Bai Luo chuckled lightly. Are you all sure? Hearing Bai Luo's understatement, all 3 of them gritted their teeth angrily. Since just now, this guy has won them a lot of money. He seemed to be able to see through his cards. But I couldn't see that he was cheating and repaying others. This uncontrolled situation made them gradually lose their minds. The stakes are getting bigger too. Alright then, since you all follow, then I'll drive. Said Bai Luo turned over the cards in his hand. The 3 of them looked at the deck of cards intently, and then their eyes widened. Straight flush. This is impossible. You cheat. The 3 shouted in unison. Bai Luo spread his hands. I'm absolutely not cheating. If you don't believe me, you can go to the surveillance. I'm sorry, everyone. With that said, he took all the chips in front of them. At this moment, the chips in front of Bai Luo were piled up like a mountain. From the first one, there are tens of millions of Baileys at least now. There was a faint smile on his face. But seeing the 3 of them hated their teeth itchy. Surrounded by crowds of onlookers. Did you see that? This guy keeps winning. He can bluff those 3 idiots even when he has a bad hand. It's really amazing. Wasn't the legendary gambler Reis Marcus just like that? I also heard that this guy won so much money with 1 chip. I don't know if he will play other games for a while, we can bet with him, maybe we can get some light. Listen to the voices of discussion around you. The animal husbandry king's face became increasingly ugly. Finally unable to hold back his anger, he went up against the crime. Little devil, do you dare to bet on a boxing match with me? A boxing match? Bai Luo showed a look of interest. The bunny girl at the side was full of joy, and when she heard Bai Luo's question, she hurried forward to explain. Yes, guests. There is a dedicated boxing venue on the lower floor. Everyone can provide their own fighters and win bets through fighting. Bai Luo nodded. Isn't this just underground black boxing? Okay, what about the bet? The animal husbandry king grinned. Just block all your chips now. Bai Luo looked down. Rejected, that's not okay. Hearing Bai Luo's refusal, the husbandry king seemed to look down on him. What? Are you scared? It's not that, I just think that there are too few bargaining chips here. How about 500 million Baileys per person? 5 billion. The animal husbandry king was taken aback by Bai Luo's words. The people around also exclaimed. 500 million for one person, that adds up to a bet of 1 billion. This is already a huge amount of money. Even in the VIP room, you can't play so big, right? The animal husbandry king flinched for a moment. Bai Luo raised the corner of his mouth and asked back, what? Are you scared? He returned what the animal husbandry king had just said. Under his gaze, he gritted his teeth, causing him to flinch. Otherwise, his reputation as the South Blue animal husbandry king would become a laughing stock the next day. He stared at Bai Luo with a pair of bullseyes. Okay. 500 million is 500 million. It's my contestant. He patted the cow beside him. Bai Luo looked at the bunny girl at this time. Is there no limit to the contestants? The bunny girl waved her hand. Of course, any player can play 440. Hearing this, Bai Luo turned his head and looked at N and Monet behind him. Finally, he fixed his sight on Monet. Go ahead. Monet twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he had realized something. Immediately afterwards, a group of people went down to the 47th floor under the leadership of the bunny girl. A group of onlookers followed behind. This huge momentum instantly attracted the attention of Mr. Tanaka, who was in charge of security in the monitoring room. SHHHHHHHH. 500 million? What a big deal. 47 floors. The light on this floor is obviously much darker. There was a faint smell of blood all around. In the middle of the hall, under the spotlight, an isolation cage made of sea stone exudes an inexplicable evil spirit. There were still some undried blood stains on the ground in the cage. Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Luo and the animal husbandry king stood on both sides. The bunny girl began to introduce the rules. The rules of boxing here are simple. As long as one party falls down and cannot get up, it will be judged as a failure. The use of any means and capabilities is permitted during this period. If everyone has no objections, just let the contestants enter the arena. The husbandry king glared at Bai Luo, then said to the cow. Go pork, let them see how good you are. The big cow let out a cry, and walked in with his hooves. However, Bai Luo keenly noticed the surrounding isolation net made of sea stone. He squinted. He whispered to Monet, don't touch the net, it's sea stone. Monet nodded, indicating that he knew. Just about to go in, suddenly Bai Luo's light voice came from behind again. If you lose, you know the consequences. Monet shuddered. She is now very familiar with Bai Luo's methods. If he broke his business, death is the best relief. The most fearful thing is that life is worse than death, becoming a member of biological samples. Ding. With a bell. The battle begins. The surrounding people howled one after another. Go, Turin, tear that woman apart. Beauty, kill that cow. I bet you 150,000. Their adrenaline soared, even more exciting than the two fighters in the boxing ring. But the next moment, they felt cold all over. The surrounding temperature plummeted. There was also inexplicable snowflakes on the boxing ring. Chapter 72. Well. The Turin tilted his neck, not knowing what was going on. It looks at the woman in front of it. Monet licked the corner of his mouth, his expression became extremely indifferent. The snow in the boxing ring was getting bigger and bigger, blurring the Turin's vision in a blink of an eye. See this scene. The animal husbandry king's expression changed. Logia ability user. Who is that brat? He actually has the ability to serve as his subordinate. The husbandry king looked at Bai Luo with fear at the moment. At this time, there was a burst of air breaking in the boxing ring. Snow rabbit. In the blizzard, several snowballs shaped like white rabbits rushed towards the Turin from the air. The Turin didn't have time to dodge, his muscles tensed up, and he caught all the snowballs. Bai Luo squinted slightly when he saw this scene. The power of Monet's snowball is no less than that of a bullet. I didn't expect that the skin of the strange cow was so hard that it could be hardened and not hurt. Monet also noticed the Turin's defense. She haunts the blizzard, and the snowflakes begin to gather. In a blink of an eye, it piled up into a huge snow girl. Fangs and sharp teeth, hideous appearance. The Turin on the opposite side finally saw the enemy's figure, and the bull's nose let out a rough breath. Moo. It howled and rushed towards Monet at lightning speed. The speed is extremely fast. Monet raised his hand, and snow walls were erected on the snow. Trying to stop the Turin's footsteps, the impact and the horns pierced through all the snow walls. Hit the snow maiden. Monet's figure quickly dissipated, and when he reappeared, he was already in midair. Her hands turned into snow feathers and flapped. He subconsciously glanced at Bai Luo. When she found Bai Luo expressionless, her heart tightened. We can't go on like this, we need to resolve the battle quickly. Igloo shouted softly. A semicircular snow wall appeared in the snow, enveloping the Tauren. The next moment, layer after layer of snow walls were superimposed. Trap the Tauren firmly to death. Snowstorm. Inside the igloo, the cold air was rampant, and the temperature dropped directly below zero. The cold wind and snow were like a bone-scraping knife, raging on the Tauren's body. Let it scream again and again. Pork. Hearing those roars, the animal husbandry king became worried. I don't know how long it has passed. The howling inside finally stopped. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, I saw cracks began to appear in the snow house. Crack. As the crack widened, the igloo collapsed completely. The Tauren who appeared in front of everyone has changed his appearance at this moment. Its eyes are scarlet. The bulging muscles tore through the yellow t-shirt. This turned out to be a cow that can explode. The breath from its mouth and nose was very hot, and it looked at Monet madly. Mad cow carved hoof. The animal husbandry king waved his hand excitedly. The strongest form of pork has appeared, and it is not certain who will win now. The speed of the Tauren who turned into a mad cow is faster than before. As soon as its figure moved, it slammed into the sea stone guard net. Only after images were left on the boxing ring. Now it seems to be able to move in a straight line and feel no pain. Monet looked at its behavior suspiciously, a little confused. But the next moment his expression changed. Borrowing the reverse momentum of the collision, the Tauren began to frantically bounce around the boxing ring. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the figure shuttles back and forth. He even rushed into the air with the force of the rebound, and after reaching the top, he fell to the ground like a meteor. Whether it is the sea stone guard net or the top of the ground wall, cracks have begun to appear. Monet watched the living space being compressed smaller and smaller. I also became anxious in my heart. If I lose, I'm done. So the only one who dies is you. Her eyes became fierce, and she habitually licked the corners of her mouth. Typing snow muscle knife. The snowflakes in mid-air began to condense and turned into sharp blades one after another. Although I can't stop you, just wait for me to cut you into beef jerky. It worked. The Tauren couldn't slow down, and the powerful impact hit a handful of snow blades, and his powerful body was bleeding instantly. In just a short moment, the surrounding snow blades were all dyed red, turning into blood blades. The speed of the Tauren who had lost too much blood finally slowed down. Those red bull's eyes also gradually became cloudy. The moment the Tauren stopped, the audience was silent. Boom. With the Tauren's body fell to the ground. More enthusiastic cheers erupted at the scene. The outcome is set. Monet twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Bai Luo. There was a faint smile on Bai Luo's face, and he nodded slightly. Monitoring room. Mr. Tanaka has his hands behind his back and his huge head on his head. Looking at this scene, I laughed strangely. SHHHHHHH. Snow fruit ability user? Isn't that one of Doflamingo's subordinates? Interesting, Lord Tizalo will definitely be interested. As he spoke, his figure sank into the ground and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already reached the topmost room of the hotel. Tezuelo closed his eyes and leaned on the sofa with his legs crossed. At this moment, he was still waiting for Five Elders' reply. I saw Mr. Tanaka appear. He raised his eyes slightly. Huh? What happened? Mr. Tanaka glanced at the imprisoned CPO in surprise. Then he took 2 steps forward and whispered. Master Tizalo, there is an interesting woman in the casino. The owner of Snow Fruit is the subordinate of the missing Doflamingo. When Tetzalo heard the name Doflamingo, he was obviously interested. Lean forward slightly. That guy Joker is here too. Mr. Tanaka shook his big head. It's not, that's why I say it's interesting. He hurriedly recounted all the videos he had seen before. I heard that the masked man won with only 1 chip, and there is a follower of Doflamingo. Tizalo propped his forehead with 1 hand. Ajit. Ha 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 ha. A twisted smile spread across his face. Interesting, very interesting. Baccarat, go and receive them, and find out what happened. What do they know about Joker? Tall and slender, Bacala showed a charming smile in a tight evening dress. He bowed slightly and said, Okay, Lord Tizalo. Give me the money. Bai Luo was standing in front of the ugly animal husbandry king. Looking down at him condescendingly. The animal husbandry king squatted next to the Tauren, checking its condition. Hearing Bai Luo's words, he said coldly. Don't worry, I can't do without you. The bunny girl on the side came to Bai Luo's side and complimented. The guests are really amazing. Her eyes were provocative, as if she wanted to seduce Bai Luo. But Bai Luo is not interested in this kind of stuff. He didn't understand what she meant at all. At this moment, the figures of Mr. Tanaka and Bacala emerged from the ground. Bai Luo sensed it right away. Baccarat, a lucky fruit ability user. Mr. Tanaka, who has the ability to wear fruit. He watched the appearance of the two of them intently, with a look of joy in his eyes. Is it finally here? His eyes mainly fell on Bacala. I have to admit, this is a very beautiful woman. A black dress perfectly set off her slender and plump body. The white collarbone and back are even more eye-catching against the gold necklace. Pair it with that high slit. Long red hair draped over her shoulders, with a smile on her delicate and glamorous face. Seeing Bai Luo staring at her intently, Bacala took it for granted and smiled. Hello, distinguished guests. I'm the VIP reception here, Bacala. How about I accompany the guests next? Her voice is very charming. Bai Luo smiled slightly. That would be wonderful. And the bunny girl on the side, when she saw her guest being cut off, she was about to cry in an instant. She is obviously in charge of the reception, so why did Lord Bacala come to snatch it? Chapter 73. Everyone watched Bai Luo leave under the leadership of Bacala. All looked envious. Master Baccara, that's a receptionist who only accepts high-level VIPs. I don't know when we will have this opportunity. Stop dreaming, haven't you seen how strong that masked man's subordinates are? Adding the 500 million he won, no matter in terms of strength or financial resources, becoming a high-level VIP is not a problem at all. As for you, forget it, Bar. How can it be repaired? Soon, at sunset, pedestrians took the elevator back to 48 marks. Although it's late at night. But the hall is still very lively and full of voices. Mr. Tanaka said hello and left. Only Baccarat is left here. Bacala looked at Bai Luo's mask, and seemed to want to see through the mask to see through the real face below. Noticed Bacala's gaze. Bai Luo asked lightly, what's wrong? Bacala stroked her hair on the side of her face, smiled and shook her head. Nothing. I don't know where the guests come from. The younger sister behind her looks familiar. She was referring to Monet. Monet smiled and said. Then you may be mistaken. Baccarat rested her elbow in one hand, put her fingers on her lips, and pretended to think about it. That's it, maybe I've made a mistake. I'm so sorry, guest. As the new VIP of Huang 160 Jinchinj, I still don't know what to call you. She looked at Bai Luo with extremely charming movements. Just call me Lo. A gleam of light flashed in Bacala's smiling eyes. Lo. In her impression, there was no one with that name. It seems to be a fake name. I just didn't expect this guy to be so vigilant. As a senior coder under T. Zalo's command, Bacala has received many well-known bigwigs in the world. They are all overwhelmed by their own charm. Looking at Bai Luo's young appearance. Bacala is full of confidence, no matter how reserved you are now, you will open up to me in a while. She inadvertently moved closer to Bai Luo, and suddenly a faint fragrance entered Bai Luo's nostrils. Lord Luo, what do you want to play next? Bai Luo sniffed gently, then turned to look at Bacala who was close. He suddenly showed a strange smile. He took Bacala into his arms. These are too boring, why don't we find a place alone? Bai Luo's voice was full of arrogance, as if he was intentionally trying to portray him as a playboy. Bacala didn't expect Bai Luo to be so presumptuous, feeling the temperature of Bai Luo's palm, she was flustered for a while. After reacting, he immediately broke free from his embrace calmly. Jiao smiled and said, why don't I come to play with you? The corner of Bai Luo's mouth curled up with a playful expression. Of course, what's our bet? Bacala glanced at the pile of chips. How about betting all your chips? That's exciting, isn't it? Also, if I win, can you tell me where you came from? Bai Luo lowered his head, pretending to think. In fact, he had already guessed all Bacara's thoughts. Since she wants to play, then play with her. Lift your head up again. Bai Luo said with a smile, yes, yes. But I also have a small additional request. Oh. Bacala seemed interested. With Baiji's exquisite makeup, she slowly approached her, and exhaled fiery breath in her ear. If I win, I want you to spend the night with me. Hearing this, Baccarat's expression froze immediately. It took a while to smile again, but it was already a little unnatural. She took a deep look at Bai Luo and exhaled like blue. Make a deal. After getting a satisfactory answer, Bai Luo walked forward. Since you proposed the bet, let me choose something. How about just betting on the size? It's simple and fast. After all, I can't wait. Of course, it's my pleasure. Bacala was a step behind Bai Luo, speaking insincerely. Soon, the two came to the gambling table. Relying on her special identity, Bacala dispersed the original crowd. After the irrelevant person walks away, she gently took off the black silk gloves. Slender fingers touched Bai Luo's shoulders and said, "I hope Master Luo will win every bet, I'm looking forward to it." But just when her hand touched Bai Luo grabbed her wrist. Pointing to the opposite side, made a gesture of please. "With your kind words, Miss Bacala, where is your place?" Bacala froze. "I have some doubts in my heart." She didn't know if Bai Luo had discovered something. But if you can't touch him, how can you absorb his luck? Bacala's thoughts changed sharply. Forget it, even if you can't absorb Bai Luo's luck, it doesn't matter. She can also absorb other people's luck to make herself better. No matter what, she can make herself invincible. Bacala withdrew her hand and walked over from the other side of the table. When passing the dealer, she was just about to reach out. Bai Luo's words sounded again. "Miss Bacala, please hurry up, I can't wait." I heard Bai Luo's urging. The croupier didn't dare to delay, and hurried to get the dice cup. But in this way, she was far away from Bacala. Because Bacala has driven away irrelevant personnel just now. At this moment, besides the croupier, there is no one to touch. This time, Baccarat was caught in a dilemma. His expression was not as calm as before. Looking at Bai Luo's fiery eyes under the mask, Bacala took a deep breath. Pretending to be calm, he sat down. "Okay, let's get started." Following Bai Luo's words, the croupier put the 2 dice into the dice cup and shook them quickly. Bacala, who has always been calm and composed, suddenly had an ominous premonition at this moment. "Miss Bacala, ladies first, you choose first. Do you want to be big or small?" Seeing that there was nothing unusual about Bai Luo, she finally bit her white teeth lightly. "I want to be big." Bai Luo grinned. "Well, I'm going to be young." "Open it." As he spoke, he raised his head and closed his eyes, as if praying. In fact, the color of knowledge was activated. A red glow appeared under the eyelids, and the future picture flashed by. 1,3,4 points small. As the dealer stopped shaking, he picked up the dice cup. The dice inside are impressively 1 point and 1 3 points. 1,3,4 small. Following the dealer's announcement, Bacala looked at Bai Luo in disbelief. The corners of Bai Luo's mouth slowly widened, and finally he burst out laughing. "Looks like Lady Luck is on my side today." Bacala pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. "I don't know what to do for a while." But Bai Luo didn't give her a chance to think too much. He walked over directly and took her into his arms again. Bacala is tall and tall, being held by Bai Luo, she is a little taller than him. "Then shall we go?" Feeling the heat around her, Bacala wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 74. "What, want to renege on the dead?" Bai Luo was smiling, but what he said made Bacala feel chills in his heart. This masked man gave her an inexplicable deterrent force. She had only seen this feeling in Taizalo-sama. She forced a laugh. "Master Luo, I also hope that you can hold your hands high. After all, this is the Gold Hotel." The meaning of her words is very clear, she is Tezulo's subordinate, warning Bai Luo not to mess around. But Bai Luo stuck closer to her, and sniffed the fragrance of Bacala's hair. "Because it is a hotel. By the way, I will remember, open 2 rooms. My friends need a rest too." Bacala saw that it was difficult to deal with the aftermath today, although no useful information was obtained. But it's better than folding yourself in. She was about to turn her face. But she saw Bai Luo's hand on her shoulder waving in front of her eyes. A strange fragrance came to the face. Bacala's consciousness instantly became a little fuzzy, and her body was a little weak. This is Bai Luo's newly improved fog since the first time he stunned N. Colorless and fragrant. As long as the dosage is controlled, the enemy can be stunned without being dizzy. With a chuckle, Bai Luo supported Bacala and turned to leave. Anne and Monet followed helplessly. With the living sign of Bacala, the hotel staff quickly opened 2 luxury suites for Bai Luo. One of them was reserved for Anne and Monet. And before parting, Bai Luo had secretly instructed Anne to keep an eye on his minister. Then he took Bacala and entered the room. Monitoring room. Mr. Tanaka watched the scene in surprise. In his impression, Baccarat had never been so warm even to Lord Tizalo. On the contrary, there has always been a distance between advance and retreat, and cherish oneself. But I didn't expect to meet for the first time. Going into a room with that man. What is the origin of that masked man? Mr. Tanaka was full of curiosity. But he didn't notice it, Gukazi-1. Sophisticated and luxurious room. Bacala leaned back, her green eyes half opened and half closed. Like spring water, there are little waves. At this moment, she only has sporadic consciousness, like a drunk person. After Bai Luo put her away, he sat down beside her. This bet was just an accident. His main purpose was to get close to Tzalo. In my memory, there is a VIP hall on the top floor of the Gold Hotel that can only be accessed through Chuanchuangguo. But for some reason, Bacala didn't intend to take him there. He didn't think of it. If it wasn't for that bet that disturbed Bacala's mind. Maybe he's in the VIP room now. Since you can't get in today, wait until tomorrow to find an opportunity. In short, if you can't see Tzalo. That plan was out of the question. Bai Luo sat aside and thought. At this time, Bacala turned over unconsciously and put her leg on Bai Luo. Like a fuse igniting explosives, Bai Luo's heart burst into flames. The lights dimmed, but the fireworks outside were still gorgeous. A drum sounded faintly in the darkness. The next day, Bai Luo was still asleep. Opening his eyes suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the slender road that was attacking him. He looked at Bacala, who was as cold as frost in front of him. Toss the leg aside. Lie down again. At this moment, he no longer has a mask, and his true appearance is shown to Bacala. Looking at Bai Luo's indifferent look, Bacala's heart became more and more angry. Although this man was very handsome, she had never suffered such a big loss. I didn't expect to fold it in the hands of this man for the first time. After the blow just now, she also saw that Bai Luo's strength was far above hers. Simply gave up the idea of continuing to attack. Stepping on her high heels, she came to Bai Luo's side. Looking down at him. It has happened, I only blame myself for being careless. However, since you have done this, at least tell me your true identity. Bai Luo seems to be sleeping but not sleeping. Wen Yan opened one eye. Aren't you known as a VIP receptionist? Isn't my face on your VIP list? Bacala narrowed her eyes. How does this guy know he has a VIP roster? But according to what he said, Bacala did find Bai Luo familiar. I carefully recalled it in my mind. Then he looked shocked. You are Bai Luo with a bounty of 1.28 billion. Bai Luo yawned and sat up from the bed. It can be regarded as acquiescing to Bacala's statement. His lean upper body is well muscled. Under the sunshine, it is full of masculinity. Bacala's eyes shifted slightly. Puzzled and asked, then why did you get involved with Doflamingo's men? Grabbing the scattered clothes casually, he said lightly. This has nothing to do with you. You. Bacala PD off. Not to mention taking advantage of this man, he still has this attitude. Just as she was about to continue to reprimand Bai Luo, she was interrupted by Bai Luo. By the way, I want to enter your VIP room. Take me there. Humph, I refuse. Bacala crossed her arms and directly rejected Bai Luo's request. Bai Luo was a little stunned. It wasn't because Bacala rejected him, but because he felt that Bacala had become a little arrogant at the moment. Turning his eyes, Bai Luo grabbed Bacala's slender waist again. He smiled and asked, do you want to bring it? Bacala patted Bai Luo's big hand away, stared at that face, and said angrily. VIP rooms are only open at night. Evening. Then it's still early, why don't we? Roll. Bai Luo finally failed to get his wish. It was noon. The noise outside was much quieter than last night. This golden city seems to be a city that never sleeps. When the light comes on, it falls into a deep sleep. When night falls, it comes back to life. Gilialo. There was a sound of hunger in Bai Luo's stomach. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a little emotional. Bacala is the most feminine of these women. Even Violet is inferior, not to mention the other young ones. This also directly led to his huge physical exertion yesterday. Time to get something to eat. Bai Luo put on his mask again and went out, calling Anne and Monet, who had woken up early. Bai Luo pretended not to see Anne's resentful eyes. On the way here yesterday, I saw a steakhouse. Let's eat there. For Bai Luo's proposal, the two women are not very interested. But he still followed behind Bai Luo obediently. When the three of them came to the steak shop. Just entered the door. Then I heard a surprised female voice from inside. Anne? Why are you here? Anne subconsciously touched the mask on his face. Looking at the woman opposite, she opened her mouth in surprise. Jun Vice Admiral? Why are you here? Bai Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Marine Vice Admiral, Momuzagi Jun? Ding. Chapter 75. Inside the steakhouse. Jun is wearing a peach-colored short jacket, with a hot and plump figure, and a slender waist like a willow. Under the black shorts, the jade legs are slender. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the dining table, her red lips and red phoenix eyes matched with the beauty mole on the corner of her mouth. She was glamorous and extravagant. But on that left leg, a spider face tattoo added a bit of evil spirit to her. She frowned and looked at the two people beside Anne. His white palm rested on the weapon at his waist. That is the famous sword Kimpyro. Jun stood up, and Marine's cloak flicked off. She came straight to the three of N. He looked at the leader Bai Luo with cold eyes. It seems that through the mask, Bai Luo's true face has been seen. Bai Luo looked calm and did not speak, waiting for her to speak first. After a while, Jun turned his eyes back to N. N, you are not with Teacher Zephyr, why are you here? 633. Momuzaki Jun, named Marine Vice Admiral, is actually a candidate from heaven. Her strength is naturally extremely terrifying. Just because her Grandmaster is a geisha, most of the captured peachy pirates. So the merits are a little bit worse. But that stern aura couldn't be faked. Facing Jun's questioning, N was speechless and didn't know how to answer. After all, her official rank is much higher than that of N. And subconsciously looked at Bai Luo beside him. Bai Luo chuckled. Why, doesn't everyone in Marine have a holiday? Jun turned his gaze back. Is it your turn to intervene in the matter of Marine? Traitor, Bai Luo. Jun revealed Bai Luo's identity in one word. Bai Luo took off his mask and looked at her for a moment. Then walked straight past her. This is not the territory of the Marine, even if you are Vice Admiral, you must abide by Tzalo's rules. He found an empty table and sat down. Then greet the waiter and start ordering. And didn't dare to raise his head, and ran past Jun in desperation, and sat down with Bai Luo. Monet was not interested in any of this. This is a matter within their Marine, she is just a pirate, let alone a prisoner now. Jun looked at Bai Luo's nonchalant expression, his willow eyebrows stood erect. She kept weighing the pros and cons of arresting Bai Luo in her mind. At this moment, a frivolous voice sounded at the door. Miss Jun, can you marry me today? As the voice fell, another person walked into the steak shop. The man was wearing clogs with his hands in his pockets. Wearing a plaid cape and a brown top hat. His eyes were narrowed into slits, and a cigarette was dangling from his mouth. Walked in unsteadily. He turned a blind eye to other people in the store, and only Jun seemed to be in his eyes. Jun ignored his words, but his expression was slightly relaxed. Jiaji, you came just in time. Marine Vice Admiral, San Gamma. Seeing that Jun didn't immediately refuse this time, Jake gritted his teeth. But before he could continue speaking, Jun said coldly. Look, who is that? Cake squinted his eyes and followed Jun's gaze. I saw N immediately. Oh. It's little N. Long time no see. Jiaji waved enthusiastically. Jun's eyes twitched. A slap slapped Jiaji on the head, and he slapped half of his hat. What are you looking at? Look at the man next to N. Jiaji adjusted his hat in embarrassment. Look at the table again. Soon, the expression on the original hippie smile gradually became dignified. Ex-Marinesk Science Class YOLO. Why is he here? Isn't he wanted? Jun stood beside him and whispered. This is the Golden City, I am not surprised that there are wanted criminals. But Bai Luo is different from ordinary wanted criminals. He has mastered a lot of marine science and technology. We can't let him go away so easily. I'm here watching him, you go and call. Even if we can't make a move in the Golden City, we will arrest him the moment he steps out of the Golden City. Jiaji took a deep puff of his cigarette, and said in a deep voice, I see. After speaking, he turned and left the steakhouse. Bai Luo looked at them with a twinkle in his eyes. Jun Vice Admiral, would you like to come over and have some food? Momuzaki Jun didn't speak, took a deep look, walked over, and sat down opposite Bai Luo. Bai Luo didn't find it strange. Waiter, add another order. Good person. Looking at Jun, Bai Luo smiled. You're welcome, I treat you. Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking back and forth between Bai Luo and N. Bai Luo, what exactly do you want to do? Bai Luo cut off a piece of steak with a knife, slowly put it in his mouth and tasted it. I just want to eat, and it tastes good. Try it too. As he spoke, Bai Luo cut a small piece, picked it up with a fork, and handed it to Jun. Jun hooked the corner of his mouth, slightly opened Sakura Momo's small mouth, and ate the food that Bai Luo fed her. This operation directly made Bai Luo a little confused. He originally thought that Jun would definitely be very disdainful, but he didn't expect to show face like this. It's really skillful. Jun sneered in his heart, she is a master of Grandmaster Geisha skills, so this little scene is nothing. Naval Headquarters, Marie Joyce. When Sengoku heard Cake's report, he was shocked. You said Bai Luo is in the Golden City now? Yes, Marshal. Thinking of Virgo's tragic death, a cold light flashed across Sengoku's glasses. Take care of him, I will send warships to support you. Be sure to take him down, don't let him run away. However, the Golden City is closely related to the world government. In order to save unnecessary trouble, Let's wait until he leaves there before making a move. Plus plan to understand. Don't worry, Marshal, Jun is already following him. However, there is one more strange thing. Sengoku frowned. He doesn't want to hear any bad news now. 2.5. The busy business every day has made him burnt out. After all, he is old now. Much less energy than before. Sengoku asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Jiaji pondered for a moment. The disciple beside teacher Zephyr, and, for some reason, is staying with Bai Luo. It doesn't seem to be coerced. It seems to be voluntary. And hearing the name, Sengoku subconsciously thought of Zephyr. Reminiscent of what happened some time ago, Sengoku fell into deep thought. It wasn't until he heard Jiaji's shout that he came back to his senses. Okay, I see, I will find a way to verify. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku's fist subconsciously clenched. Take a deep breath. He yelled out the door, "Go get me Zephyr." Yes. Chapter 76. 15 minutes later. Zephyr shows up at Sengoku's office with a cigarette in his mouth. What is it, Sengoku? He was sweating, as if he had just finished training. Steaming heat all over his body. Sengoku stared straight at him, and after a moment of silence asked, "Where is that disciple of yours, and, now?" Zephyr's expression froze. Slowly exhale a cigarette. I asked her to go on a mission, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Sengoku frowned. The big hand patted the desk with a boom. Standing up, he said angrily. Aren't you telling the truth? Seeing Sengoku like this, Zephyr's heart sank. Knowing that something must have happened, otherwise Sengoku would not have questioned him like this. What happened to Anne? Sengoku let out a sigh of relief, stared at Zephyr and said in a deep voice. Someone saw her with Bai Luo. Now in the Golden City. So, what's going on? Sure enough, I can't hide it. Zephyr looked slightly tired. In desperation, I told the story of Dressrosa. After hearing the truth told by Zephyr, Sengoku slowly opened his mouth. He never thought that the instigator of all this was actually Bai Luo. Sengoku glared at Zephyr. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zephyr explained with difficulty. Anne is still with him, what can I do? I only have these two disciples. They managed to survive back then, and I don't want them to have any more accidents. Sengoku has a very iron face. Since joining Marine, you must have the awareness of sacrifice. You don't understand this truth. Zephyr, I think you are an old fool. Where did the former 14 Black Arm Zephyr go? Zephyr opened his mouth, but didn't retort. Indeed, he has changed now. He spent his whole life fighting for the justice in his heart, but in the end his family was ruined, and even the disciples in that boat only survived too. He was extremely confused, wondering if there was any need to uphold this kind of justice. Sengoku was panting, neither of them were talking. After a while, Sengoku sat back down again. So, Doflamingo is now in Bai Luo's hands. Yes. Sengoku rubbed between his brows. He thought of some kind of rumor in the previous world government. Bai Luo seems to be in charge of some kind of research that could replace Shichibukai. Is that why he wanted Doflamingo? For a moment Sengoku had some headaches. After glancing at Zephyr, Sengoku said coldly, "This is the trouble you caused, and it's up to you to solve it. I don't care what method you use, you must bring Bai Luo back to me." Hearing this, Zephyr snuffed out the cigarette. Move the mechanical arm. I see. Meanwhile, the top floor of the Gold Hotel. When Baccarat opened the door and came in, she found that Tizalo was still sitting on the leather sofa, motionless, with his eyes closed. The same is true for the three CPOs on the side. They were still firmly imprisoned by gold, with fear on their faces. Hear movement. Tizalo opened his eyes and glanced at Baccarat's figure. He asked softly, "Why have you been here for so long? What did you find out?" Baccarat bowed slightly, thinking of Bai Luo's hateful appearance. She gritted her teeth. That person's name is Bai Luo, and the bounty is 1.28 billion. As for the others, I don't know yet. Tizalo slowly turned the gold ring on his finger. Contemplative, Bai Luo? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. 280 million, it seems very remarkable. Tetsalo grinned. Put your legs on the coffee table in front of you. However, there is only this bit of information, as for taking so long. Baccarat's bowed body bent a little more. I'm sorry, Lord Tizalo. This matter is my inability to do things. However, he expressed his intention to enter the VIP room to participate in the gambling game. Please give me a chance, and I will continue to explore at night. Tizalo nodded slightly. For him, Bai Luo was just an accidental episode. His main purpose now is to wait for 5 elders' reply. Baccarat glanced at CPO without any trace. Asked softly, Lord Tzalo, has there been no reply yet? Hearing this, Tzalo showed a twisted smile. He. I can probably guess some of their thoughts. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of time, it's been so long, it's not short of this hour and a half. Although he said it doesn't matter. But the golden spike that was placed in front of the CPO suddenly pierced out. The three CPOs didn't have time to respond. Without even screaming, life was terminated. Baccarat remained motionless, already accustomed to Tzalo's tyranny. Tzalo waved his hand casually. Leave their phone bugs and get rid of these three useless things. Bacala smiled habitually and responded softly. Yes, Lord Tzalo. In a steakhouse. Bai Luo wiped his mouth and looked at Jun in front of him. Jun Vice Admiral, I've finished my meal, if you have nothing else to do, please feel free. This guy Bai Luo wants to see off guests. But how could she easily let go of the prey that Jun was targeting? Jun raised the corners of his mouth and showed a charming smile. How can I be fine, my responsibility is to keep an eye on you. Bai Luo raised his eyes slightly and looked at Jun for 2 seconds. Then he smiled and said, in that case, I can only say that I am very honored. With a beauty like you by my side, what more could I ask for? The eyes of the two of them wiped out an invisible flame in mid-air. The surrounding temperature seemed to be chilling. Even Monet shuddered, she is a snow fruit capable person, how could she still feel cold? The four of them left the restaurant. Jun deliberately slowed down by half a step, and landed beside Anne. She looked at Anne's handsome face and asked softly. Can you tell me what happened? Anne looked puzzled. How should she say this kind of thing? He hesitated for a moment or shook his head. Nothing, Jun Vice Admiral. Jun took a deep look at her and walked past her. Only one sentence was left, don't forget, you are Marine. Anne's face was complicated, and he was in a state of confusion for a while. Everyone, it's still early, let's go shopping. See if you have anything you like. You can buy it. After all, Monet earned us 500 million Baileys yesterday. Monet. A gleam flashed in Jun's eyes, and he looked at the woman with golden pupils. I didn't take her seriously at first, but I didn't expect that she was Doflamingo's subordinate. Things are really getting interesting. She took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to grab Bai Luo's arm. If you have too much money to spend, I have a lot of things I want to buy. Bai Luo felt the softness on his arm, and his heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously licked his lips. Zhang Yan said with a smile, okay. Next, for one afternoon, Jun was really unceremonious. With the Bai Luo cash machine. She frantically bought a bunch of clothes and cosmetics. As long as you have entered the store, you will consume something. Bai Luo even suspected that she deliberately did this to disgust herself. Fortunately, he is not short of money now. Otherwise, no one can withstand the consumption level of Jun. After watching Jun report her address to the store, let them deliver the purchased items to the address. Bai Luo glanced at the sky. It's almost night, let's go back to the hotel. Jun Vice Admiral, you don't want to go back with me, do you? Jun explained to the clerk, turned around and walked to Bai Luo. Of course, do you think I'll let you run away? She has a smile on her face. It seems that because I bought a lot of things, I am in a good mood. Bai Luo chuckled. In that case, let's go. See who will let who run away. Return to the hotel room. As soon as you enter Jun, you can smell the smell of heather. As a 987 Grandmaster Geisha Master, I naturally understand what this means. In his heart, he looked down on Bai Luo more and more. She seemed to be familiar with herself, casually sat down on the sofa, and took off the marine cloak. The charming Danfan stared at Bai Luo without blinking. Bai Luo showed a weird smile. He directly took off his upper body clothes and stood in front of Jun. The 8-pack ABS are well defined, wild and unrestrained, evil and sexy. Are you going to do it yourself or let me do it? With a sneer, Hosoyo suddenly pulled out the accompanying knife, the gold Vido. In addition to being a geisha, Jun is also an excellent swordsman. She also relied on her excellent swordsmanship to stand out from the crowd and become Admiral's candidate. A ray of cold light pierced the air and slashed straight towards Bai Luo. But only one after image was cut. Bai Luo opened the distance almost instantly. I generally like to do it myself. Jun's cold voice sounded. Accompanied by sharp slashes one after another, the figures of the two staggered back and forth in the room. In just a short moment, the originally luxurious room turned into a mess. But fortunately, both of them put in effort. Without causing more damage, everything was confined to this room. Jun's eyes were extremely serious. In her mind, all scientists are weaklings. Why is this man so powerful? Judging by his appearance, it was obvious that he was not doing his best. For a while, Jun was in a dilemma. She distanced herself and stared at Bai Luo. Then he showed a bright smile. I really underestimated you. But Bai Luo wouldn't stop just as soon as he said he would stop, and seized the opportunity to bully him. In an instant, Jun was crushed to the ground. You. Jun didn't expect Bai Luo to be so shameless that he even sneaked up on her. She just wanted to struggle. But Bai Luo pressed his hands tightly above his head. Bai Luo's other stroked her face lightly. He approached her and whispered. Do you regret it? As the words fell, Bai Luo's armed body came out, shattering the peach-colored jacket. Chapter 77. Jun was extremely ashamed and angry. Brightly exposed to the air. He wanted to cover it with his hands, but he forgot that his hands were firmly pinned to the ground by Bai Luo. Let me go. Jun clenched his silver teeth, and there seemed to be water waves in his eyes. While she is a grandmaster trick. But this has never happened before. Moreover, Jiaji proposed so many times, but she never agreed. She is not a casual person. Bai Luo ignored her and directly sealed her mouth. For a moment, Jun's eyes widened. The hairs on his body trembled slightly. Gradually lost in the breath like the summer sun. Boom boom boom. 2 hours later. There was a knock on Bai Luo's door. Bai Luo and Jun turned their heads together and looked in the direction of the door. Then I noticed something was wrong. Jun raised his leg and kicked the sunset away with his bent knee. He didn't speak, put on the marine cloak with a cold face, and hid in a corner where the door couldn't see. Bai Luo grinned. He tidied up his clothes and opened the door. Outside the door is the charming Baccarat. It was still the same dress, mature and extravagant. The body exudes a faint fragrance, as if it has just taken a bath. With a straight face, she noticed a mess of ruins at a glance. Surprised, what happened? Bai Luo glanced back and confirmed that there was no sign of Jun, and said with a smile, it's nothing, I got into a fight with someone. Of course don't worry, I've already taught her a lesson. Bacala frowned slightly, not knowing what Bai Luo was talking about. But Jun inside gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Bai Luo into pieces. Thinking of what happened just now, I just feel that my whole head is getting hot. The spider face tattoo on her thigh also appears to have turned from black to red. Clutching the jade fingers of Marine's cloak tightly, he lost his color because of too much force. How did you come? Bai Luo changed the subject. Baccarat's red lips parted slightly, and her voice carried a unique charm. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the VIP room? It just so happened that many distinguished guests came tonight. If you're interested, come with me. Bai Luo froze for a moment before thinking of business. Looking back at the place where Jun was hiding, he closed the door and followed Bacala. Before leaving, he called N and Monet by the way. The elevator keeps going up. The air is a little dull. Bai Luo coughed dryly and asked curiously, you just said that there are some distinguished guests tonight. Who are they? Bacala still hasn't forgotten what Bai Luo did to her last night. Hearing the words, he gave him a blank look. You will know when you arrive. Now she completely lost the enthusiastic attitude she had towards Bai Luo at the beginning. Bai Luo let out a hey in his heart. Oh woman. When the elevator stops. The elevator doors didn't open. Mr. Tanaka, with his big head on his head, suddenly came in from the outside. He explained with a smile, guests, please grab me, because it is a VIP room, so you can only enter this way. Bai Luo didn't talk nonsense, and directly held Bacala with one hand and with the other. Bacala is helpless, but since Mr. Tanaka is here, she is not easy to get angry. Especially feeling Bai Luo's dishonest fingers twitching in his palm. She just gave Bai Luo a hard look. Then, supporting Mr. Tanaka, the group walked through the elevator. Bai Luo only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and found that he was already in a more refined and extravagant hall. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling. 4 golden pillars of more than 20 meters supported the entire hall. Several figures with strange and deep breaths sat on both sides. In the middle is a huge bronze dice cup. Noticing the entry of the newcomers, those figures looked towards Bai Luo. One of them was an obese man in a purple suit and a blue mink cape, smoothing out his meticulous hairstyle. Wearing round sunglasses, he was biting a cigar in his mouth. But the moment he saw Bai Luo, his pupils shrank. The cigar in his mouth fell to the ground without noticing it. Bai Luo. Hearing someone calling out his name, Bai Luo curiously asked him to look. After seeing the figure clearly, Bai Luo also showed a hint of surprise. Then he smiled and waved. Oh, Brother Field. Long time no see. Du Field. One of the leaders of the Dark World. Nicknamed the King of Usury, he is the biggest speaker of illegal lending in the New World. Before Mads was incorporated into Marine, Bai Luo borrowed their research funding from Field. So the two have known each other for a long time. Of course, in Field's heart, that memory was not very pleasant. Because when I lent money to Mads, I was completely coerced by that kid Bai Luo. Although I did get some profits through the Mads project later. But this does not mean that Field can forget what Bai Luo did to him back then. He stood up abruptly. What are you doing here? I won't lend you any money. Hearing this, everyone present showed curiosity. Even Bacala glanced at Bai Luo in surprise. What is the origin of this guy? He even knows the usury king of the dark world. Bai Luo walked down the building and opened his hands. Don't be so nervous, brother Field. I'm not short of money now. Otherwise, why would you come in here? Hearing this, Field reacted. This is the VIP room of the Golden City, and one cannot enter without a certain level of strength. From this point of view, this brat didn't come for himself. That's good. Field breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Bai Luo's eyes scanned a group of people around him. One was wearing a captain's cap, with a fluffy and thick black beard, covering half of his face. Wearing a red captain's coat, he looks like an ordinary pirate. This is Sea Transport King Umit, the leader who controls the ocean transportation industry in the dark world. On this chaotic sea, I don't know how many nobles and wealthy businessmen will be responsible for the transportation of important personnel and weapons through Umit. A man with a white goatee, a striped suit, and a striped top hat with a gloomy face is the warehousing industry boss Gibson. Take control of cargo management in the dark world. Countless guns and ammunition, even human organs, medicines, and other contraband flowed out of his hands. There is also a guy wearing a yellow miner's uniform with a long beard and hair, like a yellow-haired lion. Wearing a half-face mask, carrying a huge scythe, exuding a strong smell of blood. It was Piccolo, the great-handed undertaker. He is in charge of the killer organization that controls the dark world, and is synonymous with death. The last one is an elegant birdman. President of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans. While Bai Luo looked at everyone. Morgan's stem yellow vertical pupils were also sizing up Bai Luo. He clearly heard Field's name. 8%. For this guy named Bai Luo. Morgans has always been curious. He remembered very clearly that as soon as Bai Luo appeared, he got a bounty of more than 1 billion. This is simply something that ordinary people cannot do. There must be some amazing secrets in this man. At this moment, his news heart was burning. Noticing Bai Luo's gaze, Morgans picked up the coffee with the end of his white wings and took a sip. Show a friendly smile towards Bai Luo. Seeing Bai Luo nodding in response, Morgan's vertical pupils flashed with fire. Chapter 78. Under Bacala's arrangement, Bai Luo was seated quickly. Anne and Monet stood behind Bai Luo respectively. Looking at the few people talking and laughing happily, Bai Luo asked in a low voice. Do they come here often? Bacala nodded slightly. It's not that often, but I've been here a few times. After all, here is the biggest casino in the world. Bai Luo's eyes flashed, and he began to meditate. As the talker of the dark world, it is a very abnormal thing for this group of guys to get together. If it is said that there is no trick between them, Bai Luo will never believe it. But whether it is talking about cooperation or making any deals, it has nothing to do with Bai Luo. His target is not this group of guys. At this moment, Morgans walked up to Bai Luo. Mr. Bai Luo. I've known you for a long time. Glancing at the news agency president who never showed his true face, Bai Luo didn't speak, waiting for his next words. For Bai Luo's attitude, Morgans was not upset either. He behaves gracefully. He introduced himself to Bai Luo very naturally. Bai Luo responded one way or another. After chatting for a while, Morgan saw that the time was right, and changed the subject. I don't know how Mr. Bai Luo met that fat man who eats people without spit out his bones. He meant Du Field. Bai Luo glanced at him with a half-smile. Well, when we encountered some financial problems, we had no choice but to go to Brother Field. Thanks to Brother Field's help, we got through this difficult time. Morgans was keenly aware of the word we. From this point of view, there is an organization behind Bai Luo. Morgans was impassive. But, as far as I know, how could that fellow Fielder be so kind? If you want to borrow it, you can borrow it. Bai Luo smiled. It's all because I accidentally dropped the dagger on Brother Field's neck one night when he was busy with his lovers. Morgan's expression froze and he was very stunned. After a while, he burst out laughing. This is great news. Those vertical pupils subconsciously looked at Field. When everyone heard the laughter, they all looked at him. Field noticed Morgan's gaze, and his face instantly became ugly. Seeing the way he talked with Bai Luo and the way he looked at himself, it was not difficult to guess that he was talking about the events of the past. Field remembers clearly that he was in the middle of an emotional exchange with his lover, just when it was about to culminate. Bai Luo got out from nowhere, and put a dagger on his neck. At that time, his body softened from fright. Even now, there are still some sequelae. As the king of loan sharks, it was the first time someone had borrowed money in that way. If it wasn't for the profits later on, he might have been fighting with Bai Luo long ago. Field stood up, pointing at Morgans with his thick, bejeweled ring-laden finger. Morgans, what funny thing happened? He didn't smile, and his tone was full of threats. Morgan spread his wings and exaggeratedly said. I just learned a very interesting news, I must announce Tianyi. Gibson stroked his beard and said with great interest. Why don't you tell us first? But as soon as he finished speaking, Field took over. Field's face was as gloomy as water, with a faint murderous look. Everyone, don't forget the main purpose of our coming here. We are here to discuss the distribution of the business in Joker's hands, not to listen to the news of 8 trigrams. Everyone is not stupid, seeing Field who is a little excited. Naturally, everyone knows that the news that Morgan said just now is definitely related to Field. That BD Field, it would be great if he could be caught. Each of them thought this way in their hearts, and wanted to find an opportunity to ask Ergens privately. But on the surface, they all gave Field face. Umit sneered in his heart, but his face was kind. Yes, Field is right. Then we will still use the old method. Winners get 10% more. Piccolo, who had been silent all this time, said in a muffled voice. No objection. Several other people also nodded one after another. Field sat down again. But at this moment Bai Luo had already won the favor of Morgans. Morgans looked at Bai Luo and asked politely, since Mr. Bai Luo is here, are you interested in playing with us? Bai Luo's eyes flashed. Through their conversation, they learned that they were betting, bead, in order to seize the dark forces left by Joker. But Bai Luo's goal was Tzalo. But I don't know why Tzalo didn't show up. Or is it that Tzalo's influence is too big to look down on Joker's business? But he doesn't know, because Tzalo has more important things now. Bai Luo hasn't answered yet. The gazes of the others became treacherous. Each of them is a big boss. This is a situation where there are more wolves and less flesh, so how can you let an irrelevant person get involved? Bai Luo could easily see through their thoughts. Immediately declined, forget it, I won't disturb everyone's elegant mood. With that said, he was about to stand up and say goodbye. At this moment, Morgans also stood up. Mr. Bai Luo, I hit you off right away, why don't you leave me a contact information? Certainly. The two exchanged phone bugs. The 3 of Bai Luo were taken out again by Mr. Tanaka. Bacala found that she couldn't understand the man in front of her more and more. This guy asked to be in the VIP room, but he didn't participate in any activities. What is his purpose? Seeing that these 2 days have not gained much, Bai Luo wasn't going to procrastinate any longer. He turned to look at Bacala beside him. He asked softly, can you introduce Tzalo for me? For this Golden Emperor, I have admired his name for a long time. Bacala glanced at Bai Luo and suddenly smiled. So this is your ultimate goal, isn't it? Bai Luo didn't answer. Bacala didn't care either. I will help you tell Lord Tzalo, but he has something to do right now. So I'm not sure if he'll see you. Bai Luo nodded in understanding. It's okay, just let me know the result. I'll be waiting for you in the room. Hearing the word room, Bacala felt a burst of heat. Momo glared at Bai Luo angrily. Twisting and leaving quickly. Sighing, Bai Luo took an Monet and returned to the floor where the room was located. But just out of the elevator, he bumped into a woman covered in blood. The woman wore a metal collar around her neck. A light and translucent gauze was covered with bruises, and the white gauze was also stained red with blood. With a look of panic and despair, she ran into Bai Luo's arms. Help me. Please help me. The woman hissed and shouted, and turned her head to look behind her from time to time, as if there was a demon chasing after her. In the corridor, several waiters and customers knelt on both sides. The body is trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo frowned. And immediately stepped forward to check the woman's injuries. What happened? As a Marine, there is still justice in my heart. The woman's mind was already blurred, she ignored Anne's inquiry, and just kept wailing. Go, he's coming. He's coming. But she saw that the 3 of Bai Luo did not move for a long time. He exhausted all his strength, squeezed the 3 of them away, and rushed into the elevator. Frantically pressing the down button. Snapped. At this moment, at the end of the corridor, a gunshot sounded. The bullet flew by Bai Luo's ear and accurately hit the woman who had just jumped into the elevator. Blood splattered everywhere. The woman in the elevator died. At the same time, there was a sound of chains at the end of the corridor. Accompanied by several figures, they walked slowly towards the side. Chapter 79. Gururururur. The top floor of the Gold Hotel. Tzalo closed his eyes, and the goblet in his hand was shaking gently. Hear the phone bug. His eyes opened suddenly, bursting out with a dazzling light. This is 5 elders' phone bug. It seems that these 5 old things have finally made a decision. Tzalo's twisted smile slowly widened. Ha 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 ha. Facing their own proposal at that time, they did not immediately reject it and let the CPO obliterate themselves. Tzalo knew that these 5 old things were absolutely heart-wrenching. As long as there is a human being, there is a greedy heart. Although those damn guys claim to be the blood of God, in the final analysis, they also bleed and are greedy. It's time. Tzalo pressed on. The video phone bug in front of him shined again. A picture was projected in mid-air, and the figure of 5 elders also appeared in the picture. Tzalo looked at the 5 elders with different expressions in front of him. He raised a smile and said, 5 adults, how do you think about my proposal? The old man with long beard looked at Tzalo quietly with his old face. A pair of pupils shone with a deep light. Tzalo, I still have a question I want to ask you. Tzalo's smile remained unchanged. My lord, please speak. The long-bearded old man stroked his gray beard and said in a deep voice. You are already the underground emperor of the dark world, and you have strong financial resources, but it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the richest man in the world. Why even so, do you want to be celestial dragons? Be one of us. Hearing this question, the smile on Tzalo's face froze. He knew that this was the final test. If the answer to this question is not good, then everything that has been done before will be in vain. He put down the goblet and stood up from the sofa. Your lords are right. I do have the greatest wealth in the world. But I, who was born at the bottom, know better than anyone. No matter how much wealth you have, in the end it's just a string of numbers. It's like my golden city, which looks resplendent and extravagant, but it's like a bubble in the face of real power, and it shatters when touched. But celestial dragons is different. It's synonymous with power. Tzalo raised his hand, tightly clenched the fingers with the gold ring, and there was a trace of madness in his eyes. Only rights are eternal. It's like the difference between Marijois and the City of Gold. Pangu City, which stands on the top of the red line, is still standing after hundreds of years. This is something my golden city simply can't match. Isn't this reason enough? At this moment, Tzalo's ambition was unabashedly revealed. As his voice fell, the surrounding fell into silence. At this moment, Gyukala opened the door and entered. She was about to speak, but was stopped by Tzalo with his eyes. After noticing the 5 figures, Bakala retreated to the side tactfully, and waited quietly. I don't know how long it has been. The 5 elders looked at each other and nodded. The bald old man stood up and said. Tzalo, I have to admit, you are a smart man. He stood upright, looking down on Tzalo as if through a phone bug. In this case, after our discussion, we allow you to become a member of the Celestial Dragons. Starting today, you will enjoy the permanent residency of the Holy Land Marijois in the name of Celestial Dragons, and the glory of Celestial Dragons. But your rights are limited to this. Your title of Celestial Dragons cannot be hereditary, and you have no right to mobilize relevant government departments, and there will be no special person in charge of protecting you. There was a huge joy in Tzalo's eyes. He was already very satisfied with the current result and did not ask for more. Grinning, Tzalo picked up the goblet again and swung towards 5 elders. Thank you, my lords. The bald old man nodded, and randomly evoked a mocking sneer. Then, offer your allegiance. Tzalo nodded, bowed, and said, I'll let someone prepare the 500 billion Baileys. No, this is not enough, you have to show us a better proof. Tzalo froze for a moment, his brows furrowed. My lord, I don't understand. At this time, the blond old man on the side let out a sneer. Kneel down. As soon as the words fell, Tzalo's expression froze on his face. Even breathing stagnated for a moment, and his eyes were instantly congested with bloodshot eyes. Bakara on the side changed her face even more. In this golden city, Lord Tzalo is like a god. People don't even have the right to laugh out loud without Tzalo's permission. But now, the 5 elders are actually asking Lord Tzalo to kneel down to them in his own territory to express his submission? There is no doubt that this is humiliating Lord Tzalo. My lords, what do you mean? Tzalo forced a stiff smile. For some reason, his back suddenly ached. That once humiliating scene came to mind again. He also swore a long time ago that he would never kneel down to others again. While wiping the long knife in his hand casually, the bald old man said casually. Of course you can choose not to kneel. If you think self-esteem is more important than who you want to be, say no. Tzalo fell silent for a moment. He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. The pain in the back is getting stronger and stronger. He gritted his teeth and stared at the 5 elders who was full of sarcasm in the projection. Time passed bit by bit. Ha 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 ha. After another silence, Tzalo suddenly laughed. It's just that the smile is very twisted and crazy. Not talking nonsense. Boom. Tzalo bent his knees and knelt directly on the ground. I am willing to offer my loyalty to you adults. He knocked his head on the cold floor. The body bent down deeply. The hidden face is already extremely distorted. His bloodshot eyes were about to bleed, full of anger and hatred. The five elders couldn't see Tzalo's expression. They smiled arrogantly. Very well, Tzalo. Next, let's welcome the most glorious moment in your life. You lowly person, you can also stand on this sky with us. At the same time, in the hotel corridor, Bai Luo had already seen clearly the group of people approaching slowly at the end. An evil spirit flashed in his eyes. Celestial Dragons people. Chapter 80. Accompanied by the sound of iron chains scraping the ground. A male celestial dragon ambles aloft on top of a burly slave. He had curly black hair, a plump face, and thick lips with resinous bubbles. There is still a runny nose hanging on the face like a pig, which is extremely disgusting. A golden pistol in his hand was emitting faint smoke. Obviously, he was the one who fired the shot just now. Under him, the slave's head was hanging down, his body was wounded, kneeling on the ground like a dog, slowly sneaking with the celestial dragons on his back. There was a metal collar on the neck like the woman just now, and the other end of the collar was held by an assistant in black. Behind them were four men in armor. At this moment, the celestial dragons are dancing. He looked at the fallen woman behind Bai Luo with surprise. Haha, I hit it. My marksmanship seems to have improved. His feet kept kicking on the slave. The slave endured the pain of 553, but did not dare to make a sound. Let the wounds on your body burst and bleed. When the man in black beside him heard his words, Rizeo said with humble eyes. As expected of St. Charles Rose, your marksmanship is really amazing. The celestial dragons known as St. Charles grinned ugly. Ha ha ha. It's just a pity that I lost another toy. As he was speaking, he seemed to have noticed the existence of Bai Luo and the others. Compared to other kneeling people in the hallway, the upright figures of the three of Bai Luo were really out of place. Charles Rose's smiling face suddenly twisted darkly. He looked at the three of Bai Luo with dissatisfaction, with anger in his tone. Where did this untouchable come from? Dare not kneel down. It's really infuriating. Bai Luo just stared at him motionlessly. Both N and Monet on the side recognized the identity of the celestial dragons, and their faces changed drastically. They didn't expect to meet celestial dragons in this golden city. Although I don't spend much time with Bai Luo. But they also know what kind of guy Sunset is. To make him grovel before the celestial dragons. That is absolutely impossible. Problem is, failing to do so will only draw the wrath of the celestial dragons. How can this be good? Anne was extremely anxious. At this moment, even if she moved out of Marine's identity, it would not help. In the eyes of celestial dragons, Marine is just a slightly better existence than a pariah. At this time, Charles Rose suddenly noticed Anne and Monet, and an ugly smile appeared on his face again. The expression changes so quickly that it makes people smack their tongues. These two women look good, just treat them as my new toys. One is broken, and there are two more. Haha. Talking to himself, Charles Rose clapped his hands happily, like a mentally handicapped over 200 caddies. Hey, you two come here, from now on, you are my slaves. Charles waved at Anne and Monet. The faces of the two became more and more ugly, especially Monet. Although Bai Luo is a bad guy, he still has some human touch. But if it falls into the hands of celestial dragons, life would be worse than death. They subconsciously looked at Bai Luo beside him. Seeing that the two women were not obedient. It was only then that Charles noticed Bai Luo's eyes in the middle. That look disgusted him. Looking at him is like looking at a pig. Charles Rose shouted angrily. Ah! What does that look mean? Didn't you hear what I said? Send those two women here, and I can forgive your capital crime. He twitched the corners of his eyes, his expression a little ferocious. But Bai Luo didn't pay any attention to it. It's been a long time since Charles Rose has seen such an arrogant fellow. What a low-class pariah. He raised the golden pistol again. Boom. There was another shot. But Bai Luo didn't move at all. The bullet missed this time and hit the door frame beside it. Charles didn't believe in evil, and fired 3 shots in a row. Bang bang bang. Bai Luo's head was slightly turned to the side, and he easily dodged those bullets. Charles watched Bai Luo dodge the bullet easily, and didn't think he was very powerful. On the contrary, he became more and more angry. How dare he hide? As a celestial dragons, Charles didn't have a great concept of strength since he was a child. Because no one has ever dared to take a shot at celestial dragons, no matter where. Now Bai Luo's behavior made him very angry. Catch him here. I will kill him with my own hands. Charlos yelled angrily. Yes. St. Charles rose. Several armored men behind him responded and rushed towards Bai Luo immediately. Bai Luo sighed at this moment and muttered. It's a bit of a hassle, but celestial dragons are damn good. Hearing this, Anne was startled and had a bad premonition. Wait a minute, what? She wanted to stop it, but the next moment, Bai Luo disappeared in front of her. Like a gust of wind flashed by. The 4 armored guards fell to the ground with a clang. Before Charlos could react, the figure of Bai Luo in his pupils was getting bigger and bigger. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of resin bubbles breaking. After Charlos came back to his senses, he was strangled by Bai Luo. Held in mid-air. He painfully wanted to break free from Bai Luo's hand that was strangling his neck, but found that he couldn't break it apart. A face was slowly congested with blood, turning into a liver-colored face. There was a ho-ho sound from his mouth. The black-clothed assistant at the side had collapsed to the ground in fright. Pointing at Bai Luo, he stammered, "You, how dare you?" Bai Luo ignored him. Looking at Charles rose with a smile on his face. Let me see, what is the difference between the so-called God's bloodline and that of ordinary people? As he said that, he was about to exert force with his hands. But at this moment, a panicked female voice sounded from the end of the corridor. Stop. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, unmoved. Grabbing Charles Rose's hand suddenly exerted force. It crushed Charles' neck in an instant, and blood spattered Bai Luo all over. Bai Luo looked at the scarlet blood on his body. He smiled nervously. It looks no different from ordinary people's. When Charles Rose died, the figure at the end of the corridor had just arrived. Wearing a saber and a cloak. The plump figure is exquisite and exquisite. It was Jun Vice Admiral who changed his clothes and came to look for Bai Luo. She stared at Charles Rose's body with an ugly expression. How dare you? He's the celestial dragons. Bai Luo looked indifferent. Celestial dragons, aren't they humans too? It's normal to die if they are humans. 2.8. Jun stared deeply at Bai Luo. It was just us Marine who wanted to arrest you. But you killed the celestial dragons now, which is already the highest level event of the world government. Even if it's me, I can't protect you now. The corner of Bai Luo's mouth hooked. Oh? You still thought about saving me? Jun's expression froze, and he turned his head awkwardly. That's not the point. While the two were talking, the black-clothed assistant at the side had already called Marie Joyce. He yelled in horror, it's not good. St. Charles Rose, dead. A shocked voice came from the other end of the phone, what did you say? The assistant in black was about to elaborate. Bai Luo wrote that finger pistol ended his life. Didn't you see I'm talking, it's really noisy. At this moment, everyone in the corridor fell into a state of shutdown. Chapter 81. Clearly, something terrible is going to happen to the Golden City next. Celestial dragons died here. The next thing you will face is the wrath of the world government. At this moment, the waiters and guests in the corridor fled in all directions. Only the strong slave man still knelt on the ground without any response. Jun glanced at the corpse on the ground. He sighed deeply. I really don't know if you are stupid or fearless, have you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? Hearing this tone, Jun's hostility towards Bai Luo has dissipated a lot. There is also a little concern in it. Bai Luo's eyes looked directly at Jun's delicate face with frowning. He reached out and wiped lightly between her brows, smoothing away her worries. Looking at Jun's shocked eyes. Bai Luo laughed, don't worry, their rule is not as strong as you think. Jun rolled his eyes. Who cares about you? Bai Luo looked at Jun's stiff mouth and smiled without saying a word. At the same time, the top floor of the Gold Hotel. The 5 elders on the projection were about to end the conversation when they suddenly received a communication from Marie Joyce. This communication generally means things within the celestial dragons. In order to show their sincerity to Tizalo, they did not avoid Tizalo. Directly choose to answer. My lord, it's not good. St. Charles Rose 14 was killed in the Golden City. As the phone bug was connected, an anxious and panicked voice came from inside. His words were like dropping a bomb in a calm lake. The faces of all the people present changed drastically. Bacala stood aside, and when she heard the news, she was in a trance for a moment. As we all know, the celestial dragons are the rulers of this world. How could anyone dare to kill them? Not to mention being in the Golden City. As the world's largest entertainment venue, the Golden City is naturally also a place frequented by celestial dragons. If that person's report just now is true, then their troubles in the Golden City are over. She looked worriedly at Tizalo and the 5 elders. The 5 elders, who had just concluded the deal, lost joy and arrogance on their faces. Their faces became extremely gloomy. He stared at Tizalo with an ugly expression. Tizalo, what's going on? You have to give us an explanation. Tetsalo has not recovered yet. He has just become a member of the Celestial Dragons. Tell him now that Celestial Dragons have been killed in their own territory. Who the hell is courting death? Tizalo's expression gradually became distorted and irritable. Hear the 5 elders scold. He gritted his teeth. I don't know about it. I'll investigate it. The blonde old man snorted coldly. Better so. If you can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I think our deal just now should be void. As soon as the statement came out, Tetsalo looked up suddenly, looking directly at the 5 elders. He clenched his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was fierce. Void. He just knelt down in surrender. Now that it is void, is it void? Do these damn guys still treat him like a piece of trash? Sooner or later, I will kill you. Kill you all. Tizalo roared crazily in his heart. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. Hate said, I know. No matter who it is. I will make him pay the price. In the projection, the bald old man was also extremely angry. He threw the saber heavily on the table. This is the best. We are waiting for your news. After speaking, he hung up the phone. The projection screen turned into a vertical line with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace. After the communication ended, Tizalo's tyrannical side was completely revealed. He turned around and kicked the expensive leather sofa away. Straight through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Falling straight down from the top floor of the Gold Hotel. His expression was ferocious, like a beast devouring people. Damn it! Damn it all! Who the hell dares to ruin my event? Following his voice, at this moment, the entire Golden City seemed to come alive. All the gold is flowing. Even those golden buildings are no exception. Soon, under the perception of all gold, Tizalo saw the corpse of Charlos. And Bai Luo, who was talking to Jun. The bloodline on Bai Luo's body was so obvious that it immediately confirmed the murderer's identity. It seemed to sense the changes in the surroundings. Bai Luo glanced at the wriggling gold, and seemed to see Tizalo behind through the gold. After the two looked at each other, Tizalo's face suddenly returned to calm. After drinking the golden drink in front of him, he walked slowly to the door. Bacala looked at Tizalo in this state, and a trace of fear rose in her heart. Tizalo, who was still furious a moment ago, suddenly regained his composure. Obviously, it's not that Tizalo is not angry anymore, but that he is already angry to the point of ultimate. Tetsalo was going out. Suddenly thought of something, turned to Barbakara. He asked calmly, what did you want to say when you came in? Bacala trembled all over, pursed her lips and said. That guy named Bai Luo, he wants to see you. Tezuelo looked directly at Bacala. Make her hair stand on end. It was a moment later that Tizalo's voice was heard. Bai Luo? I know. I just want to see him too. Look at what he has eaten, dare to kill celestial dragons here. As he said that, Tetsalo had a weird grin on his face. Looking at the back of Tezuelo leaving. Bacala didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Bai Luo? Kill celestial dragons. Is he crazy? A pair of beautiful eyes are wide open, full of shock. Only then did Bacala realize that the bad guy was not only good looking, but also a lunatic. It's just that she didn't notice it herself, and there was a hint of worry in the shock. In the hallway, Bai Luo withdrew his gaze from looking at Jin. Said to N and Monet lightly, go back to the boat and wait for me, this place is not safe anymore. N and Monet looked at each other. His face was full of worry. But in the current situation, they know that they can't help at all, and they will only hinder Bai Luo. Reluctantly, he turned and left. Then Bai Luo looked at Jun again. 467 You should go too. Jun pouted. My mission is to keep an eye on you, where else can I go? Bai Luo didn't care, just said softly. That guy is coming. I can't keep an eye on you. Jun narrowed her eyes slightly, she knew that Bai Luo was talking about Taizo Luo. She also felt the fluctuation on the goal just now. However, as Marine, she has her own tasks and missions. I don't need you to take care of me, you better take care of yourself. Just after she finished speaking, both she and Bai Luo seemed to sense something. Suddenly they raised their heads together and looked towards the other end of the corridor. Jun's expression suddenly became serious. It's too late for you to surrender to me now, I will try to use my identity as Marine to save you as much as possible. Bai Luo chuckled, lowered his head and sealed her mouth under Jun's astonished gaze. After a while, Bai Luo gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Jun's face flushed red, he didn't know whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Bai Luo smiled lightly and said. Are you underestimating me? Although he said it to Jun. But his eyes turned to the man who came slowly from the end of the corridor. Golden Emperor, Tzalo. Chapter 82. He combed his hair neatly and was dressed in a tailored pink suit. The most striking thing is that the 10 fingers of both hands, except for the ring finger, are covered with rings made of pure gold. Da-da-da. His steps are slow but firm. The footsteps were extremely loud in this empty corridor. Like a rhythmic drum beat, it hit Bai Luo's heart. Tzalo glanced at the corpse of Charos on the ground, and a distorted pleasure flashed in his eyes. After standing still 10 meters away from Bai Luo, a ferocious smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Bai Luo. Do you believe in God? Tzalo stared at the corpse of Charles Rose, and spoke slowly. Bai Luo looked at Tzalo for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said. God. If you admit that they are the so-called gods in the world, then there is no need for us to communicate. After all. Bai Luo paused, and his smile turned cold. Their blood is also red. Ha 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 ha. Tzalo laughed wantonly when he heard this. It seemed that he had heard a very good joke, and the laughter became more and more piercing. Behind him, following his sinister grin, the walls and all kinds of gold ornaments squirmed slowly like living creatures. Like rushing golden waves? Interesting, very interesting. I heard from Bacala that you want to see me. If it is normal, with your words and deeds, I will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. But unfortunately. The grin on Tzalo's face gradually turned into anger, his eyes were bloodshot quickly, and he stared at Bai Luo. It's a pity you shouldn't interfere with my plan. Bai Luo was a little puzzled. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the gold behind Tzalo, which seemed to rise like a huge wave. Obviously, he has developed the fruit to the state of awakening. Fortunately, before entering the Golden City, the gold powder was shielded, otherwise I am afraid that today will be more troublesome. Tzalo flicked his arm violently. A golden light flew out of his hand leisurely like an afterimage, shooting towards Bai Luo's face like a bullet tearing through the air. Clang. The next moment, the golden afterimage suddenly stopped in front of Bai Luo and was firmly pinched by his 2 fingers. It was trembling unceasingly. Bai Luo looked at the object in his hand, it was a gold ring. Don't give Bai Luo a chance to speak. Crack. Tzalo snapped his fingers. The golden ring between Bai Luo's fingers quickly deformed and enlarged, like a golden cocoon, quickly enveloping Bai Luo's whole body. See Bai Luo trapped. Jun's expression on the side changed, and he wanted to draw a knife to help. But the next moment, there was a cracking sound on the golden chrysalis. Cracks spread like spider webs, spreading across the entire gold in an instant. Crack. When the golden chrysalis shattered, Bai Luo's place had been replaced by Shura. It seems that we can only talk about it first. Bai Luo's dull voice sounded from inside the mech. Jun looked at Bai Luo, who was transformed into a steel armor, in astonishment. Is this some kind of new technology? Tzalo's eyes changed slightly. Obviously, the man opposite is not as simple as imagined. But that's right, Bai Luo is the first one he has ever seen who dared to kill celestial dragons. How can such a man be underestimated? Just, whoever he is. My plan must not be extravagant, in order to please those 5 old dogs. Only the head of Bai Luo can be offered. Tzalo didn't hesitate at all, his eyes became more fierce. Lift your hands. Golden bomb. The gold behind him like a huge wave quickly condensed and deformed, turning into shock shells, rushing towards Bai Luo on the opposite side in an instant. But this time the attack covered a huge area. Jun was also enveloped in it. The 3 mechanical faces were expressionless, and the 6 mechanical arms waved. Sword chi gushed out and hit the cannonball. Intercepted in mid-air and explode. The violent explosion produced a strong shock wave. The glass on the outside of the corridor was instantly shattered. Seeing the battle intensify, Jun gritted his teeth and jumped out of the window beside him. It is hundreds of meters above the sky, but Jun has no fear on his face. As it fell, the strong wind blew Marine's cloak and fluttered. Jun turned his head and glanced at the corridor with complicated eyes, which was constantly generating fighting fluctuations. Gritting his teeth, he took out a phone bug from his pocket and pulled it out. Boom. As Jun hit the ground, a deep pit appeared. She walked out of the pit as if nothing had happened, looking at the already chaotic street. He frowned. At this time, the phone call has been transferred layer by layer and received to Zephyr. At this time, under the night, several marine warships lined up in a herringbone shape and were advancing rapidly. Headed aboard the battleship, 2 figures stood side by side. Looking at the dark night, Zephyr frowned, and his tone was both worried and helpless. It seems that Sengoku doesn't believe me anymore. He even sent you out. On the side, the grizzled Garp was eating crackers. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. Just pretend that I don't exist. I don't want to get involved in your business. Zephyr exhaled the smoke ring, did not speak, and looked at the night with deep eyes. It seemed that through the darkness, he saw the brightly lit golden city. At this time, a soldier ran up panting with a phone bug in his hand. After saluting, Yin said, "Dot. Emergency communication from Jun Vice Admiral." Garp didn't look back, pretended not to hear, and continued eating the senbei. Zephyr stared. After taking it, "Hello? I'm Zephyr." Jun seemed a little surprised. "Teacher Zephyr, I didn't expect you to lead the team on this mission." Zephyr was not polite, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Jun recovered from his astonishment, and quickly reported what happened just now. Listen to Jun's story. Even Garp stopped eating senbei beside him. The two looked at each other. The faces are all solemn. "Jun, no matter what method we use, we will definitely hold them back. It's about celestial dragons now. You should know what the consequences will be if this matter is not handled properly," Zephyr said in a low voice. Jun smiled wryly, and glanced at the fierce battle. "Teacher Zephyr, I can't get in now. That guy Bai Luo is unexpectedly powerful." Zephyr frowned, trying to say something. Garp picked up, "Zhao Hao, the phone bug, you just need to take care of them. We will rush there in the shortest possible time." Hearing Garp's voice, Jun was overjoyed. Zephyr plus Garp, with them two old men, it's easy to solve. "Okay, I get it." Jun responded and hung up the phone. Garp put away the senbei, no expression could be seen on his originally smiling face. That BD Bai Luo dared to kill celestial dragons. What the hell is he trying to do? Zephyr took a deep breath. Ai Yin is still by Bai Luo's side at this moment. If this continues, his disciple will be killed by Bai Luo sooner or later. No matter what he wants to do. We can't let him go like this. I will take responsibility for my mistakes. Pass the order. The whole army speeds up. Zeta roared, with a very urgent tone. Soon, the entire fleet broke through the waves, and the speed increased to ultimate. They want to rush to the Golden City in the shortest possible time. Prevent further deterioration of the situation. Chapter 83. At this time, the corridor of the hotel was already in a mess. Tizalo looked at Bai Luo with a ferocious face. "Damn it! Why did you show up at this time? Why did you ruin my plan? Can't take down Bai Luo for a long time." Tizalo became more and more irritable. "I will never allow anything out of my control." He raised his hands high and shouted like a madman. "In this city, I am the master." With Tizalo's shout, the earth trembled suddenly. Boom. Accompanied by huge smoke and dust, golden water sprayed everywhere in the entire golden city. It will reflect a piece of gold around it. The golden splashes turned into turbulent waves, gradually converging towards Tizalo's location. Like a fluid, it completely envelopes Tizalo. It turned into layers of solid gold armor, and it was expanding rapidly. After just a few breaths, a dazzling golden light flickered. A huge and towering golden giant appeared outside the building. It looked down at Bai Luo in the hotel coldly. On the street, the people who were running for their lives looked at the appearance of the golden giant in horror, with despair on their faces. "What's this? We are dead. How could such a thing exist? That's Lord Tizalo. Run 190. Otherwise everyone will be affected." After a short period of fear, people ran even faster. No one dared to stay where they were. With that level of existence, killing them is as easy as crushing an ant. At this moment, Tizalo in the huge golden giant possessed incomparable self-confidence. This is his strongest state, the pinnacle of his strength. Don't get carried away. Tetsalo grinned wildly. Feel the fear of being dominated. Bai Luo. The golden giant's eyes suddenly opened wide, shining a dazzling light, and then stared at Bai Luo firmly. Golden divine fire. Accompanied by a bang. A blast of hot golden energy shot out from the giant's eyes and headed straight for the white road. Inside the Shura, Bai Luo grinned suddenly as he watched the golden light that pierced the void and rippled. Boom. The violent explosion instantly destroyed half of the golden building. The original top floor of the hotel became crumbling for a while. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Bai Luo disappeared from Tizalo's field of vision. "Did you kill it?" Tizalo narrowed his eyes and murmured. At this moment, Bai Luo's voice sounded high, Bia, in the air. "That's not enough, Tizalo." Tizalo looked up subconsciously. "I saw it in the sky." The weird black mecha had disappeared, and Bai Luo's figure reappeared. There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Bai Luo put his hand on his neck and wiped it lightly. The fourth corner of the silent five-pointed star instantly lit up. Black particles gushed out like a tide. Constantly reorganize and expand. In a blink of an eye, a metal giant soldier who was only slightly shorter than the golden giant appeared in front of Tizalo. The metal giant soldier's mechanical limbs are extremely thick, and the two mechanical arms are as thick as shields. There was steam all over his body. Gold reflections shone on the silver mechanical case. The flat mechanical head like a disc glows with a circle of red light. The movement of falling on the ground was no less powerful than the appearance of the golden giant just now. As the earth trembled, the already crumbling gold hotel became even more dilapidated. Bai Luo's voice sounded from inside the mechanical giant. Tizalo, your understanding of power is not clear enough. The voice was provocative. The two behemoths stared at each other. For the first time, the mechanical giant appeared in front of the world. The huge power is no worse than the golden giant. This is Bai Luo's fourth mech battle of war, Jin. Another monster has appeared. Who is that, dare to oppose Tizalo in the Golden City? My god. Where did the monster come from? The giants are not so big. The footsteps of people fleeing for their lives did not stop. But he is at a loss as to what is happening now. But at this moment, no one is willing to explore the reason. The most important thing for them now is to think about how to survive between the two behemoths. At the same time. VIP room. What the hell happened? Damn it, how could such a thing happen? Isn't this the Golden City? The bigwigs in the dark world also looked panic-stricken. Everyone fell to the ground and couldn't stand upright. Being in the completely enclosed VIP room, they only felt the slump and tilt of the room. I don't know anything about what's going on outside. Only Morgans flapped his wings and tried his best to stabilize his figure. He was like a hyena smelling meat. There was a flash of light in a pair of eyes. With his keenness on news events, he quickly realized that there must be a major event outside. Otherwise, it is impossible for the entire VIP room to tilt up. This is the performance of the impact of the building. Different from the panic of the others, he showed an excited expression. Cried out. Mr. Tanaka. Mr. Tanaka. Take me out quickly. Not long. Mr. Tanaka got out of the wall with a gloomy face. At this moment, he didn't know exactly what happened to Lord Tizalo. I don't know who can make Mr. Tizalo show his strongest form. However, as the person in charge of the security work, he still did not leave these bigwigs of the dark world to leave alone. After all, everyone present here is inextricably linked to Lord Tizalo. If this delays Lord Tizalo's affairs, then he can't afford it. When I saw the figure of Mr. Tanaka, Field then shouted and asked. What the hell is going on? We are the distinguished guests of the Golden City. Is this how Tizalo treats guests? Mr. Tanaka glanced at Field, and a vague coldness flashed in his eyes. But it was quickly suppressed. He forced a smile and explained. I'm sorry, my lords, there is a little trouble in the Golden City. But don't worry, Tizalo Tianren is coming forward to solve it. I'll take you away right away. All the consumption of adults today will be paid by the Golden City. Gibson snorted coldly with a gloomy face. Not much to say. At this moment, they were under the eaves and had to bow their heads. Now is not the best time to turn around. Morgans didn't care about these, he took out the camera from his arms. Urging Mr. Tanaka. After Mr. Tanaka brought out all the distinguished guests in the VIP room. Immediately attracted by the battle of the two behemoths outside. Everyone was shocked. Only Morgans became more and more excited when he saw this scene. He ignored the crumbling gold hotel. Ka. Take the camera and walk to the ruined wall, and take continuous pictures of the two behemoths who are still fighting. Big news. Definitely big news. Chapter 84. Boom. The mechanical arm clashed with the giant golden fist, and the powerful impact created a gust of wind. The body of the golden giant took a small step back. Stepping on the ground caused violent tremors. Tizalo roared angrily. He who loses in the game is a loser. But I will never experience that feeling again. Accompanied by his roar, he stepped forward with his right foot, shaking the ground, and pulled back his left fist. Gold industry fire. In an instant, Haki blended with gold, gathered on the giant fist, transformed into an extremely powerful energy, and then swung out suddenly. Bai Luo was in the giant spirit, looking at the golden fist area that was carrying the mighty power, crushing the air, and whizzing towards it. Sneered. But you are doomed to fail again. Steam surged in the mechanical arm, and countless parts and gears spun rapidly. With the same armed color coverage, Bai Luo's armed color is obviously higher. Around the mechanical arm, armed colors flow slowly. Another blow to hedge. This time, both of them used their full strength. The moment the gold collided with the machine, the surrounding time seemed to stand still. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a few breaths, a strong explosion exploded from the central point. The dark sky was pierced with a hole by the bright light. The entire sea area was instantly turbulent. Countless people still running were overturned to the ground by the strong wind. The top of the hotel, which was still crumbling, finally couldn't bear the impact and broke apart. Slammed into the buildings on the side. Accompanied by the howls and roars of the Dark World bosses. Smoke and dust filled everyone's sight. After a while, the roar subsides and the smoke fades away. When Morgans managed to crawl out of the ruins, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The golden giant still maintained its punching posture. But that rough golden body was full of cracks. Like a broken Daxia doll. With a gust of wind blowing, the pieces of gold began to fall in pieces. Soon, Tetsalo was revealed inside the giant's body. It's just that at this moment, he is dripping with blood. That decent pink suit also turned into dust. A huge 5-star scar on his back was hideous and ugly, and a very narrow wound on his chest oozed blood. He stared blankly at the Jin. In that blow from Bai Luo just now, the armed force protruded from his body, not only crushing the body of the golden giant, also smashed his suit. Even Tezalo felt Bai Luo's retention. Otherwise, with the impact of smashing the suit, he would definitely not have survived. I lost again. Tezalo murmured and fell from the sky. The scene where Stella was bought by celestial dragons once again appeared in my mind. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. I lost again. Hee hee ha ha ha. It's over. He cried, and suddenly laughed again. Like a neurotic. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a mechanical arm picked him up. Then Bai Luo gently placed him on the ruins. The Jin is gone. All of a sudden, the behemoth that was still fighting to the death disappeared without a trace. The figure of Bai Luo stepped down from the sky. It fell in front of Tezalo. Bai Luo looked down at him without any waves in his eyes. He just said lightly, I don't know what plans you have, and I'm not interested either. I'm here for only one thing, and that's to make a deal with you. Tezuelo didn't seem to hear it, his face was still crying and smiling, and he ignored Bai Luo. Bai Luo didn't care, he opened his mouth slowly and uttered 3 words. Stella. Hearing this name, Tezalo's eyes finally regained focus. He looked at Bai Luo, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sat up. Although I don't know where you got this name from, I don't need to allow you to mention her. Otherwise, even if you die, I will kill you. Hearing Tezuelo's arrogant and ignorant words, Bai Luo chuckled lightly. No nonsense, straight to the point. The content of the transaction is very simple, I will help you meet Stella, and you surrender to me. Hearing this, Tezuelo stood up suddenly, grabbed Bai Luo by the collar, with a ferocious expression on his face. What did you say? She's dead. Bai Luo gently pushed away Tezuelo's hand and straightened his collar. Slowly said, the dead can live. Tezalo staggered. Bai Luo's words sounded like thunder in his ears. He looked at Bai Luo in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Bai Luo nodded silently. Do you think I'm only here to fight you? Tetsalo's expression changed rapidly, from ecstasy to pain. He murmured in a distrustful tone, but there's nothing wrong with that. Bai Luo interrupted unceremoniously. Of course, I need some prerequisites. Do you have her blood or something? Tezalo was startled, and subconsciously looked at the scar on his chest. Gritting his teeth, he brushed away the wound next to the heart with his fingers. A golden ball the size of a fingernail was taken out from it. Seeing this scene, Bai Luo was a little surprised. Tezuelo didn't speak, he looked longingly, staring blankly at the golden ball stained with blood in his palm. As the golden ball liquefied and spread out, 3 golden hairs were revealed. I don't have blood, her hair won't work. Bai Luo took a deep look at Tezalo. Nodding his head, he said, of course. With this, I promise you will see Stella again. Speaking of Bai Luo, I was about to reach out to take it. But Tezalo suddenly withdrew his palm, and tightly held the 3 hairs in the palm of his hand. This is my most precious thing. You have to prove your ability. Otherwise I won't give it to you even if I die. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes. The dead golden emperor is of no use to me. Since you want to see it, I'll prove it to you. Following Bai Luo's words, it fell. 5 streaks of light shot up from the port of the Golden City. The streamer cut through the sky at an extremely fast speed and landed in front of Bai Luo and Tezalo. See the faces of these 5 people. Tezuelo's eyes were fixed, and his face was shocked. That's right, it's them. Bai Luo nodded. Behind him are the Seraphs based on Shichibukai. Stella is just an ordinary person, although the 3 strands of hair are less, they are simpler than them. My scientific power is an existence that you cannot understand. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Tezuelo finally chose to believe. He took a deep breath and spread his palms. Pass the hair back to Bai Luo. He said solemnly, if you can really let me see Stella, even if it's only for one glance, my life will be yours. Bai Luo took the hair with a smile, put it away and said with a smile. Make a deal. Seeing Bai Luo put away his hair, Tzalo's eyes became expectant. After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Shen Sheng said, I have one more request. Huh? What? Our words are unfounded, and I will send someone to follow you. Until I see Stella again. Tzalo stared at Bai Luo directly. Bai Luo frowned slightly. Who? Bakara. As a VIP exclusive receptionist, you have already dealt with her. I will let her stay by your side. No problem. Hearing Tzalo's words, Bai Luo showed a strange expression. After pursing his lips, he nodded in response. No problem at all. Just as the two were talking. In the distance, Morgans filmed the scene with excitement. He looked at Bai Luo's figure and murmured. That mechanical monster turned out to be Bai Luo. It's so interesting. And those 5 guys who look like Shichibukai. The world will be shocked. Just can't hear what he and Tzalo are saying. If only I could figure it out. On the other side, Jun hid behind the ruins, watching the conversation between Bai Luo and Tzalo solemnly. What are you thinking, Bai Luo? Knife. Chapter 85. That's the way it is. Bakara, your task this time is to follow him and watch him for me. On the ruins, Tzalo used gold to find and pick up Bakara. Hearing Tzalo's mission, Bakara looked complicated. But as a member of the Cotter, she still took over Tzalo's task with a bow. Turning his head to look, he found that Bai Luo was observing himself with a slight smile on his face. Bakala thought again of that terrible night. Flushed. She took a deep breath, brushed some messy hair, and pretended to be calm. Don't worry, Lord Tzalo, I will keep an eye on him. Tzalo didn't know anything about Bakala and Bai Luo. Nod slightly. Then he looked at Bai Luo sternly and said, I admit that you are very powerful, but since you proposed the deal, then I hope 870 can keep the agreement well. If it is really possible for me to see Stella again, I am willing to give you everything I have. But if you dare to trick me, I swear that as long as I'm still alive, I'll do everything I can to keep you alive. Bai Luo glanced at him. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But without further ado, it's immoral for an infatuated man to laugh at his love. Although this man's positioning of his own strength is somewhat inaccurate. Of course, you just have to wait for my message. When things progress, Bakala will contact you. Bai Luo waved his hand while talking. Okay, I should go. This time the commotion is a bit big, and it is estimated that a lot of trouble will come to the door. But I believe you can handle it. So farewell. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he turned and left. Bakara bowed slightly towards Tzalo, then looked at Bai Luo's figure and sighed, followed helplessly. Looking at the backs of the two of them drifting away. Tzalo sat down weakly. He looked up at the dark night sky, and Stella's figure seemed to appear in the distant sky. Stella. I miss you so much. His expression was like crying and laughing. Until the backs of Bai Luo and Bakala disappeared. Tzalo took a deep breath and recovered from the memory. His gaze scanned the golden ruins around him. His eyes gradually became sharper. Although he reached a deal with Bai Luo, it also meant that his own plan was forced to stop. Without Bai Luo's head, he would have no way to explain to those 5 old things. It seems that the matter of becoming celestial dragons by myself is doomed to fail. But it doesn't matter. There is more than one way to get revenge. There was a flash of gold in Tzalo's pupils. He took the projection phone bug out of his pocket again. The phone bug reconnected. The 5 elders cast their shadows on the ruins. The 5 of them scanned the surrounding ruins with gloomy faces. Just in the fighting effort just now. The spies in the Golden City have passed more detailed information to Marie Joyce. Now the 5 people already know that the prisoner is Bai Luo. The old man with the sword asked coldly, have you caught him? Tzalo looked numbly at the 5 people in the projection, and said hoarsely, no, I failed. Hearing Tzalo's words, the blonde old man became furious instantly. Waste. What a waste. So you still want to be celestial dragons? Stop dreaming, Tzalo. Our deal is aborted. Tzalo's expression also darkened. Although he had already guessed the result, when he faced these 5 old things, he still couldn't stop his anger welling up. He didn't refute, just lowered his head. Hide your hatred and anger in the shadows. Looking at Tzalo, who said nothing. The long-bearded old man coughed dryly, and said slowly, this is your mistake, Tzalo. No wonder we. Although you can't become celestial dragons, the conveniences promised to you before can still be preserved. You are still the Golden Emperor of the Golden City. It's just that the 500 billion Baileys can't lose a single point. And the gold in the sky will increase by 30% in the future. Do you have any objections? Tzalo sneered from the bottom of his heart. What a bunch of greedy old dogs. But he didn't show it, raised his head, His face was calm. I have no objection. Just do as you say. The bald old man snorted coldly and hung up the phone directly. When the projection dissipates. Tetsalo, expressionless, raised his right foot. Stomped that precious phone bug that could access Marie Joyce. Then staggered away. And on the other side, Marie Joyce. The 5 elders who hung up the communication fell into silence. I don't know how long it has been. The old man with the flat hat said slowly, that guy Bai Luo is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Now he dares to attack celestial dragons, which is a cancer for the government. If he can't be dealt with thoroughly, the world government will have no face to speak of. A cold light flashed across the glasses of the sword-wielding old man. He put down the long sword in his hand. But Bai Luo's whereabouts have been uncertain, and even the CPO can't find a trace of him. It's too hard to kill him. And we still don't know the purpose of all his actions. It makes us very reactive. The long-bearded old man stroked his gray beard and looked at the latest information on the desktop. Everyone, according to what Sengoku said, the mastermind behind Dressrosa's use of that matter is also Bai Luo. If Doflamingo really falls into his hands, apart from building those secret weapons, I don't know what use Doflamingo will be to him. The old man with flat hat 3.5 looked at him, and asked in a deep voice, you mean the Seraphim series? Good. Squinting his eyes, the blond old man stood up. He doesn't think he can challenge us with just a few duplicators, does he? The bearded old man shook his head slightly. Whatever he is going to do, let the other Shichibukai wake up first. Plus this Golden City incident. I have a hunch that the world pattern is changing quietly. If we still wait to die, I'm afraid we won't even know how to die by then. Vegapunk, let him recreate a batch of pacifists. Even without Seraphim, we will let the world know how we have ruled the sea for nearly 800 years. Several other old men looked at each other and nodded slowly. Chapter 86. Unexpectedly, you still fell into my hands in the end. On the way back to the port, Bai Luo looked at the glamorous Bacala beside him and smiled. At this moment, Bacala's eyes were falling on the 5 blazing angels behind her, and she was secretly frightened. Even though she was well informed, she had never seen such a bizarre thing. Those 5 guys are literally Shichibukai doubles. Hearing Bai Luo's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What does it mean to fall into your hands? I am following the orders of Lord Tizalo, and have nothing to do with you. The smile on Bai Luo's face remained unchanged. Holding Bacara's fragrant shoulders, sniffing the tempting fragrance, he said slowly. Really? If that's the case, then you should go back. Bacala just wanted to break free from Bai Luo's embrace. But when he heard his words, he froze. If she really goes back, Lord Itzalo's eccentric temper will definitely not let her go easily. UBD. Bacala flushed red. No matter how self-cultivated she is, there is nothing she can do about Bai Luo's rascals at this moment. Bai Luo hooked up a strand of wine-red curly hair with his fingers. A hole. I still prefer your attitude when we first met. Baccara bit her lower lip lightly, and simply remained silent. Under the slits of the black dress, the slender legs moved faster. Bai Luo took 2 steps behind, looked at her moving figure, and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to follow, his gaze suddenly froze. Turn your head and look to the side. Come out. Hearing Bai Luo's voice, Kara also stopped in her tracks. Looking aside. Among the ruins of the golden building, Jun slowly came out from the shadows. Her face was frosty, and she looked back and forth between Bai Luo and Bacala with an unfriendly expression. Seeing that it was Jun, Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. What? You still want to give me a ride? Jun silently drew out his saber, Kimpyro, and stared at Bai Luo with a cold face. She had already seen everything in the battle between Bai Luo and Tizalo just now. Although this man is beyond imagination. But as Marine, she can't let Bai Luo get away like this. Plus those 5 replica Shichibukai behind him. It has long been heard that the world government has a secret operation against Shichibukai. It is likely to be related to these 5 guys. In this case, Bai Luo cannot be allowed to leave like this. What's more, this guy is heartless and ungrateful. Obviously not long after, there was a new woman by his side. Thinking of this, Jun felt a flame in her heart, she gritted her teeth and said. Bai Luo. If you want to leave here, you must kill me first W. Otherwise I won't let you escape. Seeing Jun's expression, Bacala, who has been in charge of the reception, was keenly aware that there was something tricky between the 2 of them. She looked at Jun, then at the sunset. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing an expression of great interest. Shichiran walked aside to watch the play. Bai Luo gritted his teeth and felt a headache. The woman Jun is different from N. As an alternate admiral, she has her own persistence in her heart. It seems that if we don't send her away, we will cause a lot of trouble. At this point in time, he couldn't stay any longer. Thinking of this, Bai Luo sighed. After all, we can be regarded as people who have met each other honestly. Isn't this too unfeeling? Jun spat and pointed Kimpira at Bai Luo. I'm Marine, you're a criminal. There's no love between us. That's what she said, but the embarrassment on her face gave her away. Bai Luo shook his head and looked at the dark night sky. Suddenly the whistle blew. Loud whistles pierced the night sky. Neither Jun nor Baccarat knew the meaning of the whistle, and looked up subconsciously. I saw a pitch-black phantom piercing through the night, like a meteor falling towards the location of Jun at high speed. Jun's expression changed. Withdraw and burst back. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the huge impact smashed a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the ruins. Jun looked at the monster slowly crawling out of the pit with a dignified expression. This is... Bacala also covered her red lips in surprise. She had never seen this legendary creature either. Bai Luo didn't explain, just smiled, and said, You guys, hold her first. Roar. The two-headed dragon raised its head to the sky and roared loudly, and the two dragon heads, one big and one small, stared at Jun to death. There seems to be sulfuric acid surging in a mouth. There was a red light in the other mouth, accompanied by bursts of smoke. 5 seraphs also stepped forward and surrounded the paradise. Bai Luo turned around in an instant and came to Bacala's side. He hugged her tightly, and then shouted at Jun, We will have a long life, and we will definitely meet again in the future. Do not miss me too much. After speaking, turned into lightning and rushed towards the port. Jun took a step forward with a cold face and wanted to block it, but the next moment, thick sulfuric acid mucus hit his face. Forced her back. She looked at Bai Luo and Bacala, who left with hatred. He gritted his teeth and cursed, A hole. Who would miss you? Now being stopped by these strange guys. It is no longer realistic to try to catch up with Bai Luo. Although this group of guys had no intention of actively attacking, the breaths locked her firmly. As long as they make a move, they will make a move. In this way, the two sides were deadlocked. It was not until 10 minutes later that the 5 blazing angels left. Chimera also flapped its wings and flew into the night sky. Jun looked at the group of monsters leaving with an ugly expression. Knowing this is Bai Luo is already on board. Just as she was full of fire, she suddenly heard rustling sounds from the ruins in the distance. Jun narrowed his eyes. The 6 movements were activated, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the source of the sound. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, Jun's face became even more indifferent. She stretched out her white palm, looked down at the person in front of her, and said coldly, Bring it. Morgans, who was secretly taking pictures, smiled bitterly and hid the camera behind him. Embarrassed, he said, I really haven't heard anything about a frank meeting. Hearing this, Jun's eyes burst into flames, as if there was something to vent. Court death. Stop it. If you don't stop, I guarantee that tomorrow's headline will be called The Story the Monster Bai Luo and Marine Vice Admiral Have to Tell. What Morgans responded to was a sharper slash. Wang Deseo. On the other side, go back to Bai Luo on the Jiaolong. It was discovered that there was an unexpected guest in the cabin at this time. She was wearing a black one-piece leather trousers, glowing slightly. The long purple hair is coiled into a ball head, the eyes are shining on the delicate face, and Tianfen is trembling and cunning. But at this moment, she is bound by sea stone chains, and her exquisite and plump figure is forced to show. Anne and Monet were standing beside her. But when she put on a pitiful look, Bacala saw her as soon as she came in, and subconsciously exclaimed, Karina. Seeing Bacala's appearance, Karina immediately showed surprise. Master Bacala, tell them quickly, let me go. Bacala looked puzzled, looked at Bai Luo in surprise and said, What's going on? Bai Luo didn't reply. Although he didn't know what was going on, he probably guessed a thing or two. Squinting his eyes, Bai Luo looked at Karina, who was restrained, and licked his dry lips. There was a touch of fire in his eyes. Chapter 87. Noticing Bai Luo's gaze, Karina shuddered. It's like a white rabbit seeing a grey wolf. Reveal the color of fear. After Bai Luo looked at her for a while, he said, Stop pretending, little fox Karina, right? Karina's expression changed when she heard Bai Luo reveal her real identity. The expression of fear on his face was instantly replaced by shock. Her pupils constricted, and she looked at Bai Luo in amazement. You know me. As a well-known thief in East Blue, she finally gave up her original name and sneaked into the Golden City to become a low-level cotter. Unexpectedly, the gold in the Golden City has not arrived yet. Fall here first. Thinking of this, Karina felt annoyed. Just now, the turmoil in the Golden City started. She planned to search the pirate ships in the port while no one was paying attention. While she was working on another ship, She caught sight of the departure of the 5 Seraphs on the Jiaolong. Even with just a quick glance, Karina still recognized the Shichibukai's resemblance. Although he didn't understand it, he was successfully attracted by Jiaolong. This ship full of mechanical texture is different from conventional pirate ships. Obviously, the owner of this boat is very special. As soon as Nehi entered the cabin, he was caught by En and Monet. Although she is flexible, but in front of the capable person, there is no power to fight back. It was easy to be tied up by Monet. In desperation, she had no choice but to pretend to be pitiful, hoping to win the sympathy of En and Monet. But no matter what she said, only one woman who looked like a maid believed her. And not long after, the maid was driven into another room by the 2 people beside her. Until Bai Luo and Bacala return. Bai Luo didn't answer Karina's question, but walked aside and listened to An's account of what happened. After listening, Bai Luo secretly nodded in his heart. Sure enough, it was no different from his guess. Karina just wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in the Golden City to start her own business. It is worthy of being a little fox who is as famous as Little Thieving Cat. They are all women who got into the eyes of money. At this time, Bacala also squatted down in front of Karina. The looming scenery is infinite. She asked softly, "Why are you here?" Karina rolled her eyeballs and immediately returned to a pitiful look. "Lord Bacala, there was a battle in the city just now. I was afraid that it would affect the guests in our city, so I took the initiative to come to the port to help maintain order. As a result, they were arrested." Listening to Karina's nonsense, Monet's golden pupils flashed with evil spirit. And was expressionless. Bacala frowned, stood up and looked at Bai Luo. "I think this may be a misunderstanding, can you let her go first?" Bai Luo glanced at the tightly strangled plump man, and said with a smile, "I'll find out if I misunderstood for a while." As soon as the words fell, the 5 blazing angels returned. After confirming that there was no battle with Jun, Kaoji waved his hand. "Let's set sail first, and we'll talk about the rest later." Hearing that Bai Luo was about to set sail, Karina couldn't help becoming anxious. She managed to sneak into the Golden City. How could it be possible to sail with this group of strange guys? The tender body writhed restlessly, and Karina protested loudly, "Sailing? I don't want to. I want to get off the boat." Bai Luo sneered. "It's up to you now." Karina became more and more anxious, looking at Baccara, hoping that Master Baccara could intercede for her again. Although it is not clear why Master Baccara wants to sail with this man. But as a senior cadre of the Golden City, she believed that with Bacala's status, she could easily convince that man. She didn't expect that Bacala showed an apologetic expression of helplessness. "Karina, I'm sorry, I can't help you. But don't worry, I will inform Lord Tizalo, and you should be allowed to carry out this mission together." Karina blinked her smart eyes, and was a little dumbfounded for a while. Not sure what's going on now. Soon, with the rotation of mechanical gears, Jiaolong restarted. This time the commotion was a bit big. Bai Luo was going to run away first. He's going to East Blue. There are currently 2 line, BIVC, roads. One is to take the Levi's Mountain of the Red Line, pass through the Twin Capes where the 4 seas meet, and enter East Blue. But this route is far away and takes a lot of time. Take Bai Luo's current position. It is faster to go in the opposite direction. Only in this way, he has to cross the Fishmen Island below the holy place Marie-Joyce. The risk is relatively greater. But with Bai Luo's ability, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of risks. So after setting the destination as the Fishmen Island, the Jiaolong slowly sank into the sea. Drive out of the Golden City. And Bai Luo returned to the bed cabin with the restrained Karina after setting up the automatic navigation. Karina struggled to herself. Hope Bacala can help her. Knowing Bai Luo's character well, Bacala gritted her teeth and stood in front of Bai Luo. Bai Luo looked at Bacala amusedly, playing with taste. "What? You want to be kicked off the boat by me?" When Bacala heard that Bai Luo threatened her with this again, she became angry for a while. But before she could speak, Bai Luo passed by her and entered the bed cabin. With a dull closing sound. All noises in the bed cabin are isolated. Looking at the mechanical iron door, Bacala sighed helplessly. "What do you want to do?" Karina was thrown heavily onto the bed. All pretense turned to panic at this moment. Although she has made mistakes before, she has never let herself fall to this point. For a moment, all the eccentric energy dissipated, and I felt uneasy. Bai Luo chuckled. Looking at her perfect figure that was restrained. Under the reflection of the leather jacket, the long purple curly hair was a little messy, and with that slightly fearful expression, it really made people angry. But Bai Luo didn't take any further action, but sat down opposite her. Seeing that what she expected didn't happen, Karina also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She flinched vigilantly on the bed. Asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" Bai Luo pondered for a moment, then raised his head and asked, "You're from East Blue, right?" Karina swallowed. "I just feel that everything about myself is exposed in front of this man." She never confided her origins to others. Why does this guy know his heels? She forced a smile and quibbled. "You must be mistaken, I'm not from East Blue." Seeing Karina, who was still lying, Bai Luo stood up. In the dim light, he looked down at Karina. The corners of the mouth curled up. He bent down, slowly approached Karina, and opened a gap in the zipper of the leather jacket. Lies are punished. Karina felt a chill in front of her body, mixed with Bai Luo's fiery breath, and immediately froze in place. Chapter 88. "Yeah, that's right, I'm from East Blue." In desperation, Karina tilted her head to one side, closed her eyes tightly, and shouted quickly. In this way, I hope Bai Luo can stop. Bai Luo really stopped. Feeling that he didn't make any further movements, Karina secretly opened a slit and peeked at Bai Luo. Only then did he realize that Bai Luo's eyes were staring directly at his extruded whiteness. Karina's face was hot. His hands were tightly bound behind his back, so he had no choice but to shrink back. Weakly asked, "What do you want to do? What are you doing?" Bai Luo suppressed the heat in his heart and sat back down again. "I'm going to East Blue to find someone, and you just happen to be my guide. When you find that guy, you can go wherever you want." Nami rolled her eyes. "Going to East Blue? Looking for someone? You know how hard it is for me to come to New World. I managed to stay in this golden city, I don't want to go east." Before she finished speaking, Bai Luo stood up again. Immediately changed his words, "East Blue, right? I've been out for so long, and I miss my hometown too. Can you let me go first?" Bai Luo looked down at her with a playful smile on his face. "It's fine to loosen it, I think this shape still suits you very well." True sneak search. Karina swallowed nervously. Nunuyo was speechless for a while. Now that people are under the eaves, it seems that they have to compromise first. She asked cautiously, "Well, I don't know who you want to go to East Blue." Bai Luo glanced at her, and took off the jacket that was a little messy from the battle, showing off his strong upper body. "You'll know when the time comes, there's no point in asking so much now." As Bai Luo said, he walked into the bathroom on his own. After a while, there was the sound of rushing water in the bathroom. Karina listened to the sound of water and began to think quickly. Judging from the situation just now, Lord Baccarat obviously wanted to follow this man to perform some kind of mission. That also means that when the task is completed, she will still return to the Golden City. In this case, it is not impossible to stay here first. It took her so long to make a plan to seek the Golden City, and she couldn't give up halfway. Now it seems that it is most appropriate to complete the mission and then return to the Golden City. In the short time before, she had already figured out the tempers and dispositions of those women. As long as she is given a little time, she is confident that she can get along with them on this ship. Even if there is a deviation later, she can sneak away. It's just that the only uncertain factor is the man who is obviously the captain. There is an indescribable aura about him that makes me unable to see through him. But now there is no better way. Karina made up her mind. Unconsciously, he secretly looked towards the direction of the bathroom. At this moment, the ship suddenly shook violently. As if under a strong impact, the surrounding sea water surged wildly. In the next second, the entire ship tilted at a 45-degree angle, and all the furniture in the bed cabin fell down. Karina because of being bound. Without noticing for a moment, he fell off the bed. Just after turning 2 laps, I bumped into something and stopped. Karina opened her eyes in a daze, and realized that she had bumped into Bai Luo. Bai Luo didn't know when he came out of the bathroom, covered in steam. There are still drops of water on the black hair. With that handsome face, Karina couldn't help being stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Bai Luo was looking down at her, frowning tightly. Karina quickly looked away, spat secretly, her face flushed. Bai Luo didn't talk nonsense, picked Karina up and threw her back on the bed. Karina bounced on the soft mattress and looked at Bai Luo in horror. But Bai Luo ignored Karina. He quickly put on his clothes, rushed out of the bed cabin, and came to the control room. Float the Jiaolong. Obviously, the turbulence just now was due to the severe impact on the Jiaolong. But the enemy is still unknown. This shows that the blow came from far away. The enemy is strong. Bai Luo's eyes lit up. Everyone in N also rushed over. What happened? Bacala frowned, staring at Bai Luo and asked. Bai Luo checked the situation around the ship. Still nothing. Shaking his head, he said, I don't know yet. The propellers on the Jiaolong's flanks turned rapidly, and 4 tornadoes were rolled up in the sea, dragging the huge hull up at a very high speed. When the hull surfaced, Bai Luo got out immediately. And Bakala followed suit. That's Marine. After seeing the black spots in the distance, Bakala couldn't help but exclaimed. An's expression also changed slightly, and he looked at Bai Luo worriedly. Monet subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, and his pair of golden pupils also looked at Bai Luo. She noticed that Bai Luo's face was serious at the moment. She has been with Bai Luo for some time, and she has never seen Bai Luo show such an expression. Could it be that Marine Admiral is here? Just when Monet was thinking wildly, Bai Luo's eyes flashed red, and his knowledge spread. He clearly saw the two leading figures on the fast-moving marine warships in the distance. Garp the Fist, Black Arm Zephyr. Garp was smiling at the moment, dragging a huge iron chain in his hand. At the other end of the iron chain was an extremely huge iron ball covered in jet black. Ha ha ha, Bai Luo is out. Garp laughed loudly, his arm suddenly exerted force, and his veins popped. With the emergence of huge force, the iron chain dragged the iron ball and was thrown straight by him. The pitch-black iron ball turned into black lightning, broke through the air with a swoosh, and roared towards the Jiaolong. Seeing this scene, Zephyr frowned. Biting a cigarette, he said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, be careful, and is still on it?" 000. Garp rubbed his head and laughed again. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting little ghost, and my hands were itchy for a while. Zephyr glanced at him, but said nothing. On the Jiaolong, everyone was shocked when they saw the giant iron ball that could cover the entire hull of the ship. This is what human power can motivate. Baccarat and Monet looked ugly. And noticed the familiar figure on the opposite bow, with a complex expression on his face. It seems that I have a premonition in my heart. Bai Luo didn't think so much, he squinted his eyes. I understand now. The shock that Hixia received just now was caused by Garp's punishment iron ball smashing into the sea. As expected of old man Garp, he can detect his position from such a distance. Bai Luo felt a fighting spirit in his heart. The palm passed between the neck, and the jet black shuro was instantly transformed. The 6 long blades were set up, and the light of the blade flashed. With a fierce slash, the huge iron ball was cut into 7 sections. The shattered iron balls fell on both sides of the Jiaolong, setting off waves more than 10 meters high. Like a torrential rain, the Jiaolong was undulating. And Bai Luo didn't seem to see him, his figure flashed, and he jumped up in the air. The black shura dissipated, and the white angel reappeared. The tip of the hurricane's wings jetted out fiery air, flying high into the sky like a ray of holy light, heading straight for Marine. On the marine warship, Garp saw this scene. The smile on his face grew brighter. Dare to take the initiative. What a terrific brat. Chapter 89. In mid-air, the steel wings of the hurricane spread out. Above the feathers, tiny missiles shot out like a storm, covering the marine warship. Shhhhhhh. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of piercing through the air, there was a violent explosion on the marine warship. Countless ordinary marine soldiers were all covered by artillery fire. Immediately screamed. They looked at the white mechanical monster in disbelief. What exactly is this? As ordinary marines, they don't know who the enemy they are facing now is. All were shocked by Bai Luo's attack. The explosion whipped up a gust of wind, blowing Zofa and Garp's marine cloak. Zephyr saw this from the bow, steam coming from the mechanical arm. With a look of hatred on his face, he looked back at the marine soldiers. Look at what you look like, did this attack hit you? The smile on Garp's face faded a bit. He said lightly, it's not their fault, after all, that little monster is not something they can deal with. We still have to rely on us 2 old guys. As he spoke, Garp cupped his fists and moved his wrist joints. Then he flicked the cloak of justice behind him, and the whole person jumped up. The powerful explosive force instantly cracked pieces of the warship's deck. Zephyr only glanced at 923. Then he focused his attention on the Jiaolong. As the warship moved forward, he had already seen An's figure at this moment. Immediately murmured, "An, I'm here to pick you up." In the sky, Bai Luo saw Garp coming through the air, and his ready-to-strike right fist was already black. As a legendary character, Bai Luo naturally knew the power of Garp's pair of iron fists. Don't dare to touch it head-on. The hurricane spewed out airflow, quickly pulling it up. I want to distance myself. But he underestimated Garp. Noticing that the hurricane wanted to dodge, he smiled grimly. Takong's pace suddenly accelerated. As if a meteor came to Bai Luo in an instant, in Bai Luo's shocked eyes, the iron fist slammed down. Bai Luo's eyes tightened, and the armored collar quickly wrapped around the chest of the mech. But above that iron fist, Peng Bai's huge force still blasted to Bai Luo through the mecha. It made Bai Luo's breathing stagnate suddenly. As if the heart was being clenched tightly, a little scarlet overflowed from the eyes of the throat. The hurricane was punched into the sea like a toy. Just like the iron ball before, it set off monstrous waves. Bai Luo. Seeing this scene, the women on the Jiaolong all exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help becoming worried. Under the sea. The mecha completely isolates the sea water. Make sure that Bai Luo does not become incapacitated due to exposure to sea water. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Sunset bit Madara. Sure enough, it is indeed the pinnacle combat power in this world. But that's not the end. Bai Luo endured the severe pain, and the hurricane spewed out air again, stirred the sea water, and rushed out of the sea. He removed the mecha helmet from his face. He took out a capsule from his arms and swallowed it. In the next second, the physical discomfort quickly dissipated. He's back to his prime. The capsule he just ate was the time capsule developed by N. Unexpectedly, the first application was used in the battle with Garp. He looked up at Garp, who was falling back to the warship. He grinned grimly. It's my turn. He hadn't endured such a violent attack for a long time, which made Bai Luo more serious. The mech helmet recovers the head. The mechanical wings stretched out again. The top pair of wings glowed with holy light. The roots of the steel feathers stood up, flashing a cold light. In the next second, they separated from their wings, and while being covered by armed colors, they pierced the night sky. Stab Garp, who just fell back on the warship. Seeing the densely packed feather blades, Garp's face also became a little dignified. He's just about ready to take the next step. Zephyr beside him raised his mechanical arm. With the sound of gears turning, the black muzzle of the gun was revealed. Immediately afterwards, the muzzle of the gun spun, and countless bullets poured out, colliding with the feather blade. A dazzling fire burst out. Da-da-da. The sound of Jinji is everywhere. Occasionally, there were a few feather blades that were missed, but they were all knocked into the air by Garp. When the collision stopped, smoke billowed from the Zephyr's robotic arm. He looked at Bai Luo and said coldly, I don't care about the things between the two of us before. But now you must come back with us. You have caused too much trouble. Bai Luo sneered. Are you kidding me? Zephyr ignored it, and said to himself. Do you think you can walk away today? Of course. You guys can't stop me. Bai Luo said coldly. The battle is imminent. Bai Luo took the initiative to attack. The three fought together in an instant. But it's clear that Bai Luo is no match for Zephyr and Garp. It soon fell into a disadvantage. Not long ago, he just experienced a battle, and now he is facing two strong men. Bai Luo is already approaching the limit. Not long after, he was knocked out several times, and even the mecha on his body was damaged. Seeing that the overall situation has been decided, Zephyr shouted to the Jiaolong, "An, are you still not coming back?" And struggled when he heard Zephyr's shout. She didn't want Bai Luo to be hurt, and she didn't want to go back with the teacher. This put her in a dilemma. If you want to fight, hit it, what are you talking about? Bai Luo stood up tenaciously, blocking Zephyr's gaze on the Jiaolong, and became more and more anxious. It was the first time she had seen Bai Luo in such a mess. Seeing that Zephyr and Garp are about to fight again, An gritted his teeth, making a decision in his heart. Moonwalk stepped into the air, and she sprinted towards Zephyr. When Monet saw the scene, a strange color flashed in his golden pupils. Now Bai Luo is injured. Now is the best time to rebel. Only. Thinking of Bai Luo's methods, Monet shuddered a little. For a while, I couldn't make up my mind. On the battlefield, just when Zephyr's mechanical arm was about to hit Bai Luo again, and finally arrived. She took Zephyr's blow hard with her short sword. Fortunately, Zephyr withdrew his strength the moment he saw An. Otherwise, I'm afraid An will be severely injured immediately. Zephyr withdrew his mechanical arm, frowned and said, An, what are you doing? An looked bitter. Pleading to Zephyr, Teacher, please let him go. I would like to go back with you. Hearing what An said, a scowled expression appeared on Zephyr's face. Do you know what the hell you're doing? He's a criminal. You will be deprived of your marine status. There is no good end to covering up criminals. Garp on the side squinted his eyes and didn't say much. And Bai Luo looked at Zephyr and Garp with a distorted expression. An, don't worry about me. These two old guys can't kill me. As he spoke, he wanted to pull An behind him. But An turned his side and rejected Bai Luo. You go. You go. Don't worry about me, the teacher won't hurt me. Bai Luo's expression froze. You. Garp took a step forward, sighing. Bai Luo, you can't go away. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain it when we go back. Seeing that Garp is about to do it again, An took a step across and stopped in front of Garp. A peach-colored flame was ignited in his hand, and he assumed a defensive posture. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm sorry, I can't let you take him. looking at N with a determined face. Garp looked at Zephyr in distress. Zephyr gasped and fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed. Garp. Garp laughed and patted Zephyr on the shoulder. Okay, needless to say, I understand. Who made the kid at home so troublesome? My grandson is the same. Ha ha ha. Zephyr thanked with a straight face. Thank you. When I go back, I will apologize to Sengoku. As for N, I will also transfer her to the Marine Inspection Department in accordance with the discipline. Even if it is impelled down, I have no second thoughts. Garp waved his hands again and again. Not so much. Bai Luo listened silently as they decided N's fate. There was a trace of unwillingness in my heart. Although he can guarantee that he will not die, but it is unrealistic to want to escape from the cooperation of these two old guys without paying the price. After all, they are strong men who have traversed an era. Now this is the best result. And with Zephyr's love for his disciples, he wouldn't punish N too much. It's just that this is the biggest shame so far for Bai Luo. With a gloomy face, Bai Luo put his hand on N's arm. A positioning device as thin as a hair pierced N's fair skin and remained in the body. Feeling a tingling 2.2 from his arm, N looked at Bai Luo in astonishment. Nonsense, I took a deep look at N. I'll come back for you. Even if you're at naval headquarters, I'll bring you back. Tears welled up in N's eyes. She suppressed her reluctance and understood. Seeing this scene, Zephyr looked unhappy and snorted coldly. Big words. Do you think naval headquarters is where you can come and go whenever you want? This is the last time and will protect you. You do it yourself. Bai Luo didn't answer, and took a deep look at Zephyr and Garp. I've written down everything about today. We'll meet later. Appreciation flashed in Garp's eyes, and he laughed. In laughter. Bai Luo walked away without looking back. I'll definitely pick you up, N. No matter where you are. Bai Luo told himself in his heart. And looked at Bai Luo's leaving figure, his body went limp, and he fell to sit on the deck. Tears burst out. It seemed to sense Bai Luo's heart. And caressed his arm, choked up and said, I will always wait for you. Seeing this, Zephyr lit another cigarette. And Garp looked at each other in silence. Chapter 90. Back on the Jiaolong, Bai Luo took off his mecha, his face was very ugly. Baby 5 followed Bai Luo with a little sugar, and asked worriedly. Master, and, she. Bai Luo waved his hands and said coldly, she's just leaving for a while, I'll bring her back after a while. Baby 5 blinked and saw that Bai Luo was in a very bad mood at this time. But she didn't know how to comfort her. Neither Monet nor Baccarat made a sound, their minds were confused. Monet didn't expect that N, who is usually reticent, would give up himself to save Bai Luo. This was far beyond her imagination. Baccarat did not expect that the seemingly ungrateful man would value a woman so much. For a while, his opinion of Bai Luo changed. Bai Luo didn't pay much attention to these people, and directly controlled the Jiaolong to dive again. Then go to the bed cabin. Leave me alone for a while. Bai Luo ordered, and then closed the door of the bed cabin. Baccarat just wanted to remind, Carrie. Before she could finish her sentence, what responded to her was the sound of the hatch closing. NA is still inside. Baccarat's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally sighed. Bai Luo was simmering with anger in his heart at this moment. As soon as I entered, I heard an ethereal voice eagerly asking, what happened outside? Only then did Bai Luo remember that Karina was still tied up on the bed. He looked at Karina blankly. Karina has been staying here, not knowing what happened outside. She just felt as if a fierce battle had broken out. Now that he saw Bai Luo with injuries on his body, he already had guesses in his heart. Obviously, Bai Luo fought with others, and suffered a loss. Now is not a good time to talk to Bai Luo. Karina immediately shut up knowingly. But it was too late. Bai Luo was holding back a burst of anger and had nowhere to release it. Seeing such a distressed Karina at this moment, her eyes gradually became blurred. Noticing Bai Luo's expression, Karina's heart trembled. A bad feeling came to my heart. Hey. Calm down. But Bai Luo didn't speak, and his black pupils stared straight at Karina who couldn't move. Gradually approach. You. Ugh. The next moment, the fiery breath attacked Karina like a violent storm. The originally stiff body gradually softened. Tears welled up in the corners of Karina's eyes. Inside the Golden City, Morgans, who managed to escape Jun's pursuit, quickly sent some of the photos he took to the news agency headquarters. What a pity. That woman forced me to delete my photos. What a shame. After all, Jun's combat power is extremely high. Although Morgans is willing to dedicate his life to journalism. But it doesn't mean that he will pay his life for the news. He is the king of news. If he dies, the world's news coverage will be set back 100 years. Under Jun's persecution, he had no choice but to delete the photo of Zaiwen talking with Bai Luo. But do you think there is nothing I can do if I delete the photo? Ha ha ha, BCH, you are too naive. I can paint without pictures. I want to see, when the news comes out, what face do you have to stay in Marine? Tell you to threaten me again. When Morgans thought that he could retaliate against Jun as much as he wanted in the news, he couldn't help but feel better. After passing the photos, he quickly dialed the phone number of the news headquarters. The employees moved quickly under his command. Writing, printing. It was a bright day, and countless newsbirds poured out from the news headquarters. The report that is about to shock the world has been sent to all parts of the world. The next day, when Bai Luo woke up, seeing Karina who was still asleep beside her, she was slightly taken aback. At this moment, the rubber leather jacket has been damaged, Karina's lovely face is frowning, and her hair is messy. His closed eyes were trembling slightly, as if he had dreamed of something very terrible. There are still wet tears in the corners of the eyes. Recalling what happened last night, Bai Luo sighed. Tiptoe got up from the bed. Get dressed and get ready to go out. Karina's voice was heard faintly behind her. Aren't you going to say something? The tone was inexplicable, with a hint of resentment. Bai Luo's movements froze, and after a moment of silence, well, good morning. After finishing speaking, he left the bed cabin without looking back. Karina was biting her lower lip tightly when she heard Bai Luo say good morning. I couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then sniffed and laughed lightly. After Bai Luo got out of the bed cabin, she slowly sat up from the bed. Feeling the soreness of the body, recalling the scenes of last night. Karina has mixed feelings. Once the Golden Wind and Jade do meet, they will win, but there are countless in the world. Before she knew it, Bai Luo's figure had been engraved in her heart. After sitting blankly for a while, she took off the messy leather jacket. He went straight into the bathroom and washed up. It is useless to think too much at this moment, it is better to make good use of this relationship and seek greater benefits for yourself. She's a little fox after all, Karna. After getting out of the bed cabin, Baby 5 served breakfast immediately. Seeing that Bai Luo's complexion had returned to normal at this moment, a bright smile appeared on her face. Granu followed behind her, holding a rice ball in his hand, and said vaguely, Bai Luo, eat quickly, it's delicious. Bai Luo rubbed her head and followed the two to the dining cabin. At this time, at the dining table, Bacala was drinking her morning tea very gracefully. Seeing Bai Luo's arrival, he just rolled his eyes. There was so much movement last night, why didn't she understand what happened in the bed cabin? This reminded her of what happened to her. The good feelings he had for Bai Luo were thrown behind him. Across from her, Monet put on a pair of fancy glasses and was reading the latest newspaper. 163 When she saw Bai Luo's appearance, she looked strange. Bai Luo didn't take it seriously, and sat down beside him. Pick up the rice ball handed over by Baby 5. Asked, what's wrong? Monet didn't speak, and handed the newspaper to Bai Luo. Bai Luo took a sip of tea and ordered the rice ball. After picking up the newspaper, his pupils shrank. The headline of the newspaper was astonishingly. Stories that Monster Bai Luo and Marine Vice Admiral have to tell one. His face was livid. With a bang, the newspaper was slapped on the dining table. What's this? Baccarat said slowly and methodically, the newspaper that was just delivered today. Her tone was teasing, and she seemed to appreciate Bai Luo's expression at this time. Bai Luo is very angry at the moment. Because this headline is only half right. He does have a relationship with Jun. But the other half of the above is completely fabricated. Under the excellent writing style, a love story is made up. It sounds like a love story. It's almost peachy news. Some of the descriptions in it, even Bai Luo would blush. And looking at the title, the number 1 shows that there is a follow-up to this article, and I want to continue to serialize it. Morgans the BD. Bai Luo gritted his teeth and took out the phone bug. Fortunately, I exchanged contact information with Morgans at that time. Otherwise, at this moment, if he wants to find anyone, he won't be able to find him. Chapter 91. The phone rang several times. Get connected soon. Morgan's elegant voice came from the other end. Mr. Bai Luo. Bai Luo was not polite, and asked directly in a cold voice. President Morgans, I haven't offended you, have I? Why would you publish that kind of false news report? Morgans hastened to explain. Please don't get me wrong, Mr. Bai Luo, this is not directed at you. That woman is really too much. She chopped off half of the feathers on my body. Although I am sorry to involve you, but in the second report, I have already made you beautified. You must have not seen the second report. Mr. Bai Luo's demeanor really shocked the world. Thanks to Mr. Bai Luo, The income of today's newspaper has reached a recent peak. I'm here to thank you. As a support, in the sequel of Have to Say, I will definitely post your image to a higher level. Okay, let's do this first, Mr. Bai Luo, I have an important call coming in. We must keep in touch in the future. Goodbye. After speaking, without giving Bai Luo time to react, Morgans hung up the phone. Bai Luo looked at the hand-painted peach illustration on the cover. The handsome Bai Luo and the charming Jun have blue veins on their foreheads. This damned bird man, if he sees it again, he must peel off its skin, and see what kind of nasty person is under those feathers. Bai Luo took a few deep breaths to calm down his anger. Only then did he turn the page of the newspaper and read the second report. According to Morgans, he glorified himself in the second report. But Bai Luo didn't need any beautification from him at all. Bai Luo, who has always kept a low profile, is very disgusted with this feeling of being noticed by the world. If possible, he would prefer to keep a low profile. When Bai Luo finished reading the second report, his eyes fell on those two photos, and his eyes were filled with a chill. In the first photo, it was the scene where the giant spirit wrote about the golden giant punching each other. In the report, it also described in detail how Bai Luo transformed. All his strength and whole cards were exposed. But this is not the most critical. The most terrible thing is the second picture, which exposed the 5 seraphs. Although it was dark at the time. But under the reflection of the golden ruins, the appearance of 5 seraphs of different sizes can still be seen. They stood behind Bai Luo with stern faces. With wings and a childish face similar to Shichibukai, it is unspeakably weird. If Bai Luo was very angry before, then at this moment, almost a real murderous aura was exuded from his body. Let the temperature in the entire restaurant drop suddenly. Even the steaming tea is slowly frosting. The women shuddered unconsciously, looking at Bai Luo and not daring to speak. He clutched the newspaper tightly. The killing intent for Morgans in my heart has reached ultimate. It's a good thing that he has exposed his whole cards, and there are not many people who are willing to be his enemies. But the existence of Seraphim was exposed. That would be different, and that would mean he would be the target of public criticism. Not to mention what those Shichibukai will think, I am afraid that the world government will also regard him as the primary target. Not to mention some scary guys with ulterior motives, I am afraid they will also stare at me. At this moment, Bai Luo became more and more eager to improve his strength. Fortunately, Garp and Zephyr didn't know about it last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped so easily. Fortunately, he didn't let S-Dragon show up at the time. Thinking of this, Haki burst out in his hand, turning the newspaper into ashes. There was a sinister smile on his face. In this case, let's see who is the prey and who is the hunter. They will regard Bai Luo as a target, but they don't think that those guys are also Bai Luo's target. In this world, identity has always been determined by strength. Who is the prey, who is the hunter, wait and see. Newspapers quickly spread throughout the New World within 2 days. Not to mention the attitude of world government and marine. Even ordinary people were shocked by the Jinn and Seraph. What kind of monster is that? Can this really be made by human power? This is too scary. Who are those 5 weird guys like Shichibukai? Is it the secret weapon of the world government? No, that guy is obviously a wanted criminal. So, whoever can catch that guy will be able to control that power. Some arrogant pirates seem to have found a way to reach the top of the world. They all exposed their ambitions and clamored to capture Bai Luo alive. Don't even rob Laozi. He's booked by our short sword pirates. Who do you think you are? Haha, that kind of power is only worthy of our sea dogs and pirates. Stop fighting. It's hard to tell who will win the game. Others see through the horror behind it. How can someone who can create that kind of monster be caught casually? Look at that steel giant, I'm afraid that the real giants will have no power to fight back against that mechanical monster. With the exposure of the news, all ambitious people turned their ideas on Bai Luo. Of course, there are also people who don't care about all of this. On the contrary, he cares more about the headline's romantic news. Jun Vice Admiral actually had an affair with this Bai Luo. What an eye-opener. Yeah. I didn't expect that Marine Vice Admiral, who looks righteous and awe-inspiring, has such a side. I want to know when there will be a second installment. I also want to see the sequel. Jun is such a shame to Marine. When is the second issue coming out? I want to spit on her. The love between Bai Luo and Jun is really great. Master Bai Luo, come on. Master Jun, come on. Break through the prejudices of the world and be brave together. Only this kind of guy who looks like a monster can be worthy of that Vice Admiral. Egghead Island, inside the experimental factory. Vegapunk looked at the newspaper with a complicated expression. It's amazing that there is another one. There are many thoughts in his mind. As his best disciple, now that he has embarked on such a path, It is inconvenient for him to say more. Raising his head, Vegapunk looked at the row of pacifism made with the template of Tyrant Bear in front of him, and suddenly felt dull. Patting the pacifist with PX32 engraved on it, Vegapunk said with emotion, "Old man, he is much braver than me. This world can only be changed by him." New world. On an unknown island. Near the extinguished bonfire, a group of people were lying in disorder, snoring loudly. The soaring smell of alcohol and the huge skeleton of the unknown creature next to it indicated that they had just held a grand banquet. At this moment, a figure hurried over, holding a newspaper in his hand. "Captain! Captain! Wake up! Big news!" He grabbed the leader by the collar and kept shaking him. After shaking and shouting for a long time, the leader had a reaction. He opened his eyes in a daze, his red hair shining in the sun. The sleeve of the left arm is empty, it is the red-haired Shanks. "Captain Shanks, look. This guy is outrageous." The younger brother stuffed the newspaper into Shanks' arms and shouted excitedly. Shanks yawned and clicked his mouth. "Slowly hold the newspaper in front of you." Slowly read with sleepy eyes. But after a while, his pupils constricted and he lost all sleepiness. What a wonderful man. He slowly grinned, his eyes expressive. "Captain Shanks, shall we let him join us?" The younger brother asked earnestly from the side. He is very interested in figures similar to Shichibukai. It would be fun to be a companion with such a person. It is also a great improvement for the combat power of the whole team. Unexpectedly, Shanks shook his head slowly. "This is a big trouble, we'd better not meddle in our own business." After finishing speaking, he threw the newspaper back to the younger brother. "Lie down again," and a few seconds later, the snoring sounded again. The younger brother stared blankly at the captain who had fallen asleep again, and was speechless around the newspaper. A certain sea area in New World. A large ship with a prow in the shape of a beluga whale is sailing through the waves. This is the Whitebeard Pirates, Moby DK. On the deck, Whitebeard, sitting on a bench and taking a drip, is squinting his eyes, listening to Marco read him the latest newspaper. When it was all over, Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly. Haha laughed loudly, the laughter resounded through the ship. Googling, it's really interesting. Today's younger generation dares to fall in love with Marine. It's really amazing. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Marco put his hand on his forehead, a little speechless. "Father, can you pay attention to the key points? Those pornographic news are obviously false reports. This guy named Bai Luo seems to have incredible abilities. If the Shichibukai he created are all real, then the pattern of this world will change." Whitebeard's laughter trailed off. His eyes moved down, looking down at Marco. "Don't panic, Marco. We just need to be with the lay people. No matter how the world changes, there will never be another guy like Roger. This world is really boring." There was a look of remembrance in his eyes. Before Marco could answer, Whitebeard suddenly thought of something again. Shen Shen asked, "Is there any news about that brat Ace?" Hearing Ace's name, Marco's face also sank. Shaking his head with difficulty, he said bitterly, "Not yet." Whitebeard wasn't talking. Marco looked at the sea. "I prayed silently in my heart. It's been a while since Ace went after that traitor, hope everything is okay." Tato Land Sea Area, Wangwa Cake Island. In the dark hall. Big Mom sat on the throne, drowned in shadows. After listening to the report of the eldest son, Minister of Candy, Pero, the body slowly leaned forward, leaning out of the shadow, with a ferocious smile on his fat face. "Well, is it possible to copy Shichibukai? What an interesting ability. In my collection. This one is missing. How about we get him back?" Hearing Big Mom's words, Prospero's eyes twitched. Hastily waved his hands and said, "Mom, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. This ability will certainly attract the covetousness of many people. If we use force, I'm afraid others will take advantage of our loopholes. I have an idea, I just need your nod, Mother." Big Mom looked interested and looked at Pero. "Oh? What idea?" Pero wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied respectfully. "Among the mother's children, there are just a few unmarried daughters, so why not choose one of them and let him marry Bai Luo, and then enter our myriad kingdoms? According to the news reports on the headlines, that guy will hang out with the Marine woman Vice Admiral, presumably there is little resistance to women. In this way, we can take it into our hands without any effort. Mom, what do you think?" Pero lowered his head, quietly waiting for Big Mom's reply. The hall fell into silence. "I don't know how long it has passed." Big Mom's voice sounded, "Then do as you said, you watch the arrangement. I'm hungry. Get me something to eat." When Pero heard this, he showed a relieved smile. "Hurry up and go out to make arrangements immediately." Chapter 92. Island of Ghosts. In the perennially hazy sea, a streak of purple thunder flashed from time to time. In the main hall, Kaido tightly clenched the newspaper into a ball. He squinted his drunken eyes and looked at Plague Quinn beside him. He asked indifferently, "Are you sure this news is reliable?" Quinn, who is fat and strong, is biting a cigar, and his small eyes are exposed under the black mirror. "Ha ha ha, of course. Kaido-sama. That BD Bai Luo is annoying, but with his ability, I'm not surprised to be able to do all of this." Looking away, Kaido reduced the newspaper to ashes. Then he continued to ask, "Is there no news from Jack?" Quinn curled her lips when she heard the words. Her thick purple lips were full of mockery. "No. After all, Joker has disappeared so thoroughly, it is still a bit difficult for Jack to find him at sea." When Kaido heard this, his expression became more and more gloomy. "The man-made smile is broken, it affects us too much. Without that BD Joker, our army's cultivation of givers has come to a standstill. Now it seems that this kid named Bai Luo can make up for our loss. Go. Go and bring him back. If he really has that kind of technological power, it can only be used by us." Receiving Kaido's order, Quinn exhaled a puff of smoke. A weird smile appeared on his face. 010. "As you wish, Kaido Heaven. Exactly, I haven't seen that guy in years. I really want him to experience my latest invention." As if thinking of the excitement, Quinn's plump body trembled slightly. Soon, the bloated ship Brachiosaurus set sail from Oni Island. Into the New World. East Blue, near Wei Island. A coffin boat shaped like a coffin plank, with ghost fire and white candles on it, is rising and falling with the waves. On the boat, Mihawk, wearing a black windbreaker, gently picked up the newspaper with the black knife. An inexplicable light flickered in his pupils that were as sharp as a falcon. His eyes fixed on the seraphim who had the same appearance as his childhood. The magnetic voice murmured, "Bai Luo. Daughter Island." Tall and with a princess-cut hairstyle, Hancock leans his head up beside the coiled snake. The exposed neck curve is slender and delicate. Under the skirt with slits in the short jacket, the scenery is graceful. It's just that there was anger in those almond eyes, which ruined this beauty. It's unforgivable to dare to copy the concubine's body. Hancock's tone was cold. The snake-shaped gold earrings swayed slightly with her words, revealing her restless heart. The face in the newspaper that looked like her when she was a child brought back Xiang Yi's memories from the bottom of her heart. Below the main hall, the two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, looked at each other. They haven't seen such an angry sister Shiji for a long time. The Fishman Island, Sea Forest. Hai Xiaojin Bay is sitting cross-legged among the ruins full of shipwrecks. Surrounded by lush and huge corals, it is as lush and dense as a forest. He looked at the newspaper in his hand. His brows furrowed like a storm. "I couldn't help but recall what happened a year ago. At some point a year ago, he was recruited by Marine and went to Marineford to donate blood once. That time, Hawkeye, Empress and Xiong were traveling with him. It exactly corresponds to 4 of the 5 reproductions on the photo. In addition to the disappearance of Doflamingo some time ago. It's just, isn't this Marine's technology? Why is it mastered by this human? Could it be?" Beneath Jinbei's rugged appearance, his delicate mind has guessed part of the truth. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In Sengoku's marshal's office, many people gathered at the moment. Chabuka Cake was holding the newspaper with trembling hands, looking at Jun with an ugly expression on his sad face. "Tell me it's not true. My dear Miss Jun." Veins popped up on Jun's face, and when he saw Cake's greasy face, he said angrily, "Nonsense. Of course it's not true." Cake breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Jun say that. But still sullen, mocking, "But what's written on it is so true. I wish Miss Jun could do the same to me. My heart hurts. I." The words of Jiaji are not finished yet. It was suddenly interrupted by a roar. "Shut up." Sengoku slammed the table and stood up from behind the desk. He looked at the subordinate in front of him with an angry face. Below, Garp is nodding his head and dozing off. Zephyr lowered his head and smoked in silence. Garp's snot bubble seemed to burst at the sound of Zephyr's voice. He too woke up with a start. Subconsciously, he took out the senbei from his bosom and took a bite. He asked vaguely, "Is the meeting over?" Seeing him like this, Sengoku felt powerless. He took a deep breath and sat back down again. He looked at Zephyr in disgust. "If you brought him back, there would be no trouble like this. Why every time? You have to be so yourself. Zephyr. You weren't like this before." Zephyr kept his head down, silent. He didn't expect that such a news report would spread around the world. He can also guess 1 or 2 of its bad consequences. It's just too late to say anything now. Facing Sengoku's questioning, he had no choice but to remain silent. Seeing Zephyr like this, Sengoku was furious again. That disciple of yours, right? Violated the marine's discipline. Now deprive her of her marine status and put her in impel down. Sengoku's voice was strangely indifferent. Zephyr took a deep breath and nodded. For this result, he was already mentally prepared. The only thing I can do now is to use my relationship to arrange a single room for N. Let her not be embarrassed in prison. After Sengoku finished speaking, he ignored Zephyr and looked at Jun again. Morgans, that guy. It's too much. This kind of news is released privately without even saying hello to us. Jun, I'll leave it to you. I don't care if he is the Emperor of the Dark World or not. Catch him back. Marine's Majesty cannot tolerate such teasing. Jun calmed down, and accepted the task with a serious expression. She also didn't expect that Morgans actually did such a thing. Thinking about what happened that night, Jun couldn't help but clenched his fists. Bai Luo. Morgans. It's all a bunch of bastards. Sengoku finished the task and drove them all out. Sitting on a chair, he looked tired. He gently rubbed the knot between his brows, as if he wanted to ease it. But it doesn't help. A celestial dragons died in the Golden City, and the Seraphim plan was also exposed. Hey. What an eventful year. For the latest news reports, various forces have responded. But Bai Luo in the Jiaolong experimental cabin still doesn't know anything about this situation. At this moment, he is concentrating on extracting the bloodline factor from the 3 strands of hair given to him by T. Zalo. Look focused and meticulous. On the experimental platform behind him, Guy SA was still in a coma, and his body was visibly thinner. In the living organism culture tank beside it, there is still Doflamingo whose brain has been gouged out. Various experimental tools were scattered randomly. Although Bai Luo didn't know the changes in the outside world, but he felt a crisis about his own lack of strength. If only T. Zalo could return to his heart earlier. That would be a great help. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the cabin door was knocked. Baby Five's voice sounded from outside the door. Master, we will arrive near the red line soon. Bai Luo heard the sound and stopped what he was doing. I moved my neck and stretched my waist. Muttered, is it finally here? Chapter 93. The Jiaolong floated to the surface of the sea. At this time, the sky was clear and blue, and the snow-white seagulls were flying high above the sky, singing cheerfully. Bai Luo stepped out of the cabin and took a deep breath of air. The sea breeze has a salty taste. After being bored in the laboratory for 2 days, I only feel that the smell is extraordinarily friendly. Bai Luo walked to the bow and looked at the boundless sea with inexplicable eyes. At this moment, on the sea level in the distance, a gigantic and endless silhouette slowly emerged. The dark red rocky cliffs spread from the other end of the line of sight to the end of the other side. It is as high as thousands of meters, as if covering the sky and blocking out the sun. It is impossible to see the end. It is like an ancient city wall built by the gods, dividing the whole world into 2. The majestic dark red rock wall towers into the sky. From a distance, the top has been submerged in the clouds, and the mist is misty like a fairyland. Red line. Bai Luo's pupils shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. It's not the first time I've seen this kind of scene, but every time I am amazed by it. This winding continent with no end in sight in front of him can't help but make people daunting, as if it is the only real existence in the world. In a daze, Bai Luo seemed to understand why those trash-like celestial dragons call themselves gods. When a person lives in such a simple and majestic place from the moment of birth, and looks down on the common people like a god all day long, anyone will have an illusion of transcending the world. No matter how the outside world develops and changes. It doesn't matter how arrogant and domineering those pirates are. The rise and fall of countries, the alternation of history, the change of times. All of this cannot affect them who are aloof. They only need to lie in that cloud to control the greatest power, reputation, and status in the world. Judging from some circumstances, they can indeed be regarded as gods living in Asgard. Although their blood is still red. It's spectacular. Bakara did not know when she came behind Bai Luo. His eyes were equally astonished. It made me feel dizzy. Bai Luo nodded slightly. So did he. Especially as the Jiaolong gets closer to the red line. Bai Luo seemed to feel that the majestic dark red rock wall was rolling towards him. It seemed that the moat that divided the world would collapse at any moment and bury him. If one day, this piece of red line really collapses, so will the whole world fall apart? If the red line is really lost, the first half of the grand line will be reconnected with new world. And the climate around the world will change dramatically. The calm belt that divides the world will also disappear. At that time, the waters of the world will also pour into the grand line. The seas of the whole world may become one. Thinking of this, Bai Luo suddenly trembled. His eyes widened, as if realizing something. The 4 seas pour into the grand line, and the sea becomes one. Is this the ultimate meaning of One Piece? Bai Luo gasped. For a while, my thoughts were mixed. After a while, he shook his head and suppressed the speculation in his heart. At this time, they are getting closer and closer to the red line. Don't get any closer. You'll be discovered by Marine. Bakura reminded aloud from the side. Bai Luo let out a breath of depression. Nodded. The Fishman Island is located in the deep sea 10,000 meters below the red line. If you want to cross this red line, except for the government's special route, you can only pass the Fishman Island at the bottom of the red line. Under normal circumstances, ships need to be coded, and the regiment dives into the deep sea. But Jiaolong has such concerns. It can dive in the deep sea at will. As for traveling outside the cabin, whether it is the Shura or the Hurricane, they can also completely isolate the sea water. Don't worry about losing combat power in the sea. Go in, we're ready to go. Bai Luo ordered lightly. Bacala was about to return to the cabin, when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a large number of bubbles appearing abnormally on the sea surface. That is. She was a little confused. Bai Luo followed the sound and squinted his eyes. As the bubbles became denser, a huge black shadow appeared under the sea water. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of crashing water, a slightly broken ship emerged from the sea. Set off waves. The hull of the ship was wrapped in a huge bubble film, which reflected colorful luster in the sunlight. On the sail, there is a skull logo, and there are black muzzles on both sides of the hull. This is a coded pirate ship. One out of the sea. There were loud cheers on the pirate ship. Great. Finally out of that damn place. We're finally in the new world. Ha ha ha, I am able to come here alive, it is enough to prove that new world will have a place for Laozi. Long live the captain. A group of pirates waved their knives and guns, howling crazily. They seemed to have just escaped some kind of danger, and the joy of gaining a new life was so exciting that no one noticed the Jiaolong beside them. At this time, Monet and Baby also heard the movement and came up with Karina and Grantis. Master, are they? Baby 5 looked at the group of cheering pirates suspiciously. Bai Luo waved his hand, don't worry about it, let's go. With that said, he was ready to return to the cabin to continue his journey. But Karina suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Since what happened last time, Karina hasn't had a good communication with Bai Luo. The main reason is that Bai Luo spends most of his time in the laboratory. Karina didn't stand a chance either. Being held back, Bai Luo glanced at Karina. Karina let go of her hand subconsciously. But then I felt ashamed, so I couldn't help turning my head away. What's wrong? Karina didn't dare to look at Bai Luo more, and pointed to a corner of a pirate ship. Look beside the cabin of that ship. Bai Luo looked in the direction of the finger, then frowned slightly. On the deck aisle next to the cabin, there is a huge black and white fish tail shaking slightly. The upper part of it was blocked by the cabin, so Bai Luo couldn't see clearly. But the fish tail is abnormally large, not like ordinary fish. There was a red light in Bai Luo's eyes. The color of knowledge penetrated the cabin, and when he saw the fish clearly, he was slightly taken aback. Because that's not an ordinary fish, but a female mermaid. With a slender waist as the line. The upper body is a human body, and the lower body is a fish tail. Wear cool, black and white fabric for key protection. The streamlined body curve is proud. There are twin ponytails tied on a long black curly hair like a waterfall. There is a little tit on Madara's youthful and beautiful face, but it doesn't affect her beauty at all. 00. Only the tear stains at the corners of her eyes and the black tape on her mouth showed her current situation. A rusty Madara iron chain was firmly tied to her fish tail, which made the original black and white scales dim a lot. Coupled with that terrified appearance, it can't help but make people have a great desire for protection. Mermaid monger. Bai Luo withdrew his gaze, looked at the group of pirates, and murmured. In this sea, the relationship between humans and Murlocs is not harmonious. The two races are hostile to each other. It also breeds certain wrongdoing. That is the mermaid slave trade. Especially female mermaids have always been a rare and precious species. So much so that, headed by celestial dragons, they are all willing to raise and train some mermaid slave girls. This also led to pirates willing to take risks for high rewards and frequently attack the Fishman Island. This situation did not improve until 4 Emperors Whitebeard announced that he would take the Fishman Island as his territory. But unexpectedly, there are still people who are willing to take the risk of offending Whitebeard and kidnap mermaids in private. While Bai Luo was meditating on the opposite pirate ship, someone finally discovered the existence of the Jiaolong. Captain, look over there. There are 5 beautiful women there. We really got rich. Catch them, plus that mermaid. Enough to squander us in New World for a long time. Hear the shouts of his men. The sturdy pirate known as the captain also looked at Bai Luo and his party. when the eyes fell on Baker and the others. All the pirates had green light in their eyes. The pirate captain grinned grinningly, showing his scorched teeth. Hey, Laozi is really lucky. Little ones. Get ready for work. A group of pirates waved their knives and guns. He laughed loudly and replied, yes. Captain. In their view, the guys on the opposite side all looked very weak. This sale is almost like a door-to-door delivery. Anyone who picks up money will be very happy. Chapter 94. The noisy sound reached Bai Luo's ears. Bai Luo was indifferent. This kind of ant-like existence is not worth making him angry. He ordered with a blank face, kill them all. Aside, Monet and Baby 5 nodded. In the next second, snowflakes floated in the sky. Countless snowflakes condensed on Monet's body, and soon, a pair of ice and snow wings replaced Monet's original arms. Monet waved his arms, and the whole person flew into the air. See this scene. The face of the pirate captain who was originally excited suddenly changed. Those who can. He exclaimed in disbelief. The subordinates behind him also seemed to be frightened. At this time, someone pointed at the Jiaolong and said tremblingly, Captain, you are looking over there. The pirate captain subconsciously looked at the Jiaolong, and then his eyes almost popped out. On the Jiaolong, Baby 5, dressed in black and white, has two arms that look like two Gatlings. Another ability user. At this moment, the pirate captain only felt his legs tremble a little. He never expected that as soon as he entered New World, he would meet two capable people. Is this the horror of the New World? You must know that the number of devil fruit is limited, but in terms of the huge population of One Piece world, those with fruit abilities can definitely be counted as rare. Hundreds of fruits are placed in a world with hundreds of millions of people. Under normal circumstances, the probability of encountering casually at sea is not high. And the powerhouses with the fruit ability are all famous. So the pirate captain didn't expect that two people would appear here at once. Turn the bow. Run. He groaned and ran away. As ordinary humans, they have absolutely no chance of winning against those with superior abilities. Finally escaped from the Fishman Island alive. Never die here. On the Jiaolong, Baby 5, who hadn't fought for a long time, was a little excited at the moment. She put on goggles that she hadn't taken out in a long time. The master told you to die, so you have to die obediently. As her voice fell. Da-da-da-da. Accompanied by a burst of intense firing, countless bullets poured out. In mid-air, Monet waved his snowy wings. The ice and snow instantly froze the escape of the pirates. The snowflakes also turned into pieces of sharp blades, cutting their skin ruthlessly. Bullet plus snow blade. In an instant, the entire pirate ship was stained red with blood. For a time, mourning was everywhere. The pirate ship, which was originally dilapidated, was also scrapped by the fierce attack. Without a moment's work, the whaling gradually weakened until it disappeared. The captain of the pirate didn't know who he met until he died. He stared at a pair of unrepentant eyes, staring straight at the leading man opposite him until he died. The ambition that had just come to New World, at this moment, with the passing of life, also disappeared. Wait until all the pirates are dead. Bai Luo jumped lightly. Moonwalk stepped into the air, and landed on the pirate ship within a few steps. Looking at the dead body of the pirate captain, Bai Luo showed disgust on his face. Then he kicked lightly and exploded his head. The armed breath is released, isolating all blood. He walked slowly to the female mermaid. Before he could speak, the female mermaid rolled her eyes and fainted from fright. She heard all the screams just now. She knew that the man in front of her was more terrifying than the gang of villains who kidnapped her. It was only after being frightened that he fainted. Bai Luo opened his mouth with a slightly embarrassed expression. He didn't realize until he got close that the female mermaid was huge. The body is about 3 or 4 meters long, with exquisite curves and concave and convex. It's just that the originally fair complexion is a little dirty at the moment. After carefully looking at her for several times, Bai Luo bent down, cut off the chain with a knife in his hand, and carried her on his shoulders. Feeling soft and plump, Bai Luo quickly returned to the Jiaolong. A group of people entered the cabin. The Jiaolong dived slowly. The baby took the sugar and surrounded the unconscious mermaid curiously. Feel around and look around. Her skin is so smooth. Granis exclaimed enviously. Baby 5 poked it with his finger, with a look of approval. And it's bouncy. The owner will love it. Hearing Baby 5's words, Miaokala and Karina both laughed out loud. Even Monet was holding back bitterly. Bai Luo twitched the corners of his mouth, pretending not to hear. Came to the window. In the deep and dark sea, as the depth descends, the light becomes weaker and weaker. The line of sight is only able to see the area where the light is strafing. Occasionally, there are some strange deep-sea fishes passing by the Jiaolong. The whole world seemed to become extremely quiet. Only the sound of turbid water flow gurgling sounded, bringing out bursts of bubbles to float up. After recovering, looking at the dirty mermaid, Bai Luo said, "Baby 5, take her to clean it. When she wakes up, I have something to ask her." Baby 5 agreed with a happy face, and then dragged a giant mermaid 2 or 3 times her size into Zhongluo's bed cabin. Bai Luo frowned watching Baby 5 dragging the head into his bed compartment. "There are still so many rooms, why drag me into the room?" Baby 5's slightly smaller body sticks out from behind the mermaid, revealing a dazed and lovely face. "Ah." At this moment, Bacala sneered. "Stop pretending, who here doesn't understand you?" Karina nodded approvingly. That's right." Bai Luo looked at the charming faces of the two of them, and there was a fiery light in his eyes. He asked quietly, "What did you say?" Seeing that familiar look like a hungry wolf, Bacalari and Karina immediately calmed down. He didn't dare to tease Bai Luo casually anymore. Seeing the two of them admitting their love, Bai Luo took a deep breath and gradually calmed down his burning heart. He was just getting ready to go back to the lab and continue working. There was an exclamation in the bed cabin. "Ah! What are you doing?" Bai Luo immediately pushed the door open and went in. I saw that the female mermaid had just woken up at this time. He was covering his body with both hands, looking at Baby in panic. At this moment, Baby 5 is holding the black and white striped cloth in his hand, with drops of water on his face. Hearing her question, he raised his head and answered 2.9 as a matter of course, the master asked me to clean it for you. You are so dirty. The originally spacious bathroom was a bit congested for the larger female mermaid. Hearing this, her pretty face flushed. At a loss, he looked at the people who came in from the door, and curled up vigorously, as if this would give him a sense of security. Seeing her shy and frightened expression, Bai Luo pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and drove everyone out of the hospital. Before leaving, Bacala and Karina glanced at each other, showing such expressions. When all the girls left, Bai Luo threw the black and white cloth from Baby 5 back to the mermaid. Then he sat on the bed and asked lightly, "Who are you?" The female mermaid turned her back to put on the black and white cloth again, and looked at Bai Luo's face. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't seem to feel Bai Luo's malice. Only then did the white teeth open slightly, and the voice said softly, "I am Ishilai from the Fishman Island, and I am the Stone Bream Mermaid."